Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Tip: the subspace connection to the Divine Realm has been completed. Tip: you have entered the user-exclusive Divine Space. Yuan felt his mind tremble, and the world in front of him disappeared, and then he appeared in a grey void. Below is his own divine domain. Open the Shenkai panel. Yuan stood high in the sky like a cloud of nothingness, and his thoughts were directly connected to the God's domain server. Suddenly a series of information emerged. User Yuan. God's name: God of Natural Disasters. Faith value: 100. Rank: Demigod. Priest: Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation. Sacred Fire: not lit. Godhead: none. Faith race: Desert Worm. Believers: Pan-believers, 20,000. God's domain interface. Area: 50 hectares. Environment: forest/lake/grassland, disappeared. Vegetation: composite broad-leaved forest, disappeared. Animal: monkey group, disappeared. Snake group, disappeared. Mineral deposits: none. Evaluation: the once rich natural ecological environment was gradually devoured by worms with an astonishing appetite, and the future was bleak. Believer interface. Name: Desert Worm. Category: Zerg. Stage: not entering the level. Ability: none. Life: 1, only 1/5 of human beings. Strength: 0.8, the meager strength can only support their continuous wriggling. Agility: 0.5, a little faster than a snail. Intelligence: 0.3, low intelligence is not enough to provide high faith. Evaluation: the lowest branch of the Zerg tribe, except for its amazing food intake, it has nothing to offer. It's really so bad. Yuan withdrew his gaze from the divine domain information and looked towards his own divine domain. I saw. The originally lush jungle world has now become completely desolate. Within a radius of 50 hectares, there are 20,000 desert worms scattered around. This is Yuan's only believer now. No, it's Yuan before time travel. The current Yuan came from a place called Blue Star because he stayed up all night playing games. After accepting the memories of his predecessor, he realized that this was a world where most people could become demigods, open up a divine domain in subspace, and raise their own followers. However, on the first day of high school, Luo Ziming, who was called a brother in need by his predecessor Yuan, met Luo Ziming. First, he borrowed the mid-level resource card that Yuan spent countless general points to buy, and because of its fast reproduction speed and infinite power once mutated, Yuan chose the desert worm as a disciple. Later, relying on the training of intermediate resource cards, he became the #1 genius in the entire freshman year of high school. At that time, Yuan realized that he had been tricked by this sanctimonious brother. Encouraging yourself to work hard to make money is actually providing him with intermediate resource cards. The reason why he chose Desert Worm was to eliminate the possibility of him finding out the truth and seeking revenge from him in the future. The Desert Worm's reproductive ability is indeed amazing, but even so, it is impossible to mutate at all. Not only that, their intelligence is extremely low, and they cannot even become deep believers. The resulting faith is even pitifully low. Not only in terms of race, but also in terms of belief, the future of the predecessor was completely cut off. Haha, what a shrewd plan, what a ruthless method. There was coldness in Yuan's eyes. He does not blame his predecessor for being stupid, because in order to gain his trust, Luo Ziming took the initiative to get close to Yuan since he was 10 years old, provided him with food and clothing, and even helped him fight with others on several occasions. It took a full 6 years for Yuan to trust him so much. In fact, those scenes of Luo Ziming fighting with others were just him secretly bribed the other party. Don't worry, since I accepted your body, I will naturally help you get revenge. Lu Yuan murmured in his heart. After this voice fell, I suddenly felt a sense of relaxation emerging in my soul, as if I was completely integrated with something. The next moment, a cold female voice appeared in my mind. Ding! The God's Domain Minor Auxiliary System has been activated, and a gift package will be rewarded. Please activate it. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. He was no stranger to the system, a standard feature for time travelers. Turn on. Ding! You get a Zerg brood. A copy of the complete sequence of the insect nest gene. A copy of the Tearling's blood. Chapter 2. Seeing these rewards given by the system, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. These things are simply tailor-made for the desert worm in front of you. He is now beginning to look forward to how much his desert worm will change after integrating these rewards. Woohoo! There seemed to be a giant beast whispering in the sky. The originally lazy desert worms raised their heads. Immediately, a billowing cloud of yellow sand swept up from the horizon. Moment. The entire divine space was completely enveloped. Shishi. All the desert worms made a neighing noise like grains of sand. They instinctively knew that this was divine power. However, they did not see that above the yellow sand in the sky, a huge face made entirely of sand and dust looked down expressionlessly. System, fuse the complete sequence genes of the insect nest. The thought fell. I saw. The complete sequence of the nest's genes in the system space suddenly disappeared. Immediately. Above the void, countless particles finer than sand and dust were scattered all at once, covering the entire divine realm like a curtain of rain. 20,000 desert worms watched in a daze as countless particles merged into their bodies. Their instinctive doubts. But the next second, dramatic changes have begun. Whoosh! The painful screams echoed throughout the entire divine space. The body of the desert worm, which was originally nearly 30 centimeters, suddenly stretched to 40 centimeters. The desert yellow skin becomes darker and then turns into a brown skin. The small mouth parts began to expand and turned into a mouth densely covered with barbs. The tentacles under the belly began to grow and turned into fine tentacles, looking even more ferocious. Ouch! The completely mutated desert worms all roared to the sky, as if thanking the great god of natural disasters. Tip: your divine domain has undergone sudden changes, and mysterious substances have merged. Tip: your faith race has changed. Tip: your faith race, desert worm, has evolved into hive larvae. Tip: the attributes of the new species have changed dramatically. Seeing the continuous prompts, a smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. From now on, his desert worm has completely disappeared. In their place are hive larvae with great potential. Open the race interface. A thought. Suddenly a panel opened directly. Race interface. Name: Insect Nest Larvae. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 1. Ability: Collect, Devour, Bite. Life: 4, although not as good as an adult human, it has been greatly strengthened. Strength: 5, similar to adult humans. Agility: 5, this is the benefit of having more legs. Intelligence: 3, can be given orders. Evaluation: as an important gathering type among the Zerg, they have specialized vesicles for storing resources, and their attack power is not very strong. Seeing the changes in attributes, Lu Yuan nodded secretly. Very satisfied with this improvement. Below, in the entire divine domain, all the hive larvae that have completed their metamorphosis have awakened. They raised their heads and let out sharp, disgusting screams from their mouths. Suddenly, a devout faith rushed into Lu Yuan's body. Tip: your racial belief deepens. Tip: you gain 20,000 faith points. Hint: you gain 20,000 deep believers. Ding! Detect that the host's faith value exceeds 10,000, and start the lottery mode, which can consume 10,000 faith points for the lottery. Hey? You actually turned on the lottery function. Yuan raised his eyebrows and subconsciously began to observe the prompts in the system. Soon, he understood that the system could complete the lottery by consuming faith points. But he did not draw the first prize, because the items in his system space have not been completely consumed. Great God of disasters, thank you for giving us such power. I sincerely pray to the God of natural disasters. Voices of prayer from believers fell into Yuan's mind. Original. These desert worms are not very intelligent and do not even have the ability to pray. It's different now. The devout prayers of 20,000 deep believers, even if they are just Zerg, can provide a massive amount of faith. Certainly. Yuan knew that the changes in God's domain had just begun. He thought again and looked at the system space. In the center of God's domain, release the Zerg brood. Boom. The moment the thought falls, I saw that in the center of the divine domain, the dry lake and river bed was rolling violently. A 10-meter wide nest covered with barbs rose from the ground. At the same time, a putrid, pungent smell rose from around the nest. Boom. A low hum emerged from the nest, and then a new thought of prayer rushed into Yuan's mind. Chapter 3. Tip: New species have been added to your domain. Tip: You got a fanatical follower. Tip: You have increased your faith by 109 points. Hey? There's actually an extra fanatic. Yuan was a little surprised and subconsciously checked the information about the Zerg nest. Name: Zerg Mother Nest. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Larvae breeding, place of corruption. Life: 20, a huge body must have abundant physical strength. Strength: 0, unable to move. Agility: 0, unable to move. Intelligence: 6, beyond the intelligence of adults so that it can lead a group of insects. Evaluation: the basic unit that gives birth to the Zerg. As long as it has enough resources, it can continue to reproduce and even advance. Larvae breeding: under the premise of rich nutrition, hundreds of insect nest larvae can be produced every day. Place of corrosion: the soil around the mother nest will gradually deteriorate and become a rotten quagmire. Its function can improve the resilience and agility of Zerg units. Yuan nodded secretly after seeing this information. Because desert worms have lost their ability to reproduce after genetic mutation, the existence of the mother nest directly makes up for this shortcoming. Rustle. The moment the mother nest appeared, all the larvae in the entire God's domain began to spontaneously move towards the mother nest. They retain the food they obtain in their vesicles and simply dump it back into the mother's nest. Then the mother nest can start working. This is the instinct of the Zerg and does not need anyone to teach it. There's only one thing left. Yuan looked at the last thing in the system, the blood of the Ripper. This is blood extracted from a dog-shaped creature. I don't know how much changes it will have on these larvae after fusion. System: fuse the blood of the Ripper to all the insect nest larvae. Wow! In the void, some red blood fell down like smoke again. The insect hive larvae that were still crawling all screamed in pain the moment they received the blood of the Ripper. Roar! Their bodies twisted on the ground, and in the blink of an eye they swelled another 10 centimeters. The figure began to grow taller, the appearance began to become skeletal, and the defense was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two compound eyes above the mouth opening began to grow larger, and the front jaw became sharper. 2 rows of teeth as sharp as daggers emerged from the mouth. The original 2 rows of densely packed short legs below turned into 6 thick and sharp claws. During the struggle, he was able to penetrate deeply into the soil without any effort. Tip: your divine species is undergoing mutation. Tip: hive larvae have successfully evolved into Tearling springtails. Tip: you have increased your faith value by 43,500 points. Hint: you have added 20,000 fanatic followers. Tear apart Springtails. Yuan could not help but feel ecstasy in his heart. He directly opened the race panel. Name, Tear Springtail. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 1. Ability, Swallow Collection, Strengthen Tearing, Charge, Active. Life, 6, Chi and blood are stronger than adults. Strength, 6, can fight an adult with all his strength. Agility, 8, speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence, 4, equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation, with the addition of speed, adults' attack power can always produce unexpected gains. At this point, Yuan has completed the transformation of all his existing followers. Moreover, he also gained 20,000 fanatic followers. Yuan knew that the intelligence, referring to spiritual power, of the Zerg itself could not be compared with that of subhumans or even humans. So even if they are converted into fanatics, they do not provide explosive growth in belief. The amount of belief itself is related to many factors such as the type of race, strength, size, bloodline, etc. So he was not surprised to get such a result. At this time, looking at Yuan's Shenzhou interface, huge changes have taken place. User Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 64,080. Rank, Demigod. Priest, Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation. Sacred Fire, not lit. Godhead, none. Faith race, Zerg Mother Hive, Tear Springtail, Zerg Hive larvae. Believers, Fanatical Believers, 20,001, Devout Believers, 12, Deep Believers, 08, Pan Believers, 0. It must be rare to see a demigod with so many beliefs on the first day of school, right? The smile on the corner of Yuan's mouth gradually turned cold. His eyes suddenly looked towards the void in the distance. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and for a villain to take revenge from morning to night. Luo Ziming, it's time to settle our battle. Chapter 4. Yuan put his mind through the server and started searching. He wants to find Luo Ziming's divine domain coordinates and launch a divine domain invasion. According to the speed of time in the divine world, 1 day in the main world is 1 year in the divine world. Yuan believes that even if he is given a year to develop, he will never be able to compete with his current followers. Generally speaking, if you want to search for the coordinates of the other party's divine domain, you must know the other party's user number. If you don't know, you may have to search hard among countless people with the same name. Fortunately, Yuan has a system. Ding! The system started the search function and automatically identified the coordinates of Luo Ziming's divine domain. Are you so considerate? Yuan looked at the location marked by the system, with an evil smile on his lips. The invasion begins. On the other side, Luo Ziming is immersed in development in his own divine space. His chosen disciple race is the subhuman race, the lizardman. This race living in the desert has a natural tolerance to the environment. Both individual quality and combat effectiveness are superior to many other races. It was precisely because of this race that he won the title of the #1 genius in the first year of high school. More importantly, Luo Ziming had exchanged the intermediate resource cards defrauded from Yuan into a large amount of volcanic red crystal ore and lizardman breeding rations. Of these two things, the former can give lizardmen a chance to mutate. The latter naturally accelerates the other party's reproduction process. The number of believers is the foundation of godhood. In just 1 year, the number of lizardmen in the entire divine space has successfully grown from 200 to 400. Not only had the number doubled, but what made Luo Ziming even more delighted was that nearly 100 lizardmen had undergone minor mutations due to their continuous consumption of volcanic red crystal ore. The originally withered yellow lizard skin all over his body had turned red and even increased in thickness. Both cold resistance and drought resistance have been horribly improved. The lizardmen have been successfully upgraded into volcanic lizardmen. Luo Ziming even spent his own money to buy a basic iron ore card and equipped these lizardmen with simple metal javelins and short blades. Looking at the initially armed lizard people, Luo Ziming had a proud smile on his face. In terms of strength, I am now strong enough to sweep through the entire freshman year of high school. Haha, Lu Yuan, all this is thanks to your help. Luo Ziming's muttering just disappeared. Suddenly, an urgent prompt came from the divine space. Alert, your divine domain is being invaded by mysterious forces. Alert, the mysterious force will arrive in 10 minutes. Alert, the countdown starts now. Alert, please make deployment as soon as possible. Hey? Who dares to invade my divine domain? Luo Ziming's expression changed when he heard the siren, and then he saw a dialog box pop up on the God's domain interface in front of him. Are you ready for retribution? There is only a short sentence, but the user's name is clearly written, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Luo Ziming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, who I thought it was, turns out to be you, a loser. There was a ferocious light in his eyes. No drug, no husband. Since he had planned to use Lu Yuan as his pawn, he naturally would not have the slightest sympathy at this time. Okay, today I will let you take your believer's sacrificial flag first, so that you can know how big the gap is between us. Luo Ziming's thoughts suddenly came to his divine realm. Before long, 400 fully armed lizardmen were ready. Alert, mysterious forces are invading. Alert, countdown 1208. Alert, please make deployment as soon as possible. At the moment when the countdown ended, Luo Ziming suddenly looked up. In the northeast of God's domain, the originally grey boundary of God's domain suddenly appeared with cracks like glass. As soon as the cracks appeared, they spread like a spider web. There was just a crisp sound, and the piece of glass shattered. Later, Luo Ziming saw Lu Yuan standing far above the void. Lu Yuan, I didn't expect that your brain would be so full of water, and you still dare to invade my divine realm. The contemptuous laughter reached Lu Yuan's ears at the divine level. Lu Yuan's face did not waver at all. He just opened his mouth and spat out a sentence. Revenge begins. His will communicated with the divine realm interface, and with a thought, he directly activated his priesthood. Sandstorm. Drought and desolation are not of much help to the lizard people who already live in the desert. So, Lu Yuan just launched his own sandstorm. Tip, you have consumed 100 faith points. Prompt, you launched a clerical sandstorm. Ding. System small auxiliary startup. Ding. The sandstorm launched by the host has been strengthened. Woo. Yellow sand all over the sky suddenly rose up from the crack, and fine grains of sand mixed with gravel poured into Luo Ziming's divine realm like a tsunami. The battle of gods has begun. Seeing this scene, Luo Ziming laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuan, have you forgotten that my followers are not afraid of this at all? His spiritual thoughts were instantly transmitted to his followers. Suddenly, all the lizards let out ferocious roars, waved their weapons, and ran headlong into the churning sandstorm. However, what Luo Ziming didn't expect was, the moment the lizardmen rushed into the sandstorm, the originally raging sandstorm came to an abrupt end. Haha, is your faith worthless? The sneer on Luo Ziming's face had not yet dissipated. I saw the silhouette of the Zerg originally hidden in the sandstorm gradually revealed. In an instant, his smile was replaced by incomparable shock. There was even a changed scream coming from his mouth. Are you a desert worm? Chapter 5. A ferocious figure, only half a meter long, covered in dark brown skin and bone armor, was crawling on the ground. 6 thick lower limbs were rubbing restlessly on the ground. Between the opening and closing of the big mouth covered with mucus, 2 rows of sharp teeth flashed coldly. No matter how you look at it, this ferocious appearance cannot be associated with the desert worm. More importantly, is this too much? Luo Ziming glanced at it, which made his scalp numb. How come you have so many followers? He screamed in disbelief. Why do you think I want to release Sandstorm? Lu Yuan's indifferent voice emerged. In the void, a churning yellow sand enveloped his figure, turning into a huge human face, which gradually emerged from the air. Coupled with the raging yellow sand around them, and the desolate sky in the divine realm behind them, Luo Ziming felt even more oppressed. Because, I want to catch all your followers in one fell swoop. The moment Lu Yuan finished speaking, below, 20,000 tearing springtails let out sharp roars and hisses. Ouch! For the great god of natural disasters! For the light of natural disaster to sweep everything away! For the glory of the ancestor god! Let's fight! Ouch! Amidst countless roars, the tearing springtail instantly unleashed its active ability, Charge! Buzz! In an instant, a scarlet color appeared in the dark yellow compound eyes of the tearing springtail. It was as if there was a restless force rising from within his body. In an instant, it blends into their lower limbs. Whoosh! Acceleration like a 100-meter sprint emerged from the tearing springtail. 20,000 tear springtails turned into a dark brown wave and surrounded the 400 lizardmen. Now, the originally aggressive group of lizardmen had become completely sluggish. They watched those ferocious, ugly, disgusting bugs rushing toward them. The reason in his mind has been swallowed up by panic. So much so that the combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Certainly. Even if you don't discount it, it's of no use at all. In the face of sheer numbers, even the mutated volcanic lizardmen were useless. All the lizardmen were roaring and shouting in despair. They didn't expect that they would face such a terrifying enemy. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Help! Great Ancestor God, please save us! No! No, I don't want to die! Tisk tisk tisk! The sound of teeth clenching was heard everywhere. As long as an ordinary lizardman is bitten by a tearing springtail, his scale armor will be broken. After a few mouthfuls, it was already bloody and bloody. Even the mutated volcanic lizard man can only resist for a few seconds with the volcanic crystal scales on his body. Under the siege of dozens or hundreds of tearing springtails, every bit of it was eaten away in the blink of an eye. 400 versus 20,000, it was a completely one-sided massacre. Mid-air. Looking at the believers who had suffered heavy casualties in just a few minutes, Luo Ziming was so frightened that his hands and feet went cold. Once all his followers are killed, his domain will suffer a devastating blow. The so-called reputation of genius will completely fall from the altar. Lu Yuan, I was wrong. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Luo Ziming knelt down directly to Lu Yuan. Please stop, I am willing to compensate you, as long as I can do whatever I can to satisfy you. I just beg you to stop. He begged desperately. However, from beginning to end, Lu Yuan's eyes didn't waver at all. Cut the grass without eradicating its roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. He would never do the same stupid thing again. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to kill the opponent's god in the divine space, Lu Yuan wouldn't even mind taking Luo Ziming's life as well. Seeing that all his followers are about to be reduced to food for tearing springtails, Luo Ziming let out a vicious cry. Lu Yuan, just wait, I won't let you go. It is against school rules to invade other people's divine domain without permission. Just wait to accept the sanction. Sanctions? Humph. Lu Yuan snorted coldly and did not respond. The last lizardman was completely devoured by the bites of numerous tearing springtails. Wherever the Zerg go, there is always no trace of armor left. Tip: your believer race will completely annihilate the enemy's divine race with absolute superiority. Tip: your followers feel the influence of God's glory. Tip: you have increased your faith value by 21,547. Ding! Get extra rewards, giant lizard claws. Ding! Get additional rewards, volcanic red crystal. Looking at the continuous prompt messages on the God's domain interface, a smile appeared on Yuan's lips. This time, he not only won. And there were additional rewards. With a thought, he left Luo Ziming's divine space. Next. He was ready to take stock of his harvest. But at this moment, a communication request actually popped up from the God's domain interface. Chapter 6. Tip: an external user initiates a call request. Tip: username Ningyun. Prompt: are you connected? Ningyun. Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the interface prompt message. Ningyun is the head teacher of Class 3 of their middle school, and Yuan has met her since the beginning of school. But at that time, he was just a little transparent and didn't attract too much attention from the other party. Now he actually takes the initiative to contact him. For a moment, Yuan thought of a possibility, that was Luo Ziming just now. Connect the communication. Yuan knew that this kind of thing could not be avoided, so he immediately chose to answer the call. The scene in front of him flashed, and a holographic figure appeared directly in front of Yuan. The moment he saw this figure, Yuan couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Although Ningyun is the head teacher, she is only about 20 years old. He is the youngest among all the class teachers. At this time, the opponent had long black wavy hair hanging down the back of his head, and his excellent appearance exceeded 90 points, which was unforgettable at a glance. Wearing a dark purple leather jacket, she highlighted her perfect proportions. Especially the exaggerated arc, perfectly restored by the holographic projection, made Yuan unable to help but secretly smack his lips. He subconsciously shrank his body to avoid any embarrassing reaction from others. Ahem, Teacher Ning, do you have anything to do with me? In the picture, Ningyun's face looked serious. Yuan, Luo Ziming from Class 10 just reported to the school, saying that you invaded his divine domain without permission and caused immeasurable losses. Is this the case? Yuan's eyes flashed, and it turned out to be because of this incident. But the expression on his face did not change at all because of Ningyun's question. There was a 2-second pause. Yuan nodded calmly. Yes, I did it. I not only invaded his divine domain, but also annihilated all his believer races. Yuan opened his mouth and told all the facts. This kind of thing cannot be hidden at all. After he finished speaking, he was ready to accept Ningyun's questioning. However, after Ningyun heard this, there was no trace of anger on her face. Instead, she looked at Yuan with her eyes as bright as gems. Why? Tell me why. Yuan looked at the beautiful head teacher in front of him with some surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't get angry. Seeing Yuan stunned, Ningyun continued. It is common sense that invading other people's divine domain is a violation of law, you can't help but know that. I believe that when you do this, you must have your own secrets. So, I need you to tell me the ins and outs of all this so that I can make a judgment. My students, Ningyun, cannot be moved by anyone who wants to. After hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Yuan's eyes. He didn't expect that the head teacher would be so protective of his shortcomings. Moreover, judging from the way the other person spoke, he seemed to be very confident. With a slight smile, Yuan opened his mouth and made it clear about the holiday between himself and Luo Ziming. After Ningyun heard this, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. What a good Luo Ziming! He did a good job in invading. This despicable villain should be treated like this. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly wondered. No, I remember that the believer race you chose is not desert worm? How could he annihilate all his lizardmen? Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this. Teacher, my desert worm has mutated, you can take a look. As he spoke, he opened his divine domain authority to Ning Yun. In an instant, Ning Yun saw the densely mutated torn springtails in Lu Yuan's divine domain space. Oh my god, has it really mutated? Ning Yun's face showed uncontrollable ecstasy. She clapped her hands and laughed. Great, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even desert worms can induce mutations. Let's go. The principal is waiting for us to come over. Don't worry, the teacher is here and I will never dare to touch you. Next, Ning Yun pulled Lu Yuan into a public communication area. Lu Yuan only felt the scene in front of him change, and he was already standing in a virtual room. There are already 3 figures in the room. One of them is Luo Ziming, and the tall man next to him is his class teacher Zhao Hu. And in the middle is the principal of number 1 middle school, Hong Qinghe. Principal, Lu Yuan from our class is here. Ning Yun stood beside Lu Yuan and said directly. Hong Qinghe nodded. Okay, now everyone is here. Lu Yuan, let me ask you, did you invade Luo Ziming's divine domain? Yes, it's me. Lu Yuan admitted it directly. Aha, principal, did you see it? When Zhao Hu heard this, he jumped out immediately. It is a very serious violation to invade other people's divine domain without authorization. What's more, it has caused extremely serious damage to Luo Ziming in our class and must be severely punished. Luo Ziming was the top student in his class. Such a genius was actually invaded by others. Teacher Zhao Hu couldn't bear it anymore, so he immediately found the principal for arbitration. Principal, Luo Ziming took away Lu Yuan's intermediate resource card by deception. I have just found the transaction records of him using intermediate resource cards to exchange for other resources. And the resource card number exactly matches the resource card number purchased by Lu Yuan. Ning Yun immediately stood up to refute. Besides, students like Luo Ziming, who after consuming a lot of resources, can't even resist a race of believers like the desert worm, really deserve the reputation of being a genius in number 1 middle school. Such a result is entirely his own fault. Desert worm. Principal Hong Qinghe raised his eyebrows. Teacher Ning, you may be mistaken. Desert worms have no attack power. That's right. A smile appeared on Ning Yun's face, because Lu Yuan mutated the desert worm in just 1 day. What? The principal and teacher Zhao Hu exclaimed at the same time. It is simply a fantasy for a race of believers like the desert worm to mutate in just 1 day. However, when they saw Lu Yuan's open divine realm, everyone gasped in shock. It really mutated, and there were still 20,000 mutated animals. Haha! Hong Qinghe's laughter just started. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with the current situation, so he suppressed it forcibly. Principal, regardless of whether Lu Yuan's desert worm has mutated or not, his intrusion into other people's divine domain is a violation of the rules and must be severely punished. Teacher Zhao Hu couldn't help but argue with reason. Indeed, severe punishment must be imposed. Hong Qinghe nodded in agreement. He turned to look at Lu Yuan, and his tone suddenly became stern. Classmate Lu Yuan, in view of the mistakes you made, the school has decided to punish you by depriving you of the right to use the divine realm. What? Lu Yuan couldn't help but change his expression after hearing this, and deprived him of the right to use the divine domain. Isn't this punishment too serious? However, before he could speak, the principal continued. However, if you are willing to issue a military order and win first place in the preliminary examination 5 days later, the above punishment can be cancelled. Do you dare? Chapter 7. Lu Yuan couldn't help but his eyes moved after hearing this. It sounded like this punishment was very serious. But he knew that with his current strength, it would not be easy to crush all the classmates in the grade in the preliminary examination. So, in essence, it's not much of a punishment at all. Sure enough, geniuses are given preferential treatment wherever they go. Lu Yuan laughed in his heart. Before he invaded Luo Ziming's divine domain, he had already thought about how to express his potential to the school. He believed that as long as he showed enough talent, the school would definitely know how to choose between genius and mediocrity. No. The preferential treatment has already begun. Luo Ziming, who had never spoken, naturally heard the bias in the principal's words. He suddenly said with a sad and angry look, "Principal, is this punishment too childish? With his current strength, he has a high chance of winning the championship." Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Principal Hong Qinghe's eyes. An aura that was completely beyond the reach of a demigod made Luo Ziming's face turn pale instantly, and even his subsequent words stopped abruptly. "Are you questioning the school's decision?" Hong Qinghe's low words sounded. "No, I don't dare." Luo Ziming was immediately frightened. Beside, feeling the aura emanating from the principal, Zhao Hu's expression also changed. He was about to speak when he saw Hong Qinghe wave his hand. "Forget it, Teacher Zhao, you don't have to say anything. I will also give Luo Ziming a chance," Hong Qinghe said in a deep voice. "Whether it's him or any other student, as long as he can defeat Lu Yuan in the test, the school will bear all Luo Ziming's losses." Real. Luo Ziming, who was already desperate, suddenly burst into light. If the school can bear his losses, so it's not impossible for him to have a chance to return to the top. You can even go one step further. Of course it's true. Hong Qinghe nodded and said, "Not only that, the school can also provide you with an additional 20 million general points as compensation." What? Luo Ziming's body was trembling slightly. If the principal hadn't been in front of him, he would have jumped up with excitement. A blessing in disguise. He never expected that he would get such a big reward after losing all the lizardmen believers. You know, the intermediate resource card he defrauded from Lu Yuan only cost more than 2 million general points. Now that he has 20 million in hand, he can soar into the sky. "Okay, I agree to your terms." Luo Ziming nodded without thinking. "Okay, now you don't have any objections, right?" Hong Qinghe glanced at everyone. "If nothing happens, just leave." "Yes, Principal." Zhao Hu nodded, and then the two figures of Luo Ziming slowly disappeared. Seeing the two people leaving, Hong Qinghe suddenly had an inexplicable smile on his face, looked at Lu Yuan next to him and said, "How is it? Do you have confidence?" "No." Lu Yuan's words stunned both the principal and Ning Yun. "You actually have no confidence?" Hong Qinghe frowned slowly. If he doesn't have the heart of a brave man, he won't be able to go far in the future. Lu Yuan smiled and rubbed his hands after hearing this. "I didn't have confidence at first, but if I get a little more help, I might have confidence." Lu Yuan has never lacked confidence, but he heard that the school was actually willing to spend 20 million general points to compensate the other party. If he didn't want any benefits at this time, he wouldn't be Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Hong Qinghe suddenly laughed. "Haha, you are quite interesting." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Two cards emerged from his hand. These are two primary resource cards. You can use them to develop first. As long as you can win, I will come up with better rewards for you during the test. With that said, Hong Qinghe flicked his fingers, and the two cards fell into Lu Yuan's hands. Lu Yuan felt happy when he saw this, and subconsciously reached out to pick it up. But Ning Yun next to him suddenly stretched out her jade hand and held down his arm. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Yun subconsciously. Ning Yun looked up at Hong Qinghe. "Principal, 2 junior resource cards are too stingy. Add more." Lu Yuan's lips twitched. Are all teachers so arrogant nowadays? Are you blatantly negotiating terms with the principal? But what surprised him was that the principal was not angry at all after hearing this, but instead laughed. "Teacher Ning Yun, my divine domain is also in the expansion stage recently, things. Before the principal could finish speaking, Ning Yuan interrupted directly. Add one more intermediate resource card. This should have belonged to Lu Yuan, but he was deceived by that Luo Ziming. That's okay. The principal opened his mouth, and finally took out another intermediate resource card and threw it to Lu Yuan. The next moment he left without even saying hello. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, what if Ning Yuan would blackmail her again? Thank you, teacher. Lu Yuan didn't expect Ning Yuan's words to be so effective, and immediately bowed slightly to the other party. Why are you grateful? The school should have trained more students with potential like you. Ning Yuan looked at Lu Yuan and suddenly said seriously. Lu Yuan, although 5 days will not allow the divine realm to develop much, you cannot take it lightly. As far as I know, Luo Ziming's true identity is not an orphan like you. His ancestors belong to a branch of the Luo family in Blood River City. You don't know about the Luo family in Blood River City, right? The Luo family of Hell Blood. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. The bloodline related to Hell has always been synonymous with power. The Blood River Luo family is very famous even in the entire Emerald Federation. Luo Ziming's ancestors have passed away, but it is not ruled out that he will contact the Blood River Luo family. Ning Yuan thought for a while, then suddenly reached out and took out a card and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is an intermediate divine realm opening card. Make good use of it and don't slack off these days. Intermediate divine domain opening card. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. The value of the God's domain opening card was more valuable than the resource card. But this one will exceed 10 million universal points. He also didn't expect that Ning Yuan would be so generous to him. At this time, Lu Yuan reached out and took the card without any pretense. Thank you, teacher, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Okay, you can mutate the desert worm, so you must not waste your talent. Okay, I won't waste your time anymore, get ready. Goodbye. Goodbye, teacher. After separating from Ning Yuan, Lu Yuan returned directly to his divine realm. Although he is very confident in his Tearling Springtail, Lu Yuan is not careless. Be careful with Wanyan's ship, he didn't want to give Luo Ziming a chance to make a comeback. Boom! The void shook, and countless sand and dust once again gathered into a huge face in mid-air. All the Zerg believers subconsciously raised their heads at this moment. They know that their Lord has arrived. Great God of natural disasters, please accept the prayers of believers. Thank you for the glory of the great Lord shining on us. The sounds of prayers came to Lu Yuan's ears, but he didn't pay much attention to them. His eyes looked towards the system space, and the newly acquired item suddenly appeared. Lizard Claw. The claw gene obtained from the lizard man will produce unknown mutations once fused, greatly increasing the target's attack power and increasing its strength by 2 points. Volcanic red crystal, crystalline powder containing rich fire elements. After fusion, it will enhance the target's defense and fire resistance. A very nice reward. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Talk to the system directly. Give all the Tearling Springtails the fusion of giant lizard claws and volcanic red crystal. Ding! Item collection, fusion begins. Just listen to a prompt sound. 2 items in the system space were extracted at once. At the same time, countless dust-like light spots emerged in the divine space. In a blink of an eye, it fell on 20,000 Tearling Springtails and began to merge. Ouch! The extremely painful fusion began again. The body size of the Tearling Springtail, which was already nearly half a meter long, increased again, reaching 60 centimeters. Red crystals began to appear on the bone's surface, looking like red armor. The 6 originally sharp thighs became thicker and the ends became sharper. What's even more amazing is that the 2 front thighs actually began to twist, detached from the ground, and turned into 4 limbs like arms. The ends of the 4 limbs began to bifurcate and turned into sharp scimitars. In a moment, the entire Tearling Springtail became more powerful. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: your believer race has added new abilities. Hint: their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 38456 faith points. Watching the prompts sound from the God's Domain panel one after another, Yuan knew that the entire mutation had been completed. He subconsciously opened the race panel. Name: Tier Springtail. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 1. Ability: Swallowing and Gathering, Strength and Tearing, Charge, Active, Claw Slashing, Fire Resistance. Life: 7, the pinnacle of adulthood. Strength: 8, adults are no match either. Agility: 8, speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence: 4, equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation: the defense has been enhanced, and the adaptability to harsh environments has increased. The mutated claws not only look fierce, but also have equally fierce attack power. It seems that there are no changes, but the addition of 2 passive abilities and the improvement of the strength attribute have further enhanced the Tearling Springtail. Nodding with satisfaction, Yuan took out a few of his cards again. It's time to expand the Divine Domain. Chapter 8. Use the Intermediate God Realm opening card. Following Yuan's order. In the God's Domain interface, the originally existing Intermediate God's Domain opening card suddenly disappeared. Next moment, great changes began to occur in the entire Divine Domain. The surrounding void began to churn. The edge of the originally vast land began to spread towards the surrounding area. Creation of the void. This is a powerful rule change. With Yuan's demigod ability, it is simply impossible to do it. But he has the God Realm login device, which is a powerful machine born from the wisdom of countless main worlds. Only the existence of the God's Domain login device can accomplish what Yuan cannot accomplish with the assistance of various cards. The more contact he had, the more powerful and terrifying Yuan felt in the main world. The land stretches and forests grow. Yuan chose a multi-terrain environment where forests, lakes, and grasslands coexist. The cost of this model is relatively high, but it also comes with some natural resources. And these resources will become the natural rations of the Zerg. The Zerg race is called a natural disaster. One of the important reasons is because of their appetite. All things can be devoured. Seeing that the realm of gods was constantly opening up, Yuan turned his attention to other cards. As soon as he stretched out his hand, again, 2 primary resource cards and 1 intermediate resource card were taken out. Directly exchange it for rations that the Zerg like to eat. With a wave of his hand, countless nutritious rations fell from the sky like hills. A miracle, this is a miracle sent by the God of natural disasters. Thank you to the Great Master, the Almighty God of natural disasters. Countless springtails began to pray and eat like crazy. These rations can not only keep the springtails full, but also allow them to collect. Feed the nutrients back to the Zerg mother nest. With a steady supply of nutrients, the Zerg mother nest will continue to produce larvae. The larvae can continue to mutate into tearing springtails. Yuan believed that after 5 days, he would definitely harvest a large army of Zerg. Yuan took a look at his faith value. He did not forget the lottery function of the system. Only, he didn't spend the tens of thousands of faith points immediately. Because the prizes in the lottery are subject to a certain degree of randomness. He planned to wait for the faith value to accumulate again before conducting the lottery. With a thought, he left the divine space directly. In the dormitory of number 1 middle school, Yuan opened the door of the login device and walked out of it. In order to ensure the privacy and safety of students themselves. The school's dormitories are all single-occupancy dormitories. Yuan opened the internet and started searching for Zerg-related information. Regarding the future changes in the development of the Zerg, we need to further study. It just so happened that he could study it carefully during these 5 days. At the same time Yuan left the Divine Realm space. Luo Ziming was talking with the class teacher Zhao Hu. Teacher Zhao, you also heard about the reward just now. You must help me. Help you? How? Zhao Hu snorted coldly, your current strength is no different than trash. If it weren't for the fact that your ancestors are related to the Blood River Luo family, I would never argue with the principal. In his opinion, Luo Ziming's potential has been exhausted. Not worth cultivating at all. So the attitude suddenly changed. A cold look flashed across Luo Ziming's eyes. Still smiling, he said, Teacher Zhao, I only need you to lend me 10 million general points. As long as I can defeat Yuan, each of us will receive half of the 20 million reward. Half each. Zhao Hu's eyes moved after hearing this. To be honest, he was moved. 10 million universal points is a considerable fortune for him, the teacher who has ignited the divine fire. If you can get it just by borrowing a common point, it's not that you can't consider it. Only. You are already like this, how sure are you of defeating Yuan? Zhao Hu expressed doubts. Humph. Teacher Zhao, have you forgotten? My ancestor is a branch of the Blood River Luo family. Luo Ziming laughed coldly. Although our lineage has been abandoned, the Blood River Luo family promised to help me as long as I return with the token left by my ancestors. Are you telling the truth? Zhao Hu thought, if Luo Ziming could really persuade the Suihe Luo family to help, maybe there is a real chance of winning. Of course, I swear on my life. Luo Ziming promised. Okay. I borrowed this general point, but I don't have that much now. You wait until I think of a solution. Zhao Hu pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Okay, thank you teacher. Luo Ziming quickly thanked him. In the depths of his eyes, a hint of evil and madness gradually emerged. Yuan, just wait, you will know how miserable the consequences will be if you offend me, Luo Ziming. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. All freshmen in Kaiun City No. 1 Middle School had received notice of the preliminary exam 5 days ago. Everyone is preparing intensively. Only Yuan wandered around leisurely for 5 days. There is almost nothing to do every day except checking information. Finally, on the 5th night, he entered the login cabin again. Connect to the Divine Realm. With a thought, Yuan's consciousness was pulled into the mysterious space again. As soon as he appeared, a series of prompts sounded on the God's Domain interface. Chapter 9. Record, your divine domain has expanded. Record, thousands of bushes have grown in your divine domain. Record, a lake has appeared in your divine domain, and there are swarms of white fish in it. Record, the Zerg mother nest is eating, and more larvae appear. Record, the springtails devoured the shrubs, and the shrubs disappeared. Record, the springtails drank the lakes dry and the white fish disappeared. Record, your followers have increased. Record, you gained 200,000 faith points. Looking at the dense record prompts, Yuan simply chose to ignore them. With a thought, he came directly to his divine realm. Ouch! The wind howled and the yellow sand rolled. A huge face made entirely of yellow sand reappeared in mid-air. Below, countless newly born larvae and the original group of tearing springtails all looked up. There is incomparable piety in the thought. They knew that the Great Master, the god of natural disasters, had arrived. Yuan looked down from a high altitude and saw that the entire divine domain was more than 10 times larger than before. The vast space allows countless larvae and springtails to move freely. But the land that was originally green and fertile has now turned into a desolate land. Yuan didn't care. As the god of natural disasters, he was the incarnation of natural disasters. No matter how good the environment is, it will be riddled with holes under the ravages of natural disasters. Open the God's Domain interface. Yuan withdrew his gaze and directly checked the information changes on the God's domain interface in the past few days. God's domain interface. Area, 500 hectares. Environment, forest/lake/grassland, disappeared. Vegetation, composite broad-leaved forest, disappeared. Animal, monkey group, disappeared. Snake group, disappeared. Mineral deposits, none. Evaluation, the rich resources have disappeared, and only the evil and ugly Zerg are crawling on the earth. The future may not be dim. Most of the information has not changed at all, only the area of the divine domain has expanded. At the same time, the evaluation of the divine realm has also become unpredictable. After taking a look, Yuan continued to check his own God's information. User Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 480,000. Rank, Demigod. Priest, Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation. Sacred Fire, not lit. Godhead, none. Faith race, Tier Springtail, Insect Hive larvae, Zerg Mother Hive. Believers, Fanatical Believers, 36,089, Devout Believers, 140,000, Deep Believers, 13,891, Pan-Believers, 0. Nearly 200,000. Seeing that he had gained so many followers at once, Yuan couldn't help but gasp. In just 5 years, the Zerg mother nest has been able to reproduce larvae of this size. This shows its terrifying breeding ability. And this is still the initial stage of the Zerg mother nest. If the level increases in the future, many incredible abilities will burst out. After excluding the original 20,000, nearly 180,000 larvae remained. Yuan decided to transform them all in one go. System, give all larvae the blood of the Ripper, the lizard claws and the volcanic red crystal. Ding! Fusion begins. In the God's domain, countless sand and dust fell from the sky again. All the larvae began to roar and roar, completing the transformation that their kind had experienced before. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: your disciple race Hive larvae successfully evolved into Tearling Springtails. Hint: you have 140,000 devout believers converted into fanatic believers. Tip: you have gained 300,000 faith points. A smile appeared on Yuan's face. In the textbook, it is repeatedly emphasized that faith is the most important support for gods. How to cultivate your own followers is the most important issue for every god. Reveal a miracle. Use the power of the priesthood to make believers fearful. Then increase the faith value. However, this method is emphasized again and again in the classroom. It's no longer appropriate to be here in Yuan. The thinking of the Zerg is simpler than that of the beasts, which also results in their beliefs being purer. Once chosen, I will contribute everything I have without reservation. Even the weakest larvae are deep believers at the lowest level, and there are no pan-believers at all. Yuan glanced at the faith value on the interface. A total of 780,000. Let me ask, which demigod can gain so much faith in just 5 days? This time, Yuan finally felt confident. You can try something that you have always wanted to do but haven't done yet. Lottery. By consuming 10,000 faith points, you can draw a lottery once in the system. All faith values can be drawn a total of 78 times. But Yuan is not so reckless. He was going to take out 100,000 to try his luck. See if you are a non-chief or a European god. System, spend 100,000 faith points to conduct a lottery. The words have fallen. The system prompt appears. Ding! Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 666 points of faith. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the bone spur armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for catching the tooth of the pathogen. Among the continuous beeps, Yuan discovered that most of them were faith values. Useful, there are only 2 types of draws out of 10. Bone Spur Armor, Germ Fang. Bone Spur Armor, sharp armor filled with ferocious bone spurs. After installation, it can improve the target's defense and comes with spike attack. Germ Teeth, teeth contaminated with countless germs in the hive rot. After installation, the target's bite force and infection ability can be increased. After reading the detailed introduction of the 2 major rewards, Yuan nodded secretly. Whether it's Bone Spur Armor or Germ Fang, it can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the tier Springtail. So, no need to hesitate. System, install all Bone Spur Armor and Germ Fang for me. Buzz. The entire divine realm trembled. A grand, mysterious, and endlessly majestic voice slowly sounded. My followers, I have heard your prayers. Now, accept the gift. Light like dust scatters in the space. The next moment, all the tearing springtails that had been praying devoutly suddenly let out a shrill roar. Ka-ka-ka. Continuous crisp sounds emerged from their bodies. Dark brown bone spurs grew out of the skin, and in the blink of an eye they grew into dozens of centimeters of bone spurs and covered the entire body. A disgusting smell emerged from the originally ferocious mouth. Dark yellow viscous liquid flowed from the teeth. Looking even more disgusting than before. Tip, your believer race has undergone a mutation. Tip, your believer race has new abilities. Tip, you have gained 120,000 faith points. Tip, the faith of the believer race has deepened. Name, Tier Springtail. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 1. Ability, Swallowing and Gathering, Strength and Tearing, Charge, Active, Claw Slashing, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Armor Stabbing, Active. Life, 7, the pinnacle of adulthood. Strength, 8, adults are no match either. Agility, 8, speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence, 4, equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation, the defense has been enhanced, and the adaptability to harsh environments has increased. The mutated claws not only look fierce, but also have equally fierce attack power. Yuan scanned the race interface, but the rest of the values did not change. Instead, there are 2 new abilities. Bacterial infection, the teeth of the springtail are highly infectious. Once the bite breaks through the opponent's defense, the germs will spread, which can reduce the target's health. Armor burst, the bone spurs on the armor are stretchable and usually hidden inside the armor. They can burst out suddenly at critical moments, causing fatal damage to the enemy. Seeing these 2 abilities, Yuan couldn't help but get excited. One reduces the opponent's health, in other words blood volume. Lower blood volume means it is easier to be killed. And the second armored thrust is simply an extremely powerful weapon that bursts out suddenly. Seeing how powerful these 2 abilities were, Yuan's heart suddenly felt itchy. The lottery is fun for a while, and the lottery will always be fun. Mad, done. System, let me spend 300,000 faith points to draw a lottery. Yuan was enthusiastic and gave direct instructions to the system. Chapter 10. Ding. The faith value has been consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the swimming fin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 99 points of faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Murloc skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the mental giant brain, consumable. In Yuan's opinion, you can get 2 good things in every 10 draws. What's more, he directly fired 30 consecutive draws. Sure enough, the system lived up to expectations. Among the 30 draws, I won several good rewards. Gills of the Murloc, Swimming Fins, Psychic Giant Brain, Consumable. Murloc skills, a special organ from the Murloc tribe. After being installed, the target can have the ability to breathe in the water. Swimming fin, an exclusive organ for aquatic fishes. After being installed, it can make the target swim faster in the water. Psychic giant brain, consumable, a brain that looks full of grooves. Once used, it can cause mental changes in a single target. Is this creating an amphibious army for me? The first two abilities made Yuan unable to help but think of this idea. Although the Zerg can survive underwater, they are naturally incomparable to real aquatic creatures. But having these two things directly makes up for the lack of underwater capabilities. Certainly. What surprised Yuan the most was the last reward. Mental giant brain. Although it can only be used by one unit, the changes produced are definitely higher than he imagined. Maybe it can even be advanced. Resist the urge to jump right in. Yuan directly ordered the system. System, install Murloc skills and swimming fins on all the Tearling Springtails. Ding! Installation begins. Throughout the divine space, the Tearling Springtails that had just completed their transformation once again saw the mysterious sand and dust in the sky. Then, roars sounded one after another. The ferocious-looking Tearling Springtails, which were originally nearly 1 meter tall, began a new round of mutation. With a hissing sound, the muscles on both sides of their heads were torn apart, and two organs like fish gills grew out. And at the joints under the body, a thin layer of flesh grows out. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has added new abilities. Tip: you have gained 60,000 faith points. The increase in faith has been reduced. In this regard, Yuan was not surprised. Believers' beliefs are not static. After continuous contributions, new time is needed for accumulation. In contrast, he was more concerned about the changes in the Tearling Springtail. Really? After mutating, the Tearling has gained two new abilities. Underwater breathing and swimming mastery. These two abilities do not require much explanation, and can be clearly understood just from the words. The Ripper Springtail changed from a land-based bandit to an amphibious one. This change made Yuan feel very comfortable. But what's more comfortable is yet to come. His thoughts swept through the layers of Tearling Springtails, and a majestic voice echoed over the entire divine realm. Who is willing to accept my gift of independence? The moment the sound sounded, countless Tearling Springtails let out sharp screams. The thoughts in my mind began to boil. My lord, please choose me. I am willing to give everything. Great God of natural disasters, please grant your humble servant the gift of grace. Suddenly, Yuan's gaze rested on one of the many Tearling Springtails. It is slightly larger than other Springtails. Now, he was standing on a rock, looking up to the sky and neighing. Seeing this scene, Yuan couldn't help but smile. You are the one. System, fuse this Springtail with a mental giant brain. Ding! Start merging. Brush. Above the void, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. It was as if a bolt of lightning cut through the night and instantly fell on the Tearling Springtail. Next moment, the body of the Tearling Springtail suddenly jumped up from the rock. One head hit the ground hard. Ouch! While roaring, its body began to swell, directly breaking through 1 meter and reaching a height of 1.5 meters. The claws became sharper and the bone spurs became more ferocious. The most different thing is, its originally triangular head actually began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a monster head full of tumors and vesicles. Inside the head, a brand new brain could be vaguely seen trembling. Tip: one of your believers has mutated. Tip: its level has been improved. Tip: you have gained a brand new race, the mentally abnormal. Tip: you have gained 102 faith points. Yuan directly clicked on the detailed information of this new race. Chapter 11. Name: mentally abnormal. Category, Zerg. Stage, Level 2. Ability, Enhanced Tier, Charge, Main, Claw Slash, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Armored Thrust, Main, Brood Pulse, Main, Psychic Wave, Main, Spiritual Scream, Main. Life, 9, Total Blood Volume of 2 adults. Strength, 11, tearing humans apart is easy. Agility, 8, speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence, 25, horrible increase, more terrifying than shaman. Evaluation, focusing on spiritual development makes oneself more vulnerable. The best way is to hide. Seeing the interface information of the new race, Yuan only wanted to say 3 words, it was too strong. Generally speaking, for units that have reached level 2, their basic parameters will be about twice as strong as those at level 1, regardless of weapons and equipment. Where there is expertise, the price will be higher. But now, not only the mental aberration's life force and agility have nearly doubled, but the intelligence option has actually increased to 25 points. Equivalent to 5 times the mental strength of an adult human being. This is simply ridiculously strong. And in addition to this, 3 abilities were born, all of which are active abilities. Brother's Nest Pulse, the mentally deformed person grows a long tentacle from its tail, goes deep into the brood's nest, and sends out a mental pulse to the brood's nest. Note, mental pulse has the effect of accelerating the evolution of the brood, and the specific effect is proportional to the duration. Psychic waves, release psychic waves through powerful mental power to achieve the purpose of communicating with the Zerg. It is a powerful tool for commanding battles on the battlefield. Psychic scream, crazy shouting on the spiritual level can make the opponent lose consciousness instantly. Those who are mentally weak and confused can be directly annihilated by the spirit. These 3 abilities are also very powerful. The excitement in Yuan's eyes could not be concealed. The brood pulse can accelerate the evolution of the Zerg brood. Once evolved, the brood will produce many powerful functions, which is the foundation of the Zerg. The ability of psychic waves, simply put, is spiritual communication. Especially on the battlefield, when faced with complex and changeable enemy configurations, mentally aberrant people use their powerful intelligence to understand the opponent's direction and respond quickly. This feature will be very useful even in the distant future. The final mental scream is a means of mental attack. With an intelligence attribute of up to 25 points, this attack can become an extremely terrifying weapon. Generally speaking, the position of the mentally aberrant is battlefield command and auxiliary direction. It is not a powerful unit that charges head-on. Nodding, Yuan looked away from the race interface. Look towards the mentally aberrant person below. Ouch! As if feeling Yuan's gaze, the mentally aberrant person looked up to the sky and roared. Immediately, the whole body suddenly fell to the ground. Powerful mental fluctuations were transmitted instantly. Great God of natural disasters, thank you for giving me a new life. Please give me a name. Give me a name. Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that at the same time as his intelligence evolved, the mentally aberrant would actually need his own name. That's fine. Yuan smiled slightly, and the name of a classic character from a game in his previous life appeared in his mind. The positioning of the two seems to be similar. Then, his divine thoughts sounded in the mind of the mentally disturbed person. From now on, your name is Abathur. Abathur in the Blue Star game is far more powerful than the current mental aberrations. The reason why Yuan gave it this name is also an expectation for it. Hopefully, one day, it can grow into a heroic unit as powerful as Abathur. The moment Yuan's oracle fell, the interface prompt sounded again. Tip, you give a name to the believer race. Tip, the mentally deformed believer race has been renamed the mentally deformed Abathur. Tip, you have gained 308 faith points. Tip: the faith of the believer race has deepened. Thank you, my lord, for giving me your name. Abathur will always be loyal to you. The mentally aberrant person who received the name raised his head and roared. A moment of time. The tearing springtails all over the mountains and plains couldn't help but crawl to the ground. Hint: your believer race witnessed a miracle. Tip: you have gained 50,000 faith points. Yuan looked at the domain interface and found that the faith value had once again become 610,000. He resisted the urge to continue drawing. After all, the amount of faith required to ignite the divine fire is too huge. If you want to take the college entrance examination in high school, igniting the divine fire is a must and the only criterion. This standard alone has stumped countless high school students. To ignite the divine fire, the minimum faith value is 1 million. No one would be stupid enough to try to light a divine fire with 1 million faith points. Accumulation: only continuous accumulation can provide greater guarantee for igniting the divine fire. After issuing an oracle to the mentally aberrants to go to the nest to release pulses, Yuan left his divine space. Next, he needs to recharge his batteries and wait for the next day's final exam. One night passed in the blink of an eye. It's 9 o'clock the next morning. In the examination center of Kaiun City No. 1 High School, all the 1,000 freshmen in the school gathered in the stands of the examination center. Below, there are hundreds of God's domain login cabins densely arranged. At this moment, all the freshmen couldn't help but gear up. Suddenly, at the front of the first floor, a row of figures wearing faculty uniforms emerged. For a moment, all the freshmen suddenly became quiet. Because the probing exam is about to begin. Chapter 12. Dear classmates, today, Principal Hong King-hee began to deliver a speech and announced the rules of the preliminary examination. To put it simply, thousands of freshmen were randomly divided into 10 groups. 100 people per group. The first 100 people appeared in every corner of the random God's domain at the same time. 1 point is awarded for each opponent eliminated, and the team ranked first in the group standings advances directly. The 10 students who ranked first in the group were randomly combined to fight alone. The winner advances directly to the next round, while the loser is eliminated. The rules sound simple, but in reality there is room for maneuver. For example, if a freshman with strong individual strength cannot eliminate more students, he will definitely not be able to advance. If it is targeted by multiple students at the same time, it will most likely fail. The reason for this arrangement is, on the one hand, to see the strength of the students as believers. On the other hand, it depends on the tactical adaptability of the students themselves. After all, in just a few days, most freshmen cannot make much preparation. Of course, except for those who have a family background or have a strong background. Yuan was placed in the third group, and it would be his turn after the first 2 groups completed their competition. The first group of students is ready to enter the cabin. As the invigilator's voice sounded, the first group of students in the stands all stood up and walked towards the login cabin below. At this time, Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he saw a familiar figure. Luo Ziming, he was actually placed in the first group. As it happens, Luo Ziming seemed to feel Yuan's gaze. He suddenly stopped and showed a solemn smile towards Yuan. He raised his arm and swept his hand across his neck like a knife. Yuan saw what the other party meant. It's talking to him. Wait to die. Yuan. In this regard, Yuan's expression did not fluctuate at all. It is not yet certain who can kill whom. Soon, all the students in the first group entered the login cabin. Dozens of large screens in the examination center lighted up at the same time. The examination location is a virtual battlefield in the world of gods. The battle here is the spiritual link established between gods and believers, and there will be no real death. In order to meet the needs of different new believer environments, the examination scene is a multi-terrain composite scene. As the light flashed, the exam began. Yuan glanced at the big screen. Most of the freshmen in the first group had nothing novel about them. In 5 days, the original 200 basic believers could only grow by about 100 at most. Occasionally there are many, and a lot of resources have been invested. He just glanced at it a few times and didn't pay much attention to it. His eyes scanned the screen everywhere. He is searching. Look for Luo Ziming. Soon, he found it. Hey? This guy chose the desert snake man. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Luo Ziming's priesthood was also related to heat, so most of the races he chose were drought-tolerant races. However, what surprised Yuan was all of Luo Ziming's snake people have mutated. 500 mutated snake men? Where did he get the resources? Questions appeared in Yuan's mind, and he couldn't help but observe Luo Ziming's followers carefully. Soon, he discovered that Luo Ziming's mutated snake man was very powerful and crushed a classmate of a dwarf believer right after he was born. Almost everywhere they went, they were victorious. In less than half a minute, they were already far ahead in the standings. The time flow rate in the main world is different from that in the divine world. Half a minute is equivalent to several hours. Strange, when did the snake man become so strong? Looking at Luo Ziming's battle scene, Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Certainly. This kind of question only flashed through my mind. After all, in the face of absolute numbers, no matter how strong these snake people are, they are useless. In the end, Luo Ziming took the lead with 54 points and won the first place in the group. The second group then came on stage. Most of the believer races are not much different, and the situation is not much different from the first group. At this time, several outstanding students began to emerge, and the competition in the standings became fierce. Unfortunately, there is only one champion. After a lot of fighting, it finally came to an end. The third group is ready to play. Yuan stood up from his seat when he heard the teacher's voice. This was his first battle at number 1 middle school after traveling through time. Come to think of it, I still have a little expectation. Entering the login cabin, Yuan directly contacted and entered the divine world with a thought. Tip: the basic test will start in 1 minute. Tip: players are asked to choose and deploy believers to fight. Tip: the countdown begins. Yuan's spiritual thoughts swept across the entire divine space. Next moment, I saw a thought in his mind, and the majestic divine thoughts enveloped 20,000 tearing springtails. 20,000 tearing springtails instantly fell into a dormant state. Their consciousness was pulled into the virtual divine space. Need to deploy. Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly as he looked at the tearing springtails with fierce eyes. Forget it, it's over. Tip: countdown is over. Tip: transmission starts. In a flash of light, Yuan and his race of believers disappeared instantly. Chapter 13. Buzz. The light in front of his eyes shined when Yuan opened his eyes again. Has been randomly teleported to a desolate hilly area. On the low hillside, 20,000 tear springtails were crawling on the ground, ready to attack like cheetahs. The Divine Realm interface in front of Yuan flashed with light, and on the back of the hillside, less than 5 kilometers away, a ray of light was beating. As long as they are close to a certain range, they can sense each other. This is to prevent players from lurking in an area for a long time without being discovered and delaying the game. Yuan's figure subconsciously rose up, looking across the hill. Just one glance. Then he saw a large group of pig-headed men running from a distance. As their god, the other party obviously also saw Yuan's figure. After Lu Mingliang saw Yuan's information about the gods. First he was stunned. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, it's really God who helped me. I was able to gain a point as soon as I came up. If it were someone else, he might not know it, but he was very familiar with Lu Yuan's identity. On the first day of school, he actually chose Desert Worm as a disciple. Such jokes have already spread throughout the school. No matter how many desert worms there are. What's the use without attack power? In Lu Mingliang's view, it was just points delivered to his door. Believers, rush for me! Lu Mingliang shouted loudly. Below. The 200 heavily armed pig-headed leaders howled excitedly. People, for the great god of fertility, for the light of fertility to shine on the world. For the glory of the ancestor god, charge forward. Tear all enemies into pieces. Ouch! 200 pig-headed men wearing bone armor and wielding bone maces roared loudly. He rushed up the hillside menacingly. Kill, 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 kill. However, when Lu Mingliang led them over the hillside, all the roaring stopped suddenly. All over the mountains and plains, 20,000 crawling teartails all looked towards them. Lu Mingliang, who was originally confident and sure of victory, suddenly shrank. Subsequently, an incredible scream sounded from his mouth. Is this a desert worm? Hee hee. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. The next moment, the oracle sounded in his mouth. Kill. Ouch. Ouch. Gee. A sharp scream came, and 20,000 tearing springtails turned into a terrifying torrent of Zerg. Just for a moment. Just drown all the pig-headed men. Oh, help, help. Great god of fertility, save your followers. The shrill screams and wails only lasted for less than a few seconds and then disappeared instantly. At the same time, Lu Mingliang, who looked dull, received a prompt from the God's domain interface. Tip, your believer race has been attacked. Tip, your believer race has all been destroyed. Hint, you are eliminated. The moment the last one appeared, Lu Mingliang was teleported directly before he could react. The other side. Tip, your believer race has achieved a decisive victory. Tip, you have earned 1 point. Looking at the pig-headed people in front of them with no bones left. Before Lu Yuan could say anything. Sudden. A prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Wild Boar Tusk. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 999 faith points. Lu Yuan's pupil shrank. He didn't expect that even this kind of virtual divine battle could cause the system to react. Even additional rewards were given. This made him extremely happy. He took a look and found that the material of the boar's tusks was relatively average, and it could slightly increase the attack of tearing springtails. That's certainly not his concern. Because now that you can get boar tusks, you can get other things from other opponents. With the accumulation of quantity, maybe the best things can be born. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He pointed towards the distant land. Believers, run forward. Ouch! For the glory of the god of disaster. Amidst the roaring in the sky. On the entire land, 20,000 dark brown springtails gathered into a swarm, leaving no trace of armor anywhere they passed. Because Lu Yuan dealt with Lu Mingliang too quickly just now. So that there was no picture of him on the big screen. But when the insect tide rolls in, this spectacular scene finally attracted everyone's attention. FK, look, what is that? Are these bugs? Why are they so vicious? Oh my god, isn't this too much? Who is Shen Xuan? How did he do it? Ah! I remembered, isn't he that Lu Yuan? The guy who chose Desert Worm as a follower. What? This is impossible. When did the Desert Worm mutate so badly? Gradually. Not only were the freshmen talking about it, but the entire faculty and staff were looking surprised. Why is this Lu Yuan so powerful? Can he mutate the Desert Worm to such an extent? One teacher couldn't help being surprised and spoke. "Teacher Ning, is this from your class?" Ning Yun sat aside and saw Lu Yuan's devastated state in the picture, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Yuan is indeed a rare genius. I just discovered it. She nodded. It's amazing, it seems like I found a treasure this time. I'm afraid it can crush everything just by sheer numbers. In my opinion, the new champion this time must be him. All the teachers praised him one after another. But at this moment, Teacher Zhao who next to him changed his tone. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. Quantity may not determine everything. The strength of a god ultimately depends on the rank of the believer's race. Right, Teacher Ning? Chapter 14. Ning Yun turned her head and glanced, and found that the look on Zhao Hu's face seemed a little different. She didn't speak, but continued to pay attention to the game on the starting field. Not far away, the eyes of Principal Hong Qinghe, who had been silent until now, suddenly flashed with light. Lu Yuan, you should be more than just prepared for this, right? He whispered to himself secretly. In the virtual divine realm, Lu Yuan naturally didn't know what many classmates and teachers were talking about outside. He has now eliminated nearly 30 classmates one after another. Everything in its path was annihilated. And the prompt sounds in the system space are simply endless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Kobold Blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, Goblin Rations. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Corrosive Poison Sac. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Exploding Eye. Lu Yuan no longer has time to look at the many awards he has received. He is constantly searching for the hidden gods. He is now far ahead in the standings. But, therefore, his name has been completely spread throughout the entire virtual god realm. Outside a wide lake, 200 heavily armed jackals came in force. Sudden. In the lake, figures with bumps all over their bodies, smooth skin and frogman-like heads popped up. Quack! They suddenly puffed up their cheeks, and a stream of highly toxic venom was about to spit out from the poison glands on both sides. At this moment, a rapid voice sounded in midair. Don't do it, don't do it. I'm here for the alliance. Above the jackal, a figure of the god Yuan appeared. Zhougens, no one can resist those bugs now. We must unite, otherwise we can only be defeated by him one by one. Hearing this, in the lake, a thin figure slowly emerged. How to do it? I plan to contact all the surviving freshmen to take action together. Zhang Kai, the god of jackals, said in a deep voice. I know that your family is rich, and there are more than 500 toad believers. As long as you join us, the possibility of our victory will greatly increase. As long as we eliminate him, we will compete on our own, so that everyone has a chance. Zhou Zhen's eyes flashed when he heard this. Moment. He nodded and said, Okay, I agree. Very good. A look of surprise appeared on Zhang Kai's face. I'll ask them all to come over now, so that we can maximize our advantage by using your lake as a battlefield. Good. Zhang Kai left with the jackal followers. Not long after, such a picture appeared on the big screen of the entire virtual god realm. Races of believers met each other, but did not start a war. They all converged towards the lake where Zhougens was. The number is increasing. Haha, Zhang Kai is indeed a child of the war family, and he actually figured out a way to unite everyone. The head teacher of Class 6 couldn't help but feel proud on his face. This is his student. Zhougens from Class 9 has also joined. His toads have actually multiplied to 1000, and they have also mutated the ability to attack remotely. This battle looks like a good one. Ning Yun couldn't help but feel worried in her eyes after hearing this. Judging from the current screen, more than 50 students are already gathering in the direction of the lake. Once the war actually breaks out, it's hard to say whether Lu Yuan's Zerg army can win. Ning Yun didn't want Lu Yuan to be eliminated by a group fight before even entering the finals. As if he saw Ning Yun's nervousness, the principal next to him suddenly said, "Don't worry, I'm very optimistic about this kid Lu Yuan. Even if we fight 1 against 50, we may not have no chance of winning." In the virtual divine realm, Lu Yuan also felt something was wrong after not finding his opponent for half an hour. "Could it be that you want to target me together?" Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and fighting intent suddenly rose in his eyes. "That's fine. If we get together, we'll save ourselves the trouble." After 1 hour, Lu Yuan's army finally approached the Alliance's lake. After climbing over a mountain, Lu Yuan finally saw the opponent's assembled army. "Attention, all races wearing leather armor and iron armor equipment come forward. As long as you can resist the Zerg attack in the front row, you can buy time for the back row. The long-range soldiers of the human race and demi-human race stay behind and serve as the second point of firepower. The underwater races all go into the water. If they break through the defense line, the water will be your main battlefield. Kill the opponent as much as possible." Looking at the alliance troops gradually forming their formation, a smile appeared on Zhang Kai's face. He came to Zhou Zhen's side. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, the formation has been arranged. Your toad men can do their best in the water. It is estimated that the battle will be over before they rush over." Although Zhou Zhen's is thin and small, the arrogant look in his eyes is not weak at all. "Hey, so what if we break through? The Zerg's ability to fight in water is extremely poor. I can deal with it myself when the time comes." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Kai laughed and didn't care about Zhou Zhen's harsh tone. That's it. I think the number 1 in the standings this time is none other than Brother Zhou." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, I heard Shen Zuan's exclamation from the distance. Come, it's Lu Yuan." On the plain beyond the lake, Lu Yuan's army of 20,000 ripworms approached. And on the other side, the army of nearly 50 demigod believers also exceeded 10,000. The confrontation between the two parties finally seems to be no longer so disparate. At this time, Zhang Kai emerged from mid-air. "Lu Yuan, you have also seen our lineup, why don't you quit on your own initiative to avoid hurting the harmony?" Zhang Kai's smiling voice just sounded. I saw Lu Yuan's palm slightly swiping downwards in mid-air. Charge! Chapter 15. Ouch! Countless roars and roars sounded. 20,000 Tearling Springtails instantly activated their ability, Charge. Buzz. For a moment, the Tearling Springtail, which was already ready to attack, suddenly sprang out. It rushed towards the local camp at a terrifying speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. There is no fear or timidity in their minds. Only killing. Zhang Kai also didn't expect that Lu Yuan would start fighting without even saying hello. The words that originally came to my mouth were swallowed hard. Instead, there were anxious shouts. "Hurry up, defend, the front row's human shields must hold up to me. Prepare for long-range attacks. Brother Zhou's toad people are ready." Buzz. All believer races take action at this moment. In the lake, 1,000 toad people surfaced. On both sides of them, poison glands filled with highly toxic substances began to swell with inhalation. The poison inside begins to brew, just open your mouth. It can be sprayed tens of meters away. The front row must support me, otherwise the toad man will not be able to aim. Zhang Kai roared crazily at the top of his lungs. The first wave of impact is the most critical. As long as you can withstand the opponent's impact, wait until the toad man's poison falls. That can turn the situation around. Wild boar, kobold, wolf head, ant head, goblin. All races emit unique roars and roars. watching the mighty and ferocious army of tearing springtails roaring towards them. Outside the virtual divine realm, all the students, including the teacher, were staring at the big screen at this moment. Them counting silently in your mind unconsciously. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The armies of both sides collided instantly. Click, click, click. Poof. Various complex and mysterious sounds appeared. Blood and smoke intertwined. Finally, the moment I saw the picture clearly, the entire examination center actually burst into cheers. It's blocked, it's really blocked. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, after the numerical advantage disappears, these damn reptiles are not so scary. The Alliance must win. The whole exam center is in this situation. It's really because the Zerg army controlled by Yuan was too ferocious. Wherever it passes, no race can leave any bones behind. Invisibly, he has been designated by everyone as the Big Devil. And seeing that the Alliance finally withstood the attack of the Big Devil, how could they not be happy? Haha, my strategy was successful. Zhang Kai waved his hand excitedly. Prepare for long-range attack, prepare Toadman, attack. Boo-hoo. Arrows, javelins, and spears all broke through the air. Certainly. More importantly, there is the powerful venom spit of the Toad Man. Swish. A stream of yellow-green venom rose into the sky like an arrow. It only takes a few seconds to completely cut through the void and land in the enemy's camp. Just these few seconds, the Alliance will establish an advantage. But faced with such a situation, there was no trace of panic on Yuan's face in the distance. Even the corners of his mouth actually turned up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. The front row tears apart springtails, and the armor stabs violently. The oracle's thoughts enveloped the entire audience. Next moment, the believers of all races who were still in a stalemate with the front row suddenly saw it. Countless spikes as sharp as blades erupted from the back of the tearing springtail. At such a close distance, there is no way to dodge. Puff puff. The sound of spikes penetrating armor sounded. Just for a moment, countless blood mist erupted from those races. Even those races wearing iron armor are of no use. Because in just 5 days, few people were willing to spend a huge amount of money to assemble heavy armor for the believer race. And those lightweight iron armors can't stop the impact of bone spurs at all. Even if there is heavy armor, it is not enough to affect the overall situation. So, in just an instant, those front row human shields penetrated by the tearing springtails were raised high. The tearing springtails behind took advantage of this gap and continued to rush forward. Armor blast! Charge forward! Armor blast! Charge forward! Just a few seconds. The human shield in the front row was completely torn apart. Ouch! The sharp screams, accompanied by blood and screams, instantly flooded the entire battlefield. At this time, even the spears and arrows fell in mid-air. Under the resistance of the spiked armor, no real damage was caused. As for the venom higher up, one could only watch helplessly as countless tearing springtails slipped through their gaps. How can it be? A cry of disbelief sounded from Zhang Kai's mouth. He never expected that Yuan's tearing springtail would have such a terrifying trump card. The tearing springtails that rush into the crowd don't need to use much attack at all. Its terrifying spikes alone are enough to cause damage. The massacre was completely one-sided. All the spectators who were watching opened their mouths in shock at this moment. Did not expect. The alliance that 1 second thought was guaranteed to win suddenly collapsed the next second. Call. Ningyun took a long breath and relaxed her whole body. And beside, seeing this scene, honking, he had a rich smile on his face. Haha, this guy really didn't disappoint me. Honking, his eyes were filled with admiration. Now, it's the final underwater battle, there's some trouble. Under the carnage of the tearing springtails, the battle on land soon came to an end. In the distance, the toad man who originally planned to spit out venom could no longer be seen. Including all races that can dive, they have dispersed at this moment. Among the huge lakes. With their underwater maneuverability, they also have a chance to save the day. However, Yuan didn't even look at them from beginning to end. Until all the ground troops were completely torn apart. He just waved his hand. All the tear springtails rushed into the water one after another. Chapter 16. Puff thump thump. Look at the scene of all the springtails tearing apart like water. Many people shook their heads slightly. This Yuan is a little carried away. He shouldn't have entered the water so quickly. That's right, his disciples' physical strength is already low. Even if they go into the water, they have to recover their physical strength before going down. Well, this gives the Alliance more opportunities to counterattack. Honking, he couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the discussion. He thought Yuan was a calm student. I didn't expect him to be so eager. Being greedy for merit and rushing forward is not the potential of an outstanding student. He was thinking about talking to Yuan after it was over. But when he saw that all the springtails that had entered the water actually opened their organs like fish gills and their flesh like fins, the whole person suddenly stood up from his seat. Breathing underwater, his Zerg are actually amphibious. Swish! The tearing springtail that entered the water instantly burst into swimming faster than the frogman with its fishman gills and swimming fins. Almost in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the lone underwater race not far away. How is it possible? This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zhen's originally arrogant expression completely changed. He never expected that Yuan's bugs could swim faster than fish in the water. The idea of fighting guerrilla warfare was completely dead before it was implemented. A killing faster than on land took place. This moment, the deep lake has instead become the home ground of the Zerg. The defenses of the underwater murlocs and toads themselves are not even as good as those of the kobolds. The outcome can naturally be imagined. After a few minutes, an army of 20,000 Ripper Zerglings completely annihilated all races. Continuous prompts pop up on the God's Domain interface. Tip: your believer race achieved an overwhelming victory. Tip: your points +1. Tip: your points +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 10,000 faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, secret medicine for breeding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, biological telescope. Hearing a series of system prompts, Yuan burst into laughter. Now his system space is filled with various rewards. He couldn't wait to have another fight with 1 against 50. Certainly. Yuan knows this is unrealistic. After the God's Domain interface announced that he advanced to the next round as the first in the group, the hatch opened and he returned to his seat again. As soon as he sat down, teacher Ningyun appeared next to him. Well done. Ningyun smiled and praised. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. Yuan responded with a smile. Teacher, you came here just to compliment me, right? Of course not. Ningyun smiled slightly and lowered her voice. The principal asked me to give you a message. Use all your strength. If you can impress him, he will consider letting you participate in this year's Kaiun City Middle School Exchange Competition. Middle School Exchange Competition. Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. He was very familiar with this event. It is the biggest high school competition in the entire Kaiun City. Not only that, every student who shines on it has a high probability of achieving higher achievements in the future. Thinking of this, Yuan couldn't help but nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I will never let you down. That's good. Ningyun nodded and was about to turn around and leave. Luan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Teacher, can I take a leave?" "What?" Ning Yun was confused. "My followers may be mutating, so I want to go to the dormitory." Luan said. "Are you going to mutate again?" Ning Yun was a little surprised that it had only been so long before she mutated again. "You don't need to go back. There is a spare login cabin next to the examination center. I will take you there." The requirement for one's own students to improve their strength. Naturally, Ning Yun would not stop her in any way. After saying that, she pulled Luan and walked out of the stands. Right next to the exam center, a row of independent rooms is dedicated to class quizzes. It's just that today, because of the preliminary exam, most of them are empty. "Go in, feel free to tell me if you need anything." "Thank you, teacher." Luan was thanked and entered the login cabin. After linking to the God's domain interface, he entered his own divine space again. Before he could check his interface information, then I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. Ding! Detect that the host's additional rewards have reached the upper limit, and the synthesis function is enabled. Ding! Auxiliary synthesis assistant has been launched. Hey! Synthetic function. Luan subconsciously looked towards the system space. The densely packed additional rewards are actually arranged neatly into categories. In front of him, a light curtain clearly stated the detailed introduction of the synthesis function. To put it simply, it is to combine some unrelated items through the system to turn them into a brand new item. The auxiliary synthesis assistant can automatically help Luan plan the synthesis route, eliminating the possibility of his own attempts and failures. Just don't be too considerate. System, plan a synthesis route for me first. Luan, who understood the function, gave the order directly. Ding! Synthetic items are being selected. I saw. Suddenly 3 items flew out of the system space and hovered in front of Luan. Chapter 17. Hey! These 3. Luan glanced at it, and information suddenly appeared on it. Toad venom glands. The highly toxic glands from the toad's cheeks can expand and compress to release high concentration venom. Corrosive poison sac. The corrosive poison sac from the body of the ant-headed man contains strong corrosive acid. Exploding eyes. The eyes on the top of the head of the multi-eyed fish man can actively explode at any time, injuring the opponent. Ding! The synthesis route planning is completed. Do you want to synthesize it? Now that the system has been planned, Luan feels that there is no reason for him to make further changes. Then, he nodded directly. Synthesis. The words have fallen. I saw 3 items bursting out with mysterious light. Then they attract each other and finally merge. The light became brighter and brighter. I can't see the changes clearly at all. This change only lasted for a short moment and then disappeared suddenly. A huge, yellow-green, venom-filled sac appeared in front of Luan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting self-exploding poison sac. Self-exploding poison sac. The tough and ugly poison sac is filled with highly toxic corrosive venom. Once it explodes, it can cause heavy damage to both the opponent and yourself. Is this a bomb? After reading the above introduction, Luan couldn't help but take a breath of air. If all the huge poison sacs with a diameter of nearly 1 meter exploded, it is hard to imagine how much damage it would cause to the surrounding area. Does this ask me to cultivate a suicide squad? Luan's eyes lit up. He has nearly 200,000 Zerg believers. Even if he takes out a batch of them to self-destruct, he won't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, the other party may not be able to withstand such consumption. Just do it. Luan descended directly into the entire divine space. System, install self-exploding poison sacs on all the Springtails for me. Ding! Installation begins. In mid-air, all the Zerg looked up. The familiar mote of dust reappeared. People, the great god of natural disasters has sent a miracle. The mentally deformed Abathur let out a high-pitched roar. Get ready for the miracles of our Lord. Ouch! A shrill roar resounded from the mouth of the entire Tearling Springtail. This time, what surprised Yuan was their appearance actually hasn't changed much. If I have to say it, it just looks like my belly is getting bigger. This is completely inconsistent with what he saw in the system space. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: you have gained 120,000 faith points. Tip: believer's faith deepens. A prompt appears, indicating that the mutation has been completed. Yuan couldn't wait to open the race panel of the Zerglings. Name: Tier Springtail. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 1. Ability: Swallowing and Gathering, Enhanced Tearing, Charge, Main, Claw Slashing, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Armored Thrust, Main, Poisonous Explosion, Main. Life: 7, the pinnacle of adulthood. Strength: 8, adults are no match either. Agility: 8, speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence: 4, equivalent to a teenager. Evaluation: the powerful body adds new abilities, but they must be used with caution. Yuan looked at it for a long time and found that there was only one more active ability. Poison Explosion. Drastic change: the poison sac contained in the abdomen expands rapidly in a short period of time, and the body of the torn springtail will begin to degenerate, with most of it being taken up by the poison sac. After the drastic change, the insect body has higher agility and can quickly roll towards enemies at short distances. Once touched, the poison sac will explode immediately. Note: it takes a certain amount of time to cast this ability. During this period, you cannot move. Once the cast is completed, it is irreversible. No wonder. After understanding the ability, Yuan finally understood why the Tearling Springtail seemed to have no change. Because once there is a drastic change, it will directly transform into a poisonous baneling insect, and there is no other choice but to self-destruct. This is an irreversible process. It cannot be used easily until the end. However, this also gives Yuan a hidden trump card. Just imagine once you encounter some units with high defense and blood thickness. Part of the Tearling Springtails turned into poisonous banelings and launched a suicide attack. It directly caused heavy losses to the other party's believers. After finishing all this, Yuan took another look at the system space and found that there was no new synthesis route prompt. He was ready to leave. After all, it's exam time. If he doesn't go back for a long time, it will be troublesome if his exam is delayed. As soon as Yuan went out, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Teacher Ningyun was guarding his door. Seeing Yuan appear, Ningyun asked hurriedly, "How's it going? Was the mutation successful?" "Well, fortunately, I lived up to my fate." Yuan nodded. "Great, now you have more confidence." Ningyun smiled sincerely. Regarding Ningyun's care, Yuan secretly remembered it in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, he must repay her well. When the two returned to the examination center, I found that the 10th group was nearing the end. Fortunately, I came back in time. If I were late, I might have missed it. Okay, the first place winners of the 10 groups have been selected. A few minutes later, the invigilator announced directly. Now we will draw lots randomly. Candidates, please pay attention to your matching number and take your seat according to the number. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan saw the heads of 10 people appear on the big screen. The avatar flashed back and forth, then suddenly stopped. Yuan's number clearly reads the number 5. On the other side, the one with the same number 5 matched him directly. The opponent's name is Zhenhard. Chapter 18. Zhen Han. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling like he had some impression. He seems to be the first in the second group. Ask students to take their seats. The invigilator's voice sounded. Immediately, the 10 number 1 players all walked towards their login cabins. Around. Seeing the top 10 appearing, all the students couldn't help but cast envious glances. Because these 10 people are the elite of the entire school. Down with the big devil. Suddenly, I don't know which student among the crowd shouted first. Just for a moment. It received responses from countless students. Down with the big devil. Down with the big devil. Listening to the roar of the mountain and the tsunami, Lu Yuan looked back with some confusion. What are these people doing? Demon King? Who is the big devil? Who knows? The opponent next to him, Zhen Hao, suddenly spoke. Brother, stop looking, they are talking about you. Lu Yuan became a little confused. When did I become the devil? Zhen Zhang is not tall, but she looks extremely fat. She is estimated to weigh 200 pounds for her height of 1.7 meters. He spread his hands speechlessly. Who makes your Zerg so ugly and cruel? What else is it if it's not a demon king? He said with a smile. Brother, although you are more numerous, it is a pity that you met me. I am your nemesis. Oh, is it so? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Then I'd like to see it. The two entered the login cabin and directly entered the divine space. Tip, the exam map is being extracted. Tip, the exam scene is plain. Tip, the exam is about to start, countdown is 1 minute. Tip, the countdown begins. Lu Yuan did not change much this time and still sent out his 20,000 Tearling Springtails. When the time comes, believers and gods enter the virtual divine realm at the same time. As far as the eye can see, there is a large flat plain. You can see it at once. Thousands of meters away, Zhenjian's race of believers. Lu Yuan took a rough look and found that there were more than 500 believers in total. Sudden. His eyes narrowed. These believers had pointed heads and were nearly 1.5 meters tall. The whole body is actually covered with diamond-shaped scales. These scales are extremely thick and look like heavy armor. This is the digging armor-piercing clan. Lu Yuan spoke in confusion. The diggers, a subspecies of humans derived from pangolin genes, are naturally good at digging holes. A suit of hard-scale armor is no worse than heavy armor. At this moment, these armor-piercing clansmen did not have any weapons in their hands. On the contrary, their sharp claws were surprisingly long. It looks extremely sharp. Haha, how about it, brother, am I okay as a believer? In mid-air, Zhen Gang had a smile on his face. Then he waved his hand. Attack! Ouch! For the god of the earth, charge! All the digging armor-piercing clan believers roared wildly and took the initiative to charge towards Lu Yuan. 500 charges against 20,000, Lu Yuan felt that Zhen Gang's brain was broken. Same. Lu Yuan's side also descended from the divine realm, and 20,000 Tearling Springtails also charged towards the digging armor-piercing clan. The distance of several thousand meters was quickly shortened under the full sprint. However, just when the two parties were about to get close, sudden, the armor-piercing digger who was originally running jumped suddenly and plunged headlong towards the ground. Relax, Earth! In mid-air, Zhenjiang, the god of the earth, displayed his divine power at this moment. Just hearing a soft sound, all the armor-piercing men sank into the earth and disappeared. The army of Tearling Springtails that lost their target suddenly stopped. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's expression changed as he saw the ground at the center of the Tearling Springtail suddenly collapse. 500 armor-piercing diggers rushed out from the ground. The sharp claws in his hands clawed hard at the body of the Springtail. Poof! Poof! A muffled sound emerged, and the abdomens of 500 springtails were torn open at once. Sharp claws more than half a meter long tore apart their bodies. Casualties appeared for the first time among Yuan's followers. The tearing springtails nearby reacted and rushed towards the 500 armor-piercing diggers involuntarily. The sharp claws like blades slashed at the opponent's body. Armored burst also broke out at the same time. However, surprisingly, their attacks landed on the scales of the digging armor-piercing tribe, which were comparable to heavy armor. All that was left was a trail of sparks. Other than that, it's useless. Kill. Seeing that his defenses were not broken by the tearing springtails, the leader of the digging armor-piercing tribe shouted loudly, and 500 pairs of sharp claws swept through all the tearing springtails around him. Seeing more springtails rushing towards them, they jumped again, plunged into the ground and disappeared. 2 consecutive impacts have caused thousands of damage to the springtail. If this continues, even 20,000 units of tearing springtails will probably be consumed. Haha, brother, how about it? I just told you to restrain yourself. Zhen Gang smiled happily. Otherwise, let's stop here and there's no point in continuing. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. After defeating the big devil, he will definitely gain countless fans, and maybe his girlfriend's affairs will be settled. However, Yuan smiled softly after hearing this and said noncommittally, "Really? I'm afraid we won't be able to tell the winner until the end." The words fell. His oracle sounded simultaneously in the minds of 2,000 tearing springtails. Start the poisonous explosion. Chapter 19. Looking at it now, this Yuan is probably dead. The numbers of these Zerg are huge, but their weaknesses are also obvious. Yes, attacking from underground is indeed a restrained method. Listening to the discussions among the surrounding faculty and staff, a trace of worry appeared on Ning Yun's pretty face. She looked at the principal. "Principal, doesn't Yuan have a chance?" Hearing this, Hong Qinghe's eyes moved. "I don't think so." "What?" Ning Yun was confused and didn't know where she had the confidence in Yuan at this time. "Look." The principal raised his hand and pointed, and Ning Yun suddenly discovered that behind the army of springtails, the bodies of some springtails were mutating. This is... Ouch! In the virtual god realm, 2,000 tearing springtails have begun their transformation. The self-exploding poison sac hidden in the body finally began to swell at this moment. The limbs degenerate and the body shortens. Visibly to the naked eye, they can be seen turning into a dark green sphere. 10 seconds later, just when all the tearing springtails completely mutated into poisonous banelings, the armor-piercing burrower hiding under the ground rushed out. "Kill it all!" Before they could finish their words, all the poisonous banelings in front of them shrank suddenly. The next moment, like a rapidly spinning tire, it rushed towards the nearest armor-piercing digger. "What the hell is this?" All the armor-piercing diggers subconsciously slashed with their claws. At this moment, the terrifying poisonous sac of the poisonous baneling insect exploded. Boom boom boom. Continuous roars sounded. Countless highly corrosive and poisonous liquids covered the body. Just hearing a sizzling sound, the scales that were originally comparable to heavy armor were corroded into a big hole in an instant. This is just the beginning. 2,000 poisonous baneling insects dealt with 500 first-level armor-piercing burrowers. It's just crushing. Everyone in the stands was completely speechless at this moment. Looking at the figure that was melted by the corrosive poison, Yuan's reputation as the Great Demon King became even more entrenched. Tip: your believer race will perish together with the enemy. Hint: you have wiped out all enemy believers. Hint: you win. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Digging Claws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, 7,800 faith points. Only the digging claw. Lu Yuan curled his lips with regret. Originally, he valued the thick scales of the digging armor-piercing clan. If it can be obtained, the defense of the Tearling Springtail will definitely increase again. This is what he said himself. If word spread, I'm afraid he would be beaten to death. Just having a burrowing claw is not enough, I actually want to get more. You know, this is a battle in the virtual divine realm. Theoretically, there is no loot to be collected. That is why Lu Yuan with his system can be so magical. Exit from the login cabin. Lu Yuan saw Zhen Gang not far away grinning at him and actually holding out a thumb. Brother, I'm convinced. The destructive power of your self-exploding poisonous insect is too terrifying. It can even corrode through my heavy armor scales. Zhen Gang did not feel the slightest anger caused by the failure, but said sincerely. You're welcome. Your tribe has great potential. If I hadn't had some restraint, I might have been in a bit of trouble. If you don't hit someone with a smiling face, others will treat you well. It is impossible for Lu Yuan to give the other party a bad look. Haha, being able to fight with brothers is also a kind of fate. How about we become friends and keep in touch in the future? Zhen Jian can naturally see Lu Yuan's potential at a glance. At this time, if you can get closer to the other person, it will be of great help to your future. No problem. Lu Yuan was originally a little transparent in the whole class and really didn't have many friends. Since someone showed kindness, he didn't mind expanding his network of contacts. The two added friends and returned to their seats. Because the battle between Lu Yuan and Zhen Jian ended quickly. When they returned to their seats, there were other groups fighting. What surprised Lu Yuan was that Luo Ziming ended the battle faster than him. Are the desert snakes so strong? Lu Yuan had a doubt in his mind. Luo Ziming's opponent this time was the wolf-headed race, which is known for its ferocity. Lu Yuan was a little surprised that such combat power was managed by him so quickly. Soon, the battle for the other groups was over. This time, the 5 winning students will be randomly drawn again. One lucky person among them will be directly given a bye. There is no way, luck is also part of strength. The one who gets a bye will directly qualify for the 2nd or 3rd place. Lu Yuan's luck has never been too bad. This time, it was even more possessed by Ou Shen. He was directly assigned the bye tag. Lu Yuan couldn't help but flash his eyes when he saw this. Now he wanted to take a closer look at how strong Luo Ziming was. Chapter 20. Luo Ziming also sent 500 desert snakemen to fight this time. The randomly selected map happens to be a Gobi desert. His opponent is the leopard-headed man who also has 500 followers. The leopard-headed man's attack and speed are among the top among demi-human believers. Its training cost is also much higher than other races. And this opponent not only multiplied the tribe to the point of 500 people. Lu Yuan also saw some strange magic patterns added to these leopard-headed men. Mutated leopard-headed man? Equipped with a refined iron dagger. Both background and talent are enough to prove the strength of this classmate. So at the very beginning, the opponent did not hesitate to let their leopard-headed men charge. Soon, the two sides instantly clashed with each other. The leopard-headed man took advantage of his speed and hit the body of the desert snake man first. However, what surprised Lu Yuan was that the sharp blade of the fine iron dagger only penetrated less than 3 centimeters before it suddenly stopped. Immediately, the desert snake people roared, and the spears in their hands pierced the leopard-headed man's defense effortlessly. That powerful power is not inferior even to that of a tiger-headed man. Did Luo Ziming really find the Luo family in Blood River City? Lu Yuan said to himself subconsciously. Yes, he did go to Luo's house. At this moment, Ning Yun's voice sounded from the side. I just checked. Since the last time we issued a military order, he went to the Luo family in Blood River and left the Luo family in less than a day. Ning Yun whispered. Judging from his current performance, he must have received help from the Luo family, otherwise the desert snake man would not be so strong. Ning Yuan frowned and said again. I just don't know now whether he has any other trump cards that he can use in the finals. After listening to Ning Yuan's words, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. Perhaps he should think more about countermeasures. Soon, the battle ended. The two winners will automatically form a team to compete for the final spot. The loser will need to draw lots with Lu Yuan for a round-robin match. Whether it's a leopard-headed man or a human race wearing armor. Under the suppression of Lu Yuan's Tearling Springtail, there was no suspense at all. So, after her successive wins, Lu Yuan successfully won a spot in the finals. The final battle between him and Luo Ziming is about to begin. Lu Yuan, you have half an hour to revise. In half an hour, the finals will begin. Continuous battles between gods are also a drain on the demigod's spirit. So, Lu Yuan stood up and left the examination center, preparing to enter the divine realm from the backup login cabin again. Tip, the god's domain login has been started. Tip, you are about to go to the user-exclusive divine space. Buzz. The sky in the divine space is still dim, and the originally lush vegetation below has been gnawed into a wasteland. Seeing the huge faces gathering again in the sky, Abathur, the psychopath, immediately took the lead in shouting. Welcome to the arrival of the great god of natural disasters. Your most faithful servant offers you the most sincere prayers. Long live the god of natural disasters. Long live my lord. Listening to the shouts one after another throughout the entire divine space, Lu Yuan's huge changing face slowly sounded a majestic voice. My followers, I feel your piety. Now, send down the gift. System, install the burrowing claw for me. Wow! Miracles appeared in the sky again, and countless light points converged towards the Zerg below. This time, all the tier springtails mutated again. Their claws are sharper and better suited for digging into the soil. Tip, your believer race has mutated. Tip, you have gained 70,000 faith points. Tip, the believer's faith has deepened. Lu Yuan is already used to the prompts on the God's domain interface. He directly opened the information interface of the Tearling Springtail. It was discovered that after installing the burrowing claw, they had a brand new ability. Drilling. The Zerg themselves are good at digging holes, and now they have become stronger. As long as they use their abilities, they can use their special structure to burrow into the ground faster and hide. Also hidden is its own aura. Seeing the introduction of this ability, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Finally he was not disappointed. This ability not only enhances the speed of the Zerg's escape from the ground, but more importantly, it can hide the aura. As long as you can hide your aura well, wait until the enemy passes by. Suddenly rush out and give the opponent a fatal blow. This is very scary. However, if we want to deal with that Luo Ziming, I wonder if it will be enough. Ning Yuan's reminder flashed in Lu Yuan's mind. Blood River Luo family. That is an existence that can be connected with the Hell bloodline god Swan. And it seems that Luo Ziming didn't have much emotional fluctuation after learning about his Zerg army. Lu Yuan felt that the other party might have a trump card that he didn't know about. So, Lu Yuan suddenly looked at the God's Domain interface. He now has a faith value of over 700,000. Moment. Lu Yuan seemed to have made a decision, a determined light flashed in his eyes. The system consumes 500,000 faith points to draw a lottery. Chapter 21. Lu Yuan never fights an uncertain battle. Faced with possible accidents, he thought for a moment and finally decided to spend 500,000 faith points in a lottery at one time. After all, if the faith value is gone, it can be accumulated again. And if he loses this one, he will have one more life and death enemy. Ding! The faith value has been consumed and the lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 points of faith. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete genetic sequence of the first-level infectious insect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting brood nutrition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining paralysis toxin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete genetic sequence of the second-level infectious insect. A series of beeps appeared, and Yuan quickly browsed all the prizes obtained in the lottery. The faith value reward was automatically ignored by him, and other things such as brood nutrients were thrown into the Zerg brood for the other party to absorb. And Yuan discovered that under the constant stimulation of the brood pulse of the mentally disturbed person, the brood seems to be showing signs of evolving. This discovery made him even more delighted. Certainly. What pleased him the most was the two things he got in the lottery. That is, the complete genetic sequence of the infecting insect. And he won 2 levels at once. Complete gene sequence of level 1 infectious insects, powerful Zerg evolved from Zerg larvae, possessing the ability to infect the enemy and temporarily control their actions. Complete gene sequence of level 2 infectious insect, an upgraded version of the level 1 sequence, with stronger infection ability. Note, it can only be used against level 1 infected insects. After seeing these introductions, Yuan knew that he finally had a brand new unit. No longer relies on the mutation of the Tearling Springtail. After traveling for a few days, Yuan gradually accepted the rules of this world. According to his guess, the truly powerful Yuan will definitely take the route of multiracial composite arms in the future. It is impossible for a single type of soldier to become a powerful god. And it's easier to target. Previously Yuan had banelings that evolved from Tearling Springtails. It's barely an extra unit. But the poisonous banelings are considered a suicide squad. If you use one, you will lose one. It's different now. The addition of infected insects will definitely make Yuan's army stronger. System, select 5,000 larvae for me to fuse with the genes of the infected insects. Only a few hours had passed. Yuan did not mutate all the larvae, but selected a few to experiment first. Ding! Fusion begins. Above the sky, dust-like light once again shone. All the Tearling Springtails couldn't help but look up. However, this time, all the light fell on the 5,000 selected insect nest larvae. Immediately, the painful screams began. The insect nest larvae began to grow rapidly and become larger in the distortion. Different from the dark brown springtails. Their bodies look more bloated and huge. The length of the single body has exceeded 1.5 meters and continues to expand. It looks like a giant dumpling. The dark blue skin is covered with ferocious barbs. On both sides of the head, there are 2 rows of compound eyes. Finally, when 8 huge claws propped up their bloated bodies, the mutation of the infected bugs was finally completed. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: you have obtained a new mutant race, infected insects. Hint: you have 5,000 deep believers who have turned into fanatical believers. Tip: you have gained 10,000 faith points. Looking at the infected bugs that were only about 2 meters long, Yuan opened their species interface without hesitation. Name: infectious insect. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: fungal proliferation, main, neural parasitism, main. Life: 11, total blood volume of 2 adults. Strength: 10, tearing humans apart is easy. Agility: 5, speed is faster than 90% of human beings. Intelligence: 14, more than a human mage apprentice. Evaluation: their huge bodies and slow speed make them destined to be capable of long-range attacks. Yuan was overjoyed when he saw the review. He finally had a long-range attack unit. Subconsciously check the 2 active abilities. Fungal growth, throws a ball of fungus-filled liquid to the target area, and the infected person will be unable to move for a few seconds. Spiritual parasitism, shoots 10-meter-long tentacles from the top of the head to inject mental spores into the opponent. The spores hatch quickly in the target's head and can control the target in a short time. Control time is related to the comprehensive attributes of the target. Hiss! Yuan couldn't help but gasped when he saw these abilities. This is really a bit strong. Taking control of an enemy unit, even for a short period of time, is enough to turn the tide of the battle. What's more, the current infection bug has not yet installed other components. Next, Yuan directly asked the system to select many components from the space for the infected bug to install. Directly improve the other party's indicators in all aspects. Armor thrust, ground burrowing, charging, underwater breathing, and swimming proficiency are all put into play. Not only that, the paralysis potion in the lottery was successfully fused to the infected insect. Directly let their nerve parasitism ability evolve into nerve paralysis. This, combined with the fungal growth ability, can extend the target's movement time and create better conditions for controlling the opponent's units. After doing all this, Yuan just exited the divine space. When he returned to the examination center again, the rest period was over. Everyone in the entire examination room couldn't help but look at the two of them. Because, the finals are about to begin. Chapter 22. The two finalists enter the login cabin. The invigilator's voice sounded. Yuan and Luo Ziming stood up at the same time and walked towards the login cabin below. As he walked, Luo Ziming's eyes had a cold and forbidding light. Yuan, don't think that just because you have those ugly bugs, you can win. Luo Ziming said cruelly. Just wait to be torn apart by me. I want you to know that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many there are, it is useless. Yuan from beginning to end. He didn't even look at Luo Ziming. He walked directly into his login cabin. Seeing this scene, the anger in Luo Ziming's eyes rose even more. Humph, I can knock you into the abyss once, and I can knock you into the abyss a second time. After saying harsh words, Luo Ziming also entered the login cabin. After both parties enter, everyone only saw the big screen turn, and the drawing of the competition map started directly. Tip, Virtual God Realm login completed. Tip, Scene extraction completed. Tip, Competition scene, Frozen soil and ice field. Tip, Countdown is 1 minute, players are requested to deploy as soon as possible. Yuan glanced across the divine space. This time, he directly chose 50,000 tearing springtails and 10,000 completely transformed poisonous banelings. 5,000 newly evolved level 2 infected insects were also brought along. At last, Yuan unceremoniously brought along his own mental aberration, Abathur. If such an army cannot defeat the opponent, it will be useless even if you send out all the tearing springtails. The moment the countdown ended, Yuan and the Zerg army were teleported directly to the frozen soil and ice sheet. And in the stands, see the Zerg figure appearing on the big screen. In an instant, countless gasps of air rang out throughout the examination center. Oh my god, is he really a new student? Isn't this too much? The Great Demon King is worthy of being the Great Demon King. He actually hid his clumsiness before. Zhang Zhou? It seems to me that I haven't exerted my strength at all, okay. Many female classmates who originally called Yuan the Big Devil gradually changed their tune after seeing such a terrifying Zerg army. There is even a feeling of admiration emerging. When the gap in strength is beyond imagination, the distant love and hatred have gradually disappeared. Where did this guy get so many troops? Teacher Ning Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with sparkles, and she was also shocked by Yuan's preparation. Haha, it's not just the quantity. Hong King, he obviously saw more things. Have the types of soldiers even been increased? It has only been a few days, but this boy actually knows the importance of composite arms. It is indeed a material that can be made. Isn't that a sure win? Ningyun couldn't help but said after hearing this. That's not necessarily the case. Next to him, teacher Zhao Hu, who had been holding back, suddenly spoke at this moment. As far as I know, Luo Ziming is very well prepared. In the virtual charm, I saw that Lu Yuan actually summoned so many troops. Luo Ziming's face was stunned at first, and then he laughed wildly. Lu Yuan, it seems that I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to such an extent. As he spoke, he suddenly let out a low drink. It's a pity that no matter how strong you are, you will still be trampled under my feet. Come out, my followers. Buzz. Luo Ziming waved his hand, and figures appeared one after another dozens of miles away. They are also heavily armed desert snake men. Only. This time the number has doubled. 1,000 desert snake people, is this your confidence? Lu Yuan looked at the other believer race and spoke for the first time. Haha, get ready to tremble. Luo Ziming roared and directly issued the oracle. Kill me. Hey, charge, for the glory of my lord. Roaring, 1,000 desert snakemen charged towards Lu Yuan's army on the cold ice field without hesitation. Front row Tearling Zergling charge. Seeing this, Lu Yuan also sent down an oracle. Suddenly, 10,000 Tearling Springtails began to charge towards the opponent. Lu Yuan didn't know where Luo Ziming had the confidence, so he just sent out 10,000 to test it out first. Hey, for the glory of my lord. The desert snake man was still shouting. Ouch! The Tearling Springtails roared as well. Just like that, after a brief charge, the two camps quickly approached and finally collided on the ice field where the cold wind was raging. Shishi. 1,000 against 10,000, a tenfold gap, the Tearling Springtails instantly surrounded the opponent's desert snakemen. The sharp mouth parts open. Just one bite. You can bite off a piece of the opponent's flesh and blood. Both Lu Yuan and everyone watching outside felt that Lu Yuan would definitely win this wave of impact. However, when the sharp teeth of the Tearling Springtail bite the opponent's body, it actually made a sound like a defeat. What a strong resilience! Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows. Finally discovered the confidence of these desert snake people. At the same time, as if sensing his wishes, the system's notification sound actually appeared in his mind. Ding! Feel the host's gaze, target information is being read. Before Lu Yuan could react, the other party's information was suddenly displayed in front of him in a list. Name, Mutated Desert Snake Man. Category, Sub-Race. Stage, Level 1. Ability, Tough Skin, Strengthened Armor, Tearing Fangs. Life, 9, nearly the blood volume of 2 adults. Strength, 10, overwhelming advantage over adult humans. Agility, 8, speed is faster than 90% of adults. Intelligence, 5, equivalent to adult humans. Evaluation, tough skin and thick sebum give them extremely high defense and flexibility. Under the stimulation of mutation, their strength has also been greatly enhanced, and they are only one step away from the second level. After seeing the message, Lu Yuan finally understood Luo Ziming's method. The mutated desert snake people indeed possess extraordinary strength. What's more important is that their tough skin allows the Tearling Springtails to break through their defenses. On the other hand, the desert snake men swung their long tails one by one, making shocking thrashing sounds. In just a few moments, nearly 1,000 Tearling Springtails had been killed. Different from the previous encounter with the armor-piercing tribe. This time, Lu Yuan's face did not waver at all. He spoke directly. The Tearling Springtails dispersed, and 2,000 poisonous banelings launched an attack. As a demigod, his divine thoughts can instantly envelop all believers with his oracle. I saw. All the Tearling Springtails retreated at once. Even if he was whipped away by the desert snake man's tail, he had no intention of fighting back. Seeing this, the murderous mutant desert snake man is about to chase. But at this moment, the poisonous banelings filled with this corrosive poison have rolled their spherical bodies and roared towards them. Chapter 23. Looking at the poisonous baneling insects rolling in, Luo Ziming's eyes moved slightly. He has also seen Lu Yuan's game footage before. In his opinion, the most outstanding aspect of the baneling bug's power is the exploding venom. As a mutated desert snake man who possesses highly venom, he has no fear of this venom at all. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Lu Yuan's poisonous baneling bugs had already begun to self-destruct. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions of poisonous banelings were heard. Yellow-green venom bloomed in the void like a fountain. No matter how fast the snake man is, he can't avoid being enveloped in venom. For a moment, they seemed to have taken a bath in the venom, and were completely enveloped. Haha, you don't know we use poison. Before the contempt in the mutated desert snake's mouth dissipated, it suddenly stopped. Because their strong, tight, and flexible scales actually made a sizzling sound. It was corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can it be? They are naturally poisonous beings, and their body's own resistance to toxins is extremely strong. But he never expected that Lu Yuan's poisonous baneling bug would break through his proud defensive scales. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's eyes were still as calm as a deep pool. Poison banelings, keep blasting. Boom boom boom. Before the first round of venom dissipated, the second wave of poisonous banelings exploded directly in front of thousands of snakemen. Sizzle. The venom in the poisonous baneling insects is not only highly toxic, but also highly corrosive. The strong acid inside is the nemesis of scale armor. If you really want to resist, only armor mixed with high-grade metals such as mithril or fine gold can withstand it. Otherwise, it can only be resisted by relying on the defense of the high-level position. No matter how strong the mutation of the desert snake man is, it is only at the first level. It would be too naive to think about resisting the corrosive poison of the baneling insects. Sizzling. Under the continuous corrosion of venom, the defense of the mutant desert snake people has been completely broken. A look of horror appeared on their faces. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape from the venom. But how could Lu Yuan give them such an opportunity? Before the snakemen could retreat far, the tens of thousands of tearing springtails that had been prepared were already flooding towards them like a torrent. The desert snakemen who had broken through their defenses were completely overwhelmed without any suspense. In just a few dozen seconds, their bodies would be eaten clean by the tearing springtails. Lu Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Luo Ziming in mid-air. However, what surprised him was, Luo Ziming didn't feel any despair or panic now. Not even a hint of nervousness was seen. Could it be? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and he suddenly looked towards the place where the tearing springtails were submerged. Suddenly, a series of extremely shrill roars came from it. At the same time, in mid-air, Luo Ziming's face suddenly showed a crazy smile. Hee hee, Lu Yuan, you forced me to do this. What trump cards do you think I got from the Luo family? Today I will show you how powerful the distortion factor produced from hell is. He suddenly raised his arms, his pupils shrank suddenly, and countless bloodshot threads spread from his eyeballs like spider webs. In just a moment, it rushed out of the eyes and spread all over the face. A ferocious, evil, and chaotic aura bloomed from his body. And below, those mutated desert snake people seemed to have received the same feeling. Evil distortion, splitting python. Under Luo Ziming's crazy roar, just heard a loud noise. The mutated desert snakeman who was originally overwhelmed by the tearing springtails suddenly burst out with terrifying power, knocking away the surrounding tearing springtails in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the examination center witnessed a scene that surprised them all. Ouch! In the virtual divine realm, 1,000 mutated desert snakes let out shrill screams. The reason for screaming was not because of the enemy's attack. Rather, a huge pain came from within his body. They struggled, waving their sharp hands to grab at themselves, completely ignoring the torn claw marks appearing on his body. Hiss! Sudden! A heart-wrenching voice sounded. One of the snake men actually tore his body apart. The next moment, giant pythons covered in blood and with bone scales crawled out of their bodies. Oh my god, what is this? It's so disgusting. Look, these giant pythons are growing rapidly. The aura is so strong, is this some kind of witchcraft? Principal Hong King He, who was originally watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression. A distortion factor from hell? And it's not a complete bloodline, otherwise it wouldn't tear the body apart. Humph, even if Luo Ziming can get the reward for letting the Luo family take action, he won't give him anything good. Frost appeared on Ning Yun's face. She knew that Luo Ziming would not lose easily. Sure enough, I got the trump card from the Luo family. In just a few moments, 10 mutant pythons split from 1,000 mutant desert snake people. When the system generated their information for Lu Yuan, it was surprising that all of them had become second order. Chapter 24. Name, Chaos Python. Category, Orcs. Stage, Level 2. Ability, Python Heavy Armor, Venom Spitting, Dark Night Vision, Whirlwind Strike. Life, 11, Total Blood Volume of 2 adults. Strength, 15, tearing humans apart is easy. Agility, 10, speed is faster than 90% of human beings. Intelligence, 4, forget about spells and stuff. Evaluation, a body contaminated by aberrant bloodline has no desire except madness and killing. From 1,000 first level snakemen, they suddenly turned into 10,000 second level pythons. The originally one-sided situation was reversed again. Ouch! I saw those chaotic giant pythons raising their heads and letting out bloodthirsty roars, and their 3-meter-long bodies instantly launched an attack on the tearing springtails in front of them. The poisonous banelings attack. Lu Yuan calmly asked the tearing crawlers to retreat, and then all the poisonous banelings rushed forward and exploded. However, when the self-explosion venom contaminated the chaos python, apart from leaving a few marks, it actually didn't cause much damage. Even if it can be damaged, it will take a long time. By that time, Lu Yuan's army might have been severely damaged before the defense could be broken. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuan, use whatever means you have. Luo Ziming, who had become a little nervous, laughed maniacally. I'm going to make you completely despair. Despair. Lu Yuan smiled contemptuously, then let's see who is desperate. Infectious bugs, move out. Lu Yuan's oracle sounded. Below, at the very rear of the army, the infected bugs that had been motionless finally moved. Behind the infected bugs, Abathur, the psychopath, shouted loudly. People, the great oracle of natural disasters has arrived. It's time for us to shine, even if it means sacrificing everything for the Lord. Come on, let the enemy know our strength. Come on, let the glory of the great Lord shine on everything. Buzz. Under Abathur's command, 5,000 infected insects instantly exploded with their charging capabilities. It looked like 5,000 brave dead soldiers rushing towards those chaotic pythons. Haha, Lu Yuan, are you exhausted? Are you ready to self-destruct on another race? Luo Ziming laughed disdainfully. He did not believe that Lu Yuan could possess a method more terrifying than poisonous baneling insects in just a few days. Chaos Python, tear them apart for me. Ouch! Although the Chaos Python is already in a frenzy at the moment, it can still be suppressed by the gods in its mind. Seeing this, they rushed towards the infected insects. The twisted snake tail is ready to attack at this moment. As long as it enters the range, it will whip out the infected insect's head like a whip. However, just when the distance between the two sides was less than 20 meters, the infected insect that was originally charging was suddenly stunned. Immediately, without Yuan's instructions at all, Abathur roared from behind. Fungal growth! Boo-hoo! For a moment, 5,000 balls of viscous liquid were spit out from the infected insect's mouth like cannonballs, and landed under the chaotic python with great accuracy. Tisk! The fungi that landed on the ground began to grow crazily, and in a blink of an eye, they covered most of the chaotic python's body. He couldn't move for a while. Seeing this scene, Luo Ziming's expression changed. Before he could speak, then Abathur roared again. Nerve paralysis! Boo-hoo! A dark brown mouthpart shoots out from the heads of all infected insects. Moment! It cut through the void of more than 10 meters and bit into the head of the chaotic python. Behind the mouthparts, long fleshy ropes are connected, as if building a bridge between the infected bugs and the chaotic python. What are they doing? Ning Yun looked at the big screen and couldn't help but wonder. With the power of that mouthpart, it is impossible to break through the defense of the chaos python. Beside, Hong King he couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. Perhaps, they are not meant to break defenses at all. What? Indeed, the sharpness of the mouthparts cannot break the opponent's defense at all. But the germ spores containing psychotoxins have already penetrated through the gaps in the opponent's scales. It only takes a few seconds to complete the invasion and grow like crazy. What are you doing? Fight back! Seeing the motionless chaotic python, Luo Ziming roared angrily. But at this moment, the giant python that was connected suddenly let out a long roar, and in the midst of many astonished eyes, it opened its big mouth and bit into the same kind next to it. Cannibalism! This word popped up in everyone's mind. They looked on with shock as the chaotic giant python crazily attacked its kind. He simply had to work as hard as he could without caring about his own injuries. Almost in the blink of an eye, both sides were injured in a fight with the opponent. Is this okay? At this moment, watching the chaotic giant pythons hurting each other on the big screen, all the students were completely shocked. This game was full of twists and turns. I originally thought that the Zerg army could crush them, but the opponent actually changed from 1,000 people to 10,000 people. But just when everyone thought Yuan had nothing to do, the miraculous ability of the infected bugs actually reversed the defeat in an instant. No, it's impossible, I can't lose. In the virtual divine realm, Luo Ziming roared like a beast. He never expected that Yuan could make a comeback in this way. Luo Ziming, don't you want me to experience despair? Yuan spoke indifferently. Now, who is more desperate? Impossible. Impossible. Luo Ziming's eyes became bloodier and redder. Sudden. His hands suddenly hugged his head, and a sharp and shrill laugh came from his mouth. Ha ha ha, Yuan, I won't lose, no. You forced me, it was you. Second stage distortion, fusion and regeneration. His shout rang out, and Principal Hong Qinghe's expression suddenly changed in the stands. Chapter 25. No, he wants to forcefully activate his distortion potential, which will cause his body to backfire. Stop him quickly. The moment Hong Qinghe's voice sounded, he rushed directly towards Luo Ziming's login cabin. Invigilator, open it quickly. Principal, all login cabins have user protection mechanisms. Unless the user's consent is obtained, or the other party interrupts the connection to the divine domain, no one can easily open it. The invigilator rushed over and spoke anxiously. Damn it! Hong Qinghe punched the hatch and found that it could only leave a shallow dent. Buzz! Hong Qinghe thought, and there seemed to be a powerful light brewing on his fist. But after brewing for a moment, he took the initiative to disperse it. Although his divine power is suppressed by the rules of the main world, he can still use it. But after all, there are still many new students here. If it breaks out rashly, innocent people may be hurt. But as early as the design and construction of this login cabin, the user's own safety issues were fully considered. In order to avoid being violently destroyed by external factors, the materials used cannot be destroyed even by gods with elementary divine power. Bang bang! Honking, he punched him one after another. Unable to use his divine power, he could only choose this method. Once the opponent's second level of distortion is fully released, even more terrifying monsters will definitely be born. This monster is not only powerful, but also capable of losing its mind. What worries him even more is that even in the virtual divine realm, chaotic attacks full of distortion factors can affect Yuan's spirit. Once mentally injured, Yuan's potential will be greatly affected. Just as Honking, he was frantically attacking the login cabin. In the virtual godhead, the 5,000 giant pythons that were originally struggling actually abandoned their opponents controlled by the infected insects. They all gathered together in unison. Their eyes turned extremely red at this moment. They were exactly the same as Luo Ziming's size. Yuan's expression changed. It feels like something bad is happening. But before he could make any move, all the chaotic pythons bit and killed each other like crazy. This is... Yuan's pupils shrank. In the center of the chaotic python group, these mutually killing pythons are actually devouring each other. Soon, a giant python that was 5 meters long and seemed to be made up of countless broken bodies was born from it. Tip: the enemy race is undergoing distortion. Tip: the enemy race has fallen into a state of madness. Ding! Tier 3 race was discovered, and the target's power is increasing rapidly. Ouch! At the same time as the system prompt sounded, Yuan saw the chaotic pythons that were devouring each other. In the end, it was pieced together into a terrifying monster that was more than 10 meters long and had dozens of heads. At the same time, the system also extracts the other party's information. Name: distorted multi-headed python. Category: Hell subspecies. Stage: Level 4. Ability: Python heavy armor, venom spitting, dark night vision, whirlwind strike, evil fanaticism. Life: 30. This is not the blood volume that the 4th level should have. Strength: 35. The same is true for the weaker 7th level. Agility: 20. Knights with speed expertise may have a chance to catch up. Intelligence: 2. Maintain basic instincts, nothing more. Evaluation: the impure bloodline of hell creatures has produced irreversible distortions that cannot be stopped unless they die. Level 4 creature. Yuan's brows frowned slightly. He didn't expect Luo Ziming to activate the second stage of distortion so crazily. Even though Yuan doesn't know what he did. But what is certain is that Luo Ziming's mind must have been affected. Because even in the battle in the virtual divine domain, as long as you want to use your own methods, you must have it. In other words, if Luo Ziming wants to activate the second stage of distortion, he must inject the distortion factor himself. Otherwise, the virtual divine realm will not be effective. In order to win this game, Luo Ziming did everything he could. Ouch! The roar of the deformed multi-headed python brought Yuan's thoughts back to reality. Hurry up, Principal, it has completed its distortion. Ningyun looked up at the big screen and couldn't help shouting anxiously. This moment, everyone began to worry about Yuan. Such a huge, violent, bloodthirsty, and chaotic 4th level creature appeared. Don't know how to resist at all. The great devil must find a way. Big Demon Lord, give up now. It's better to lose than to be mentally affected by this monster. It's over. I thought the big devil could crush everyone, but I didn't expect it. While everyone was discussing in the virtual divine realm, suddenly, the mentally aberrant Abathur, who was originally commanding from behind, actually kept accelerating and rushed towards the aberrant multi-headed python. Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene, but he didn't stop him. Abathur has high intelligence and has his own judgment on the battlefield situation. At this time, Yuan chose to believe him. I saw the 6 legs running wildly under Abathur's body, and he was about to rush to the deformed multi-headed python. Abominable deformed creatures, prepare to perish under the glory of the god of natural disasters. Spirit screams. An extremely sharp roar suddenly resounded from Abathur's mouth. Ouch! A scream from the spiritual level suddenly turned into ripples like ultrasonic waves and enveloped the deformed multi-headed python. The deformed multi-headed python is certainly powerful, but after incorporating the deformation factor, it has been replaced by chaos and madness. He could no longer maintain even basic sanity and turned into a monster who only knew how to kill. And the mental scream happened to be its biggest nemesis. For a moment. At the moment when the mental scream ripples enveloped him, only a muffled sound was heard. Dozens of giant python heads that were still roaring wildly snapped. The next moment, it exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 26. Bang bang. The huge body that lost control of its head just shook for a moment before falling heavily to the ground. For a moment, the whole place suddenly fell into silence. Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. Is this solved? Teacher Ning Yun was stunned for a long time when she saw this scene, and then she suddenly came to her senses. He shouted towards the principal who was still BG on the cabin door frantically. Principal, stop it! Yuan has solved it. No, not yet, Hi? What did you say? Honking he had just finished speaking when he raised his head in confusion. Suddenly, the fallen corpse of the deformed multi-headed python made his pupils shrink, and then he exclaimed in an extremely rude manner. How can it be? Tip, your believer race successfully annihilated the opponent with a huge advantage. Hint, you won. Tip, your believers have been tempered in this war, and their faith has deepened. Tip, you have gained 70,000 faith points. After seeing the prompt, Yuan moved his mind towards the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 70,000 faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, chaotic hydra factor. Ding! The host triggers the lucky reward, and the chaotic hydra factor is purified. Yuan looked happy, he didn't expect the system's functions to be so comprehensive. Hydra is a powerful creature from hell, commonly known as Hydra. Of course, there are also legends that Hydra has hundreds of heads. But no one has ever seen the real Hydra, which existed in ancient times when the gods ruled everything. Now Ragnarok has arrived, and everything has been suppressed by the power of the main world. The originally powerful god died, escaped, and sealed. Naturally there is no news. And Hydra is an extremely powerful creature in hell. Even just a trace of its own blood factor is enough to cause a huge transformation. Just like the original desert snake man, he was able to become this strong under the influence of the complex and chaotic Hydra factor. How powerful would it be if it were truly fused with Hydra factor? Certainly. Yuan understands that the system has eliminated the chaos. It is also equivalent to eliminating the possibility of Hydra's second stage distortion. Although the reinforcement after such fusion is reduced a lot, it is safer. After understanding the reward information, Yuan directly exited the divine space. When he walked out of the login machine, he suddenly saw the staff of the school medical room, paying a price and leaving in a hurry. I happened to see Ning Yun's figure. Yuan couldn't help but ask. Teacher Ning, what's going on? Ning Yun was relieved to see that Yuan was fine. It's not that Luo Ziming. He was sent to the medical room for emergency treatment because his brain was damaged due to forcibly stimulating the second stage factor. I see. Yuan nodded. He knew that this kind of thing must not be used casually. If it didn't even have side effects, it wouldn't be everywhere. The appearance of Yuan immediately drew everyone's attention back from Luo Ziming. Different from before. All the freshmen looked at Yuan now, no longer as angry as before. After all, Yuan's Zerg army still made many students feel extremely unbalanced. But now, Yuan was actually able to deal with even the second stage aberrant race in one go. This huge gap in strength has already opened up with all the freshmen in the entire number 1 middle school. So, everyone's eyes naturally changed from anger to envy and admiration. In fact, some female classmates looked at Yuan with even more brilliant eyes. Even all the teachers and staff looked at Yuan with admiration. It's been so many years since number 1 middle school has produced such a talent. Indeed, the name of Kaiun City's number 1 middle school has disappeared for too long. If this child can grow up, maybe he can really make number 1 middle school rise. That's right, a good seedling worth cultivating. Under the admiring gazes of many, not far away, Principal Hong Qinghe also walked over. Yuan, what race did you use to kill the 4th level multi-headed python just now? Hong Qinghe couldn't help but ask. This race doesn't seem to appear in historical data. Principal, that is a new species that has mutated from my Zerg. It is a Zerg that specifically targets the spirit. I call it a mental aberrant. Yuan answered truthfully. This kind of thing itself has nothing to hide. Psychopath? No wonder. Principal Hong Qinghe nodded. Fortunately, I am a believer who specializes in spirituality. It has good potential and is worth cultivating. Thank you, Principal, for your advice. Thanks to Yuan. Don't be polite to me. This time you were able to get the first place in the basic exam, which can be considered a twist and turn. Hong Qinghe frowned and said. Luo Ziming actually used the chaotic Hydra factor. We failed to detect and stop it in time, which was a bit derelict in our duties. He looked at Yuan. Originally, the school took out a high-level God's Domain opening card as a reward this time. In view of your current situation, I will upgrade you to a top-level God's Realm opening card. How do you feel? A top-level Divine Domain opening card. Yuan's eyes lit up. The value of this kind of Divine Realm opening card was more than 10 times higher than the high-level Divine Realm opening card. He didn't expect such extra gains. Thank you, Principal. Yuan bowed slightly. Next, the test results are announced and the Principal hands out the awards. After some encouragement, the entire examination finally came to an end. Yuan returned to his dormitory with the box containing the top-level God's Domain development card. Just take it apart. The top-level Divine Domain opening card carried by a special alloy looks like a palm-sized playing card. There is a faint light flowing on it, and there are extremely complex seal patterns. With the development of the main world, all aspects of technology have completely surpassed those of the ancient gods. Various resource cards and development cards are the crystallization of this technology. Yuan subconsciously picked up the card, and suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host picked up a top-level Divine Domain opening card. Ding! The top-level Divine Domain opening card has been strengthened, and you will get double the effect after using it. Chapter 27. Is this okay? Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but marvel. The system is simply awesome. With such an enhancement, 1 is equivalent to the effect of 2. Just this operation is equivalent to saving him a small target. Because today is the preliminary exam, all freshmen in the school can have a day off. Yuan simply ordered a takeaway and took a bite, then couldn't wait to enter the login cabin with his top Divine Domain opening card. There is a special card slot in the login cabin, and you only need to insert your own card into it. After connecting to the divine space, the power in it will naturally be transmitted into the divine space. However, the number of card slots in the login bay is limited. If you place multiple cards at once, you need to exit the god's domain space and perform manual operations. This is indeed a bit troublesome. But there is no way. Before the divine fire is ignited, Yuan can only do it this way honestly. Once the divine fire is lit, through divine fire, you can directly connect to your own divine space. At that time, cards or other supplies can be sent directly into it. Putting the card away, Yuan lay directly in the login cabin. Suddenly, the login cabin prompt appeared in my mind. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: the user is about to enter his own exclusive divine space. Buzz. The familiar feeling reappeared, and when Yuan appeared again, he had already arrived in his own divine space. However, this time, when he first appeared, messages popped up one after another on the God's Domain interface. Record: your believer race has increased. Record: your believer race is feeling hungry. Record: 32 nest larvae died. Record: 835 nest larvae died. Die. Yuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw these records. His spiritual thoughts subconsciously scanned the entire divine space. Suddenly saw. Many insect nest larvae are dying of hunger. Not even the tearing springtails moved. This time, Yuan suddenly reacted. The 200,000 troops in the entire God's Domain space have been deployed since the last time the intermediate resource cards and newly added God's Domain resources were released. He was never given anything to eat again. Zerg also need to eat. Not eating for nearly half a day is equivalent to not eating for half a year. The mutated springtails and infected bugs can still hold on for a while, but the larvae can no longer hold on. This is a bit troublesome. Yuan frowned and said to himself. The food consumed by the more than 200,000 troops now is a huge expense, and as time goes by, the Zerg army will definitely grow in number. The consumption will definitely increase by then. Where can Yuan get so many resources? Certainly. It's not like Yuan has never thought about buying some agricultural and industrial races here, specializing in growing food or raising animals. Not to mention whether the entire God's Domain is big enough, even if it is feasible, how many animals must be raised or how much food must be grown for these Zerg races to eat. Yuan suddenly lowered his head and looked at the top Divine Domain opening card in his hand. If you replace it with a top-level Divine Resource card, it should be able to last for a while. Just when he was thinking about whether to replace it, sudden, a prompt message popped up on the God's Domain interface, which made his eyes light up. Tip: your religious race is mutating. The moment he saw the message, Yuan looked directly towards the Zerg mother nest in the divine space. I saw. The Zerg nest, which was originally 10 meters in diameter and covered with ferocious barbs, had now expanded to a radius of 20 meters. Bang! Bang! There was a loud noise, and huge horns as sharp as ivory began to rise from around the nest, turning into huge bone spurs that filled the surrounding area. At the same time, a powerful wave emerged from above. Ouch! All the nearby Zerg could not help roaring, as if celebrating the evolution of the brood. Tip: your believer race, Zerg brood, has completed evolution. Open the race panel. Yuan raised his hand and swiped, and information about the Zerg mother nest suddenly appeared in front of him. Name: Zerg brood, intermediate. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 4. Ability: Larvae breeding, carpet land, worker bee mutation, main, telepathy, main, insect network, main, insect nest altar. Life: 50. A huge body must have a lot of physical strength. Strength: 0, unable to move. Agility: 0, unable to move. Intelligence: 30, the terrifying value makes it enough to learn mental spells. Evaluation: the evolved Zerg mother nest has the powerful ability to lay a carpet of bacteria, and its powerful telepathy is not inferior to Abathur. Chapter 28. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the changes in the Zerg nest. He didn't expect that the opponent's evolution after devouring countless resources would be so powerful. Not only did the original place of corrosion evolve into a place of fungi. There are 4 more active abilities. Place of creep, where the mother nest is located, a thick carpet carrying countless bacteria and mucus will automatically be generated around it. Its main function is to provide necessary nutrients for the survival and evolution of the Zerg units, as well as the necessary items for constructing the Zerg way. Worker bee mutation, the mother nest mutates into worker bee insects through larvae. As an exclusive type of resource collection work, their efficiency and speed are stronger than the larvae. Telepathy, the powerful intelligence attribute allows the brood to have the ability to communicate with people, allowing it to rule the surrounding Zerg more quickly. Insect network, use enough resources to lay insect tunnels under the carpet, allowing the Zerg to shuttle through them. P.S. The insect tunnel allows the Zerg to travel. If you want to leave the insect tunnel, you will have to spend more resources to mutate the tunnel worms. Insect nest altar, a unique altar form is born in the evolved mother nest, which can be used to make sacrifices to the gods. Yuan almost laughed out loud after seeing several introductions of abilities one after another. He may not care about anything else, but this place of creep is a big surprise. When I really doze off, someone gives me a pillow. He was worried about how he could solve the problem of feeding so many Zerg. Unexpectedly, the Zerg mother nest evolved directly. Among them, this place of fungi is simply an artifact custom-made for the Zerg who don't want to eat. Certainly. Although the carpet land here is powerful, it can only provide the Zerg with necessary nutrients. In other words, the Zerg can use the carpet land to hibernate in it and ensure their immortality. But if you want more evolution and improvement, you still need to continue eating. But for Yuan, this is already a very good result. At least it solved his urgent need. But the range of the carpet land is limited. Based on the current level of the Zerg mother nest, it can only spread within a radius of 10 kilometers at most. Moreover, although the creep is automatically generated and has the ability to spread, it also consumes the resources of the mother nest. It would be nice if we could build more brood nests. Yuan couldn't help but think. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, the system's voice sounded directly. Ding! To detect the host's willingness, please note, the evolved Zerg mother nest has the ability to command the secondary brood. A single evolved brood can control 5 primary broods, and the primary brood can share all the abilities of the intermediate brood. Very good! Yuan shook his fist fiercely. The addition of 5 additional Zerg mother nests will not only greatly increase the area of the carpet, but also increase the reproductive output of the larvae. This will be of great help to his plan to increase the number of races. But this number is not unlimited. First of all, the size of the entire divine domain space is limited, and it is impossible to increase the number of Zerg without limit. Secondly, if there are too many Zergs without the help of creep, the resources they consume will not be replenished. System, what if I need more Zerg nests? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Ding! The host can upgrade any elementary brood to an intermediate brood, or upgrade an intermediate brood to a high-level brood, to increase the number of new brood nests. Understood. Yuan nodded. After knowing the entire method, he no longer had to worry about the number of nests and the scope of the carpet. After he accumulates enough, even the entire space of God's domain can be covered with germ carpet. By that time, even if an outsider invades the God's domain, they will probably be shocked. After solving this big problem, Yuan finally got the idea to start opening up the divine realm. With a thought in his mind, he directly released his top divine domain opening card. Suddenly, a mysterious, and extremely powerful wave began to emerge at the edge of the divine realm. In the chaotic and misty void, Lu Yuan's exclusive divine space began to expand. Tip: you used the top-level divine domain opening card. Tip: your divine space is expanding. Tip: your believer race feels the greatness of the miracle, and the believer's faith deepens. Tip: you have gained 150,000 faith points. It lasted for several days before Lu Yuan saw that the development of the entire divine realm had stopped. At this time, he subconsciously called up the God's domain interface. Look directly towards the area above. I saw. The original area of 500 hectares suddenly increased 100 times, reaching a terrifying 50,000 hectares. Hiss! Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. What is the concept of 50,000 hectares? It is a square land with a length and width of more than 50 kilometers, equivalent to the entire size of a small city, making the entire divine domain space instantly spacious. All the Zerg were originally so crowded, but now they relaxed instantly. Chapter 29. It seems that the system's rewards have taken effect. Lu Yuan knew that a general top-level divine domain opening card could only expand to an area of 10,000 hectares at most. However, with the system's bonus, this range has been increased 5 times. System, give me 5 mother nests scattered around the entire God's domain space. Seeing the expansion of the divine domain, Lu Yuan immediately asked the system to release the mother nest. Then let the bacteria blanket continue to spread. During this period, he must stop the mother nest's function of hatching larvae. Only when the carpet spread is completed can these larvae not starve to death. Boom, boom, boom. In the entire divine domain space, the ground in 5 directions trembled. Next moment, Zerg mother nests grew out of it. The growth was completed in less than 10 minutes. Without Lu Yuan opening his mouth, the intermediate brood had already begun to control the 5 broods spreading the carpet according to his will. This process is not fast and takes some time. Lu Yuan took a look, and now his faith value has recovered a little again. Lottery is out of the question. And the Hydra factor obtained from Luoziming was not used. Lu Yuan also decided to wait. After clearing out all consumables in the system space that can be used as food for the mother nest, he broke the link to the divine space. You still need resource cards. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyebrows. The evolution of the brood requires nutrition. Although it is much smaller than the needs of all Zerg species, it cannot be underestimated. I took a look at my universal point balance. Lu Yuan sighed, and when preparing to go to class tomorrow, he asked the class teacher Ning Yun if there was any way to find a part-time job to earn some general points. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan came to the classroom to prepare for class. But when he was sitting in his seat, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. "Hello, Big Devil, we meet again." Lu Yuan looked up and saw a fat man standing in front of him. He is 1.7 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. Who is it if it's not Zhen Gang? Hey? Why are you in our class? Lu Yuan looked at Zhen Jingdao in surprise. Bah, God, your class is ours too, okay. Zhen Jian smiled and said, in order to be closer to you, the Great Master, I specially applied for a class change. So it was passed so easily. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. This kind of already divided classes cannot be changed casually in number 1 middle school. It must be approved by the original class teacher and the new class teacher, and finally the principal's consent. But the other party actually applied yesterday and changed it today. This shows the depth of his background. Haha, don't worry about those details. Zhen Jian sat next to Lu Yuan, reached out and took out a card full of patterns and handed it to Lu Yuan. I plan to ask the great God for advice on how to gather the faith of believers. Zhen Jian smiled and said. This card can be regarded as a tuition fee for me to ask God to help me. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced, suddenly said. Advanced resource card. I want to ask a question and need a high-level resource card? When did premium resource cards become so worthless? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and understood. Asking for advice is just a pretense. In fact, the other party wants to show kindness to you. Zhenhan, are you from the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce? Haha, great God's wisdom. The name Zhengang doesn't sound good, that's because his father is Zhencheng, the boss of Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce. Specializing in the sales of various cards, its scale is very famous throughout Kaiun City. When Zhenjian was born, Zhencheng followed the principle of relying on his reputation to make a living and named him Zhenjian. I hope he is lucky enough to become a powerful god. Master, tell the truth, my father asked me to pass this on to you. I want to ask you for a favor. Zhenjian said directly. Help? What are you doing? Lu Yuan was confused. Help invade other people's divine realms. Zhenjing's words were astonishing. In general, there are two situations for invasion of God's domain. One is the school's practical examination, which can only be carried out after being reported and approved by superiors. This is legal behavior and can only occur in schools. The other is a forced invasion of the divine domain without permission. Lu Yuan's previous invasion of Luo Ziming's divine domain was like this. Originally, this was already a very serious illegal act. If it happens in society, you will be directly arrested by the law enforcement team and put on trial. But in high school, because students have not yet ignited their own divine fire, no matter how strong their own divine space is, the damage and losses they can cause are very limited. Therefore, it will be classified as a violation. In the event of a violation, the ruling will be arbitrated by the school's agency. There's a lot of maneuverability here. But no matter how you operate it, it is always against the rules. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan was about to refuse. But I heard Zhenjiang say hurriedly. Don't worry, the one who invaded is none other than my cousin's divine space. Chapter 30. What? Your cousin? Lu Yuan looked at Zhenjian with some doubts. Is his dad crazy? Actually looking for outsiders to invade the divine domain of your relatives? Aha, that's right. Seemingly seeing the confusion in Lu Yuan's eyes, Zhen Gang hurriedly explained. My cousin is in number 3 middle school. She is 1 month younger than me, and she is also the freshman king there. My uncle said that she has been a little crazy recently, and this mentality is not conducive to her development. That's why I asked my dad to help find someone to invade her divine domain so that she can taste failure. I happened to know about it, so I recommended you immediately. Zhenjian said excitedly, the rookie king of the 3rd school versus the rookie king of the 1st school, I feel so excited just thinking about it. Is he also the new king? Lu Yuan was silent for a moment. There were more than a dozen high schools in Kaiun City. The strongest one among them is not one of them. Number 3 middle school, number 6 middle school, and number 9 middle school are all in the first echelon, while number 1 middle school can only be considered the second echelon. The number 3 middle school is even better among the first tier schools, and it feels like it has surpassed the other 2 high schools. This cousin of the other party was actually able to stand out among the freshmen in number 3 middle school. She was definitely not a zibe. It seems that my strength may not be able to defeat her, right? Lu Yuan was modest. Don't worry, all I give you is a deposit. Regardless of whether you win or lose, there will be additional rewards when the time comes. Zhenjian explained, of course, if you can defeat her, the reward will be even more generous. Is that so? Lu Yuan thought in his mind that he just lacked resource cards. If you can make some extra money here, it will be much more cost-effective than going out to find a part-time job. Okay, I agree. Finally. Lu Yuan nodded and said, did you say when? You can set the time yourself. When Zhen Gang heard that Lu Yuan agreed, his face suddenly lit up with joy. When the time comes, you tell me in advance that my uncle will give you encryption authorization, and you will invade her divine domain as a divine domain robber. Don't let her know it was planned. The God's Domain Bandit is a notorious existence in the God's Domain space. They include people from the main world, as well as evil gods who accidentally meet in the void of the outer world. An existence that specializes in plundering other people's divine realms. No problem. Since his identity cannot be revealed, Yuan has nothing to disagree with. After the two discussed it, the bell rang for class. The first period happened to be the class teacher Ning Yun's class. She has long wavy hair and a dark purple tight leather jacket. Very tight. The appearance of the other party caused the entire class to fall into silence. Students, today we are going to talk about several major elements of the ignition of divine fire and the division of factions of extraterritorial races. Soon the class started. The courses in the first year of high school are mainly theory-based, and practical classes are not too frequent. Yuan has not traveled through time very long, so he lacks most of this knowledge. From beginning to end, he listened very carefully. After 2 hours, the class ended. Ning Yun closed the textbook in her hand and said goodbye to many classmates, but before leaving, she suddenly said, Yuan, come here. Oh. Yuan followed him out of the classroom, and soon arrived at Teacher Ning Yun's office. Teacher Ning, what do you want from me? Yuan asked subconsciously. No big deal. Ning Yun glanced at Yuan, I just want to tell you that Luo Ziming escaped. Luo Ziming escaped? What do you mean? Yuan's heart moved and he became a little confused. Luo Ziming suffered damage to his brain yesterday because he forcibly fused the second stage distortion factor. Ning Yun said, the situation was stabilized in the school medical room. Unexpectedly, last night, he suddenly went crazy. Not only did he seriously injure the nurse on duty in the medical room, but he also escaped from the school directly. I called you here to tell you that you should be mentally prepared. There are no special circumstances in the recent period, so it is best not to leave the school. Escaped. Yuan didn't expect that Luo Ziming was really capable of doing such crazy things. But this kind of thing doesn't matter much to him. The security in the main world is pretty good. Nodding, Yuan said. Okay teacher, I understand. Ning Yun nodded, reached out and handed 3 resource cards to Yuan. This is a resource allocated to you by the school. The principal has included your name on the list for this Kaiun City High School exchange competition. The time is just 2 months away, you must seize the time to improve. Yuan's eyes lit up. This kind of opportunity was rare, so he couldn't miss it. Don't worry, teacher, I will try my best. I know you are a promising student. The look on Ning Yun's face turned solemn. But if you participate in the high school exchange competition, you will face opponents at the level of senior high school students, and they are also the elites of the entire Kaiun City High School students. Those students are much stronger than the freshmen. Not to mention Tier 2 races, Tier 3 or even Tier 4 races may exist. Remember not to be careless, understand? Thank you, teacher, for reminding me, I will pay attention. Yuan nodded. In 2 months, his believer race should have grown greatly. Chapter 31. Less than 1,000 kilometers away from Kaiun City, it is a huge city. Its scale is several times larger than Kaiun City. Even in the entire Emerald Alliance, it ranks high. Blood River City, a huge city guarding the rift in Hell, is bound to give birth to an extremely powerful family of gods. The Luo family is one of the most powerful families. Now, in a quiet villa of the Luo family, a red-haired young man was sitting on the sofa, admiring the beautiful scenery of the lake in the distance, while looking at the illustrated book of hellish creatures in his hand. Master, I just received news that Luo Ziming inspired the second level of distortion and was defeated by Yuan. He was affected by the distortion last night and escaped. A middle-aged man wearing black clothes and without a smile suddenly appeared beside the young man and bowed and said, "Oh." The young man who heard this raised his eyebrows and seemed to show a hint of interest. "That lord's descendant is really amazing. It seems that my random actions have paid off quite a bit." Snapped. The young man closed the book casually and said, "Continue to collect Yuan's information for me. The current natural disaster growth is still too weak, and it is not worthy for me to devour him." "Yes, master." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and left. At the same time, of course Yuan didn't know that he had been targeted. At this time, he was on his way back to his dormitory. Since he agreed to invade someone else's divine domain, he had to be fully prepared. Go back to dorms. After a simple dinner, Yuan entered the login cabin. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: the user has entered his own exclusive divine space. A familiar feeling emerged, and Yuan entered the divine space again. But this time, as soon as he entered it, he saw countless records on the God's domain interface flashing across the screen. Record: your believer race has increased. Record: the land of creep has spread on a large scale, and your believer race feels comfortable. Record: you gained 20,000 faith points. The front was normal, but as he went to the back, Yuan suddenly discovered that records he had never seen before appeared. Record: your followers sacrificed red-tailed deer. Record: you gained 35 points of faith. Record: your followers sacrificed white fish. Record: you gained 26 faith points. Sacrifice: his own believers actually started to offer sacrifices. Yuan originally thought that things like sacrifice could only exist among other races. My Zerg race only knows how to eat and attack by nature. If it weren't for the help of the system, I probably wouldn't have such a fanatical belief in myself. But now, I actually know how to sacrifice. All these changes are due to the evolved Zerg mother nest. The brood alter ability that Yuan ignored actually took effect so quickly. Just as Yuan was looking at these sacrifice lists, suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding! Your believers sacrificed the red-tailed deer, and you gained an additional 35 points of faith. Ding! Your believers sacrificed the white fish, and you gained an additional 26 points of faith. Ding! Your followers sacrificed the wasteland grey wolf, and you gained an additional 0.1 point of strength. Is this okay too? When Yuan heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but be stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but become ecstatic. Because the extra reward from the sacrifice can actually directly enhance his own strength. The normal level of a strong demigod is equivalent to around level 15. Its own attributes are not significantly different in the main world. Once in the outer realm, the average level is around 75 points. But now, Yuan was able to improve his attributes by making sacrifices. This discovery surprised him. The improvement of basic attributes will be of great help in igniting the divine fire in the future. Certainly. What makes Yuan even more happy is that since the sacrifice can obtain attributes under the bonus of the system, he may also be able to obtain more benefits. This is equivalent to giving yourself another way to become stronger. There are not many valuable things in the entire divine space, so even with systematic blessings, Yuan did not gain much. He appeared this time to place resource cards. The second one is to strengthen the Hydra factor obtained last time. System, let me fuse the Hydra factor into all the Zerg. Ding! Start merging. In mid-air, familiar dust fell. This time, all Zerg have awakened from hibernation. Subsequently, what greets them is an unprecedented transformation. Ouch! Pain and roars resounded throughout the entire divine space. The Zerg Legion, which has grown to more than 200,000 troops, has begun a new round of transformation. The body of the Springtail, which was originally more than 1 meter, grew again. It reached over 1.5 meters. Not only that, their 2 front paws became raised high, and the front half of their originally prostrate body began to tilt up, making them look like centaurs on all fours. Their armor becomes more powerful. The appearance is also more fierce. Tip: your believer race is undergoing mutation. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: you have gained 200,000 faith points. Chapter 32. Purified Hydra Factor. It is composed of broken genetic fragments from Hydra, contains extremely weak Hydra blood, and is forcibly removed from the negative effects of hell by mysterious power, so it can be used with confidence. Yuan looked away from the item introduction. It was worthy of the bloodline of a powerful creature from hell. Just this little bit of bloodline power can allow all of his Zerg races to advance. In addition to being larger in size, the transformed Tear Springtail is longer and more flexible than before. Not only the tearing Springtails, but also the infected insects and the original poisonous banelings have undergone huge transformations. Of course, the one that has changed the most is Abathur. As a mentally deformed person, it has a weakness in terms of physical strength. This time, the Hydra factor was incorporated, which just made up for his shortcomings. Not only has his body become taller again, but the blade in front of him is also longer and sharper. Tip: your religious race is undergoing changes. Tip: your religious race has advanced. Tip: your believers have witnessed the grace of the gods, and their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 100,000 faith points. Finally, after nearly an hour, the entire transformation was completely completed. Yuan hurriedly opened his race interface, and the 2 most obvious changes were: Name: Hydra Tear Springtail. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Devouring Collection, Enhanced Tearing, Charge, Main, Claw Slashing, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Armored Stab, Main, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Hydra Heavy Armor Scales, Enhanced Regeneration. Life: 12, Total Blood Volume of 2 adults. Strength: 14, can compete with human warriors. Agility: 12, ordinary people can no longer catch up. Intelligence: 9, can become a magic apprentice. Evaluation: the defense added with the Hydra factor is amazing, the flexibility is also greatly improved, and more importantly, the brain is more flexible. Yuan was very pleased with the advancement of the tearing Springtail. Especially seeing that its own combat power has grown, surpassing most Tier 2 units. This shows the huge effect of the Hydra factor. As the tearing Springtails advance, the poisonous banelings transformed from them also advance. Its most intuitive change is that its body size has become larger, the explosion is more corrosive, and the damage is higher. As for the infected bug, because it is a second-level race, although it has been greatly improved, it has not continued to advance. However, during this period of time, Abathur, who worked diligently and uncomplainingly to contribute to the evolution of the brood, ushered in the first advancement in his life. Name: Psychopath Abathur. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 3. Ability: Enhanced Tear, Charge, Main, Claw Slash, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Armored Thrust, Main, Brood Pulse, Main, Psychic Wave, Main, Mental Scream, Main, Hydra Heavy Armor Scales, Enhanced Regeneration. Life: 15, average level for 3rd level units. Strength: 19, can also play a great role in melee combat. Agility: 15, no longer a shortcoming. Intelligence: 30, it is difficult for 4th level creatures to resist its spiritual effects. Evaluation: bloodline makes up for Abathur's shortcomings, and his mental strength makes him no less powerful when facing 4th level creatures. In particular, his mental attacks make it difficult for opponents to guard against. The ferocious Abathur let out an excited growl. Now he wanted to charge into battle like a warrior. In addition to these obvious changes, both hive larvae and mutated worker bees have also been improved. Even the defense of the insect nest is stronger than before. At this time, Yuan looked towards the divine space again. Within the 50,000 hectare divine domain, 80% of the area is covered by fungus carpet. I can finally let go and breed. Yuan waved his hand and put the high-level resource card into the divine realm. The resources inside are enough for the Zerg mother nest to obtain enough nutrients to give birth to more larvae. After taking care of all this, Yuan temporarily chose to leave the divine space. He was not in a hurry to complete the task assigned by Zhenjian. After the insect nest completes a new round of reproduction, it is not too late to go there with all preparations. Next, everything calmed down for the time being. Yuan goes to and from school every day, at 2 o'clock and one line at a time. However, what gave him a headache was, since the past few days, no less than 300 love letters have been received in the classroom seats. Yes, most of the freshman female classmates chose to confess their feelings to Yuan. There is no way, the devil's charm is too great. In addition, Yuan himself is relatively handsome, making it easier to attract the admiration of others. In this regard, Yuan could only put away these love letters temporarily with a headache. It's more important to concentrate on your studies. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. When Yuan entered the divine space again, there were already more than 1.2 million larvae in the entire divine space. This is because the creep range is limited, otherwise it could exceed 1.5 million. Seeing this scene, Yuan knew that the day had come for him to complete his mission. Chapter 33. The system mutated 300,000 Hydra-tearing springtails, 200,000 poisonous banelings, and 200,000 infected worms, while the remaining larvae remain unchanged. Yuan thought for a while and directly ordered such a plan. After a series of mutations, Yuan now has an army of 500,000 tearing springtails, 200,000 poisonous banelings, and 200,000 infected worms. The faith value generated through mutation is as high as 1.1 million. Including the faith points accumulated previously, the total must have reached around 1.5 million. With this amount of faith value, you can already try to light the divine fire. The process of lighting the divine fire is to understand the rules of one's priesthood by burning faith values. Once you understand part of the power of the rules, you can keep the divine fire burning. In this way, it will be considered a success. However, 1 million faith points is only a preliminary standard. If you want to make your divine fire stronger and more stable, the more the better. Send a call request to Zhenjian. Yuan was almost done and contacted Zhenjian directly in the divine space. Soon, Zhengang directly answered the call request. Hey, Master, are you planning to do a mission? Zhenjian answered the phone and naturally guessed Yuan's plan. Send me the coordinates of her divine domain. Yuan got straight to the point. Okay. Zhenjian nodded repeatedly, it has been prepared for a long time. I will send it to you right away. After hanging up the phone, Yuan quickly received Zhenhard's coordinates, and the other party told him that his invasion of the divine domain had been encrypted. This way the other party won't discover your true identity. Search for the coordinates of the divine domain and prepare for invasion. Yuan took a look and started searching directly in the divine space. At the same time, in a luxurious flat-floor building not far from the number 3 middle school, a childlike beauty with a suspender belt and hot pants was lying in the login cabin. Chen Lingshan had just received the Rookie King reward from her father and couldn't wait to enter the divine space. In the divine space of more than 1,000 hectares, deep in a grassland, a voluptuous elf with pointed ears and clothes woven from grass was kneeling respectfully on the ground. A rich aura with fluctuations in the earth element erupted around her. After a moment, she opened her eyes. With big watery eyes, he knelt on the ground with great excitement and began to pray towards the altar in front of him. Thank you to the great god of mire and war. It is your gift that allowed Nutgal to advance successfully. High in the sky, Chen Lingshan transformed into a hazy shadow of a god. When she heard the prayer, she couldn't help but clapped her hands excitedly. The divine fragments given by Dad are really powerful. My level 3 Earth Elf has been upgraded in no time. I really want to fight someone right now. As the god of war, despite her kawaii childlike appearance, she is actually a fanatical militant inside. Perhaps someone seemed to have heard her wish. Just when she thought about it, a message appeared on the god's domain interface. Alert! An external force is invading the divine domain. Alert! God's domain will be invaded in 10 minutes. Alert! Players, please be prepared, the countdown begins. Hey? Who will invade my divine domain? Chen Lingshan was stunned for a moment, then a look of fanaticism appeared on her face. Come on, let me show you how terrifying my aunt's realm is. She waved her little hand, and the oracle sounded throughout the space. Immediately, the figures of the believer races began to gather and gather. Alert! The divine space has been invaded. Laugh! A tearing sound spread across the entire divine realm. Due east, a dark crack suddenly appeared. As soon as the cracks appeared, they continued to spread towards both sides. Immediately afterwards, it was as if a pair of giant hands had grasped the crack and tore it open. Tisk! A space crack nearly 100 meters long emerged. At this time, Chen Lingshan also looked towards the crack. A desolate, dry, and terrifying divine realm filled with thick fungus appeared. Who are you? Dare to invade my divine domain? Chen Lingshan was stunned when she saw this divine realm. She thought it was her teacher or classmate, or worse, her father came here to test her. Unexpectedly, the environment of this divine realm was nothing like that. That's why I asked. However, as she finished speaking, she saw a huge face emerging from the cracks in the opponent's divine domain. Not only did he not answer her question. Instead, he spit out 2 words directly. Attack! As soon as the words fell, a mighty army of tearing springtails surged from the crack. No, it's a robber from the divine realm. Chen Lingshan exclaimed when she saw the ugly Zerg army. He suddenly shouted loudly. My followers, start fighting back. Chapter 34. In Chen Lingshan's divine space. Not Gr, who had received the oracle, raised the staff in his hand and spoke in a high-pitched and passionate voice. Believers, the great god of mire and war has descended from the divine domain, and the evil forces of the future are invading our homeland. I, the Earth Elf Nothgar, call here to fight for the glory of my god. Drive all evil forces out of our homes and let the glory of God shine upon every inch of the land. Ouch! The Kobold clan is ready to show up for my god at any time. The Kobold leader, equipped with light iron armor and holding a bone hammer, shouted loudly. All tribesmen, charge with me! Oh! Woof woof! Fully 500 Kobold warriors rushed towards the crack in the distance. They lined up in a row, shouting the names of the gods. Lead the charge as the vanguard. At the rear, nearly 300 archers, composed of earth elves, gradually followed. The long bows in his hands are already fully drawn, as long as they reach the range. What greeted the opponent was a rain of arrows from the sky. Armored level 1 Kobold and level 2 Earth Elf Archer. Yuan transformed into a ball of sand and dust floating in his own divine space. Seeing the opponent's fighting combination made him slightly surprised. The rookie king in 3 actually only has this little strength? If this is really the case, then to be honest, he is really a little disappointed. 10,000 tier springtails should be enough to tear them apart, right? In the midst of murmuring, Abathur, the mentally deformed person in charge of command below, suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. 10,000 Hydra tier springtails swarmed out of the cracks and rushed towards the kobolds. "Come on, tribesmen, and tear them apart for me." Abathur's spiritual fluctuations echoed among all the Zerg. "Remember, to leave one alive, we have to sacrifice it to the great god of natural disasters." Hiss, kill, for the great god of natural disasters. Kill, kill, kill. The distance of several thousand meters began to shrink rapidly amid the turbulence on both sides. At this time, in the distance, Chen Lingshan, who was wearing armor and had a childlike appearance, had a look of disgust on her face. "What's the wrong choice? Why choose a bug as a believer? The land of quagmire." Following her soft drink, Yuan felt an inexplicable fluctuation in the opponent's divine realm. Subsequently, the soil under the feet of the speeding Tearling Springtail suddenly became soft. Before the Tearling Springtail could react, it turned into a muddy swamp. Suddenly their speed was greatly reduced. At this time, the kobolds who had rushed into the distance suddenly stopped, and the earth elf archers behind them started the first round of volley. Boo-hoo! Hundreds of arrows formed a small rain curtain and fell from the sky. It shot accurately towards the Hydra Tearling Springtails in the mire. Earth elves are a branch of nature elves. Although they are not as good at bows and arrows as forest elves, they are still very good. However, just when they thought their wave of attacks would be successful, only the sound of ping 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 was heard, which did not cause much damage to the Hydra Tearling Springtails at all. Even the thick scales on the skin were not damaged. How is it possible? These lowly insects have such terrifying defenses. The earth elf priest Nodagar behind him couldn't help but exclaimed. She originally thought that this kind of insect believers only had a numerical advantage, and their real defense and combat effectiveness were not that exaggerated. However, in their first encounter, the Hydra tier Springtail gave them a big surprise. "Does it belong to your priesthood?" Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself when he saw the vast swamp. His own priesthood had always been a shortcoming. He knows it very well. But, although the quagmire in front of us has reduced our speed, it does not mean that there is no way to solve it. Since the one below can't get through, then let the one above get through. As the words fell, thousands of Tearling Springtails that had fallen into the mire suddenly became motionless, and their entire bodies actually built a hard road, allowing the Tearling Springtails behind them to step on their bodies. Anyway, they have an overwhelming advantage in numbers, so just crush them. Hiss! Kill, kill, kill! In less than a minute, thousands of Hydra Tearling Springtails had rushed through the opponent's swamp area. I saw it jump suddenly, its sharp mouth parts and its own blade as sharp as a sickle. The sword light turned into a cold one and fell towards the kobold in the front row. Puff! When a level 2 Hydra Ripper faced a level 1 kobold warrior, even the light armor on the opponent's body could only block it for a moment. The sound of countless hands raising and falling knives could be heard. The kobold in front of him was instantly torn apart. Level 2 Zerg? How is that possible? This time, even Chen Lingshan was a little surprised. She glanced around and saw at least tens of thousands of second-order Tearling Springtails. With such a quantity, the kobolds simply cannot resist it. Earth Elf, retreat and fight at the same time. The oracle came, and the 300 shooters gave up the 500 kobolds and began to retreat. At the same time, the scope of the swamp on the ground expanded again, trying to stop the attack speed of the Tearling crawlers. But there are too many Springtails. Even if Chen Lingshan continued to exert her clerical role, she could not stop the endless Zerg army. Chen Lingshan saw the situation clearly, anger rising in her eyes. "You must force me to use my trump card. Then as you wish, come out, Centaur Legion." Chapter 35. Within the vibrant divine space, thousands of ripworms began to charge towards the opposing army. But at this moment, a loud roar sounded from a distance. Next moment, from the other end of the plain, groups of centaur warriors wearing heavy armor and horse-hoofed bodies charged in neat steps. 1,000 fully armed, no, centaur warriors armed to the teeth turned into a torrent of steel and came towards them. And in the rear, there were actually 500 centaur shooters. The centaurs are the only race that can rival the forest elves in their talent for bow and arrow. What they hold in their hands are longbows that are several times harder than those of the earth elves. High Priest Nothgar, the centaur Ironhoof commander, are here to support us. The centaur warrior leader shouted towards the high priest with a giant axe in his hand. Very good. Notgar was overjoyed when he heard this. The earth elves retreat on both sides. Wow! The earth elves spread out to both sides. Suddenly, the centaur warriors in the front row rushed towards the torrent of tearing springtails rushing in front of them. Bang bang bang! In a series of muffled sounds, the two sides finally collided. What surprised Yuan was that these centaur warriors actually resisted the attack of the front row tearing springtails. Hey! Check out the race panel. Yuan subconsciously ordered the system. Name: Centaur Warrior / Heavy Armor Warrior. Category: Demi-Humans. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Horsehoof Trampling, Fighting Spirit Increased, Powerful Swing. Life: 11/20. The blood volume increases greatly after changing jobs. Strength: 12/24. Hercules is the right description. Agility: 10/16. Quick as the wind. Intelligence: 8/8. Can only learn some superficial spells. Evaluation: the centaur with good basic attributes has amazing combat power after becoming a heavily armored warrior. He's actually a transferred warrior. Yuan couldn't help but said suddenly after seeing the message. When the believer race is strong enough, spending a lot of resources to purchase job transfer cards can help the opponent develop in the direction of specialization. Not only that, once the job transfer is successful, you can also have a larger increase. But, although the role of job transfer is powerful, its cost is naturally not comparable to ordinary expenses. The cost of 1,000 heavily armored warriors in front of him is definitely not something Yuan can afford now. Crack! With a crisp sound, the giant axe in the centaur leader's hand cut through the springtail's defense for the first time. At the rear, the centaur archer accurately hit his arrow from the wound, immediately causing huge damage to the tearing springtail. And looking at the other side, the blade that tore apart the springtails could only leave some half-inch deep scratches on the opponent's heavy armor. It's still a little difficult to break through the defense. At this time, even if you use armored thrust, it may not be of any use. Humph, you despicable and shameless God's domain robber, you will pay the price for what you have done. Seeing Chen Lingshan blocking the first wave of attacks, she let out a cold drink. Next moment, a pale red light emerged from the void and enveloped all believers. For a moment, on Chen Lingshan's side, all the believers' races let out a loud shout. The overall combat power actually began to soar. The aura of war also belongs to the priesthood of the god of war. Once cast, it directly increases the attack power of friendly units by 20%. This time, the centaur warrior became even more powerful. Not only that, while the halo emerged, Chen Lingshan raised her hand again. Suddenly, under the feet of the tearing springtail, the ground began to shake, and there was a sudden feeling of instability. Earth tremor also belongs to Chen Lingshan's priesthood. But her strength is limited. If she is strong enough, she can upgrade to earthquake. When an earthquake occurs, it can cause huge damage before the fight begins. The combination of quagmire and ground tremor made tens of thousands of tearing springtails seem to be stuck in a quagmire. It was difficult to stabilize their bodies, let alone attack. Seeing this scene, Chen Lingshan grabbed the necklace on her goose neck. Suddenly, an earthy yellow halo enveloped all the tearing springtails again. Buzz! The moment the light fell, all the tearing springtails suddenly sank, as if they were pressed down by a huge boulder, sinking deeply into the mire. Even his movements became sluggish. Sacred object plug-in? Gravity halo. Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this little girl even had such good things. The sacred object plug-in is a sacred object made by the gods with mysterious materials, and powerful magic can be sealed inside. It just takes divine power to activate it. And Chen Lingshan, a demigod, can release this kind of magic, which means that she has at least one sacred object that stores divine power. Isn't this too FG cool? Yuan was speechless. Class-changing warrior, holy relic plug-in, divine relic. This kind of opponent can fight even ordinary high school students. Now, he was actually asked to teach the other party a lesson as a freshman in high school. Looking at the high-spirited Chen Lingshan, Yuan suddenly sighed in his heart. Oh, what a great equipment, I'm sorry. I have to win. Chapter 36. Come on, just drown them all. Yuan's voice turned into an oracle and sounded throughout the divine space. In an instant, 500,000 tearing springtails that were already ready to attack rushed out from the crack. There are no tactics or arrangements. It's just about quantity, just crush them unreasonably. If 10,000 can't suppress you, then 20,000. If 20,000 cannot defeat you, then 100,000 will be enough. There are only 1,500 warriors. Even if they are put in front of you and cut down by you, they will still die from exhaustion, right? As for those priesthoods, can you cover the range of an army of 500,000? Even if it could, it's not something a little demigod can do. So, Chen Lingshan, who was originally a little proud of how quickly she blocked the opponent's attack, was about to show off. But suddenly, her expression changed. Boom! The ground shook. Chen Lingshan suddenly discovered that her 1,000 hectares of divine space was actually filled with countless tearing springtails. How much does this have to be? 50,000, 100,000? Even more? How can it be? She couldn't imagine that the other party could actually have such a terrifying number of believers. Is the other party really just a demigod? If he wasn't a demigod, he wouldn't be able to resist the few magical spells just now. Crash! A surging tide of insects surrounded Chen Lingshan's race of believers from all directions. The earth elves trembled, feeling that they had no way to escape. Shua! Poof! The sharp bone blade cut through the void, and an earth elf was killed. Then it was swarmed by more than a dozen tearing springtails and completely devoured. No! High Priest Notgal's eyes were red. They finally found a place to stay and regained their faith. However, such days did not last long before they were completely destroyed by these terrifying Zerg. No, damn it, you damn bugs, I'm going to kill you. Buzz! The staff in her hand was suddenly raised high, and at the same time, a wave of 4th-level magic power in her body burst out. Boom! The ground around her began to collapse, turning into a rolling quagmire that instantly swallowed up the tearing worms around her. This isn't over yet. The quagmire keeps rolling, as if it is constantly brewing. The chanting in Notgiar's mouth became more and more intense, and finally, he waved violently. Come out, quagmire puppet! Ouch! Just hearing a low roar, the swamp with a radius of tens of meters suddenly turned over, and 2 huge puppets that were 5 meters high and completely made of rock emerged. As soon as he appeared, he roared to the sky and hit a tearing springtail hard with his fist as big as a millstone. Poof! In just one blow, the tearing springtail was dented and spit out green blood. Level 4 Quagmire Puppet. Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw these 2 Quagmire puppets. This big guy not only has amazing defense, but also has no brains. Even if it is infected with insects, it will be useless. And if you want to deal with them, you can only deal with the high priest who casts spells. So. Ouch! Abathur's figure rushed out from nowhere and screamed mentally at Nutgal. Just once. Caught off guard, Notgiard screamed and fell to the ground holding his head. Even though her mental power was not weak, she had to interrupt her spell casting under the attack of level 3 mental scream. Wow! The quagmire puppet, who was so fierce just now, only existed for a few seconds before completely collapsing. Massacre, all-round massacre. There were only 200,000 Tearling Springtails that had completely slaughtered all the other races. Even the heavily armored centaur warriors fell to the ground under the siege of dozens or hundreds of times. This, wow! Woohoo! Chen Lingshan looked at the entire divine domain that had been invaded by the Zerg, and finally couldn't control it, so she burst into tears. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw this scene, knowing that the heat was almost over. Okay, let's move out. He waved his hand and his figure instantly disappeared into the divine space. Long live the great god of natural disasters, believers, bring back our trophies and sacrifice them to the great god of natural disasters. Abathur shouted. Suddenly, all the Zerg armies began to retreat in an orderly manner. However, what Lu Yuan didn't expect was that the Earth Elf who had just been advanced by Chen Lingshan would be captured by the Zerg army. After completing the task, Lu Yuan left the divine space without paying too much attention to the situation in his divine realm. Killing half of the believers and leaving half of the believers should be enough, right? Lu Yuan is still very satisfied with his decision. After all, Zhenjian told himself that he would do whatever he wanted. The harder it hits, the better. But Lu Yuan is not a fool. Those believer races cost a lot of money. If they were all wiped out, it would be a big loss. At that time, if this affects your income, it will be more than worth the loss. Just when he was communicating with Zhenjian. In the study room of Chen Lingshan's villa, a middle-aged man in his 40s couldn't help but look in his eyes and came to his senses. This kid is a bit fierce. The man suddenly laughed. This girl was beaten to tears. She should know how to keep a low profile, right? Chapter 37. Just as the middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa recalling the scene of the battle between Lu Yuan and Chen Lingshan. Sudden. The door to his study room was pushed open. Immediately, Chen Lingshan burst into tears and rushed in. Dad! Woohoo, my divine space has been invaded. Ahem, what? Who is so bold? Seeing his daughter coming to complain, the middle-aged man immediately coughed and suppressed the gloating on his face. Pretending to be angry, he slapped the table. A robber from God's domain. I just wanted to check his user identity, but it was directly encrypted. Chen Lingshan said while crying, this is a common trick used by bandits in the divine realm. Ahem, yes, this robber from the God's domain has been encrypted, so it is indeed a bit troublesome to track him down. The middle-aged man nodded, changed the subject, and became more serious in his words. Daughter, you encountered a robber from the divine realm. It is unfortunate, but also lucky. Chen Lingshan looked at her father in surprise, wondering what it meant. Unfortunately, your believer race will suffer huge losses, but fortunately, you can see your own shortcomings and know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. But Dad, he actually took away my 4th level high priest. I just fused the fragments of earth divinity you gave me to let her break through. Chen Lingshan's heart was filled with rage. He was snatched away by someone just after he advanced. No one could bear it. Ahem, it doesn't matter. The fragment of divinity is just a trace, not expensive. I'll just get it for you when the time comes. After coaxing her for a long time, Chen Lingshan's mood improved a lot and she returned to her room alone. Only. As soon as she returned, she couldn't help but become confused. Isn't that right? I haven't told you the result yet? How did Dad know? The ghostly Chen Lingshan was stunned for a moment, then a light flashed in her eyes. Okay, Dad must be behind it. Why are you talking about a robber from the Divine Realm? She hurriedly rushed to the computer and began to search the internet for strong men who used Zerg as followers. She felt that the Zerg believers used by this person were very rare, and maybe she could find clues. Really? After her search, she actually found a piece of news among the results. This is a post posted online by a high school student. The number 1 middle school in Kaiun City suddenly discovered a peerless genius, and a massive swarm of Zerg swept through all the freshmen to win the newcomer king. Not only is the title related to Zerg, but there is also a short video of Lu Yuan fighting in it. Chen Lingshan opened it and immediately opened her eyes with great anger. For a long time, Chen Lingshan let out an angry roar. Lu Yuan, my precious elf high priest, you and I are at odds with each other. Sneeze. Lu Yuan, who was on the phone with Zhen Jian, couldn't help but sneeze. The login cabin is thermostatically controlled. Why do you sneeze? Just when he was confused, Zhen Jian across from him slapped his thigh in surprise. Damn it, Master, did you really win? And you killed half of her followers. Others didn't know it, but he knew that his cousin's centaur tribe had 1,000 heavily armored warriors who had transferred classes. That kind of monster that was armed to the teeth was actually half wiped out by Lu Yuan. Judging from his tone, Lu Yuan was deliberately letting off steam. Otherwise, the entire army will be annihilated. Bulls. Master, are you still missing some pendants on your legs? Zhen Jian looked at Lu Yuan with admiration. I can dress up as a woman, and I can also call 666. Roll. Lu Yuan laughed and cursed. He and Zhen Gang were quite familiar with each other, so it didn't matter if they made a harmless joke. You'd better tell your uncle quickly. Don't worry, I will take care of your reward. Zhen firmly patted her chest to assure herself. After hanging up the call, Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. In this divine battle, it seemed that he had indeed won. And it's devastating. But many problems were still exposed. Among them, the most important one was that Lu Yuan felt that the weaknesses of his priesthood were clearly exposed. Drought, desert, desolation. These three priesthoods basically have the effect of gradually changing the environment. Unable to cause powerful damage. This is seriously inconsistent with his name as the god of natural disasters. What is this predecessor thinking? Why would he choose such a god's name? Lu Yuan also checked the information about his god's name. The responsibilities of the god of natural disasters are actually very broad. When any powerful force reaches a certain scale, it can be called a natural disaster. In the ancient age of the gods, there was Deslort, who was once known as the god of natural disasters. He was a terrifying existence that controlled the rules of the four elements, earth, water, wind, and fire. But it is said that he was defeated by the strong men of the main world and eventually fell to the mysterious plane. So, according to Lu Yuan's guess, his priesthood should be further developed. How to develop it? Lu Yuan was confused. It seems that I should find an opportunity to ask teacher Ning Yun tomorrow. She should be clear about it, right? Shaking his head, Lu Yuan temporarily put aside his doubts. I looked at the time, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't help but walked into the login cabin again, preparing to return to God's domain to see the situation of his believer race. However, this time, when he first entered it, the recorded message from the God's domain interface completely surprised him. Record, your followers sacrificed kobold warriors. Record, you have gained 743 faith points. Record, your followers sacrificed centaur warriors. Record, you have gained 835 faith points. Record, your believers sacrificed the level 4 Earth Elf High Priest. Record, you have gained 3580 faith points. Record, you have gained divinity, earth affinity. Record, you won this divine battle, allowing believers to feel your divine power. Record, you gained 100,000 faith points. Ding! You get additional rewards, life +1, endurance muscles. Ding! You have received additional rewards, strength +1, running iron heel. Ding! You get an additional reward, intelligence +2. Ding! Your divine earth affinity has been strengthened into a priesthood, earth mastery. Ding! You have won this divine battle, and you will receive an additional reward, 100,000 faith points. Priesthood, earth tremor. Trigger lucky reward, ground tremors are strengthened into earthquakes. Hiss! Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he heard the prompt. The priesthood actually rewards the priesthood? Is this system too powerful? Wait, Yuan feels like he has missed something. Next moment, he suddenly shrank his pupils and exclaimed. They actually captured the Earth Elf Priest. Yuan hurriedly swept his spiritual thoughts across the divine space. Surprisingly, in the nest of the intermediate mother nest, on the insect nest altar full of barbs, I saw an Earth Elf that had been pierced by barbs and turned into a hedgehog. From the other party's somewhat shriveled head and the frightened eyes, the shadow of the High Priest could be vaguely seen. Snapped! Yuan patted his forehead speechlessly. He was a 4th level race and could be regarded as an extremely important believer in his divine domain. Now not only was he captured by himself, but he was also sacrificed as a sacrifice. It's over, now I've really become a big devil. This is already the case, and there is still no way to return it. Naturally, Yuan would not take the initiative to mention such a thing. If the other party really comes to him to accuse him, the worst he can do is not take the rest of the reward. After calming down, Yuan finally focused on the priesthood he had obtained. Chapter 38. Priesthood, to put it bluntly, is the sublimation of divinity. The so-called divinity refers to the special properties possessed by the gods themselves, and is also a direct manifestation of power. For example, if you are the god of fire, then the divinity of fire is blazing heat, which can be derived into drought, fire affinity, heat, burning, etc. And if the divinity goes further, it will be strengthened and become a priesthood. However, this process is complicated and consumes a lot of money. Yuan can be sure that it is not something he can do now. But he never expected that things that were out of his reach would be handled by the system in minutes. This is simply not too thoughtful. System, how do I obtain these priesthoods? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Ding! The host only needs to integrate the clerical items in the system space into the body. Is it that simple? Yuan didn't expect it to be so easy, so he subconsciously looked towards the system space. Then let's have the earthquake first. With a thought, a mysterious substance wrapped in light floated out of the system space. The next moment, it went directly towards Yuan's body to fuse. Buzz! Yuan felt his body tremble, but no painful feeling surfaced. Instead, there is a feeling of being enveloped by divine power, which is warm and comfortable. But just when he thought everything was over, suddenly, there was a loud noise in my mind, as if a broken scene emerged from my mind. Ah! Yuan cried out in pain and couldn't help but hold his head with both hands. For a moment, he seemed to have arrived in an inexplicable time and space. A powerful god surrounded by the power of earth, water, fire, and wind fights in an endless abyss. The main world is your whimsical idea, and I will never allow it to exist. A huge, majestic voice resounded in the abyss. Deslort, the time when the gods ruled over everything has passed. No, the era of the god of natural disasters will never end. The sound stopped abruptly here. A terrifying divine power poured out from a distance, flooding the entire abyss in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Yuan suddenly came back to consciousness from the severe pain, but the feeling disappeared. Death Lord? That legendary and terrifying god of natural disasters. He didn't know how he came across the clip involving Death Lord. Could it be? There is something wrong with my predecessor's life experience. Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. He learned from the memories received by his predecessor that he grew up in the welfare home of Kaiun City since he was a child. Other than that, there are no memories. But just when he integrated into the priesthood, he didn't know if some key was triggered, causing that kind of episode to appear in his mind. No matter what it is, I have to ask Teacher Ning Yun tomorrow. Putting these problems behind for the time being, Yuan once again integrated another priesthood, Earth Control. Unlike before, this time I didn't get any special fragments. According to Yuan's guess, only the first fusion should have caused a reaction. The priesthood of Earth Mastery is actually more powerful than earthquakes. As long as it is deep on the Earth, depending on the strength of the god itself, it can control the power of the Earth within a certain range around it, thereby erupting corresponding power. For example, create cracks, create hills, basins, integrate yourself into the Earth, etc. A powerful priesthood means greater consumption. Therefore, without sufficient faith support, it is impossible to maintain it. After completing the fusion of the second priesthood, Yuan was just about to arrange other rewards. Endurance muscles are a kind of genetic component, extracted from kobolds. The running iron hoof is an ability born from the Centaur clan. The former is passive and the latter is active. Once the active running iron hoof is used, it can instantly increase one's speed, and at the same time, there is a chance to stun the opponent through the iron hoof trampling. This ability can be combined with Zergling's charge and armored sting. It's a pretty good melee ability. Therefore, Yuan directly installed the endurance muscles on all Zerg bodies, while the stamping iron hooves were integrated into the body of the Tearling Zerg. Ranged infectors and banelings are less useful. After being busy for a long time, Yuan harvested another wave of faith points from these believers and left the divine space. A speechless night. The next morning, he came to the classroom early, and Ning Yun happened to come earlier today. Yuan took the initiative to walk up to the other party. Teacher Ning, I have some questions to ask you. Ask, about what? About the priesthood. Yuan said directly. Priesthood. Ning Yun glanced at him in surprise. Chapter 39. Priesthood. Ning Yun looked at Yuan in surprise. She thought he was asking about the race of believers, but she didn't expect that it was related to the priesthood. What is the problem? Is such that? Yuan said, my priesthood currently only has drought, desolation, and sandstorm. It is not a powerful priesthood. I would like to ask how I can add new priesthoods or improve my original priesthood. So this is it. Ning Yun nodded. I'll explain it to you in layman's terms. You know that professionals such as shamans and mages can be born among some believer races, right? I know. Yuan nodded. Yes, mages can cast spells. Spells are ranked according to their strength. The priesthood is actually equivalent to extremely powerful spells or skills. Ning Yun explained, the reason why the priesthood far exceeds the magic of the mage is because it possesses divinity. By consuming the power of divinity, the gods can continue to understand the rules of the priesthood. After initially mastering the rules of the priesthood, they can possess this kind of priesthood. Of course, the priesthood you possess will have its own tendencies based on your physique, soul, and even personality. Therefore, most gods will develop related priesthoods that suit their own circumstances. This is less difficult. And if you want to improve your clerical power, you must use divinity to assist you. Divinity can only be born after igniting the divine fire. Ning Yun looked at Yuan and said, you should focus on developing your own believer race now. As for the changes in the priesthood, it is best to wait until the divine fire is ignited. Yuan was thoughtful after hearing this. He thought the system could handle the priesthood so easily, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. Shaking his head, he prepared to develop followers honestly for the time being and thanked teacher Ning Yun. "Thank you, teacher, for clarifying my doubts." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. But at this moment, Ning Yun seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly spoke. "Etc. Teacher, is there anything else?" Lu Yuan asked. "Do you want to feel divinity up close?" She suddenly asked irrelevantly. "Feeling the divine?" Lu Yuan was surprised. "That's right, I happen to be going on a mission recently, and the danger level is relatively low. Since you asked, I can take you to see it," Ning Yun said. "Of course, the risk level is relatively low, which does not mean there is no danger. You can choose to go or not." "Go, of course." Lu Yuan nodded without hesitation. He naturally understood the meaning of Ning Yun's words. This was a rare opportunity to experience divinity up close. Others did not receive such treatment. "Good courage." A touching smile appeared on Ning Yun's face. "Just wait for my notification. We should set off the day after tomorrow at the latest." Nodding, Lu Yuan walked towards his seat. Not long after, students came to the class one after another. "Hello, God." "Good morning, God." "Have you eaten, Master?" The attitude of almost all students towards Lu Yuan is completely different from what it was at the beginning of school. From being a little transparent at the beginning, now he almost always greets Lu Yuan on his own initiative. In addition to nodding friendly, Lu Yuan was also quite helpless. He still liked it the way it was before, at least it was less troublesome. "Master, here I come." Zhen Gang sat next to Lu Yuan with a smile on his face, and quietly took out 2 cards from his bag and handed them to Lu Yuan. "Well, my uncle is very satisfied with your performance and asked me to transfer the reward to you." Zhen Jian whispered. "One is a top resource card, and the other is a job change card. My uncle said you might be able to use it." "What? Job transfer card?" Lu Yuan was surprised. A top resource card already far exceeded his reward for this shot. Now with the addition of a job transfer card, this is simply a great gift. He subconsciously turned over the card and couldn't help being slightly stunned. Heavy warrior job transfer card? Or a non-inclined heavy warrior? Lu Yuan's heart moved. His Hydra Tearling Springtail itself was a melee assault type unit. And it is not equipped with any attack weapons. Their 2 sickle-like mutated arms are their only weapons. If he had made his own choice, he would have turned them into heavy warriors. The additional heavy armor added after the job change can not only increase their defense, but also allow them to unleash more terrifying attacks when charging. However, the price of this kind of heavily armored warrior's job transfer card varies depending on the quality. Although Lu Yuan has never seen it, he still has this bit of discernment. At a glance, you can tell that the heavy warrior class change card in front of you must be a top quality card. The value of this is at least hundreds of millions. It seems like you are showing your favor to me. Lu Yuan naturally knew that the value of his move this time was not worth so much remuneration. But it doesn't matter, he is destined to become a powerful god in the future. It helps to have some connections of my own. Thank you. Lu Yuan took the card and said, "Thank you uncle for me. By the way, what does your uncle do?" It's nothing, he's the principal of number 3 middle school." "What?" Lu Yuan's pupils shrank and he couldn't help being shocked. No wonder Chen Lingshan is so rich and has all kinds of equipment. It turns out that her father is Chen Jinayu, the principal of number 3 middle school. Moment. Lu Yuan came to his senses and realized that Chen Jinayu was indeed a well-known strong man. But Lu Yuan, will definitely grow into a god even more powerful than him in the future. So don't be too surprised. The whole day's course ended happily like this. Seeing that school was about to be over, Lu Yuan planned to go back later and try out how powerful this job transfer card was. Just as he was packing his things to go back. Outside the gate of number 1 middle school, a stunning figure wearing a black lace dress and pink jade bracelets, like a porcelain doll, suddenly appeared. Chapter 40. Look! That girl is so beautiful. With super good looks and an exaggerated figure, he was still standing at the gate of the school just after school. It caught everyone's attention in an instant. Is this from our school? Why haven't I seen it before? Are you illiterate? At that time, Chen Lingshan was the beauty of number 3 middle school. What? Number 3 lieutenant colonel's beauty? You can't offend her. Why is she here? Looking for trouble? I don't know. But I'm curious. More and more people gathered in front of the school. At this time, Lu Yuan also walked out of the classroom with Zhen Jian carrying his school bag. I even said no, why do you insist on treating me? Lu Yuan looked at Zhen Jian who was holding on to him and wouldn't let go, and said speechlessly. Okay, let go. Can't you let me go? Hearing that Lu Yuan finally agreed, Zhen Gang finally smiled. Master, I know there is a private restaurant opposite the school that serves delicious food. You are so awesome and you have directly killed my cousin's prestige. I must celebrate it. He wanted to say something more, but suddenly he saw the situation outside the school gate. Hey? Why are there so many people here? What happened? While talking, he and Lu Yuan leaned over. When Zhen Gang separated from the crowd first, he couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the figure at the school gate. Chen Lingshan, why are you here? This cry instantly attracted Chen Lingshan's attention. He looked directly towards Zhen Gang. When her eyes fell on Lu Yuan next to her, his pupils suddenly shrank, and their tall arcs suddenly expanded. Lu Yuan. The voice that rose an octave made the crowd go silent for a moment. I saw. Chen Lingshan walked up to Lu Yuan and Zhen Han in a few steps with her straight white legs. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sudden change in his heart when he heard Chen Lingshan's words. After all, he had just invaded someone else's divine domain yesterday, and he didn't expect the other party to come to his door so quickly. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend to be calm. Hello. After hearing this, Chen Lingshan looked Lu Yuan up and down, and then shouted at Lu Yuan with anger on her pretty face. Listen to me, Lu Yuan, you took away my most precious thing. Just wait, I'm not done with you. What Chen Lingshan wanted to say was, you took away my elf high priest. However, the moment she exited the door, she felt something was wrong. If she really said it, wouldn't it tell everyone that she was defeated by Lu Yuan? So, she only temporarily changed her words to achieve this result. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd around him fell silent for a moment. He didn't even notice the sound of his school bag falling to the ground. Everyone's eyes stopped on Lu Yuan. The god of creation is above, isn't the great demon king too fierce? Tisk tisk, you even managed to get the 3rd lieutenant colonel's beauty? Isn't this too fast? The most precious thing, you taste it carefully. Ugh, no wonder he didn't reply to my love letters. It turns out, I'm not alive anymore. Chen Lingshan, are you talking about? Next to her, Zhen Jian looked at her cousin with a dark look. Can you speak more accurately? Hearing the whispers around her, Chen Lingshan seemed to have come back to her senses. After a moment of excitement, her pretty face looked like a red apple. The two white and tender little hands grasped each other at once, and their fingers tangled together nervously. He quickly explained, No, I'm talking about the Kaiun City Middle School exchange competition. I will definitely beat you, After saying that, she hurriedly turned around and rushed into a luxury car and left. The luxury car drove away, but the surrounding atmosphere remained solid. After a while, a senior walked past Luan and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. Well done, it's up to you to conquer number 3 middle school. After saying that, he turned around and walked away with a melancholy look. Alas, I'm about to graduate, and I don't even have half a girlfriend left. Look at this guy, he's already on base. Alas, the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Another senior looked at his palm with a lonely expression. During the 3 years of high school, I only had the 5-fingered girl to accompany me. How sad. The big devil is awesome. A model for us. Well done. More and more compliments sounded. But Luan couldn't help but feel numb. He explained to the people around him very aggrievedly. If I said that I just invaded her divine domain, would you believe it? Many freshmen gave him ambiguous looks. I understand, you don't need to say it, we all understand. Tisk, tisk, enter and invade someone else's divine domain. I really want to invade too. Well. Luan let out a long sigh, and it became darker and darker this time. I'm not going to eat. I'll go back and take my time. After saying that, without waiting for Zhen Jian's reaction, he turned around and ran back to school. Chapter 41. When Luan returned to the dormitory, he washed his face with cold water several times before calming down. It's over, he feels that he will definitely be hated by that Chen Lingshan this time. The other party has already announced that he will compete with him in the middle school exchange competition. Don't be careless. Luan thought for a while and decided that it was more important to improve his strength. So, he entered the login cabin directly without even eating. As soon as you enter the God's domain space, a series of recording prompts will pop up on the God's domain interface. Luan directly ignored the information. Directly opened his own God interface. User Luan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 3.32 million. Rank, Demigod. Priesthood, Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake. Sacred Fire, not lit. Godhead, none. Faith race, Zerg, all included. Believer, Fanatic Believer, 1.17 million. Devout Believers, 30,000, Deep Believers, 25,644, Pan-Believers, 0. God's Domain Interface. Area, 50,000 hectares. Environment, forest/lake/grassland, disappeared. Vegetation, composite broad-leaved forest, disappeared. Animal, monkey group, disappeared, snake group, disappeared. Mineral deposits, none. Evaluation, with the evolution of the Zerg mother nest, a small part of the land still retains vitality, with the purpose of raising some creatures in captivity to provide sacrifices. Luan glanced at it and found that 2 priesthoods were now added, which was of great help to him. In addition, the faith value has increased to millions unknowingly. This is the benefit of large numbers of believers. Even if the faith value provided by the Zerg is limited, when the number is accumulated, it has a huge effect. Luan thought for a while and finally spoke directly to the system. The system consumes 1 million faith points to draw a lottery. The way to become stronger, besides invading the divine domain, is to draw a lottery. And the lottery gives Luan the feeling that sometimes the rewards he gets are higher than he imagined. Ding! The faith value disappears and the lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning, 9,999 faith value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning, Eye of Night Vision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the complete level 1 Hydralisk gene. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the complete level 2 Hydralisk gene. Luan spent 1 million faith points this time, and suddenly there was a big explosion. Apart from some low-end rewards such as brewed nutrient solution, there were 3 things that excited him the most. Night Vision Eye and the complete genes of 2 hydralisks. Night Vision Eye, a special genetic item made from the eyeballs of a night wanderer. Once installed, you will gain the ability to see in the dark. Complete hydralisk gene. In ancient times, it was a ferocious creature based on herbivorous sloths and transformed through mutation. It is good at long-range attacks. Yuan suddenly became excited when he saw the introduction of the hydralisk gene. All along, the types of troops he had were 2 single. Although melee combat can be filled with tearing worms, long-range attacks lack powerful means. The infector can indeed be considered a ranged unit. But they move relatively slowly and must use their long parasitic mouthparts to control places. And it cannot be moved when it is cast. Its own long-range attack capability is not strong. Now, hydralisks appear. Yuan believes that when they are manufactured, there will definitely be great improvements. System: select 300,000 larvae to fuse with hydralisk genes. Yuan can't wait to see the emergence of his new unit. Immediately command the system to start merging. Ding! Fusion begins. Buzz! In the divine space, the familiar giant face reappeared. As soon as it appeared, the intermediate brood felt the miracle of Yuan. At the same time, a powerful spiritual wave emerged that enveloped all Zerg races. My children, the great god of Scourge has sent a miracle. This is your only way to become more powerful. Pray. Thank the great Lord for giving us life. Thank you to the great God of natural disasters for allowing us to continue to evolve and spread God's glory. Just as he was talking, 300,000 larvae were automatically divided. They are eagerly awaiting the coming of new life. Hiss! The moment when all the light merges. All the genetic sequences in the body were instantly distorted and reorganized. Immediately, the insect nest larvae, nearly half a meter long, neighed and plunged into the fungus carpet below. Gudong, gudong! Countless secreted mucus and membranes wrap their bodies, forming vesicles. And it is rising and changing rapidly. Hey! It seems that after the insect hive evolved, even the way of mutation changed. Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. But it doesn't matter, the final result is to obtain the brand new Zerg. Puff! A few minutes later, the first soft sound came. Immediately, a 2-meter-long, ferocious creature with a snake-like tail erupted from the vesicle. Chapter 42. Ouch! Sharp roars sounded one after another. Above the lower limbs twisted like a snake's tail, there is half a thick upper body. 2 sharp claws as sharp as sickles were arranged on both sides. The top of the back is covered by a long and narrow bulge of hard carapace. It is vaguely visible that countless ferocious thorns are stored in the carapace. In front of the carapace is a head with a jagged jaw, and a pair of eyeballs the size of light bulbs flashing with a ferocious light. It's as if he was born to kill. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has successfully evolved into a new race, Hydralisk. Tip: your believer race has witnessed the greatness of divine grace, and their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 1.13 million faith points. Yuan's face lit up when he heard the prompt, and he quickly opened the race panel. Name: Hydralisk. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Crushing Jaw, Sickle Claw, Spine Spray, Main. Life: 14, the amount of health is amazing for level 2. Strength: 13, not weaker than human warriors. Agility: 11, fair. Intelligence: 10, can become a magic apprentice. Evaluation: the good basic attributes allow the Hydralisk to compete in melee combat, but compared to its spine spray, melee combat is insignificant. Also, Hydralisks are not snakes. Yuan, who saw the review, took a special look at the ability of Spinal Jet. Spine Jet, under the hard and long carapace, there are countless armor-piercing spines, which can be fired at enemies from the air or on the ground. Under the combined action of 4,000 muscles, even a 2 cm thick special alloy can be used to penetrate at once. Strong, too strong. Yuan couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He finally understood why this active ability was so highly praised in the reviews. Dual combat methods of air and ground, coupled with terrifying jet power. It simply beats any ranged unit of the same level. Even facing level 3 archers, he is not inferior. Overjoyed, Yuan said directly to the system. System, install everything you can. Ding. Start merging. After a series of painful roars and roars, the army of 300,000 hydralisks almost installed most of the ability to rip apart Springtails. Its own combat power has been greatly improved. But when Yuan checked the information, he couldn't help but become confused. System, why is the Hydra factor not installed? As a powerful bloodline of Hydra, even if it is weak, it will definitely be a big improvement for Hydralisk. At that time, maybe we can directly advance them. As a result, it was not installed. Ding! The detected Hydralisk gene structure cannot be fused with the Hydra factor. Once the fusion is forced, bad results may occur. Can't fuse. Yuan raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of a situation where fusion was impossible. Think for a moment. Yuan nodded and had no intention of forcing the test. After all, each species has its own unique genetic structure, and not all species are versatile. Regarding this point, Yuan did not continue to insist. Instead, let the system install the night vision eyes obtained through previous draws on all races. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: you have gained 500,000 faith points. Tip: your believer race has gained a new ability, dark vision. Ding! The host triggers a lucky reward and gains a new ability, dark vision. After hearing the prompt, Yuan felt a cool feeling coming over his eyes. After a moment, his vision seemed to strengthen, and even the smallest detail in the dark night could be seen. After the Hydralisk completed its mutation, Yuan looked at the job transfer card in his hand again. The method of using the job transfer card is not direct use. Instead, the power of the altar is used to allow the Zerg who want to change jobs to receive the light of job transfer. This is an application of divine power rules that is very mysterious and cannot be described. Yuan directly transferred the power of the job transfer card to the brood altar. The next job transfer was left to the Zerg brood to be carried out slowly. Yuan felt that it would take at least 2 months or even more to complete all the job changes for the 500,000 Hydra Rip Springtail. But it doesn't matter, as long as you finish most of it before the middle school exchange competition. Basically everything was arranged, and Yuan left the divine space directly. Early the next morning, when Yuan went to school, it was surprising to find that the topic of yesterday's invasion was not over yet. He was a little speechless. Everyone is demigod after all, so why are they so willing to gossip about these things? Just when he was thinking about whether to go out to avoid the limelight, teacher Ning Yun suddenly found him alone. The opportunity to feel divinity has come. Chapter 43. Teacher Ning, are you leaving so soon? Yuan originally thought that he would have to wait for 2 days, but calling him away now was like giving timely help. Well, the seal over there has been a little loose in the past 2 days. Let us people hurry up and get there. Ning Yun nodded. Seal. Yuan's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. The word seal itself often appears in various divine cards. But now, it obviously has nothing to do with the sealed divine card. Let's go. You'll know when we get there. Teacher Ning Yun didn't say much about Yuan's doubts. The two people left the class directly and walked towards the school parking lot. When Luan arrived at the parking lot, he found that besides teacher Ning Yun, there were several other teachers on the staff. But they all seemed to be headed by Ning Yun. Seeing Luan appear, there was no surprise on everyone's faces. Instead, he greeted Luan with a smile on his face. "Student Luan, Teacher Ning has specially secured a spot for you this time. Don't waste it." Yes, in addition to feeling the divinity, if you are lucky, if you get 1 or 2 pieces of divinity crystals, it will be considered a big gain. This opportunity is rare. A genius like you, Luan, really deserves such preferential treatment. Listening to the discussions around him, Luan suddenly looked towards teacher Ning Yun. He felt that this so-called opportunity to experience divinity was not easy to obtain. "Don't be stunned, get in the car quickly, we have to rush to the plane transfer station." Ning Yun waved her hand, and everyone got in the car. Soon, Luan felt the car drive away from the school and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Plane transfer stations are buildings specially built for major cities to travel to other planes outside the main world. To put it simply, it is equivalent to an airport. Through here, you can be transported to any plane whose coordinates have been obtained. After hearing the words plane teleportation station, Luan guessed that they might be heading to an extraterrestrial plane this time. More than an hour later, Luan saw a building that was more than 1,000 meters high and composed of a huge ring suspended in mid-air. "This is the plane transfer station. Luan, follow the team and don't fall behind." Ning Yun got out of the car, and the amiable expression on her face suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a serious look from a superior. "Okay, teacher." Luan naturally obeyed at this time. Everyone took the elevator and entered the plane transfer station, and soon saw huge metal doors. From time to time, a metal door opens, and people can be seen coming in and out of it. There are even some gods with very powerful fluctuations in divine power. It's strange. Aren't gods with divine power free to travel to outer planes? Are they going to go from here? Luan said to himself with some doubts. The coordinates and passages of the plane transfer station have been completely established. If you go from here, you will save a lot of trouble with divine power. Moreover, if the god's power is insufficient, if he gets lost in the outer realm, things will be delayed. Next to him, a short middle-aged teacher took the initiative to explain Luan's doubts. "Oh, I understand, thank you teacher." Just as they were talking, everyone came to a metal gate. Ning Yun took the first step to communicate with the staff responsible for guarding. Moment. Luan only saw the staff operating the instrument in his hand. Suddenly, the entire heavy metal door suddenly opened. Inside is a deep corridor. Other teachers seemed to be used to this. Just walked inside. Luan followed. Just a roar was heard and the door closed. Immediately, a powerful wave of divine power with regular power emerged from the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex of divine power emerged from the end of the corridor. "The portal has appeared. Let's go. Follow us." Ning Yun said something and walked towards the portal first. Buzz. When Luan stepped into it, his eyes blurred, as if he felt dizzy. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to hold something, but felt that his arm had been grabbed by someone else. He subconsciously opened his eyes and found that he had appeared outside another portal. Next to him was teacher Ning Yun who helped him. Demigods without condensed godhead are not resistant enough to this kind of space teleportation. Dizziness is a normal reaction. Ning Yun explained, pulled Luan and walked out. This time our team of teachers was ordered to use divine power to strengthen the seal of the artificial plane. Ning Yun explained to Luan as she walked. What is sealed here is a high-level divine god captured outside the outer realm, the flame tyrant, with the attribute of the abyss. What? High god, flame tyrant of the abyss. Luan couldn't help being surprised when he heard this. Chapter 44. The Flame Tyrant of the Abyss, a powerful god once mentioned in textbooks. It was accompanied by the god's flame with the aura of the abyss. In order to capture him, he lost an unknown number of powerful men from the main world. Yuan never expected that the place with a low danger level that Ning Yun said would actually allow him to come and see the Flame Tyrant of the Abyss. Seeing Yuan's expression, Ning Yun next to her suddenly burst into laughter. "It's just a joke, don't be nervous. What is sealed here is indeed the Flame Tyrant of the Abyss, but it is only a part of his body. Its own divine power has been suppressed to an extremely low level. We just use him to extract a large amount of energy products needed by the main world. This has been going on for over 700 years and it's very mature. Use the Flame Tyrant of Huo Abyss to generate electricity." Yuan's mouth twitched. There was really nothing he couldn't do, only things he couldn't imagine. Just as he was talking, Ning Yun and everyone had already stepped out of the teleportation station. Suddenly, a hot breath came out. Yuan saw a powerful wave of divine power appear around all the teachers next to him, and then they all flew up. Ning Yun's divine power fluctuations were significantly stronger. She stood in the air and looked at Yuan, who was still in a daze. "Let's go, this is already the outer world. The rules of the main world have been weakened. You can use your demigod power." Hearing this, Yuan subconsciously concentrated and felt that an inexplicable shackle seemed to be broken in his body. An extremely powerful force burst out from the body. There was no need to prepare at all, his body naturally flew up with the help of this force. Is this the power of a demigod? Yuan couldn't help but feel a little happy, feeling the release of this power for the first time since time travel. Very good, very powerful. Remember, although your demigod power can be released here, don't be dazzled by the sudden surge in power. Seeing the excitement on Yuan's face, Ning Yun suddenly reminded her seriously. Yuan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. Yes, what he has to do is to control the power, not to be controlled by the power. Thank you, teacher, for reminding me, I understand. The boy is teachable. Ning Yun praised and then led everyone to fly away into the distance. This is a suspended continent separated from the broken plain. It is not large in area. In the Abyss Canyon at the core, part of the body of the Flame Tyrant is sealed. Ning Yun explained to Yuan, this time you will not be able to experience divinity at close range for nothing. You will be required to be a cleaner who specializes in cleaning up the flame impurities escaping around the seal. Fire impurities. Yuan looked at Ning Yun a little doubtfully. It doesn't matter, you'll figure it out when you get there. The speed with divine power is naturally extraordinary. Yuan felt that he had flown for tens of thousands of kilometers, and finally saw a huge crack suddenly appearing on an endless plain. This crack is the so-called Abyssal Canyon. On both sides of the canyon, various strange buildings were built, specially prepared to extract the divine energy of the Fire Tyrant. This had to make Yuan once again lament the power of the main world. Everyone stopped at the edge of the canyon, and soon staff came to take over. Not long after, Yuan was separated from Ning Yun and the others. He was carrying a work cart as a canyon cleaner and was led by someone to fly towards the canyon. The deeper he entered, Yuan could feel a powerful flame emerging around him. There was even a burning sensation all over his body. Yuan couldn't help but be surprised that it was able to escape to such an extent even under multiple seals. Just when Yuan was about to use his divine power to resist the hot breath. Suddenly, the system beep sounded in my mind. Ding! Found flame concentrate residue, do you want to collect it? Hey? Fire concentrate! Yuan's heart moved, and he didn't expect that the system could actually react at this time. He responded subconsciously. Collect. Ding! Collect flame concentrate +1, and there is still 99% left to fuse the flame concentrate. What? Can it be fused? Lu Yuan couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard this. If he could collect more flame concentrate, will his team be able to be further improved by then? Lu Yuan's face was filled with joy. This trip really came at the right time. Captain Zhao, I'll leave this newcomer to you. Not long after, Lu Yuan was brought to a huge platform. As the staff member spoke, a tall, middle-aged man with stubble came out. Thanks. Captain Zhao waved his hand, and the staff member turned and left. Captain Zhao walked up to Lu Yuan with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Hello, I am the captain of cleaning team 97, Zhao Chenggong, brother, what do you call me? Chapter 45. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said. Haha, looking at you so young, you must be a genius. Captain Zhao smiled heartily. Captain Zhao is too flattering. I just entered high school. Lu Yuan said modestly. What? He just entered high school, so he is undoubtedly a genius. Captain Zhao looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. Generally, there are two types of young people who come here to feel the divine fluctuations. One is the rich second generation with a background. I want to feel it up close before lighting the sacred fire. You can come here just after you entered high school. You must be a genius. The teacher wants to give you some tips. Lu Yuan looked at Captain Zhao with some surprise, but he didn't expect that the other party would guess his identity right away. Come on, follow me. Captain Zhao kindly took Lu Yuan's arm and walked inside. Lu Yuan followed the other party into an empty room, where there were several older figures. Seeing Lu Yuan appear, they couldn't help but smile kindly. They are not fools. The people who come are either rich or noble, or they are geniuses. If you have a better attitude, even if you can't make friends, you won't offend the other party. This is the impurity storage area. The flame impurities that we all clean up are sent back to the ground through here for unified processing. Captain Zhao said as he walked to a metal door, and after some operations, it seemed like a cabinet was opened. He took out a bracelet from it and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is the login bracelet for our Jade Alliance. For demigods like us who have not ignited the divine fire, it is a bit difficult to communicate with our own divine domain here. It would be much easier with its help. It is convenient for you to deal with some unexpected situations. Of course, this situation will rarely happen, but it's just in case. Lu Yuan took the bracelet and couldn't help but wonder. Captain Zhao, the textbook says that as long as you go to the outer realm, even demigods who have not ignited the divine fire can freely connect to their own divine space. Regarding Lu Yuan's question, Captain Zhao patiently explained. Our Abyss Canyon is actually not completely considered an outland plane, it should be considered an outland plane close to the main world. Therefore, it is also suppressed by the rules of the main world here. The reason for doing this is to use the rules of the main world to suppress the flame tyrant sealed inside. After hearing Captain Zhao's explanation, Lu Yuan finally understood. If the main world is compared to the former blue star, then this is the moon. Although it is far away from the blue star, it is still affected by the gravity of the blue star. Therefore, the help of a bracelet is needed. Lu Yuan understood this and subconsciously put on the bracelet. Immediately, the prompts found only in the login cabin appeared in my mind. Tip: the user is linking to the God's Domain bracelet. Tip: the Divine Domain bracelet link is completed and bound. Tip: users can connect to their own divine space at any time. After hearing the prompt, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Yuan's face. This bracelet is really convenient to connect. Seeing Lu Yuan finish, Captain Zhao smiled directly. Let's go. I'll show you your work area. You have to stay here for at least 7 days. Don't go wrong. Lu Yuan followed Captain Zhao and left the storage area. It was discovered that Captain Zhao actually took him flying deeper into the canyon. Finally, after a few minutes, Lu Yuan saw a huge building composed of countless seals. Like a cylindrical skyscraper hundreds of meters high. Countless pieces of hollowed-out bricks and stones engraved with divine power seals formed the wall. Yuan's eyes followed the wall. Suddenly, he saw a pillar that was tens of meters tall, as thick as a house, and burning with blazing fire, sealed within it. What surprised Yuan even more was that the column actually swayed back and forth inside the skyscraper. It looks like a long brother? This moment made Yuan confused. He had previously thought that Ningyun had sealed a part of the flame tyrant. Which part should it be? But I never expected that it would be there. The key point is that this is too big. Just when he was a little dazed, Captain Zhao's heartless laughter suddenly came to mind next to him. Ha ha ha, I knew it, ha ha. Captain Zhao held his stomach and laughed. Every time a newcomer sees this thing, there will be ambiguity. Ha ha, it makes me laugh to death. Actually, those are just the fingers of the flame tyrant. Ha ha ha, no, my stomach hurts from laughing. Yuan looked at Captain Zhao next to him, who was rolling with laughter, with a speechless expression. Is this joke really that funny? Besides, you're such a big thing, and it's swinging around, so it's normal to think wrong, right? Chapter 46. After laughing for a long time, Captain Zhao finally came back to his senses. Hey, I've been here for 3 years. Every time new people come, this place is the most interesting. Captain Zhao pointed to the finger of the flame tyrant in the distance and said. The fire tyrant is very powerful, and he also has the abyss attribute. If he was completely sealed here, this guy might have found a way to escape. The smile on Captain Zhao's face gradually faded as he spoke. Your next job responsibility is the 365th seal area. As long as the flamestone impurities are ejected from anywhere, you have to collect them, then send them to the storage area, and transport them to a centralized place for processing. Yuan looked in the direction Captain Zhao pointed and saw an area that was 1 story high. There is a platform above for people to stay, and the flamestone impurities are sprayed out from the gap where the seal flows. Yuan nodded and said directly. I see. As long as you know. Captain Zhao nodded and handed another metal box to Yuan. Here, this is a space storage box, a storage container specially used to hold impurities. However, it is time sensitive. If it exceeds 1 day, the contents inside will be damaged by the power of space and must be cleaned in time. Yuan took the metal box and found that it was cold, and there seemed to be spatial power flowing inside. The technology of the main world has developed to such an extent that even similar space storage tools have become a daily standard. Okay, you can get familiar with yourself here. When night comes, someone will change your shift. After the explanation, Captain Zhao was about to turn around and leave. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. By the way, although it doesn't feel necessary, I still have to remind you that the flame impurities contain a certain abyssal atmosphere, which is of little help to us. So, don't keep these impurities to yourself. If the breath of the abyss invades, it will actually cause damage to your body. Understood, thank you Captain Zhao. Yuan nodded in thanks. Captain Zhao stood up and shot upward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's really novel for a demigod to be a cleaner. Yuan withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If in other planes, a demigod, even if it is not a powerful god, is definitely a high-end combat power. It's not like the situation in the main world, where even demigods have to work as cleaners. Actually, it is precisely because of this system in the main world that the rights of the gods were divided, resulting in a relatively stable and equal situation. Only then did the current prosperous main world exist. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his head, Yuan approached the sealed area number 365 in the distance. Wait for him to fall. Sure enough, I saw some grey-black rocks with strange fluctuations on the ground. It looks like burnt charcoal. Ding! Collect flame concentrate +1. Ding. Collect flame concentrate +1. Yuan only felt the temperature around him drop slightly, and a systematic notification sound appeared in his mind. And this time, the frequency is obviously higher than before. There's something going on. Yuan's eyes lit up. If he stayed for 7 days, he might actually be able to collect enough flame concentrate for fusion. By then, I don't know what kind of mutations it can bring to my own race. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. After these 5 days, Yuan also roughly understood the situation of the entire Abyss Canyon. The further down the building that sealed the flame tyrant goes, the stronger the sealing force becomes. And the middle finger of the flame tyrant seemed unwilling to be sealed like this. Occasionally there will be some collisions against the seals. Over time, the seal will loosen. Teacher Ning Yun's mission is to use divine power to strengthen these seals. This is something only a true god can do. The further it extends to the bottom, the stronger the power of the flame tyrant's abyss flames becomes. Yuan also secretly visited the sealed place below. At the bottom of the abyss, where the flame tyrant's fingers are rooted, there is a vague abyssal fire demon evolved from it that is constantly attacking the seal. Certainly. It's just futile. The seal that has been maintained for 700 years is still impregnable under the reinforcement of countless gods. It's almost done. Yuan couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he looked at the flame concentrate that was only 2% short of completion in his system space. The seal area he is currently in belongs to the middle and upper floors of the entire seal building, and has relatively little fire power. Think for a moment. Yuan decided that if he couldn't complete the progress in one day tomorrow, he must get close to the bottom the day after tomorrow to complete the final collection progress. A speechless night. On the 6th day, Yuan stayed around the sealed area early in the morning, hoping that his progress would be completed quickly. However, as the afternoon approached, his collection progress had not changed at all. Shaking his head with some regret, Yuan has decided to take a look at the sealed area below tomorrow. There's no danger anyway. But just when his thoughts disappeared, suddenly, in the deepest part of the sealed building, there was a shocking loud noise. It seems that the underlying seal exploded. Chapter 47. Buzz. Alarm, alarm, the seal of Area 1048 is broken, the flame tyrant is trying to break through the seal, please protect the gods for quick support. Alarm, alarm, the seal of Area 1048 is broken, the flame tyrant is trying to break through the seal, please support all the gods quickly and repair the seal. Several rapid sirens sounded throughout the Abyss Canyon. Yuan suddenly raised his head. Strange, wasn't this seal placed by the Lord God himself? How could it be broken by someone? I saw. In midair, several gods with powerful auras quickly flew towards the abyss below. Yuan even heard the roar from the flame tyrant. Even a finger, as a body part of a powerful god, has an almost independent will. Yuan's eyes flashed, and he was thinking about whether to try his luck below to see if he could collect progress. A hot figure wearing leather clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. Teacher Ning, why are you here? Yuan couldn't help but ask. You heard the alarm too, I'm going down to provide support. Ning Yun's face was full of solemnity, you don't need to move in your sealed area. It is protected by the power of the Lord God's seal, which makes it safer. After saying that, Ning Yun didn't wait for Yuan to answer, then she moved and shot downwards. This. Yuan opened his mouth. He couldn't go down. How could he improve his progress? But before his thoughts could dissipate, suddenly the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! Collect flame concentrate +1. Ding! Collect flame concentrate +1. Ding! The collection progress has reached 100%, and the flame concentrate has been synthesized. Is this it? Doubts arose in Lu Yuan's mind. Originally, he didn't make any progress even after staying here for a whole day. What's going on now? The doubts in his mind were just churning, and he seemed to suddenly think of something. His complexion suddenly changed. No, it's the flame tyrant. At the same time as he screamed, a terrifying fire power suddenly shot out from below. Immediately, he hit the 378 seal area hard. Boom! A shocking loud noise mixed with an explosion appeared. The originally intact sealing power was suddenly smashed by the flame tyrant and shattered. The next moment, this finger, which was dozens of meters long, broke open the seal and rushed out. Ha ha ha, when my body is reorganized, the abyss will surely fall. Lu Yuan watched helplessly as the finger burning with abyssal flames flew through the air above his head. Swish, swish, swish. Several gods with extremely terrifying auras rushed away the moment the flame tyrant rushed out. Fire tyrant, you want to escape? Dreaming. Many figures chased the escaping flame tyrant. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly looked at the broken seal not far away from him. Unknowingly, an idea suddenly emerged from my head. Flame concentrate can be collected here. If you enter it, will there be greater gains? As soon as this idea appeared, it grew like wild grass blown by the spring breeze. Reason told Lu Yuan that the sealed building where the fire tyrant was sealed was definitely not a good place to be. But another voice told him that wealth can only be found in danger. Mater, the flame tyrant has escaped. If we don't take action, it will be too late. Lu Yuan cursed himself fiercely, then looked left and right, and rushed towards the huge seal crack with a movement of his body. Aha! As soon as Lu Yuan's figure rushed into it, he felt a strong breath of flames coming towards his face. He subconsciously used his divine power to surround himself. Fortunately, among his priesthoods are drought and desolation, which are considered hot priesthoods. I am more adaptable here. Lu Yuan was suspended in mid-air, looking toward the bottomless abyss below. Hiss! He took a deep breath and shot downwards without hesitation. For some reason, the fingers of the flame tyrant that Lu Yuan saw outside the seal were only tens of meters long. But the abyss underground seems endless. Finally, when Lu Yuan descended several thousand meters, he suddenly saw a blazing fire emerging. Bright! Lu Yuan's eyes moved, and his body moved forward quickly in the deep abyss. But when he was flying all the way, he caught up with the light of fire. Sudden! Lu Yuan suddenly discovered that he was actually deep in a vast underground abyss. And around him, flame creatures that were as tall as one person and had half-human body lengths all looked at him. For a moment, Lu Yuan looked at the countless flaming creatures and couldn't help but said to himself in surprise. The Balrog? So many! Chapter 48. In the vast underground abyss, the magma flowing from time to time exudes a fiery atmosphere. Lu Yuan glanced around and roughly estimated that there were at least 1 million Balrogs present. The Balrog is a powerful creature born in the abyss. According to the textbook records, Balrog is a level 2 monster as soon as it is born. As long as you reach adulthood, you can reach level 3. And some outstanding ones can even reach level 4 or even level 5. Ouch! Seeing Lu Yuan appear, countless Balrogs roared like beasts. Next moment, the mighty fire demon army rushed towards Lu Yuan. Puff! The nearest Balrog opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of blazing flames towards Lu Yuan. Monsters like the Balrog are really capable of long-range attacks. Buzz! Lu Yuan directly mobilized his demigod power at this moment, raised his hand and punched out. Boom! A terrifying wave of divine power spurted out from his fist, and in just one blow, it tore apart a large area of Balrog. However, before Lu Yuan could relax, he saw more flame demons coming. Earth control! Yuan shouted softly when he saw this, and raised his hand to wave. A moment of time. The rock, which was completely composed of underground lava, began to crack and turned into a wave of earth with a radius of tens of meters, rushing towards the charging Balrog. In just one move, a powerful defense was built in front of Yuan. Tip: you consumed 1000 faith points and used earth control. Tip: you consumed 1000 faith points and used earth control. Listening to a series of reminder messages, Yuan frowned tightly. He is only a demigod now, and he must rely on a steady stream of faith points to perform his duties. Moreover, in the underground world composed of hard volcanic lava, the faith points he would consume to perform his priestly duties would only be more. In just a moment, nearly 10,000 faith points have been consumed. Of course it can be done if it is forced. But this kind of consumption is not what Yuan wants to see. It would be a bit unwilling to just give up. Just now he had a startling glance and seemed to see something deep in the flame demon group. Humph, in that case, let's use you for training. As he spoke, Yuan's faith burned crazily. Boom! The rocks within 100 meters radius began to collapse and turned into raging waves, submerging the Balrog one by one. And at the same time, Yuan's mind moved, and his consciousness directly descended into the divine space. System, give me all the fused flame concentrate. He did not intend to directly confront the opponent with his own army. Instead, first fuse the flame concentrate you obtained. It doesn't take too complicated thinking to figure out that this flame concentrate must have its own effect on the Balrog that mainly attacks flames. Ding! Start merging. Follow the system prompts. The mutation in the entire divine space reappeared. Yuan paid attention to the situation of the Balrog attacking him on the one hand, and the transformation of all the Zerg on the other. Under the influence of the power of flame concentrate, red lines began to appear on the surface of all Zerg skins. The lines spread and soon spread all over the body. At this time, the prompts on the God's domain interface also appeared. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race's original ability Fire Resistance has been successfully upgraded to a new ability, Fire Elemental Immunity. Tip: believers who have witnessed miracles have deepened their faith. Tip: you have gained 1.13 million faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an additional reward, Fire Element Immunity. Haha! Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard the prompt. It's like someone gives me a pillow when I feel sleepy. I originally guessed that I might have the ability to have a fire-like effect when attacking, but it would not be of much use in dealing with the Balrog. After all, we are all playing with fire, and we will still hurt each other. And now this fire element immunity is equivalent to completely neutralizing the opponent's biggest reliance in an instant. What made him even more delighted was that Yuan himself also gained this ability. It's simply not too fun. Ka-ka-ka. The earth waves solidified into rocks made a clear cracking sound under the impact of countless Balrogs. Cracks like spider webs spread rapidly around. Finally, just a loud noise was heard, and all the earth waves collapsed. Come on, trespassing into the territory of the great flame tyrant, you must pay the price with your life. A fire demon leader let out a fierce roar. For the tyrant! For the tyrant! However, at the moment when the earth wave collapsed, all the Balrogs who were ready to attack suddenly saw it. Just behind the waves of earth, a huge portal emerged. Among them, armored Hydra tearing Springtails were looking at them with ferocious expressions. Ouch! The moment the roar sounded, all the Springtails turned into a terrifying torrent of steel and rushed over. Chapter 49. Name: Hydra Tier Springtail / Heavy Armored Warrior. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Enhanced Tier, Charge, Main, Claw / Fire Element Immunity, Bacterial Infection, Armored Stab, Main, Underwater Breathing, swimming proficiency, Hydra heavy armor scales, enhanced regeneration, endurance muscles, assault on the iron hoof, mane, dark night vision. Life, 12/16, third level non-professionals are nothing more than this. Strength, 14/29, can compete with the 4th order centaur. Agility, 12/15, ordinary people can no longer catch up. Intelligence, 9/9, can become a magic apprentice. Evaluation, the already powerful Hydra tier Springtail has become even more terrifying after changing jobs. This was the first time for Yuan to see the information about the tiering Springtails after his job change. In a few days, there were nearly 20,000 Hydra tiering Springtails that had successfully transferred to the entire divine space. The main reason why they are so rare is because they are not humans or subhumans. There are some limitations on the success rate of job transfer for this profession. Through the records, Yuan also discovered that the same tiering Springtails even failed to change jobs. The evolution of all things is itself a very mysterious and magical thing. So even he couldn't understand the reason. But as soon as the job transfer was successful, Hydra tore apart the Springtails. It still gave him a surprise. The nearly doubled increase in attributes allows Hydra's tiering Springtails to rely on their level 2 strength to defeat level 4 non-professionals without falling behind. If used well, even 5th level non-professionals can fight. At this moment, more than 20,000 Hydra tore apart Springtails and formed a defense line of about 500 meters behind Yuan. At the moment when the earth wave broke, it rushed out with a bang. Ouch! Rush! For the great god of natural disasters. Ouch! Amidst the screams and roars, the first wave of heavily armored warriors Hydra tore apart Springtails collided with the Balrogs in the front row. Boom! Just hearing a muffled sound, the Balrog army approaching the 3rd level in the front row was forcefully knocked away by the tiering Springtails. Claws as sharp as scythes tore apart their bodies before they could react. Puff! Blood and heads flew high into the sky mixed with burning flames. In just a few seconds, a gap was torn open in the Balrog army. Your Majesty, the great Balrog tyrant, what kind of monsters are these? Damn, their defenses are too strong. The chaotic and evil fire demon also screamed in terror at this moment. Behind them, a tall flame demon elder holding a staff shouted even louder. Attack! Attack! Never let them touch the sacred objects. What are you still doing? Fire attack! Burn through their armor! Roaring, hundreds of Balrog elders appeared from behind the Balrog army. With a wave of the staff in their hands, a stream of crimson light suddenly enveloped the Balrog in the front row. Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the system immediately called up the other party's information. Name, Flame Demon Elder. Category, Abyss Monster. Stage, Level 5. Ability, Fireball, Rain of Fire, Rocket, Light of Flame, Wall of Fire, Explosive Blast. Life, 20, those who are proficient in magic have always been physically weak. Strength, 18, can compete with human warriors. Agility, 14, ordinary people can no longer catch up. Intelligence, 26, equivalent to a human great magician. Evaluation, born to be proficient in all kinds of fire spells and group gains, wherever there is fire is their home court. Boo-hoo! Before Yuan could finish reading, countless flame demons in the sky raised their hands in unison. Suddenly, terrifying flames condensed above the head, and the next moment they turned into fireballs, rockets, and rain of fire that crazily smashed down on the body of the Springtail. However, what they didn't expect was that when faced with the attack of flames all over the sky, all the heavily armored Zergling warriors did not dodge at all. Instead, he crashed into those spells. Bang bang bang! Countless muffled sounds were heard, and then, they rushed over unscathed amid the stunned gazes of countless Balrogs. How is it possible? They are not afraid of fire. The flame demon elder almost stared out his eyes and let out an incredible roar. Even the flame attack that the fire demon tribe was proud of was of no use at all. What do they use to fight? Iron hoof attack, start. Abathur, who was standing at the back, waved his sickle-like arms and commanded. I saw the heavily armored Zergling warriors in the front row accelerate suddenly and rush into the enemy camp. Then the two sharp claws hit the ground hard. Boom! The huge power not only caused the Balrog to stagger around, but even his head became dizzy. Before they could wake up from their dizziness, the double knives tearing apart the springtails had already passed through their bodies. Chapter 50. Fire Element Immunity, all immunity against all non-holy and irregular fire attacks. Note, legend level and above attack methods cannot be completely exempted. Yuan looked away from the ability introduction interface. 99% of the Balrogs in front of us are level 3, with a small amount of level 4 or even level 5 mixed in. So far, no Balrog above the 6th level has been seen. After a brief period of panic, the Balrog army had realized the fact that they were immune to fire. So, they began to use hand-to-hand tactics. To put it simply, the attack of 20,000 Tearling springtails was overwhelmed by numbers. However, is it possible? A contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of Yuan's mouth. I have never been afraid of anyone when comparing numbers. He pointed with one hand, and the oracle came. All Zerg, the whole army attacks. Hiss! Ouch! A large number of springtails poured out from the summoning door, and behind them. The second-level Hydralisk finally appeared at this time. They lined up neatly in teams, forming a square formation at the rear. As soon as it appeared, the spines in the carapace on its head suddenly sprayed out. In an instant, all the spikes with powerful penetrating power turned into a dense rain of arrows and enveloped the Balrog army. Puff puff! Just like when the spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River first comes, the soft sound emerges. The Balrog, who was not good at defense, was instantly penetrated by countless arrow rains. In order to strengthen the spine, it was able to penetrate 2 cm thick special alloy before, but now it can penetrate even 5 cm thick spines without any problem. What's more, these Balrogs. Pieces of Balrogs were falling down like wheat. Abathur, who had been instructed by Yuan, began to command the tearing worms to break open the Balrog's head and dig out the crystal core. This is the source of their strength, and they can sell it for a very high price after they return. Millions of Zerg vs millions of Balrogs. Yuan didn't expect it to be so easy. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Yuan put his hands behind his back and walked through the Zerg army casually. He flew towards the depths of the flame demon on his own. He just heard the flame demon elder say that they wanted to protect the sacred objects. The tearing springtails charge, and the hydralisks dominate the formation. Yuan walked into the depths of the Balrog just like walking in a garden. Finally, he saw a lava lake. In the center of the lake, on an altar-like position, a twisted red rope is placed. It doesn't look like a rope, it seems like an object on something. Why do you feel that this thing looks like the hairs on the fingers of the Balrog tyrant? Yuan muttered to himself in confusion, and floated towards the lava lake as soon as he moved. At this moment, the magma below rolled, and a giant 5 meters tall, whose entire body was made entirely of magma, suddenly emerged. 7th level lava puppet. Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at this big guy in surprise. It is guessed that it is a guardian spirit condensed with the power of fire derived from that tyrant. Ouch! As soon as the lava puppet appeared, it volleyed towards Yuan with a big hand. However, before his big hand could fall, Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he just flicked his finger towards the other party. Boom! The lava puppet's head exploded before it could take action. Joke! A 7th level creature actually dares to challenge a demigod? It's simply seeking death. The reason why Yuan was unwilling to do it himself was that there were too many opponents and it would be troublesome to kill them. On the other hand, he also thought about training troops. After solving the lava puppet, Yuan came to the altar. "System, can you see its information?" Yuan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flashed with light. A series of information emerged. Part of the hair of the fire tyrant, powerful hair contaminated with the breath of abyss and fire, can give birth to a balrog based entirely on underground lava. A balrog is born. Yuan raised his eyebrows. He guessed that the flame tyrant had secretly given birth to these fire demon armies long ago, in order to one day be able to break through the seal and escape. Only, he must have been hiding this plan for 700 years before it was exposed at this time. But why did he leave so many balrogs? Logically speaking, isn't this his tribe? Muttering to himself in confusion, Yuan raised his hand and lifted up the 3-meter-long tyrant's hair. He planned to take this thing back to the divine space to see if it could be sacrificed at the insect nest altar. This is the body object of a powerful god. Yuan feels that it may be difficult to sacrifice it. At this time, the system suddenly heard a beep. Ding! Detect host requirements and turn on the decomposition function. Ding! If a deity item is found, will it be decomposed? Hee. Yuan grinned and said directly, "Decompose." Chapter 51. Ding! Decomposition is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Abyss Flame Demon Factor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Priesthood Abyss Demonic Fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Priesthood Flame of Destruction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 pieces of Flame Divine Crystal. Abyss Fire Demon Factor. The fire demon bloodline contaminated with the breath of the abyss, even if it is weak, can still explode with terrifying power. Abyss Demonic Fire, a strange flame born from the depths of the chaotic, bloodthirsty, and brutal abyss. Legend has it that it can be ignited from the heart of a person. Once it burns, the other person will lose their mind. Flame of Destruction. Control the powerful power of flames and create powerful flames that can burn the world. Note, once obtained, one's control over flames increases 100 times. Fire Divinity Crystal, a power crystal formed from the condensation of the flame god's divinity. Using it can enhance your understanding of the priesthood, and you have a chance to learn divine spells from it. Yuan was stunned when he saw these prompts. He never expected that he would get such an amazing reward this time. It was a blast. Not to mention that the Abyss Flame Demon Factor is a powerful bloodline factor comparable to the Hydra Factor of Hell. These two priesthood rewards alone were enough to make Yuan ecstatic. Sure enough, wealth is found in danger. If he doesn't come down today, he won't be able to get this piece of divine hair. Without divine hair, it is even less possible to obtain 2 priesthoods. In addition, there are 10 pieces of divine crystals. He learned from the textbook that this kind of divine crystal contains the god's special understanding of the priesthood. Once used, there is a high probability that divine magic can be understood from it. This is specifically used by believers in the divine space. For believers, it is simply a treasure. It took a long time before Yuan came back to his senses from the joy. This time I really made a lot of money. If the current environment did not allow him to do this, he would have wanted to go to the divine space immediately to start integrating these rewards. But now is not the time to be anxious. At least, all the balrogs must be eliminated. For the Zerg who were immune to the fire element, the entire war had become nothing but one-sided massacre. Even if the other party has a 4th level or 5th level existence, it is of no use. Melee combat has never been Balrog's strong point. Just as Yuan was leisurely watching the army clean up these flame demons. In the sky above the ceiling building, Ning Yun, wearing a tight purple leather jacket, suddenly appeared in the ceiling area number 365 where he was. Yuan! Yuan! Ning Yun looked at the huge gap not far away and couldn't help but feel worried in her heart. It's all my fault, she said with a look of remorse. If I didn't have to bring him here, how could we encounter such a crisis? Whoosh! Not far away, a figure came through the sky. It was the staff teacher who also came from Kaiun City No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Ning Yun, I have already asked. Captain Zhao and the others did not see Lu Yuan go back. Didn't you go back? Then where can you go? Ning Yun was simply worried. Sudden. Another teacher came quickly. He said in a hurried tone, Teacher Ning, I just found out that someone saw Lu Yuan entering the sealed abyss. What? Seal the abyss? Ning Yun's face turned pale when she heard this. There are millions of balrogs left behind by the flame tyrant in the sealed abyss. Even if they were used up, they would kill him. As she spoke, Ning Yun moved, her whole body was wrapped in divine power, and she rushed towards the crack. Seeing this, the other teachers looked at each other and followed closely behind. Lu Yuan is the key training target of the entire No. 1 middle school. If something happened here like this, they would not be able to escape the blame. As gods, everyone is naturally faster than Lu Yuan. Less than a minute. Ning Yun took the lead and rushed into the underground abyss. However, just as they rushed into the underground lava world, preparing to rescue Lu Yuan, the scene before them completely stunned them. In the entire underground, except for a small group of stubborn flame demons, they fled in all directions. Most of the balrogs had turned into corpses on the ground. And many tearing springtails were still jumping back and forth on their corpses, as if looking for something. Abathur, who was more than 2 meters tall, was waving his sharp scythe and letting out a low roar. Keep an eye on it and don't miss any possible crystal nuclei. This is a gift dedicated to the great god of natural disasters, and there must be no mistakes. A group of ferocious Zergs tore apart the bodies of balrogs in search of crystal nuclei like farmers working hard in the fields. Seeing such a scene completely subverted their views. And in mid-air, Lu Yuan, who was quietly watching the Zerg army moving things towards his divine domain, seemed to feel the fluctuations behind him. Turning around subconsciously. Teacher Ning Yun, why are you here? As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, he saw a blur in front of his eyes, and an elastic figure hugged his body. Chapter 52. The terrifying speed and sudden movements made Lu Yuan stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he felt a strong elasticity pressing against him. A pair of jade hands struck his back hard twice like a girl coquettishly. It seems that for a while, a voice as angry as his wife's was heard. Are you crazy? How dare you come here? If something happens to you, how should I explain it to the principal? There was a brief silence in the air. Lu Yuan raised his hands in embarrassment, neither falling nor falling. Teacher, this is okay. After a moment, Lu Yuan just laughed and said. Ning Yun's body trembled when she heard the voice, and she seemed to react. The body brushed and disappeared from Lu Yuan's body. When he reappeared, he was already several meters away. She glanced at the Zerg army around her and quickly changed the subject. Lu Yuan, are these your race of believers? Well, if there is no teacher here who uses Zerg as a disciple, they should all be mine. Lu Yuan smiled. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. Few believers like Zerg would choose it. Even if you choose, without the help of the system, it is impossible to mutate to such an extent. Hiss. Although he had already guessed it, when Lu Yuan actually said it, many teachers couldn't help but marvel at it. Oh my god, an army of millions of flame demons was just pushed aside by a freshman in high school? Why does it feel like a dream? Before I saw classmate Lu Yuan, I never dared to dream like this. We found a treasure in one hit. Yes, even the senior students in high school don't dare to say that they can push an army of millions. While many teachers were discussing, Ning Yun couldn't help but wonder. Lu Yuan, these balrogs are all geniuses in fire magic. How can you stop your Zerg army? This is it. Yuan thought for a moment. They have undergone some mutations, and their resistance to the fire element has increased. Yuan didn't say that the fire element was immune. Afraid of scaring them. Right? Teacher Ning, how do you know there is an army of millions of flame demons here? Yuan suddenly thought of a question. Isn't this the army that the flame tyrant secretly left behind? How come even Teacher Ning knows this? Humph, that flame tyrant thought he was unnoticed, but in fact the Lord God has already seen through it. Ning Yun couldn't help but sneer. The reason why we didn't expose him is because we wanted to wait until these balrogs became large enough to collect them together. What? Centralized collection. When Yuan heard this, he realized that the Emotion Master World was planning to let the Flame Tyrant work for them. Since you know this, why did you let the Flame Tyrant escape? Hearing this, Ning Yun glanced at Yuan. Let's go, let's leave here first. Seeing that Ning Yun didn't speak, Yuan didn't ask any more questions. By the time the Balrog crystal cores were collected, it was almost done. He closed his summoning door and left directly with everyone. After such a big thing happened, I definitely can't stay here any longer. Moreover, Yuan has already obtained everything he can, and there is no point in staying any longer. No one expected that a good place of sealing would turn into troubled times. Because other teachers had to stay on duty, only Ning Yun sent Yuan back alone. When the two of them were alone, Ning Yun glanced at Yuan and said, "Your situation is quite special, after all, there has never been any trace of activity here. So I can tell you. Actually, the reason why the Flame Tyrant escaped this time is because there was a mole from the Fallen Temple in our sealed building." Fallen Temple? Yuan frowned, hearing this name for the first time. It's not even mentioned in textbooks. As if she guessed his doubts, Ning Yun continued to explain. The main world has developed for millions of years and has taken an absolute dominant position in all planes and even the universe. Most of the overworld's gods know the rules for maintaining the overworld. But where there is light, there is darkness. Even in the main world, there is no exception. There are always some people who want to try to change the rules of the main world, or even destroy this world. They were hunted down by the gods of the main world and had nowhere to hide, so they finally united in secret and established the Fallen Temple. It is dedicated to sheltering all beings who are full of hatred for the main world. Ning Yun sighed softly. Among them, there are some hidden gods and some residents of the main world. They are always thinking about subverting everything in the entire main world and restoring the era when the gods once ruled the world. It seems that I have said enough. Ning Yun suddenly looked at Yuan seriously and warned. Remember, when you graduate from college in the future, if you encounter someone with the Black Sun's brilliance outside the territory, you must stay away. The gods in the Fallen Temple are all cruel and ruthless people, cruel and tyrannical cannot be described. I understand, teacher, I will pay attention. Yuan nodded. After sending Yuan back to number 1 middle school, Ning Yun left number 1 middle school again without stopping. Looking at Ning Yun's leaving figure, I don't know why. Yuan suddenly had a scene in his mind of the other party rushing toward him in the abyss underground. Well, not bad, very soft and elastic. Chapter 53. As soon as Yuan returned to the dormitory, a call came from the principal Hong Qinghe. Yuan, are you back? Hong Qinghe asked on the phone. Back, principal. Yuan responded. What? Do you have anything to do with me? Hong Qinghe suddenly let out a breath after hearing Yuan's answer. It's nothing, just come back. I just heard that there was something wrong with the seal. So I wanted to contact you to check on your situation. Yuan's heart warmed slightly when he heard this. No matter what the other party's purpose is, at least he cares about himself. Don't worry, Principal, I'm back safely. That's good. Hong King-hee's tone relaxed. There are less than 2 months until the Kaiun City Middle School exchange competition. You should seize the time to improve your own strength. In these 2 months, the school will give you more resources to improve your believer race. Thank you, Principal, I will try my best. Thanks to Lu Yuan. After saying a few words, the other party hung up the phone. Lu Yuan took a shower and ordered a takeaway to eat. It was now past 7 o'clock in the evening, and he entered the login cabin again. Prepare to enter your own divine space. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: you are about to enter the user-exclusive divine space. Lu Yuan's bracelet had been taken back long ago. Otherwise, he can use the bracelet to directly link to the divine space. Lu Yuan also once inquired about the status of this bracelet. It is said that the reason why there is no large-scale deployment is that the materials of the bracelet are relatively scarce. It is difficult to popularize it. On the other hand, even if a demigod with a bracelet can communicate, he is suppressed by the rules in the main world and cannot open the divine space. So it doesn't mean much. Just as he was thinking about it, Lu Yuan felt a blur in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he has arrived in his own exclusive divine space. Record: you have gained 130,000 faith points. Record: your followers sacrificed the Balrog. Record: you have gained 1399 faith points. Ding! Obtain additional rewards, intelligence +1. The Zerg army, which killed countless Balrogs, naturally did not forget to sacrifice to Lu Yuan. However, when he looked through the message records, he suddenly discovered that the system did not give any special rewards. Lu Yuan guessed. This may be because he received a lot of fire-related rewards, and the system automatically gave up some weaker rewards. In this regard, Lu Yuan also said it didn't matter. With a thought in his mind, a powerful divine power suddenly enveloped the entire divine space. The great god of natural disasters has arrived, and we are willing to dedicate everything we have to spread the glory of the Lord. Great Lord, I pray to you sincerely and thank you for giving me strength. Countless prayers were heard. But Lu Yuan didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he looked towards the land in the distance that was not full of fungi. Puff! Unexpected! A cluster of blazing flames suddenly appeared on the carpet. Suddenly, the parasites in the fungus blanket were burned and squeaked. Lu Yuan thought, and the flame suddenly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ball of fire with a radius of 1 meter. The fireball was dark red, spreading towards the surroundings with a powerful force that burned everything. Even a moist, thick, and rotting carpet of bacteria cannot stop it. Puff! Sudden! The flame trembled, and all the flames were extinguished. If it weren't for the scorching marks below, no one would have realized that there had been a flame burning here. Tisk, tisk, it's awesome, but it consumes too much faith. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue and said in wonder. Just now he used his flame of destruction priesthood for the first time. He discovered many problems. The power of the flame of destruction is truly terrifying. However, Lu Yuan now has a priesthood, which does not mean that he can directly cast the real flame of destruction. After all, he is only a demigod, not a god as powerful as the flame tyrant. So, even if the flame of destruction can be used, it will be greatly reduced. At the same time, the strength of this flame of destruction is directly related to his understanding of the priesthood. Lu Yuan has to be heard here. The teacher once gave an introduction to the priesthood. The priesthood is indeed a responsibility possessed by the gods. But only by becoming a true god can one understand the rules of the priesthood and condense the true divine power. The power of using divine power as the source to perform priesthood is far more powerful than the value of faith. Simply put, faith value is the lowest source of power in the god system. Only after becoming a god can you condense your true divine power based on your faith value. And only by using divine power to destroy the priesthood can powerful power be unleashed. Certainly. Because the gods themselves have different levels, the condensed divine power will naturally be strong or weak. So it cannot be generalized. Before, Yuan may not quite understand what the teacher meant, but now after his experiment, he found that he has a deeper understanding. The flame of destruction is like this, and the equally powerful abyss demonic fire is no exception. Yuan subconsciously ignited the abyss demonic fire in one of the hydralisks. For a moment, he saw that the huge eyes of the hydralisk began to turn red, and the entire body began to twist. They were even known for obeying orders, and they actually started to attack their companions around them. Yuan's thoughts moved again, and the abyss demonic fire was absorbed back by him. Then he saw that the eyes of the hydralisk had returned to clarity and were no longer restless. Next, Yuan tried his own earth control and earthquake. He soon discovered that the more powerful the priesthood was, the more terrifying the consumption of faith value was. It seems that the route to make myself stronger is very clear. Yuan's eyes flashed and he thought to himself. Article 1. Most of the wars between powerful believers and gods are still wars between believers. Only with the strength of believers can the gods gain more faith and lay the foundation for the future. The second one is to have various additional equipment, such as holy relic plugins and the like. This road obviously costs a lot of money, and the source of the holy objects is not easy to obtain. Sometimes some special holy objects need to be customized by the gods. Background, money, both are indispensable. Having said that, the difficulty has increased a lot. Shaking his head, Yuan couldn't help but look towards the system space. There, a twisted encircling genetic sequence is quietly suspended. Exactly, the Abyss Flame Demon Factor. Chapter 54. System, fuse the Abyssal Flame Demon Factor into the Tearling Springtail for me. Yuan gave him direct instructions. Ding! Unfortunately, this factor cannot be fused with the Hydra Rip Springtail body. Hey? Why? Yuan couldn't help but asked subconsciously when he heard the prompt tone. Ding! The abyss and the breath of hell conflict with each other, and forced fusion may have irreversible consequences. Yuan fell into silence after hearing this. Indeed. When he wanted to fuse the Hydra factor into the Hydralisk before, the system warned him that it couldn't be done. He didn't find a way to do this either. Even in the environment of the main world, not everything can be combined at will. Yuan can actually accept this. Since the abyss and hell cannot be unified, then let's integrate these factors specifically into the Hydralisk army. Yuan, who was talking to himself, nodded immediately. System, fuse the Abyssal Balrog factor with all the Hydralisk legions. Ding! Start merging. This time, the system did not prompt that fusion could not be achieved. I saw. In the sky, countless light spots of miracles appeared. In just an instant, it enveloped the entire Hydralisk army. Suddenly, the 300,000 Hydralisk's army let out a sharp and painful roar at this moment. Although painful, however, their eyes are full of ferocity and desire. Because they know that every time pain comes, it is the beginning of their becoming stronger. So, instead, they like the pain. Ka-ka-ka. A sound like exploding beans resounded from every Hydralisk. Their tails began to lengthen, and flames suddenly rose from their bodies. Starting from the tail, it spread to the whole body in the blink of an eye. This moment, all the Hydralisks seemed to be bathed in flames and became Balrogs. Ouch! They roared, becoming even more terrifying than before. The height rose to about 2 meters, and the body was nearly 4 meters long. Inside the carapace on the head, the penetrating spines were suddenly wrapped in flames. As long as it is shot out, not only will the penetration be more terrifying, but it will also have the power of burning flames. They are simply equivalent to the terrifying magic archers among the human race. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: your believer race incorporates new factors and evolves into a new race, Flamethorn Demon. Tip: your believers have witnessed your divine grace and their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 700,000 faith points. Ouch! At the moment when the prompt message on the God's domain interface appeared, an army of 300,000 mutated hydralisks looked up to the sky and roared. A blazing flame rose into the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire divine realm was ignited. Yuan couldn't wait to open the race interface. Name: Flamethorn Demon. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 3. Ability: Strengthen Tier, Charge, Main, Claw Slash. Fire Elemental Immunity, Germ Infection, Armored Thrust, Main, Water Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Endurance Muscles, Running Iron Hooves, Main, Night Vision Crushing Jaw, Scythe Claws, Flame Spine Jet, Main, Sacrificial Fire. Life: 18, not bad for level 3. Strength: 19, strength has been significantly improved. Agility: 14, speed is not a specialty. Intelligence: 10, it's pretty good if you don't become a madman under the breath of the abyss. Evaluation: Hydralisks contaminated with the aura of the abyss already have super strong flame burning capabilities. Don't think that you can resist it with heavy armor. Fire Spine Spray, evolved from the original Spine Spray ability, the spine with flame attack is added. In addition to its amazing penetrating power, it also has fire damage. Sacrificial Fire, an attack with the aura of abyssal flames attached. Whether it is melee or long range, the damage to the armor will be powerfully penetrating. After seeing the introduction of the entire race, Yuan couldn't help but be shocked by the power of the Flame Hydralisk. Not only the basic attributes have been greatly improved. More importantly, the attack with added fire damage is simply a killer of heavily armored units. Just imagine, the armor of most heavy armor units is made of steel or metal. A few are even mixed with high-grade magic metals such as fine gold and mithril. No matter which one they are, they all have one common characteristic, which is fast heat conduction. Therefore, under normal circumstances, several layers of leather armor will be worn inside the heavy armor unit for heat insulation. The penetrating power of the ordinary hydralisk spines will be weakened in the face of heavy armor. But if faced with the flame-stinging demon, in addition to the penetrating nature of the spine, the burning and corrosive ability of the abyssal flame can pierce the opponent's heavy armor more quickly. It makes people hard to guard against. And this is also the power of the flame-stinging demon. Now, should I call you armored killers? Yuan couldn't help but smile on his face. Chapter 55. In the current divine space, in addition to the Hydra-tearing Springtails of the second-level heavy-armed warriors, there are also powerful long-range attack Flamethorn demons. For Yuan, his strength has skyrocketed. Horrible! Yuan was extremely excited and directly connected to the virtual battle network through the God's domain interface. The so-called virtual battle network. It refers to a specialized network for virtual divine battles similar to the basic exam. This kind of network is enough to connect the entire Emerald Alliance's 18 major cities. In other words, you can meet powerful opponents in any city here. Tip: Virtual Battle Network is initializing. Tip: Initialization is complete, please create a nickname. Tip: Countdown for 1 minute, start the timer. A nickname. Yuan looked at the countdown interface and couldn't help but whisper to himself. The purpose of this virtual battle network is to allow different users to compete virtually with each other. Some users will choose to hide their identities, and some users will choose to directly disclose their personal information. It was Yuan's first time logging into Battle.net, so he had to give him a nickname. After thinking about it, he spoke directly. Call it a natural disaster. He did not use his name directly, nor did he deliberately hide it, because his Zerg race is very special. Users from other cities may not know much about it. But if he is matched by a user from Yuan city, he might be able to see through it directly. Tip: the nickname has been confirmed and you are logging into battle.net. Tip: users can start matching now. Yuan clicked on the battle.net interface and found that there were two modes. The first type is ordinary virtual god battle. This kind of god battle is equivalent to an entertainment mode, so you don't need to take it too seriously. Most users will choose it when training their own combination of arms or the combat skills of believers. The second type is ranked battles. This kind of battle is much more serious than ordinary battles between gods. The winner will receive ranking points and improve their rank. The higher the rank, the stronger one is. For users, this is not only a symbol of honor, but also a high general point reward. This is a real money game. It is also a way for many users to make money. Ranks from low to high are roughly divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary master, and the strongest king. Each rank has 5 stars, one will be added for victory and one will be deducted for failure. After accumulating 5 stars, the promotion battle begins. If you win 2 out of 3 games, you can successfully advance to the next level. And so on, until the top king. The matched opponents are also users with similar ranks in the big realm. For example, demigods can only match demigods, and igniting divine fire can only match igniting divine fire. As for gods, they rarely appear on battle.net. Because they already have the ability to conquer new dimensions outside the territory alone. Compared to that, aren't these virtual things ridiculous? Also, it's worth mentioning. When the rank reaches the strongest king, based on the number of consecutive wins, there will be a combat power list on the entire battle network. Every 3 months is a season, and when the season ends, the higher you rank, the more cash rewards you will receive. Yuan took a look and saw that the user ranked first in the demigod combat power list received 1 billion universal points. Second, the halving is only 500 million. The third one is 100 million. And so on until the top 100 are completely gone. Certainly. It is not easy to get to the top of the combat power list. Because Yuan was shocked to see that the first place was 89 consecutive wins. Second place has a 73 game winning streak. The third place has 70 consecutive wins. This is a winning streak, not the sum of the total number of wins. And for the opponent to achieve such a terrifying winning streak, he is definitely the strongest among the strong. The shadow of blood, the blade, the devil's presence. Yuan looked at the top 3 names and couldn't help but his eyes flashed. We are all demigods who have not yet ignited the divine fire. We don't know how strong the other party will be if we fight against ourselves. Start the ranking match. Yuan withdrew his gaze and started qualifying directly. He mainly wanted to test how strong the combat power of his own race was. As the high school exchange competition approaches, he knows what to expect. As for ranks and the like, they are just incidental. The entire Emerald Alliance has a population of over 100 million. There are at least 20 million people who have reached the level of demigod and logged into battle.net. Soon, Yuan was matched with the first opponent. During the preparation stage, Yuan directly selected 200 Hydra tier Springtails after their job transfer. None of the other races were brought. In the first match, the opponent's strength cannot be too strong. Just like a preliminary examination, when Yuan completed his preparations, he was directly transported into a virtual divine realm. On a plane map measuring dozens of hectares, Yuan saw at a glance the 200 goblin warriors standing opposite. The goblin warrior, who was less than 1 meter tall, saw the ferocious-looking, weird-looking Hydra, which was nearly 2 meters tall, tearing apart the Springtail warrior. He screamed in surprise and fled in all directions. Yuan didn't need to explain at all, the Tearling Springtail won the victory on its own. Tip: your believer race won an overwhelming victory. Tip: rank +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, faith value +99. In less than 3 minutes, Yuan completed the battle. He shook his head slightly. If he played like this, he might not be able to test the upper limit of his race's combat power. It seems that you can only have a chance to meet a strong person by advancing to a higher rank. After muttering to himself, Yuan's extremely deep eyes suddenly glowed with light. In that case, let's start the winning streak. Chapter 56. Below a series of mountain peaks, more than 300 wolf-headed men wearing simple leather armor and holding battle axes or spears were roaring in a low voice. Behind the wolf-headed man, a wolf-headed shaman holding a scepter was shouting loudly, mobilizing before the war. Mid-air. A thin figure looked at the believer below him and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you will be unlucky if you meet this god. Prepare to be torn into pieces. Pai shaman, what are you doing standing still? Let them charge. Some impatient voices turned into oracles and sounded in the ears of the wolf-headed shaman. Suddenly, the wolf-headed man shaman nodded in fear, and with a loud roar, he was about to let his team of wolf-headed men charge. But before they could take action, suddenly, the entire mountain began to shake. What's the situation? The skinny demigod couldn't help but frown, and was about to fly up to check. Next moment, with a look of horror on his face, he saw thousands of heavily armored hydra tearing apart Springtails. It rushed through the mountain peaks like a torrent and surrounded his poor 300 troops. This, how the hell do you fight like this? The frightened demigod only had time to utter a curse word before he saw his followers being completely overwhelmed by the opponent. Tip: your believer race has been completely defeated by the enemy. Tip: your game failed. Tip: rank -1. Tip: defeater's nickname, natural disaster. The skinny demigod was kicked out of the interface before he could react. With 5 consecutive wins, it's time to advance to the promotion round. Yuan whispered to himself and continued to start the next match. Under the terrifying Zerg army, his winning streak continues to accumulate. The promotion round was quickly completed. 10 consecutive wins, 15 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins, 30 consecutive wins. In less than 2 hours, Yuan actually relied on his powerful troop advantage to win 44 consecutive victories and became the strongest king. Such a terrifying rank improvement speed instantly attracted the attention of some users. Soon it spread like a whirlwind on the battle network. What? The strongest king in 2 hours? Are you crazy? Even the acting trainer dare not brag like that. Damn it, it's actually real. Natural disaster. Where did this guy come from? Is he a man or a woman? Could it be that the legitimate son of a certain family in the capital has started to compete for the top spot? The strong one, the absolutely strong one, what kind of believer race do you use? At the time of the heated discussion on the battle network, far away in a luxurious mansion in the capital of the Emerald Alliance, a young man with a handsome face and sharp edges was lying in the landing cabin. In front of him, several photos suddenly appeared on a call interface. Master Qin, based on the description of the defeated user, we generated a rough image of the opponent's believer. A voice came from the other side. It looks like giant insect believers, non-demi-humans. In addition, there seems to be a race of believers similar to Balrogs. Because Battle.net data is completely encrypted, and video data cannot be extracted, we can only go so far. Qin Tianxi clicked on a few general outline photos drawn by hand painters, and his eyes flashed. Do you have the aura of the abyss? I haven't heard that the Wang family has a genius named Natural Disaster. After a pause, he suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed. Whatever, let me declare a war against this natural disaster and tell him that I want to have a 1v1 with him. You can raise any conditions you wish. As a well-known militant in Battle.net, Blade ranks second in the demigod combat power rankings. Qin Tianxi's intuition told him that this natural disaster must be a strong man. And he is a strong man who has suddenly risen. Such a strong person is what he should challenge. And he also likes to trample such strong men under his feet. Among all the demigods who had not ignited the divine fire, the only one he feared was that woman. Okay. Mr. Qin. As a subordinate of Dao Feng, he naturally knows the other party's temper. So I hung up the phone without hesitation and started editing the email to send to Lu Yuan. On the other hand, he, who had just been promoted to the strongest king rank, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Along the way, he couldn't even find any opponent who could compete with him. This made Lu Yuan even somewhat doubtful as to how valuable the rankings on Battle.net really were. When the bored Lu Yuan was about to leave Battle.net, sudden, an email notification actually popped up on his God's domain interface. Mail. Generally, only strangers send emails to each other, because friends can initiate calls directly. After a moment of confusion, Lu Yuan clicked on the email. Next moment, the 3 characters challenge at the top instantly attracted his attention. The content of the challenge is naturally that. But when Lu Yuan saw the end, he suddenly signed his nickname, Blade. Blade? The blade that ranks second in combat power. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This second blade has a record of winning more than 70 consecutive qualifying matches. The strength of such a strong man should not be too bad. Can I ask for any conditions? Lu Yuan, who looked at the challenge letter, thought for a while and suddenly replied. I can accept your challenge, but the condition is that I want to initiate a combat power replacement. Combat power replacement? Listening to the report from his subordinates, Qin Tianxi's eyes flashed with light. The so-called combat power replacement means that each user has only one opportunity to challenge any opponent during the season. Once the opponent is defeated, then, all the opponent's combat power will be directly replaced by the opponent. To put it simply, Lu Yuan will directly ascend to second place on the strength list and become a new consecutive winner. This rule is prepared for those demigods who have the strength but don't have time to go to the battle network. It is usually initiated before the end of the season. Certainly, very few fools would challenge the top 3. However, now there is. Haha, okay, since he wants to replace his combat power, then I will play with her. Qin Tianxi licked his lips excitedly. I hope he won't disappoint me. Soon, Lu Yuan received an email reply, and the other party agreed to his challenge of replacing combat power. The time is just 3 minutes later. Chapter 57. In 3 minutes, Lu Yuan clicked his finger, and a comfortable sofa chair was formed out of thin air in the divine realm. He sat on it with his legs crossed and his chin in one hand. Looking at the God's domain interface in front of him, he fell into deep thought. Blade, the second in the combat power rankings. Although he also searched for information about the other party, he only said that he was a direct descendant from the Qin family in the capital of the Emerald Alliance. The Qin family is a very powerful race of gods. Legend has it that the blood of dragons flows in their blood. Once awakened, it will be very terrifying. Among the entire Qin family's believer races, the most powerful believer race is the half-dragon. Lu Yuan guessed that this direct descendant of the Qin family's trump card should be the half-dragon. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Tip: User Blade has created a challenge room and invited it. Tip: the user chooses whether to accept it. Accept. Since Lu Yuan has agreed, he has no plans to back down. After accepting the invitation, Lu Yuan felt as if his eyes were blurred and he had arrived in a virtual space. At the same time, information prompts also sounded throughout the room. Tip: the room has been added. Tip: the challenge rules are to simulate a divine invasion war. Tip: users can choose to simulate their own divine space or construct a new space. Tip: you have 10 minutes to deploy, the countdown begins. Create your own divine space. Yuan raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he heard such a rule. In fact, once the rank reaches the strongest king, each battle scene is no longer randomly selected, but can be edited freely. After all, most of the wars between gods in the future will be in the direction of invasion of the divine domain. Both parties build a geographical environment that suits them, avoiding the element of luck brought about by random scenarios. With a thought, Yuan directly entered the virtual space. It was his first time to fight the strongest king, and he was not very familiar with it, so he simply simulated part of his own divine realm scene. Continuous mountains emerged in the middle, with their own Zerg army hidden behind them. Under the mountains, there is a flat plain, which is convenient for our side to charge. In addition, he also dispersed the Zerg mother nests on both sides, allowing the carpet land to spread. All this sounds complicated, but in fact, with the help of the server, it only takes a few minutes to complete the simulation. After simulating the scene, Yuan also deployed his troops. Including the number of races carried, the ratio of troops, etc. For safety reasons, Yuan directly led an army of 1 million Zerg. After all, this time is a combat power replacement challenge. Moreover, the opponent is still a blade, so he must treat it with caution. Tip: the countdown is about to end, please prepare for battle. Tip: the countdown is over and the virtual battle of gods begins. Buzz. As the last second countdown ended, Yuan saw a sudden tremor in the vast divine space. Right in front of the space, a fine space crack suddenly appeared. Crack! It was like being punched down by a giant. Just hearing a loud noise, the space suddenly collapsed. Subsequently, at the other end, a brand new divine space emerged. Yuan raised his eyebrows. The divine space opposite was dark, and it looked like a night-like scene. In the sky, the pale moonlight fell down, full of endless coldness and mystery. At this time, through the cracks, Yuan saw that behind the continuous plains, there were also huge peaks standing tall. It seems that almost all users like to simulate their scene terrain in this way. Besides, Yuan did not see any of the other believer races. At this time, a voice full of coldness and arrogance resounded from the opposite divine realm. It was passed directly to Yuan's ears. Very good. You would rather cower than attack me rashly, which proves that you do have some strength. This sounded like a compliment, but in reality, it was Blade's mockery of him. Yuan listened and smiled softly. It's very bad. I didn't expect that Dao Feng, who is ranked second in the combat power list, actually likes to stay in bed. Do we need to use this tactic to deal with newcomers like me? Ha ha ha. Blade suddenly laughed. You are not a newcomer. A newcomer cannot win 44 consecutive games. As he spoke, he suddenly shook his head. According to the general rules, we don't have to hide, let's let the believers emerge from the plains. So as not to be unfair to both parties. That's fine. Yuan's eyes flashed. At this time, it doesn't make much sense to just wait. I saw. He raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, behind the mountain, the first to fight were the Hydra Tearling Zerglings. After these 2 days of job transfers, the number has reached nearly 40,000. 40,000 heavily armored warriors emerged from the hillside with heavy steps. Boom! The ground shook, and countless tearing springtails began to charge down from the top of the mountain. Look at the other side. When he saw Yuan's tearing springtail, a look of surprise flashed in Dao Feng's eyes. What race is this? Why haven't I seen it? Are those heavy armors all believers who have changed their profession? This number is terrifying. Dao Feng was still exclamating in wonder, but the fire of war in his eyes was burning brightly. I saw. In the cracked valley among the rolling mountains, the sound of galloping iron hooves resounded loudly. Boom! The earth shook, and then Yuan saw at once, groups of half-human, half-dragon humanoids with dragon scales, more than 2 meters tall, riding on lizard-like mounts. It was the half-dragon. Chapter 58. Half-dragons are the most powerful race among demi-human believers. With the blood of dragons, their attributes far exceed those of humans. Also, stronger sensitivity to spells. Any second-level half-dragon can cast 1 or 2 first-level spells. The moment these arms appeared in front of Yuan, the opponent's race panel instantly popped up. Name: Half-Dragon/Heavy Armored Knight. Category: Sub-Race. Stage: Level 3. Ability: Dragon Blood, Resistance Improvement, Shock, Main, Violent, Main. Life: 17-20 seconds, Level 4 non-professionals will also be at a disadvantage. Strength: 19-30 seconds, Strength is its greatest strength. Agility: 13/15, ordinary people can no longer catch up. Intelligence: 12/14, no problem releasing first-level spells. Evaluation: with dragon blood, they are natural warriors. Together with the strong earth lizard, they are like a steel city wall. Is he really a half-dragon? Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself when he saw the information on the race panel. Just as he expected, the opponent had already sent out his strongest trump card from the beginning. A half-dragon heavily armored knight. Outside the crack gap of nearly a kilometer, there were at least more than 20,000 heavily armored half-dragon knights. Behind the half-dragon knight is a long-range mixed force of 50,000 people. Yuan saw a long-range level 3 human javelin thrower and a level 2 centaur archer. We even saw musketeers composed of level 2 mountain dwarves. Mixed in among these troops were a team of 2,000 mages from humans. As a magical fire suppression, every mage has at least level 3 strength, and the captain of the mage team is as high as level 4. In total, nearly 80,000 troops formed a powerful force on the battlefield. Maybe some people would doubt that anyone other than Yuan could have so many troops. Actually, as someone who can be ranked in the top 3 in the combat power list, he has at least reached the level of senior high school. It may be just one step away from igniting the divine fire. The 3 years of high school are more than 1,000 years in the divine space. For more than 1,000 years, it is not too difficult to cultivate a group of more than 1 million people. It is not an exaggeration to cultivate an army of nearly 100,000 from them. It's just that most of them can't form a legion with such high-end equipment like Blade. The heavily armored knight advances from the front row, and the remote output crushes the output. The mage team adds group gain or spell suppression. In addition, the gods above are in control of the overall situation and are ready with priestly assistance at any time. I am afraid that anyone who sees such a combination will be frightened by it. Seeing this scene, Yuan couldn't help but nodded slightly. It is worthy of being the second-ranked blade. The lowest level is 2 and the highest level is 4. This team of nearly 20,000 people alone is enough to sweep away most of the demigod races. However, Yuan did not underestimate the enemy just because of this. On the contrary, he subconsciously said to the system, "Open the opponent's divine domain interface." Ding! Information generation completed. The moment the prompt sounded, the other party's god's domain interface information appeared in front of Yuan again. User: Qin Tianxi. God's name: God of Night and Stormy Winds. Faith value: 1.25 million. Rank: Demigod. Priest: Night, Fear, Strong Wind. Sacred Fire: Not lit. Godhead: None. Faith race: Half-Dragon, Goblin, Human, Mountain Dwarf, Centaur, Night Demon. Believers, fanatical believers, 20,000, devout believers, 50,000, deep believers, 120,000, pan-believers, 200,000. Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Really? Without the help of the system, he might really make a mistake in judgment. Because, in the column of the opponent's religious race, there is a group of night demons. Night demons are a race from hell. Any race that is related to hell, aside from its own bloodthirsty and brutal nature that is difficult to control, there is only one word left: powerful. But now, these night demons did not appear in the attacking team. This is worth pondering. For a moment, Yuan seemed to have thought of something. With the thought in his mind, he began to deliver his oracle. Boom! The mountain peaks shook. Far away, Qin Tianxi, who was gradually approaching with his army, looked at Yuan's divine domain with falcon-like eyes. Cold, desolate, dead, with a swamp-like mossy material everywhere. He muttered to himself, quickly analyzing the opponent's strength. It should be a negative environment priesthood similar to desert and weather. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw on the distant mountain peaks, strange races with ferocious faces, bone spurs all over their bodies, and dark red lines climbing over the top of the mountain. It turned into a torrent and surged towards the plain. Chapter 59. This is Zerg. Qin Tianxi's eyes moved slightly, seeming a little surprised. But then, he laughed. The Zerg of level 2 heavy-armed warriors? Although there are twice as many as me, it's a pity that it still doesn't work. A half-dragon heavily armored knight up to level 3. With the assistance of the Earth Lizard, Qin Tianxi can be sure that one half-dragon heavy knight can defeat the opponent's 3 heavy warriors. So, a faint smile appeared on his face, and his cold voice spread. Natural disaster, I advise you, it's best to use all your cards, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Oh, is it so? Yuan raised his eyebrows, then I won't be polite. The words fell. Qin Tianxi's eyes subconsciously looked towards the hillside. Suddenly, his expression changed. Because, on the hillside, a series of thorn demons burning with blazing flames emerged. A rough estimate is that it is at least more than 50,000. Is this Balrog? Qin Tianxi saw the appearance of these flame demons and subconsciously connected them with the flame demons. But I felt that the other party was different from the Balrog. Just when he was doubting, the Zerg heavy-armed warriors below who had been motionless suddenly rushed up. Come forward and tear into pieces all creatures that resist us for the sake of the Great Master. The glory of the Lord will surely shine on the world. Boom! Ouch! All the Hydra tearing springtails roared at this moment, and rushed towards the half-dragon heavy-armed warriors. Humph! Are you so anxious to die? Qin Tianxi snorted coldly and also issued an oracle. Half-dragon knight, charge! Ouch! Charge, for my lord! Roar! The half-dragon heavily armored knight who shouted my lord took the initiative to meet the 4-meter-long earth lizard galloping towards him. The earth shook and the wind howled. Between countless shouts and roars, the front row troops of the two sides collided violently. Boom! With a muffled sound, the half-dragon swung the huge warhammer in his hand and hit the Hydra-tearing Springtail in front of him heavily. The terrifying force immediately caused Hydra to stagger as it tore apart the Springtail. Some are unsteady on their feet. Before they could react, the slime-filled mouth of the earth lizard below had already rushed towards the tearing Springtail. With a click, he bit the opponent's heavy armor. The earth lizard, which was as high as level 2, used its own strength to forcefully drag the Hydra-tearing Springtail. The purpose was to gain a second round of violent attacks from the half-dragons above. Buzz! The spiked warhammer broke the wind in midair and hit the tearing Springtail again. In just a few seconds, 3 back and forth attacks can be completed. Puff! At this moment, the unprotected compound eyes of the Tear Springtail were smashed open. Dark green blood mixed with screams instantly sounded. The morale of the half-dragon heavily armored knight was immediately boosted. Ha ha ha, you cheap, ugly and stupid reptiles, prepare to bear the wrath of the half-dragons. The half-dragon leader shouted loudly and bravely rushed into the opponent's Zergling camp. Warmers and blood fly together. Screams and roars resonated. Behind him, Abathur, the psychopath who saw this scene, let out a furious roar. Fight back, are you all idiots? Tear them apart. The Great Master is watching us. Even if we spend the last drop of blood, we must let them know that the majesty of the Master cannot be desecrated. Sting Demon, attack me, attack! Abathur, who was jumping and roaring, gave instructions to the long-range Flamethorn Demon. Subsequently, 50,000 flames spurted out from the spines in the demon's carapace. With blazing heat, he attacked the half-dragon knight. Whoosh! See numerous spines of flame rising into the sky. A hail of flaming arrows was drawn in midair and fell from the sky. The half-dragon leader couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. Heavy armor that even a centaur can't shoot through. Do you really think it can hurt me from such a distance? However, as soon as he finished speaking, several arrows half a meter long in midair, burning with flames, fell towards him. Puff puff! The flame-burning spines burst out with powerful penetrating power beyond heavy armor. Just for a moment, the heavy armor made of fine steel was pierced like tofu. The blazing flames, mixed with the piercing power, instantly penetrated the leather armor and defensive scales inside. A moment of time. A burning pain instantly sounded from the mouth of the half-dragon leader. Ah! How is it possible? Their attacks can actually penetrate our heavy armor. In the distance, Yuan couldn't help but blink when he saw all this. I couldn't help but nod secretly. After all, he is a half-dragon. Even if the defense of heavy armor is removed, his own scale defense is more powerful than that of other races. Otherwise, this volley alone was enough to take away at least 2,000 lives. But now, less than 500 half-dragons were killed at once because their eyes and other vital parts were shot. What's left is just minor injuries. This time, before the second round of attacks from the flame-stinging demon appeared, the half-dragon knights were even more ferocious one by one. They roared to the sky and rushed towards the flame-thorn demon behind them. Seeing this scene, Yuan suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed an inexplicable smile. Because the fish took the bait. Chapter 60. Jared is 40 years old. Being able to become a 5th-level magician at the age of 40 is already a good talent. But what makes him even more proud is his status as the bishop of the Dark Knight God religion. And now, as the elder and bishop of the mage group, he stood on the battlefield to complete the divine battle for the God of Dark Knight. Even though all believers in this divine war will never truly die. But as a fanatical believer, Gerald would not allow the glory of God to be tarnished in the slightest. So, after seeing the half-dragon heavily armored knight actually being injured by the Flamethorn demon's attack, Elder Jared immediately shouted, "Archer, what are you still doing? Are you watching a show?" The staff in his hand shook desperately, and a first-level amplification technique was directly released. The great god of the night is watching us, and we must win even if it costs us everything. Now, all human archers charge forward for me, and when they enter the shooting range, they will attack without discrimination. I don't believe that those ugly monsters can have higher defense than the heavy armor of a half-dragon. The mountain dwarf musketeers are supporting us from the rear. Your shooting range is longer, but you must aim at the eyes, head and other vital points to attack. Everyone in the mage group is ready. They use fire, and we use ice. Everyone releases the first level ice arrow technique. Follow Jared's orders one by one. All long-range attack methods began to emerge. Whoosh! In mid-air, the arrows of the 30,000 archers at the rear broke through the air. It condensed into a rain of steel arrows and shrouded the flame-thorn demon below. The heavily armored warriors' Hydra tier Springtails have been broken up by the half-dragon knight. The infantry soldiers in the rear row conduct close combat. Behind the rain of arrows, each of the sturdy bearded dwarves wore iron helmets and held homemade muskets. They were following closely behind the human infantry soldiers, specifically aiming to shoot at key parts such as the eyes of the Springtails. The number of this part is slightly less than 10,000. Even so, they have reached the second level, and the power of the muskets is enough to cause damage to the tearing Springtails. As for the mage group, they are mixed between the dwarves and archers. After a brief chant, 1,000 ice arrows condensed from high in the sky and attacked the flame-thorn demon in the distance. They don't need to consider their own half-dragon knights. Because the power of this ice arrow is not to kill the opponent, but to suppress the spine attack of the flame-thorn demon. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows rained down first due to their longer range. Ouch! The flame-thorn demon, who was originally preparing for the second round of volley, was directly enveloped by the arrow rain before he could react. In an instant, the arrows made of fine steel were instantly broken through the defense by the strong arm strength of the second-level archers. Blood as hot as fire flowed out along the arrow. Screams could not help but come from their mouths. Subsequently, the half-dragon heavy knight who broke up the formation of Hydra and tore apart the Springtails had already rushed forward. The warhammer in his hand turned into a meteor and hit them hard. The terrifying power directly caused the fire-thorn demon, whose defense was relatively fragile, to explode. As for the flame-thorn demon at the rear, before they could counterattack, they saw dense ice arrows falling in mid-air. As soon as the cold magic arrows landed, the flames on them weakened slightly. Even if it is not extinguished, it is still greatly suppressed. In just a few moments, the blades gained an overwhelming advantage. Most of the tearing Springtails were killed abruptly, and only a few were still struggling to their death. And the flame-thorn demon in the rear suffered heavy losses. The enemy troops saw this scene and their morale was greatly boosted. Even the archers and mages began to approach further. In their view, almost ready to clean up the battlefield. Mid-air, a light of joy flashed in Dao Feng's eyes. Hee, natural disaster, right? Your name does sound quite domineering. Blade's tone was full of contempt and teasing. It's a pity that your strength is somewhat inconsistent with your name. He shook his head slightly and said with a frustrated look. What a disappointment. Yet, Yuan looked down at the human archers who were almost approaching the flame-stabbing demon position. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the blade in the distance. I'm afraid this is your trump card, right? Dao Feng was stunned for a moment and looked at Yuan in surprise, not understanding what he meant by saying this. But at this moment, Yuan suddenly chuckled. If that's the case, it would really disappoint me. So, it's time to close the net. What did you say? Dao Feng's pupils shrank, and a bad feeling suddenly arose. Next moment, he suddenly discovered that countless mounds suddenly rose up on the sticky, rotten muddy ground. Subsequently, just hearing a bang, a series of ferocious figures rushed out from the mound. Chapter 61. Puff Puff. Unexpected. Without warning. Just when the Blade Army thought everything was over. At their feet, mounds of earth suddenly bulged up. Before they could react. Then he saw huge, spherical poisonous banelings with green pustules all over their bodies rushing out. No, there is. Before Elder Jared's exclamation could be heard, 200,000 poisonous banelings instantly activated their active abilities. Charge! Swish, swish, swish. The green, round, cute-looking spheres rushed towards the target around them at extremely fast speeds. Subsequently, In their surprised eyes, it suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom. Countless self-explosion sounds sounded instantly. I saw. The sky was filled with highly toxic and highly corrosive acid that exploded like fireworks. Before they could react, they were completely submerged. Ah! Help! Damn, this is... should. Countless ranged troops that didn't even have time to scream were turned into pus by the poisonous baneling insect's self-destruction. However, all this is just the beginning. After the poisonous banelings, another 200,000 Hydra-tearing springtails rushed out of the ground. Although they have not yet successfully transferred jobs. But, with its own strength, facing these weak defensive mage archers and dwarf troops is like chopping melons and vegetables. And their role is to surround and kill those targets who are not dead yet. No, how is that possible? Dao Feng, who was originally calm, changed his expression at this moment, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Mages? All of them master earth magic? This is impossible. He thought that these insects that used the ability to burrow into the ground knew the magic of earth. However, before his shock could dissipate, sudden, all over the mountains and plains, a hidden army of 250,000 hydralisks emerged from the peaks. Swish, swish, swish. No instructions were needed at all, and spines burning with flames shot out from their bodies. Taking advantage of the height of the hillside, it instantly enveloped the half-dragon knights fighting on the battlefield. 50,000 hydralisks cannot cause effective damage. But what if we add 5 times more? The half-dragon knight in heavy armor waved his warhammer wildly to block it. But the flame spines were too dense. They can protect the vital points. But the earth lizard underneath him didn't have heavy armor. So, amidst a series of muffled sounds, their mounts were all turned into hedgehogs. 20,000 knights have now become infantry. How long can they last under the attack of 200,000 tearing springtails? Why do you have so many troops? Blade exclaimed with a look of disbelief on his face. As a top demigod, he knows the strength of demigods very clearly. The average demigod may have a population of millions. However, the combat power that can be used does not exceed 300,000 at most. But now, Lu Yuan's combat power is more than 300,000. Almost a million. This is an army of 1 million. If they fight head-on, rely on the combination of half-dragons and earth lizards to form a defensive position. With the continuous consumption of long-range bows and arrows, it is not impossible to fight. But now, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to use his nearly 100,000 Zerg army as bait, abruptly disrupted his formation, and then used the underground poisonous banelings as a breakthrough to inflict heavy damage on the opponent. The formation of the half-dragon knights was in chaos, and those who had been killed fell on their backs. Most of the long-range attack troops were slaughtered by poisonous baneling insects. The rest will be annihilated soon after being greeted by the Hydralisk. Blade never expected that the powerful army he was so proud of could be so easily severely damaged by the opponent, and even be completely wiped out. No, you are still far from defeating me. After all, he is a strong man on the combat power rankings. Even so, Blade has not given up hope of counterattack. Dark Knight. He raised his palm, and suddenly an extremely dark gem appeared in his hand. Immediately, Lu Yuan saw countless dark lights emerging from the void. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thick black sky that enveloped the entire battlefield. In just a few seconds, the entire battlefield was instantly dark, and it was not enough to describe it as being unable to see even one's fingers. Priesthood? And it's a clergy power enhanced with a sacred artifact plug-in. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke in confusion. Storm. Before his doubts dissipated, a ring on Blade's finger suddenly burst into light. Next moment, a terrifying gust of wind blew up from the battlefield. Woo! In the blink of an eye, there was a strong wind. Those blade troops seemed to have guessed something the moment night fell, and fell directly to the ground. The howling wind immediately shook the Zerg army on Yuan's side. The second sacred object plug-in. Yuan's pupil shrank. This blade was worth a lot of money. After the two priestly powers are exerted. A cold smile appeared on Dao Feng's face. Natural disaster, do you think you can win? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Swish, swish, swish. As the strong wind blew, figures with black bone spurs all over their bodies and ferocious faces flew out from a distance with the help of the strong wind. On their bodies, there is a pair of somewhat shrunken wings. They don't seem to be able to fly, but they can make their speed more terrifying and their bodies more flexible. Swish, swish, swish. A total of 5,000 ferocious-looking figures surged across the plain like a black wave. He rushed straight towards the flame-thorn demons whose bodies were burning with flames. Humph! Don't think that your flames can see the figure of my night demon. Blade snorted in his heart. Under the suppression of the dark night, the flames can only illuminate a very short range around them, and this distance will not affect the movements of these killers. Woo! As the strong wind blew, 5,000 night demons with wings on their backs suddenly appeared. Each of their hands held a sharp dagger with magic patterns attached. For a moment, raised high towards the 5,000 flame-stabbing demons. Chapter 62. Humph, what's the point of having more troops? Qin Tianxi sneered in his heart at this moment. His night demon is a tier 3 race. A being born to assassinate. As long as he is protected by his clerical power, it won't take long. It can kill tens of thousands of troops. And the other party has no understanding of him at all. To the end. The one who wins is himself. Fortunately, I prepared my trump card today, otherwise, it would really have been hanging in the balance. However, while he was talking to himself, he saw the daggers in the hands of those night demons raised high. It only takes a moment for the flames in front of him to pierce the demon's head. Pity. At this moment, the moment all night demons raised their daggers, sudden, their figures actually stopped there, motionless as if under petrification magic. At this time, the indifferent voice of Yuan, who was standing high in the sky, just sounded. Your trump card is the night demons hiding in the darkness, right? What? How do you know? When Dao Feng heard this, his expression suddenly changed. The night demon is the trump card he has just cultivated. No one has ever known this secret. He didn't understand that Yuan saw through him right away. It's simple because Yuan didn't finish the rest of his words, but just spoke with his fingers. Boo-hoo! In the dark night, hundreds of thousands of infected insects emerged from the ground at some unknown time. The fungal growth just now was exactly what they released. But the night demon's intelligence is not as low as the previous chaos python, so the movement time restricted by the fungal growth released by the second-level infection bug is much shorter than the original 10 seconds. But even so, it also buys enough time for the infected insects. For a moment, before the shadow demons could react, mouth parts with sharp teeth came out of the air one after another. Bite on their heads. The ability to numb nerves is released in an instant. Countless spores followed the mouth parts and began to penetrate into the opponent's skin. One might not be able to bring the shadow demons to heal. However, the ratio of 100,000 to 5,000, 20:1, was enough to completely defeat them. Puff! A few seconds later, the shadow demon, who was the first to be successfully controlled, swung his knife at the companion next to him without hesitation. The shadow demon, which was originally focused on assassination, was destined to be unable to withstand such an attack with its own defense. Just one knife. A hot head was thrown high with blood. Puff puff. Continuous sword lights emerged. Demon heads were thrown into the air like nothing. Mid-air. Dao Feng was completely shocked and speechless. What kind of race is that can actually control his night demons to kill each other? Even the strongest trump card was killed in this way. What else can he use to make a comeback? At this moment, Yuan's face showed a hint of joy of victory. He had to sigh, if he hadn't judged through the system that the opponent's trump card was the night demon. I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Of course, the Zerg army with dark vision capabilities would only require some effort at best. However, there was no heavy damage to the main local army at the beginning. The final infestation won't be so easy either. Actually, this time I was better than sudden. Shaking his head, Yuan was not proud of this. He first used 40,000 Hydra heavy-armed tearing worms and 50,000 fire stingers as bait. At the cost of nearly annihilating the entire army, he let the other party fall into his own trap. And taking advantage of the time when the two sides were fighting, 200,000 poisonous banelings use the ability to burrow into the ground and use the movement speed bonus of the creep to move through the ground. In the end, they defeated the opponent in one fell swoop at the critical moment. All this victory seems extremely easy. Actually, the most important reason is caused by the information asymmetry of the other party. And if it's just a matter of competition, apart from the real advantage of quantity, the rest is indeed inferior to the other party. Wait until Yuan summarizes his gains and losses. The battle below is nearing its end. Tip: with absolute superiority, your race will completely annihilate the enemy believer race. Hint: you won this game. Tip: this is a combat power replacement challenge, and the winner will gain the opponent's combat power. Tip: combat power replacement has been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning this battle. Ding! Obtain war victory reward, faith value plus 380,000. Ding! Obtain war victory reward, priest knight. Ding! Triggering a lucky critical strike, the priest's knight curtain is strengthened to Knight Dire. Ding! Obtain war victory reward, dragon bloodline. Ding! Obtain the victory reward, wings of the night devil. Yuan almost laughed out loud when he heard so many notification sounds. This blade is truly a treasure trove. I didn't expect to reveal so many treasures to myself at once. The best is of course the priesthood. Night Dire, a powerful canopy of darkness covers the sky. Enemies within it will lose their visual ability, and at the same time, a feeling of fear will arise. To put it simply, once this kind of divine power is performed, not only will the shrouded opponent be unable to see, but it will also cause a terrifying nightmare. This is a more powerful power than the simple night priesthood. In addition to the priesthood, there are two other very powerful abilities. Chapter 63. Dragon Bloodline. After fusion, it can greatly strengthen the physical attributes of the target, making it balanced and comprehensive. Wings of the Night Demon, the exquisite wings from the Night Demon. Although it has lost the ability to fly, it can make the target fly like a fish in water under the cover of night and increase its own speed. Seeing the introduction of these two abilities, Yuan suddenly realized. The system seems to have changed recently. Specialize in extracting the best of the other person and giving it to yourself. Sometimes it can even be strengthened further. It's so considerate. These two abilities, Dragon Bloodline, to put it simply, are the true essence of half-dragons. Without this passive ability, they would not have strong basic attributes. As for the Night Devil wings, once integrated, it will not only help improve one's agility, but also provide a certain agility bonus at night. To put it bluntly, it is faster. Buzz. The surrounding virtual divine space began to gradually dissipate, which meant that the entire divine war was completely over. Natural disaster, I did lose this time. Seeing his figure gradually disappearing, Dao Feng's eyes flashed with a stronger fighting spirit. But I didn't lose because of my strength, but because I didn't understand your military strength. Unfortunately, I will have to light the divine fire soon. He looked at Lu Yuan with burning eyes. I hope you won't be too slow. When the time comes, let's see who is stronger. As the last word fell, Dao Feng's figure and his divine space completely disappeared. See the other person's figure disappear. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, this blade was actually a genius. Moreover, his own character is also very remarkable. He was not completely depressed because of one failure. On the contrary, it can burn stronger fighting spirit to catch up. Such people are destined to have good future achievements. With the end of this challenge, because it is encrypted, the game data itself is not uploaded. But on the combat power ranking list, Blade, which was originally ranked second, actually disappeared. The person who replaced him was not the third demon, but a brand new nickname, Natural Disaster. Soon, such changes were directly discovered by some gossip users. As long as anyone with some brains can think about it for a moment, they will be able to figure out who has replaced the blade. Next, a huge storm was set off across the entire battle network, in the circle of demigods who were trying to ignite the divine fire. What? The blade was actually successfully challenged by a newcomer by replacing his combat power. Oh my god, that's a blade, a half-dragon army. Let me go, which family's heir is this? Or is it the son of the Lord God? Big news, I just learned from Blade's cronies that the opponent actually crushed Blade with an absolute advantage. This natural disaster boss is too awesome. Everyone, without exception, wants to know the news about this natural disaster boss. Soon, some people spread the news that this natural disaster boss was directly crushed by the Abyss Fire Demon army controlled by him. Some people say that the main force is the Hellfire Demon. Of course, some people say it is from the Zerg race. But, on the contrary, no one believed the news about the Zerg. Why? Because, who would want to choose a race that even provides little faith? Who can cultivate it to the point where it can crush the blade? So, the various versions posted online are completely messed up. Certainly, the person who knows the most about Lu Yuan's combat power should be Dao Feng himself. But, who the hell is willing to tell the other party how they lost when they lose? Especially a kid from a family like Dao Feng, who is extremely arrogant. Not to mention the internet, he didn't even mention it to the people around him. After logging into battle.net, I started thinking about how to conquer Lu Yuan's troops. At the same time, also in the capital of the Emerald Alliance, there is a huge manor dominated by retro-style buildings. A slender figure with a graceful figure suddenly opened his eyes from the sofa. For a moment, it was as if all the light around her was attracted by her eyes. And, in her hand, she was wearing the most advanced bracelet login device in the Alliance. Did you even defeat the Blade guy? This is quite interesting. Pity. The girl raised her snow-white hands and held her short hair. There was a hint of regret on her beautiful face. The time to ignite the divine fire cannot be delayed any longer. The season will end tomorrow, otherwise I really want to fight this natural disaster. The girl said, with a thought in her mind. She retreated from the battle net. Before exiting, if you look carefully, her nickname is Blood Shadow. Lu Yuan naturally didn't know how much trouble he caused in the demigod circle on battle.net. After this fight, Lu Yuan did not stay and left the battle network directly. The main thing is that the continuous battle between gods of battle network is also a drain on the spirit. Also, tomorrow is the last day of this season. As long as the season ends, he will be able to obtain a reward of 500 million universal points. In one day, he achieved 5 small goals, and this sour feeling left him with no more desires. As for number 1, Lu Yuan didn't think about it. Because even if he can defeat the opponent, he will not be able to replace his combat power. And the opponent's winning streak cannot be broken anytime soon. Besides, Lu Yuan feels that the virtual divine war is the virtual divine war. It doesn't make much sense compared to a real battle between gods. Why? Because in the virtual god war, any user can mobilize their own believer race without reservation without worrying about battle losses. This means that ordinary tactics may not be willing to be used in real divine battles. For example, if there is a real battle between gods, Yuan may not really be willing to use all his Hydra tier Zerglings to sacrifice his life in exchange for the opponent's attack. So, in the final analysis, the God War on this battle network only allows demigods to get familiar with their followers, or simply play with them. Yuan, who left the battle network, returned to his divine space again. Seeing the rewards from the system, he became excited again. Chapter 64. Yuan looked at the black light group in the system space that seemed to contain the entire universe. With a thought, he directly started to integrate with the priesthood. Buzz. The moment the light ball integrated into his body, Yuan felt as if he had transformed into the god of night. The rich black sky wants to completely cover everything in the world. Letting everything sink into eternal darkness is the best destination. Darkness is fear. All creatures shrouded under the sky will be dominated by terrible nightmares. Having lost their fighting spirit, what kind of powerful force can they still unleash? Very good, very powerful. Moment. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and had a clearer understanding of the Night Dire priesthood. But he also knew that although this priesthood was not weak, it also consumed a lot of energy. At least it was much more terrifying than his drought, and only slightly weaker than the flame of destruction and the demonic fire of the abyss. If I had a sacred relic plug-in for the divine power container, the power of the divine power would probably be even more terrifying. Yuan suddenly remembered the 2 gems that Blade used today. If his troops didn't have the ability to see in the dark, they might have been affected. He now understands that equipment is also an important part of improving strength. System, give me the fusion of dragon blood and night devil wings for all fighting bugs. Yuan recovered his thoughts and directly gave instructions to the system. Ding! The fusion of dragon blood begins. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has added a new ability, Dragon Bloodline. Tip, you gain 390,000 faith points. In the divine domain, the bodies of both the Tearling Springtails and the flame-thorned demons began to change. Become taller and stronger. On top of the originally delicate and tight skin on the body surface, there is a layer of fine dragon scale lines. Make their defenses stronger. At the same time, life, strength, agility, and even intelligence have been improved accordingly. Even though the rank has not been improved, it is still much stronger. After the prompt message appeared completely, Yuan heard the sound of the system. He was now accustomed to the system's thoughtfulness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards, Dragon Bloodline. At the same time, Yuan felt as if a warm current was flowing through his body, followed by a powerful force of qi and blood exploding in his body. His body has also been strengthened. All this was completed in just a few minutes. Later, just when Yuan thought he was merging the second night demon wing, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The wings of the night demon cannot be fused with the flame-thorn demon. Forcible fusion will have irreversible consequences. Do you want to fuse? Really? Yuan nodded. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Hell and the abyss themselves are incompatible existences. Therefore, their powers naturally cannot be forcibly fused together. In the end, Yuan thought for a while and fused the wings of the night demon with the Hydra tier Springtail, the poison baneling, and the infested worm. Suddenly, amid the wailing, these 3 types of Zerg all had a pair of night devil wings that were over 1 meter long. Let their strength increase again. It is worth mentioning that Yuan had not integrated the abyssal fire demon factor into the race of infected insects before. Because the most ideal fusion target of the Balrog factor is a long-range attack output method. However, for infected insects, their attacks are not a direct form of violence. On the contrary, it is best for these long-range infection bugs to have stronger mobility. It is convenient to quickly appear in front of the opponent and perform nerve paralysis. In this way, the speed of the infected bugs fused with the wings of the Night Devil has been increased. Yuan worked tirelessly to integrate the Hydra factor into them again. Anyway, they are all Hell-type materials, and there is not much conflict. This time, the strength of the entire infected insect has skyrocketed again. More importantly, after the bloodline changed, their rank increased. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race is upgraded to a brand new race, Hydra Infection Worm. Tip: you have gained 260,000 faith points. After hearing the prompt, Yuan looked at the transformed infected insect again. I saw that their bodies had grown to nearly 3 meters in length. The skin all over the body becomes tougher and more delicate. From a distance, it looks like an oversized larva covered in scales. At the same time, there are 2 more wings on both sides, which are not too big. It looks even more sinister. Name: Hydra Infection. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 3. Ability: Enhanced Tier, Charge, Main, Claw Slash, Fire Element Immunity, Bacterial Infection, Armored Stab, Main, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Hydra Heavy Armor Scales, Enhanced Regeneration, Endurance Muscles, Dark Night Vision, Dragon Bloodline, Wings of the Night Devil, Fungal Growth, Main, Nerve Paralysis, Main, Resilience and Stretching. Life: 16, slightly higher than the average 3rd level. Strength: 14, strength is not his strong point. Agility: 10, relatively fast. Intelligence: 18, stronger than ordinary mages. Evaluation: the body is still huge and bulky, but the speed is much improved than before. The power of Hydra allows the mouth parts of more than 10 meters to be extended 3 times. In short, let's continue to attack from a distance. Seeing Yuan's promotion, a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. But it was just joy. Because he gained too much from this battle with Blade. At least, among his current believer races, the only ones at level 4 are the evolved Zerg brood. And there is no way for the brood to enter the battle. The strongest remaining ones are only the 3rd level creatures. Besides, his offensive methods are still relatively simple. Needs further improvement. Furthermore, he lacks the relic plug-in. This is a trump card in the power of the clergy. Yuan thought for a long time, and some new ideas gradually emerged in his mind. If the primitive Tearling Springtails are combined with the abyssal fire demon factor, will a new type of soldiers be developed? For a time, Yuan seemed to have found a new breakthrough. Chapter 65. According to Yuan's guess, the Tearling Springtail is a melee unit. The Abyss Flame Demon factor causes the target to attack with fire. What kind of sparks can be produced by adding the two together? When the idea came to Yuan, he couldn't help but want to try it. He directly selected a larva, letting it fuse with the blood of the Ripper first and transform into a Springtail. Subsequently, the Abyssal Flame Demon factor in the system space was fused. In an instant, a Tearling Springtail with its whole body burning with blazing flames was born. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: you have obtained a brand new Zerg, Fire Tearer. Yuan immediately checked the attribute changes of the new species. After integrating many abilities, its own combat effectiveness has increased significantly. But some problems have also arisen. The vitality is not high, but it is relatively brittle and can easily be seriously injured. Because it conflicts with the breath of hell, it cannot be fused with the devil's wings. This makes them not fast enough. It seems that this assassin team cannot be formed for the time being. Shaking his head, Yuan decided to put this aside for now. He took out a piece of flame divine crystal. This kind of divine crystal is very precious and can allow the user to comprehend some fire-related magic. Logically speaking, it is best to leave it to Abathur for enlightenment. After all, the opponent's intelligence attribute is now very high. Maybe he can learn the magic of fire. But Abathur's expertise lies in the spiritual aspect. Yuan thought about this kind of flame divine crystal with explosive properties, but he still felt that it was not suitable for it. 833 Finally, Yuan found a new way and handed it over to one who seemed to be the strongest among the flame-thorn demons. After all, the opponent itself has been integrated with the flame demon factor, so it should be easier to comprehend. Yuan is just giving it a try. It would be better if he can gain something. If not, he will find another way. After temporarily settling everything in the divine space, he was ready to quit and rest. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Yuan went to the classroom as usual. However, he did not see the figure of the head teacher Ningyun, thinking that she was still in the sealed land and had not returned. On the other hand, the fat man next to him, Zhenhan, came up to chat with him as soon as he saw him coming back. "Master, I heard that you went to the sealed land and even caught up with the flame tyrant and ran away." Zhen Gang lowered his voice and asked Yuan. The look of a curious baby. "It does happen, but it's not a big problem." Yuan didn't say much. "Hey, it's not that it's not big, it's that the problem is big." Zhen Jian chuckled. "I heard that several gods with high divine power went to hunt down the fingers of the flame tyrant, but they all returned without success in the end. It seems to be blocked by a powerful force." "Is that so?" Yuan raised his eyebrows, saying this might be a bit serious. He just shook his head and said harshly to Zhen. "Whether it's big or not, it doesn't matter to us, right? Why don't you focus all your energy on studying? How can studying be as interesting as gossip?" Zhen Jian chuckled. "Besides, I'm not like you. A pervert like you can actually participate in the high school exchange competition. You know this as well. Zhen Gang is worthy of being a member of the Chamber of Commerce, and he is indeed much better informed than the average person." Sudden. He looked at the other party and had an idea. The crystal nuclei dug out from the Balrog's body in his divine domain had not yet been processed. It just so happened that this guy had a channel. "By the way, I have something to sell here, can you help me?" Yuan changed the topic and said. "What?" When Zhen Jian heard about buying something, she immediately became energetic. "I have to see if the goods are hard, whether they are magic cards, or other materials." "Crystal core," Yuan said directly. "Crystal core? Elemental creature." Zhen Jian thought for a while. The crystal core of this kind of creature is still priced according to its rank, but it is generally not very valuable. After all, the crystal core cannot be used to directly make god cards. It requires many steps to be improved. Zhen Gang looked at Yuan and said, "Tell me the rank and quantity. If there are more, I'll ask my dad and he can eat them. If it's too little, you'll have to go to a crystal core sales store." Yuan heard this and stretched out 5 fingers. "Only 5? Zhen Jian shook his head and was about to speak. "But I heard Yuan add, 5 million. Puff. He almost spit out the happy water he just took a sip of. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 500,000 crystal nuclei? Where did you get it?" "Sealed place." Teacher Ningyun did not tell anyone about Yuan's attack on the fire demon army in the sealed land. So Zhen Jian doesn't know either. It was a pity for Yuan that there were so many Balrogs because the battle at that time was too brutal. As a result, nearly half of the crystal cores were completely destroyed and could no longer be used. Therefore, there are only 500,000 left from 1 million. Now they are piled in his divine space. He briefly talked about how he had cleared out the underground fire demon army. Hiss. For a long time, Zhen Jian looked at Lu Yuan and took a breath of air. Snapped. He clasped his fists fiercely and said sincerely, "Master, if the situation didn't allow it, I would just kneel down and beg you to accept me as your little brother. I'm convinced, that's the Balrog. The most terrifying fire attack. One Balrog may not be a big deal, but if there are more of them, it's a fire demon. It's almost no different from a mage group that uses instant magic. Just one of my armor-piercing diggers will be burned into dried meat if they come face to face with them." Lu Yuan did not dwell on his praise. Instead he asked, "Just tell me whether your Chamber of Commerce can afford it. How much money can you give? I'll definitely eat this, but the general market price for most level 2 Balrog crystal cores is around 1000 general points." Before Lu Yuan could speak, Zhen Jian continued to explain. "Because if you want to use the Flame Demon crystal core that is contaminated with the Abyss Aura, you must deal with the Abyss Aura within it. Although the price of the finished product is very high, but the value of the crystal core itself is lower than ordinary ones. But don't worry, when I go back and ask my dad, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price." Lu Yuan also had some knowledge about the market price, and he didn't hide it when he knew it. Anyway, the other party is a Chamber of Commerce. If it can be realized directly, he will sell it directly. "Okay, then I'll do as you say." Lu Yuan thought for a while, "Since your family is a Chamber of Commerce, you can also help me see if there are any sacred relic plugins for sale that specifically store divine power, and what is the approximate price?" "What? Relic plugin?" Zhen Ji couldn't help but clicked his tongue. "Master, do you know how expensive that thing is? It starts at a few hundred million, and there's no upper limit. And even if there are ready-made holy artifact plugins, they may not be able to fully match your own bloodline aura. Is it so complicated?" Lu Yuan frowned and said, "He fought with the blade and found that this holy artifact plugin is definitely a good thing. Plus I have such a large number of crystal nuclei to deal with. So I started thinking about buying a holy relic plugin. Of course, generally sacred relic plugins rarely appear, and even if they do appear, they are at auctions." Zhen Gang said very understandingly, "This kind of thing may not necessarily be the same for hundreds of millions or billions. Besides, there haven't been any auctions selling this thing recently. Is that so? It seems like you can't get it before the exchange competition." Lu Yuan couldn't help frowning. "Maybe. Lu Yuan looked at him doubtfully. Zhen Jian smiled and said, "Although no one is selling it, you can find someone to do it. Anyone else does it?" Lu Yuan said unexpectedly. "Of course, there are many gods who specialize in alchemy and can make holy artifact plugins." Zhen Gang nodded and said, "As far as I know, our master Zhou Wenchen in Kaiun City can specially create sacred artifact plugins for people, but the fee is relatively expensive and you need to bring your own materials." Zhou Wenchen. Lu Yuan seems to have heard of this master's name. He is a god with elementary divine power, but he is good at alchemy. "Okay, after school, come with me to have a look." "No problem, God has your destiny, don't dare to disobey it." Zhen firmly patted her chest to assure herself. After school, the two walked out of the school gate together. "Should we take a taxi there?" Lu Yuan couldn't help but said while looking at the flow of people outside the school gate. "No, I asked my dad to send a car. It will be here soon. When the time comes, we will go directly to discuss your big deal." Zhen said hard. "All right." Lu Yuan shrugged, he was going to Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce anyway. "Hey, it's coming." Zhen Gang looked at a car in the distance and waved. Suddenly the car stopped in front of him, and the driver opened the door and respectfully asked to get in. 0. Zhen Gang took the first step and sat in. He turned around and greeted Lu Yuan. "Get in the car quickly and let's go." Lu Yuan nodded and was about to get in the car. But suddenly, his eyes subconsciously turned back to look at the street in the distance. What's wrong? Zhen asked hard. After pondering for a moment, Yuan finally looked back. It's nothing, let's go. Maybe it's my imagination. Shaking his head, Yuan got into the car and left the place immediately. Just after the vehicle disappeared, a few hundred meters away, a figure wearing a black windbreaker, with his entire face covered by a white hood, poked his head out from the other side of the street. Jija, Yuan, you didn't expect that I would come back alive. A cold, gloomy, and evil voice sounded from the other party's mouth. Immediately, the other party's figure turned slightly and quickly disappeared into the crowd. There is a familiar person like Zhenjian as a guide. Soon, Yuan arrived outside an extremely luxurious courtyard. There is a private garden with a uniquely decorated single-family villa inside. In Kaiun City, this kind of hospital would start at least 500 million yuan. Don't just look at the surface, there are all facilities related to various gods inside. Definitely a high-quality luxury home. As a result, Yuan couldn't help but secretly admire the alchemist's worth. There were no dramas about embarrassment, disappearance, or weird tempers. At the gate, an old man with extremely gentlemanly demeanor opened the door for Zhenhan and Yuan. Then they were introduced into the villa. Ha ha ha, sit down quickly, Zhenjian, right? I just heard your father say hello, saying that you brought the first grader of number 1 middle school here. In the villa, there is a man with grey hair and a thin figure. The old man wearing glasses and looking like a scholar spoke enthusiastically. Yes, Grandpa Zhou, this is our number 1 middle school. No, he is the number 1 genius in the entire Kaiun city. Zhenjian praised Yuan unceremoniously. Hello, I'm Zhou Wenchen, a blacksmith. Zhou Wenchen smiled and shook hands with Yuan. Yuan held the other party's hands with both hands and said modestly. Master Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense. You are not worthy of the name of genius. After hearing this, Zhou Wenchen showed a hint of appreciation on his face. He has a good character and is a good young man. Tell me, what kind of holy artifact plug-in do you want to create? I'll give it to you for free. After Master Zhou and Yuan sat down, they spoke straight to the point. But you have to buy these materials yourself. Free. Yuan couldn't help being a little surprised after hearing this. We just met, and this famous alchemy master actually made a holy artifact plug-in for himself for free? But he heard Zhen insisting that if he asked someone to take action, the handling fee alone would start at NT $3.2 million. Great, I knew Grandpa Zhou must be a generous person. Before Yuan could speak, Zhenjian next to him took the initiative. Yuan wants to create a sacred object that stores divine power. Can't you do it with your skills? Is it a sacred object that stores divine power? Master Zhou nodded. Which attribute of divine power do you want to focus on? The attributes are different, and the materials are different. I think it's more about the fire attribute. Yuan thought for a while and said directly. Is it fire-based? Master Zhou pondered for a moment. No problem, I happen to have a fire python gallbladder with extremely weak divine power here, which can be used to make a pair of gloves for you. I'll give you half the price for this material, but you still need an ice attribute holy object as a protective material. The level requirement of this material is not too high. It is used to neutralize the violent power of the fire god. After all, you are now a demigod. If you don't control it well, you will explode before your divine power is released. I don't have this here, so you need to find it yourself. A holy object with ice attributes. Zhenjian stared and thought for a while. It seems that our Chamber of Commerce really doesn't have one. What should we do? I know there is a microplane in the outer realm where demigod-level ice lizards exist, but you have to find a way to hunt them yourself. A demigod ice lizard. Yuan's eyes flashed. He is now a demigod, and he possesses several powerful priesthoods. If you hunt down a few demigod-level ice lizards, you may not have a chance. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Please tell me the coordinates. Chapter 66. Okay, then tell me your account number and I will send it to you directly. Zhou Wenchen nodded. Next, Lu Yuan and Zhou Wenchen discussed the specific costs of creating the Holy Artifact plug-in. The extremely weak Fire Python gallbladder alone is worth 1 billion universal points. If you discount it in half, it's still 500 million. In addition, there are miscellaneous other material costs that require assistance. Directly close to 300 million. This adds up to a cost of 800 million. It's because of the discount. Lu Yuan now finally knows why sacred artifact plugins are so rare. You can't afford it at all. Fortunately, the combat power rankings can reward 500 million. If we sell all these crystal cores, we should be able to almost collect it. After leaving Master Zhou Wenchen's villa, Lu Yuan and Zhen Jian went to the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce. Like Zhou Wenchen, Zhen Jing's father, Zhencheng. Sufficient kindness was also released to him. The crystal core that originally had 1000 points was actually doubled to 2000 points. In the end, all the Balrog crystal cores added up to earn more than 700 million. The general points are definitely enough. The only thing missing now is the ice lizard's crystal core and gallbladder. Lu Yuan thought for a while and decided that it would be better to hit the sun than to choose the right day. He headed to the outer lands as soon as possible and hunted back the materials he needed. At that time, Master Zhou Wenchen can start work as soon as possible. Separate from Zhen Jian, Lu Yuan appeared at the plane transfer station again. According to the coordinates given by Master Zhou, he paid the fee directly and entered the teleportation station. As the light continued to flash, Lu Yuan's figure disappeared from the transmission channel. When he walked out of the teleportation station again, the whole world was covered by a storm of white snow. Lu Yuan exhaled and instantly turned into ice and spread away. For demigods, the coldness of this power does not have much effect. Lu Yuan, who was dressed in casual clothes, thought a thought, and a power star belonging to a demigod rose up from his body. Vaguely, he could feel the protection of the rules from the main world. Is it another plane close to the main world? Lu Yuan whispered to himself. This time he did not wear that kind of bracelet, and found that the connection with his divine domain space was relatively weak. Even the summoning door cannot be opened. Since you can't use your own believers, you can only rely on yourself. Whoosh! Lu Yuan followed the guidance of the plane map and moved towards the ice lizard's territory. Ice lizard, full name, Frost Dragon Lizard, is a powerful dragon lizard with a trace of dragon blood. It has been a 5th level existence since birth. Once you reach adulthood, you can reach the 9th level. After decades or hundreds of years of accumulation, it is not difficult to break through the Japanese level. Demigods, on the other hand, are existences up to the 15th level. Among the entire Frost Dragon Lizard group, he is definitely at the leader level. Based on the information Master Zhou gave me, there are a total of 5 ice lizard territories on the entire ER679 microplane. They are not far from each other and each has its own affairs. Lu Yuan reached out and pulled, and a curtain of light emerged from his arm. 5 groups, 5 demigod-level ice lizards. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan rushed directly towards the easternmost group of ice lizards. Each group of ice lizards is expected to number around 1,000. There is one among them, the strongest demigod-level ice lizard. His purpose was to quickly kill this demigod-level lizard. Leave jelly before alerting the demigod ice lizards elsewhere. Return to the teleport station. After nearly 2 hours of rapid speeding, Lu Yuan finally saw the ice lizards living in the valley behind a series of snow-capped mountains. An ice blue lizard with a body length of more than 5 meters lay lazily on the rock to rest. And in the deepest part of the ice lizard, a huge frost dragon lizard nearly 50 meters long is crawling on the ground. It just lay there, exuding an extremely powerful aura from all over its body. Make all the surrounding ice lizards surrender to it. System, give me the information. Yuan's thoughts moved when he saw the frost dragon lizard. Relevant information about the frost dragon lizard king suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Frost Dragon Lizard King. Category, Yealong. Stage 15th level. Ability, Ice Breath, Main, Dragon Bloodline, Claw Tearing, Dragon Tail Shadow Whip, Main, Dragon Roar, Main. Life, 77, a demigod creature with thick blood. Strength 78, strength is its strength. Agility, 70, when running wildly, you must surpass the basic attributes. Intelligence, 65, compared to demigods, a bit weak. Evaluation, the thin dragon bloodline gives it more power and potential. It is best not to collide with it head-on. Fire is their nemesis. Is fire the nemesis? Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw the prompted information. He really couldn't use the power of fire. Because, once burned, the outer skin and internal organs cannot be used as materials. So. Laugh. Yuan stretched out his hand and took out a short stick-like tool from his waist. As soon as he thought about it, a sharp spearhead stretched out from the short stick. Moment. A spear nearly 4 meters long fell into his hand. The whole body of the spear was glowing with silver light, and there were fine lines on the handle, which was cold to the touch. At the end of the spear, which was more than 30 centimeters long, there was a ferocious inverted phoenix. Once it is pierced, it will spread instantly and become something like a bloodletting tank. Moreover, it is more advanced. Because the frost dragon lizard is too big. Once the gunhead penetrates the opponent's skin, it will automatically extend 3 meters. The total adds up to a length of 7 meters. If the location found is accurate enough, it can be fatal to the opponent. So, this gun is called the Dragon Slaying Gun. The product of the combination of technology and sacred objects. This was given to him by the boss of the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce, Zhen Gang's father, when he learned that Yuan had come to kill the frost dragon lizard. This time, Yuan did not refuse. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. With this dragon-slaying gun, his plan to kill the frost dragon lizard quickly would be easier to succeed. His eyes glanced at the raging wind and snow in the distance. Whoosh! Yuan's figure soared into the sky from the snow-capped mountains, turning into a silver stream of light and rushing toward the frost dragon lizard king in the distance. No conspiracy or bait is needed. Facing a demigod is a direct battle. Roar! The moment Yuan took action, the ice dragon lizard king who was still dozing in the distance let out a loud roar. His eyes flew open. The huge and solid tail suddenly brought out a long afterimage at an extraordinary and terrifying speed. In the wind and snow, it cut through the void like a roaring train. He swept towards Yuan's body. Active ability, Dragon Tail Whip Shadow. An instant burst of terrifying speed, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Whoosh! However, just as the whip shadow fell, Yuan's whole body strength suddenly exploded in mid-air. Next moment, he dodged suddenly and avoided the opponent's terrifying blow. Roar! A strange color flashed in the eyes of the frost dragon lizard king. He didn't expect that the tiny human demigod in front of him could dodge so quickly. Actually, if you refer to Yuan's basic attributes before, there is no comparison with the frost dragon lizard king. But, since the emergence of the insect nest altar in the divine space, there have been crazy sacrifices from believers. Yuan's attributes had a huge improvement that even he himself didn't know about. User, Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 5.75 million. Rank, Demigod. Priest, drought, sandstorm, desolation, earth control, earthquake, abyss demon fire, flames of destruction, night dire. Sacred fire, not lit. Godhead, none. Life, 88, the upper limit of demigods is not enough. Strength, 85, excellent talent. Agility, 80, incredibly fast. Intelligence, 90, monster. Faith race. Believer. The current Luan can be said to be much better than the Frost Dragon Lizard King in terms of attributes. A head-on confrontation is enough to completely defeat it. Call out. A terrifying scream sounded all around Luan. His figure suddenly turned in mid-air, bringing up a series of strange phantoms. Before the Frost Dragon Lizard King could react, he rushed towards the bottom of its neck. The dragon-slaying spear in his hand shook, and turned into a silver phantom that stabbed directly at the opponent's reverse scale. Ouch! The Frost Dragon Lizard King roared and shook his head instinctively. Boom! A muffled sound. The head as huge as a hill caused Tu Longqiang to move half a meter away at the critical moment. Puff! The dragon-slaying spear instantly penetrated the flesh and blood below the neck, and a fountain-like blood suddenly gushes out from the wound. Luan clenched his palm and suddenly pulled out the dragon-slaying gun. Poof! The dragon-slaying spear with blooming barbs brought up a large piece of flesh and scales, causing the Frost Dragon Lizard King to let out a scream. But his move just now avoided the vital point. Although the blow was injured, he was not killed. Ouch, human, I'm going to kill you. He let out an extremely angry roar, opened his mouth wide, and a stream of cold current filled with terrifying ice spurted out from his mouth. Spits of frost. As an ice demigod, this is the Frost Dragon Lizard King's powerful attack method. Boom! As soon as the torrent of frost spit out, the limbs of the Frost Dragon Lizard King moved directly and began to charge towards Luan. Once the Frost Dragon Lizard King is allowed to run wildly, the burst of power will definitely hit Luan severely. Puff! In his field of vision, a terrifying cold current instantly enveloped Luan's body. Seeing this, the Frost Dragon Lizard King looked overjoyed. He opened his mouth and used his active ability again. Longwei roars. Ouch! A roar mixed with the power of the blood dragon can make the enemy's brain lose consciousness instantly, and he is frightened by this powerful aura. And this time, it only takes a moment. His ferocious horns can completely pierce the opponent's body. Go to hell! The Frost Dragon Lizard King's speed increased dramatically, and the two sharp horns on his head that were as sharp as blades hit Luan. However, just when he thought it was over, sudden! In the wind and snow, a shrill scream sounded. Next moment, the flames around Luan suddenly went out. And his figure actually rushed towards the Frost Dragon Lizard King without retreating. No, you! Before the Frost Dragon Lizard King's exclamation could be heard, Luan had disappeared in front of him. Puff! The 4-meter-long dragon-slaying spear penetrated from the reverse scale position without missing a beat. Immediately afterwards, the dragon spear inside bloomed and instantly penetrated the heart of the Frost Dragon Lizard King. The terrifying power not only pierced the Dragon Lizard King's heart, but also flew his huge body backwards. Boom! The body of the Frost Dragon Lizard King hit the mountain behind uncontrollably. Below, hundreds of Frost Dragon Lizards couldn't help but roar in terror. Their king was actually defeated. Pfft! Luan pulled out the dragon-slaying gun with an expressionless expression. Subsequently, he opened the space container that was ready to house the Dragon Lizard King, and a space fluctuation suddenly emerged. It began to absorb the huge corpse of the Frost Dragon Lizard King into it. This kind of absorption takes some time. Probably about a few seconds. Luan glanced around with cold eyes. No Frost Dragon Lizard dared to attack him at this time. Just now, he did not hesitate to spend 100,000 faith points to erupt in the flames of destruction and envelope his body. Only then did he resist the Frost Dragon Lizard King's frost spitting. The dragon's mighty roar that followed had no impact at all on him, a being with dragon blood. Ding! The host has killed the Frost Dragon Lizard King. Reward, Dragon Bloodline +1. Suddenly, Yuan was slightly startled by the system prompt in his mind. Before he could react, a blazing warmth rushed into his body. For a moment, he felt that his dragon bloodline had actually been strengthened. It seems to be twice as powerful as the previous dragon bloodline. Yuan grinned. He didn't expect that killing the Dragon Lizard King would have such benefits. At this moment, the entire body of the Dragon Lizard King was completely put into the container. Yuan waved his hand and put the container into his arms. About to leave. But at this moment, 4 jets of frost burst out from 4 directions without warning. Yuan's figure was completely enveloped in an instant. For a moment, the terrifying cold current turned him into an ice sculpture. Boom! 4 demigod-level frost dragon lizards actually appeared from a short distance away. And above one of the frost dragon lizard kings, there stood a figure wearing a cloak. Ha ha ha, Yuan, I did not hesitate to consume a hidden gem holy object and a frost dragon lizard king's bait to prepare a feast for you. Do you still like it? The shrill, eerie, and scalp-numbing laughter came from under the cloak. Laughing wildly, the figure instantly pulled off his cloak, revealing a terrifying face covered with tumors and scales. If Yuan could see it at this moment, he must be able to guess that this figure is actually Luo Ziming, whom he has not seen for a long time. Chapter 67. Luo Ziming now is more than 10,000 times uglier than before. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. He looked at Yuan, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and a cheerful and ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have endured for so long just for this moment. His laughter suddenly turned venomous. It's all Yuan. Without Yuan, how could he be like this? All of this is Yuan's fault. Without him, he would have become the proud son of number 1 middle school. In the future, the divine fire will be ignited to become a true god. It's 10,000 times better than this ghost look now. What are you waiting for? He looked at the 4 frost dragon lizard kings. Kill him and eat his flesh and blood to ensure that you can evolve and become a stronger existence. Ouch! When the 4-headed dragon lizard king saw this, he roared and rushed towards Yuan, who had turned into an ice sculpture. Just one slap would completely crush this figure. As long as they devour his flesh and blood, they will have the possibility of evolution. Swish, swish, swish. The shadows of 4 sharp claws were raised high, and they were about to shoot at the ice sculpture. Seeing this scene in mid-air, Luo Ziming almost looked up to the sky and laughed. But at this moment, sudden, a blazing flame emerged from the ice sculpture. Next moment, it turned into a ball of fire and completely ignited the entire ice sculpture. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Yuan, whose whole body was wrapped in flames, rushed out of the ice sculpture. He narrowly escaped the attacks of 4 frost dragon lizard kings. Luo Ziming, I didn't expect you to become such a virtuous person. Yuan's figure rushed into the air, and his whole body was wrapped in flames as he looked at Luo Ziming with cold eyes. Now he finally remembered that his feeling at the school gate was not wrong. At that time, he was still wondering who was following him. Now, he understands. It turned out to be Luo Ziming, who had turned into a monster. Fire priesthood? It seems that you have received a lot of care at number 1 middle school. Seeing Yuan's figure, Luo Ziming's sarcoma-covered face showed a ferocious smile. It's a pity that you are going to die here today, and everything you have done is in vain. Go ahead, kill him, and you will double what I promised, and you can become stronger demigods. Luo Ziming waved his hand, and 4 frost dragon lizards rushed towards Yuan. The terrifying frost spit emerged again. This time, incomparable contempt flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Call out! His figure suddenly disappeared from mid-air, and the next moment, it cut through the void like a meteor, shooting straight towards Luo Ziming. If you don't kill him now, when will you kill him? Hey? So fast! Luo Ziming's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Lu Yuan to explode with such terrifying strength. He subconsciously raised his hands, and suddenly tentacles like snake tails sprouted from his hands. Under the influence of the second stage of distortion, Luo Ziming has now grown into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Pity! When Lu Yuan saw him taking action, he swung his spear without even looking, and the silver spear light instantly pierced through. At this moment, the terrifying power mixed with the aura of dragon blood burst out all over him. His tentacles were torn apart instantly. Puff! Just for a moment. The spear instantly penetrated Luo Ziming's chest, and even his whole body flew backwards. It stopped after it hit a mountain peak thousands of meters away. Boom! The huge force made the mountain tremble suddenly and collapsed. This is not good, run away. Several frost dragon lizard kings who were originally planning to take action even exclaimed when they saw this. In the blink of an eye, the birds and beasts dispersed. Being able to reach the level of a demigod in the outer realm, even a beast has a high level of intelligence. Originally, they thought that with the four major demigods joining forces, they could suppress Lu Yuan. But just now Lu Yuan exploded. These demigod dragon lizard kings instantly understood a problem. That is, even if we join forces, we can't defeat them at all. If you can't beat him and still fight here, that's stupid. So, the four-headed dragon lizard king that originally wanted to attack fled instantly. Also escaping were large swaths of frost dragon lizards. Even their king is dead, so why aren't they here to die? In this regard, Lu Yuan ignored it. He stared at the ruins in the distance, and the divine power in his body began to flow slowly. Because Luo Ziming is not dead. Ouch! Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan. It's all you who made me what I am now. It's all you. An almost crazy roar echoed under the ruins. Next moment, just a loud noise was heard, and the ruins exploded. Then, Lu Yuan's pupils shrank and he saw a huge snake with 5 heads and a length of more than 80 meters rushing out of the ruins. Power, ah, power, what a wonderful calendar! On the head in the middle, the original snake head was replaced by Luo Ziming's head. He roared almost madly. Jijija, Lu Yuan, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have received the gift of the great Lord Archimond and have the powerful power I have now. Shishi. As he spoke, the wound on the far right side of his head, which had been penetrated by the dragon-slaying spear, began to heal rapidly and return to its original state in the blink of an eye. Strong power? Does it mean turning into this kind of monster? Lu Yuan's heart moved, and the other party's information suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Luo Ziming. Category, Hell Beast Tribe. Stage 16 th level. Ability, Super Speed Regeneration, Chaos Attack, Split, Main, Bloodthirsty Rage, Main. Life, 90, Amazing Blood Volume. Strength, 90, Destroy a Mountain. Agility, 83, Speed is not a strong point. Intelligence, 57, Chaotic Brain. Evaluation, humans who have been injected with a large number of Hydra genes can no longer be called human beings. They have gained great power, but have lost everything they originally had. After seeing the information, Lu Yuan couldn't help but have deep disdain in his eyes. Good human beings actually gave up their qualifications to become gods and became like this. It can be said to be very sad. Obviously, Luo Ziming also knew that this appearance was not good. So, Lu Yuan's words instantly stung the most sensitive part of his heart. Oh, you are the monster, I will kill you, tear you apart, and eat you piece by piece. Everything about you will be mine. Ouch! Swish! The huge body rushed towards Yuan with extraordinary speed. Although he gave up the opportunity to become a god, Luo Ziming, who has reached the 16th level, theoretically has the strength to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod. Phew! 4 ferocious python heads opened their mouths and bit at Yuan. Their speed is several times faster than the frost dragon lizard just now. Call out! At the critical moment, Yuan's figure narrowly escaped this round of attacks. There was just a loud noise, and the mountain peak behind him turned into countless fragments. An area of several thousand meters in radius was completely turned into powder. This is because the plane is partially suppressed by the rules of the main world. Otherwise, farther outside the territory, this alone might turn a land of 10,000 meters into ruins. Seeing Yuan running away in panic, Luo Ziming's mouth was full of excitement. Ha ha ha, run away, in the face of absolute power, there is no use running away. Luo Ziming laughed wildly. He began to enjoy the pleasure of torturing his prey. However, Yuan suddenly stopped in mid-air. He had no intention of escaping. You should know that hell and the abyss are mortal enemies, right? Sudden. He opened his mouth and said something that stunned Luo Ziming. Hey? Abyss. Luo Ziming was stunned at first, then started laughing ferociously. GG, you are right, the power of the abyss is indeed annoying, but what's the point? Drought, sandstorm, desolation. Yuan, I know clearly the power of your priesthood. Even if you rise to the point of burning, so what? Ordinary flames are of no use to me. What a coincidence! Yuan suddenly smiled and looked at Luo Ziming teasingly. Who told you that my flames are ordinary flames? While talking, Yuan raised his palm. The faith value from the believers in his mind burned crazily. If all 3 million faith points are burned, I don't believe you can't be burned to death. Puff! On his palm, a dark red flame of destruction instantly appeared. Next moment, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards Luo Ziming. What's this? A question flashed in Luo Ziming's mind, and the flame fell on him instantly. Immediately afterwards, with the blessing of the power of faith, the flame turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Luo Ziming's huge body was completely submerged in an instant. Ah! No, this is the flame of the abyss, damn, it's impossible, how can you have the power of the abyss? Luo Ziming wanted to struggle. But those flames of destruction spread toward his body like tarsal maggots. The powerful and arrogant Luo Ziming discovered in horror. His super-strong regeneration ability was actually useless under the influence of the flame of destruction. No, how could I die? I haven't completed your mission yet, let the power of the temple come again. No. In the midst of the incomparable screams and struggles, Luo Ziming's body was turned into coke by the flames of destruction. Call. Seeing this scene, Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The flame of destruction, which burned 3 million faith points, finally did not disappoint him. He moved and floated in front of Luo Ziming, who had turned into a charred corpse. The power of the flame of destruction is truly terrifying. The huge corpse had been burned into bones at this moment. Hey? What is this? Suddenly, Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly saw a circular mark on the black skin that had not yet dissipated. Above this mark, there seems to be an ocean pattern at the bottom, and a vague shape of a rising sun can be seen above. The rising sun. Yuan's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of what teacher Ning Yun said. The black sun is shining brightly, that is not the fallen saint. The church's logo? But at this moment when he lost his mind, under the huge body, a small snake, only 2 meters long, suddenly sprang out of the ground. Before Yuan could react, he plunged into the ground and disappeared. Damn it, Lu Yuan, Luo Ziming, will come back. Luo Ziming roared ferociously and viciously in his heart. The powerful splitting ability of Hydra Factor allowed him to separate a clone at the last moment. As long as you give him time, he can grow up again. However, he had just escaped not far underground. Sudden, the ground began to shake, and the surrounding rocks tumbled in an instant. What's going on? Who is it? Who is using the power of the earth? However, just as his exclamation rang out, Lu Yuan's indifferent figure emerged. He raised his palm, and the surrounding earth of several hundred meters was forcibly turned over by him. If this allows you to escape, I will look down on myself. An indifferent voice sounded. A ball of flames of destruction instantly enveloped the little snake. Ah! No, don't! Before Luo Ziming's horrified scream could even stop, his entire body was completely reduced to ashes. Until his death, he did not understand why Lu Yuan had such control over the earth. A strong wind blew. The huge corpse instantly turned into countless dust and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan finally determined that the three words Luo Ziming had completely disappeared from the world. I feel that my faith is almost exhausted. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This time, if it weren't for his faith value being enough to support the explosion of these clerical powers, I'm afraid Luo Ziming really escaped. Perhaps it was because he had obtained the Hydra Factor before. This time, even if he killed Luo Ziming, the system did not give any prompt. After taking a quick glance, Lu Yuan didn't stay any longer and rushed directly towards the teleportation station. Only the words Fallen Temple and Archimonde have been lingering in his mind. The Fallen Temple actually absorbed Luo Ziming and promoted him to such an extent in such a short period of time. Also, what kind of existence is Archimonde? And what is the so-called jihad? Before Luo Ziming died, he said that he had not completed his mission. What does this mission have to do with? Lu Yuan felt that perhaps there were some very important secrets involved. He can't participate yet. But he planned to tell teacher Ning Yun the news as soon as he returned. Maybe it would help her. Chapter 68. Lu Yuan rushed back after a long journey. Go directly to Master Zhou Wenshan's residence and hand over the body of the Frost Dragon Lizard King to him. Then he returned to school. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Lu Yuan called Ning Yun to apply for a call. Fortunately, the other party got through quickly. Lu Yuan, I heard that you went to the outer world, and now you are back. Teacher Ning Yun was obviously well informed and showed concern as soon as she opened her mouth. Lu Yuan nodded. Teacher, I met Luo Ziming when I was outside the territory. What? Luo Ziming? Why is he there? Ning Yun couldn't help but change her face slightly when she heard this. Is such that? Lu Yuan began to tell Ning Yun roughly what happened to him. After listening to this, Ning Yun's pretty face was filled with solemnity. Lu Yuan, your news is very important. The Fallen Temple has actually begun to infiltrate Archaeon City. Something must be done. I will report to the higher-ups right now. By the way, Teacher Ning, who is Archimonde? A very powerful god. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. I have no idea. Ning Yun's answer made him a little surprised. The legend of Archimonde is one of the gods who formed the Fallen Temple, but no one has seen his true form, and no one knows how powerful he is. But what is certain is that his strength is at least that of the Lord God. Lord God? Lu Yuan took a breath of air after hearing this. Extremely weak divine power, elementary divine power, medium, high, strong divine power, because of Shenhuan. Only those who have achieved great divine power can be called the Lord God. You can imagine how terrifying that Archimonde's power is. Don't worry, the rules of the main world are very strong. The more powerful the gods are, the harder it is for them to get in. Ning Yun explained, you should concentrate on class during this period and prepare well for the middle school exchange competition. If you can get in the top 10, you can hope to ignite the god of destruction within a year. As for other things, don't think about it for now. Clear? Lu Yuan nodded, he is just a high school student now. There are a lot of people at the top who worry about this kind of thing. Naturally, it's not his turn to take care of it. Hang up the call. Lu Yuan put these problems behind him for the time being. Now he has started to make the sacred object plug-in. Apart from this, what remains is the improvement of the believer race in the entire divine space. I looked at the time and saw that there was still nearly a month and a half left. Lu Yuan plans to go to 400 Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce tomorrow to buy some magic cards. Whether it is the expansion of the divine domain or the increase in resources, it will have a great impact on the entire divine domain. What? Are you planning to expand the divine realm? The next night, Zhen Jian couldn't help but exclaimed in the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce. Great God, is your faith worth so much? Can't even 50,000 hectares be consumed? Consumption. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at him with some confusion. I wonder, you don't even know this, do you? Zhen Gang slapped his head and was speechless. Master, although the bigger the divine space, the better, but apart from the basic 50 hectares of divine area, which does not consume faith points, as long as you expand, you will consume your own faith points to enter the divine space. This will be true even if you become the kingdom of God in the future. The larger the divine domain, the more faith points are consumed. Moreover, this growth rate is not a gentle growth. Lu Yuan just reacted after hearing what Zhen Gang said. No wonder he felt that the increase in his faith value was not so terrifying. The time was actually consumed. Zhen Jian found him a table, which contained data on the size of the divine domain and the consumption of faith value by related resources. Lu Yuan took a look and found that there was a lot involved. Factors including the divine environment, special resources, size, etc. will all affect the consumption speed of faith points. Judging from the current rate, Lu Yuan made a preliminary estimate that his divine domain space can be expanded to 100,000 hectares at most. The population limit can be raised to around 5 million. Only in this way can we obtain higher faith benefits. Compared to other divine realms, Lu Yuan's population limit has exceeded their limits. In general, even if a divine domain has 100,000 hectares, issues such as housing, and resources must be taken into consideration. The maximum population that can be accommodated is less than 2 million people. If we consider some relatively large volumes, or even large area planting of survival resources, probably not even 2 million. But Lu Yuan is different. Zerg units do not farm at all, and do not need to farm. With the assistance of the creep ground, you can hibernate to ensure your basic nutrition. Quantity advantage is one of Lu Yuan's biggest advantages. Of course he couldn't let it go. In the end, Lu Yuan used his remaining universal points. I bought 2 top-level God's Domain development cards from the Zhencheng Chamber of Commerce and spent nearly 200 million. He spent 3,000 to buy a top-level Light Armor Warrior Job Change card. He planned to build himself a highly mobile battlefield guerrilla force. Not only can you fight head-on, but you can also support various battlefields. The candidates for this highly offensive battlefield guerrilla force have already been selected by him. It's the Flame Tier Demon. The attack power is now available, but the only regret is that the mobility is still lacking. In addition, Lu Yuan also purchased swordsmanship expertise cards, assassination expertise cards, and martial arts expertise cards. These were originally specialty cards that could only be learned by demi-humans or humans. Lu Yuan is going to try to learn how to use his Fire Tier Demon. After getting these things done, Lu Yuan's general points were also spent. Next, just wait for these resources to be consumed and the sacred object plug-in to be obtained. By then, Lu Yuan can safely participate in the high school exchange competition. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. After these few days of accumulation, Lu Yuan entered his divine space again. Seeing that the faith value on the God's domain interface has increased to 5 million again. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan directly used one of his top-level divine domain opening cards. Boom! In the vast void, Lu Yuan's divine domain expanded again. Wait until the expansion of the divine domain is completed. He looked at the system space again, where, after several years of Abathur's unremitting efforts, a Zerg mother nest had once again evolved into an intermediate mother nest. This means that he can add new Zerg broods. Lu Yuan directly left 5 Zerg mother nests in the new divine domain. Start letting them spread out the creep land again. Subsequently, let Abathur further increase the evolution probability of the insect nest. After the brood evolves again, he will throw down his top divine domain opening card. In one fell swoop, he expanded his divine domain space to 100,000 hectares. Breeding, mutation, specialization card placement. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. After such a cycle, Lu Yuan believes that his divine domain will definitely become more powerful than ever. Time passed, and nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Yuan finally received the news. Master Zhou Wenchen has completed the creation of his sacred artifact plug-in. Looking at a pair of red gloves that fit perfectly on his palms, Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. The inside of the gloves has ice blue lines, which are warm to the touch and feel very comfortable. The Holy Relic plug-in, to put it simply, is the kind of equipment similar to playing games. The equipment worn has its own special function. Comes with various attribute bonuses and the like. The purpose of Lu Yuan's current pair of Fire Python gloves is to store divine power. The Fire Python gloves can store 2 drops of divine power, which is enough for you to use powerful divine power twice. It can recharge itself after use, but the cooling time takes about 3 days. You use your own discretion. Zhou Wenchen explained to Lu Yuan. Thank you, Master Zhou. Lu Yuan bowed and nodded. If the alchemist is particularly concerned about an item, the quality will naturally be higher than the average. He just took one look and knew that Master Zhou Wenchen was very attentive. It's okay. It's an honor for me to be able to connect with a genius like you. Zhou Wenchen said very frankly. He also knew a little bit about Lu Yuan's situation, and was naturally very optimistic about his potential. Lu Yuan naturally understood the kindness released by the other party. For those who treat him sincerely, he will naturally not let down the other party's good intentions. After bidding farewell to Master Zhou Wenchen, Lu Yuan hurried back to school. During this period, teacher Ning Yun never came back. According to the principal's words, the Ning family behind her asked her to go back and take charge of some things. Originally, the identity of this class teacher was also temporary. Of course it won't be here now. As time went by, gradually, the conversation among the students in number 1 middle school gradually turned to a new direction. That is, the Kaiun City High School exchange competition will be held in 5 days. This event is the most important event at the demigod level in Kaiun City. Because, once the divine fire is ignited, preparations for the college entrance examination will soon begin. By then, no one will be focusing on any game. Only after passing the college entrance examination and entering university can one have the opportunity to become a god. Have you heard? This time the Kaiun City exchange competition is going through a lot of bleeding. The champion's reward is actually the faith gem. What? A gem of faith? A gem that can enhance the burning effect of faith, making it easier to ignite divine fire. Yes, it's that kind, and it is said that the 3 principles from 3, 6, and 9 applied from the capital. Oh my god, if someone gets it, wouldn't it be easy to light the divine fire? Countless discussions resounded throughout the campus. Zhen Jian said mysteriously next to Lu Yuan. Great God, this time the gem of faith is not prepared for you, right? Do you think I have the face of a champion? Yuan looked at him and said. Like, you were born to look like a champion. Zhen Jian praised shamelessly. I'm too lazy to care about you. Yuan shook his head, stood up, carried his school bag and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Although he has 100 million points of confidence in Indiana winning the championship, he still needs to be fully prepared. Even if he wins the blade on the battle network, it doesn't necessarily mean that there are no strong men in the entire Kaiun city. So, after such a long time, it was time for him to go back and see his divine domain. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: you have entered the exclusive divine space. In the divine space, Yuan's figure appeared, and at a glance, the entire divine domain was vast and vast. Only, such a vast place is covered with bacteria as thick as mud. The blanket covered 80% of the area. To a person who loves beauty, everything is filled with ugliness and disgust. Yuan felt extremely comfortable. This is a characteristic unique to his followers. With a thought, Yuan opened his divine domain interface. User, Yuan. God's name, God of Natural Disasters. Faith value, 217 million. Rank, Demigod. Priest, Drought, Sandstorm, Desolation, Earth Control, Earthquake, Abyss Demon Fire, Flames of Destruction, Night Dire. Sacred Fire, not lit. Godhead, none. Faith Race, Tier Springtail, Insect Hive Larvae, Insect Mother Hive. Believers, Fanatical Believers, 4.23 million, Devout Believers, 500,000, Deep Believers, 210,000, Pan-Believers, 0. 8 major priesthoods, 200 million faith values, and nearly 5 million believer races. I would like to ask, before lighting the divine fire, which demigod can achieve the level of Yuan? Looking at the Zerg under his command, the level 3 Hydra tore through 200,000 Zergling heavy armored warriors. Non-professional Tearling Springtail 500,000. 300,000 level 3 Hydra infected insects. Level 3 Hydra Baneling 500,000. Level 3 Flame Stinging Demon 500,000. Level 2 Flame Tearing Magic Light Armor Warrior 200,000. Non-professional Flame Tearing Demon 300,000. There are still more than 2 million insect nest larvae left, and Yuan has not carried out any transformation. The terrifying Zerg already have a numerical advantage. Now, the only thing missing is high-end combat power. Level 4 or even level 5 existences did not appear. Under the constant mental pulse, Abathur seemed to be on the verge of transformation. However, if there is no external assistance, I am afraid that it will not be possible to break through in a short while. And he consumed a flame-stabbing demon that was a flame divine crystal, which gave him an unexpected gain. Because, not far from the intermediate mother nest, in a round vesicle that has expanded to more than 5 meters, a blazing flame is brewing. It seemed that he felt Yuan's gaze. The vesicle burst open with a pop. Subsequently, a prompt message sounded across the entire God's domain interface. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer has advanced. Tip: you have gained a new race, Fire Tyrant. Ouch! A sharp and long roar was transmitted from Xiangbao. Next moment, a large flame-thorn demon over 3 meters high rushed out of it. The scales all over its body turned dark red, and the flames were completely restrained. In a huge head, there was a faint glow of blazing fire. On the back, more thick dark red bone spurs grew out, looking particularly ferocious. The arms as huge as bone scythes are like 2 death scythes. Yuan looked carefully and saw that the original flame-thorn demon had turned into a collection of lizard-like heads and snake-like bodies. Great Lord, thank you for your grace. You have given me my transformation. Please give me your name. The nearly 3-meter-tall flame tyrant knelt down and shouted piously. Yuan looked at the creatures in front of him, and suddenly a name appeared in his mind. He smiled slightly, and the low and grand oracle resounded throughout the entire divine realm. From now on, I give you the name, Yagdra. Chapter 69. Thanks to my lord, Yagdra will be loyal to you to the death. The flame tyrant who gained the name gave a more pious cry. This name made Yuan unable to help but fall into the memories of the past. This is a powerful being from the Zerg tribe, a Zerg tribe who specializes in controlling fire. Like Abathur, Yuan also wants to have high hopes for Yagdra. Name, Flame Tyrant Yagdra. Category Zerg. Stage 5 TH level. Ability, Strength and Tier. Flame Spine Spray, main, Sacrificial Fire, Balrog Summoning, main, Flame Breath, main, Burning Embers, main. Life, 33, ranked at the forefront among the 5th level. Strength, 30, standard configuration. Agility, 29, on the passing line at the same level. Intelligence, 35, powerful mental power, has good achievements in spells. Evaluation, under the double baptism of the abyss and flames, the ability has become more powerful. Because of this, the shackles of its original potential have been broken. Yuanza looked at it carefully. In addition to all the abilities of the original Flamethorn Demon, Yagdra has another powerful active ability. Balrog Summoning, depending on the current strength level, summon different numbers and levels of Balrog creatures to fight for yourself. Current number that can be summoned, 10, level 3. Flame Breathing, the blazing flames added with the power of sacrifice condense in the mouth, turning into a pillar of fire and shooting out, causing huge fire damage to the enemy. Burning Ember, releases burning ember fire on a single target. Once cast, the target will be subject to burning attacks for a short period of time, and interfere with spiritual power, making it impossible to release any spells. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't help but nodded. His own flame divine crystal has indeed allowed Yagdra to grow greatly. 3 abilities, 1 summoning, 1 killing, and 1 equivalent to silence. It is indeed a good hand to deal with the enemy's long-range mage troops. And what Yuan didn't expect was that the power of the divine crystal could actually raise the Flamethorn Demon to 2 levels in a row, reaching the 5th level. This time, he simply surpassed the mentally deformed Abathur. Yagdra, from now on, you will be responsible for the attack of the entire Flamethorn Demon army. Yuan told Yagzora his oracle. As a long-range attacker, he is naturally the best suited to control the Flamethorn Demon. Naturally, he did not forget Abathur, who was not far away. He really needs to grow in terms of the opponent's strength. For Abathur, this is his only chance to grow quickly. That is, a lottery. Looking at his own faith value of more than 20, he hesitated and said to the system. System, spend 5 million faith points to draw a lottery. Ding! Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining faith value plus 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting brewed nutrient solution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th order Springtail gene sequence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hive ability, Evolution Laboratory. Yuan never expected that. He originally wanted to draw a reward that would allow Abathur to advance, but instead he drew a 4th level Springtail gene sequence. As long as it can be integrated into many Springtails, they can advance again. By the time both Tearling Springtails and poisonous Banelings will be comprehensively improved, a 4th level heavy armed warrior would have no problem facing the previous half-dragon heavy armed knight. As for another thing that interests Yuan, an active ability exclusive to the Zerg Mother Nest, the Evolution Laboratory. You must have an intermediate brood to be able to integrate this ability. Once merged, a part of the Zerg mother nest will differentiate and simulate a huge vesicle laboratory. The laboratory regularly allows larvae to enter and experiment with genetic evolution. To put it simply, there was no need for Yuan to care at all, as the other party would delve into ways to enhance genetic power on his own. This is equivalent to a laboratory with high-tech talents. The name of the evolution laboratory also comes from this. System, give me the genetic sequence of the fourth-order Springtail fusion. Yuan took the lead and began to fuse the genetic sequence of the Springtail. Suddenly, a familiar scene took place again. The already powerful Tearling Springtail transformed again. The Tearling Springtail with the wings of the Night Devil actually split the pair of wings into two pairs. It seems that the speed bonus is even greater. The burning Tearer demon without the wings of the Night Demon became taller, and the upper body that had already started to lift became even taller. There is a sense of a shift towards a humanoid appearance. Tip: your believer race has mutated. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: all believers have witnessed the greatness of the miracles, and their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 3.09 million faith points. Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw the prompt. The Zerg's faith value was accumulated by quantity. Even if each person can only contribute a little, the total is not a figure that ordinary people can reach. System, give me the Fusion Evolution Laboratory. Ding! Fusion begins. Yuan did not pause at all and began to experiment on the fusion and evolution of the two intermediate broods. Silently, the idea of trembling in the sun conveyed the Hyuxia New Year. Yuan's eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuation. Now, he was looking at the constantly twisting and changing Zerg nest below. Sudden! Just a muffled sound was heard, and next to the Zerg mother nest, it seemed as if a sarcoma split directly from its body. There are countless tentacles on the sarcoma, which instantly take root in the land of fungi. Under the absorption of countless nutrients, it began to grow crazily. In the end, it turned into an extremely ugly small nest. And this is the evolutionary laboratory of the Zerg. Two intermediate-level Zerg mother nests have two laboratories. At the same time, two larvae began to crawl towards it. Is this the beginning of an evolutionary experiment? Looking at the squirming evolution laboratory, Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself. He also wanted to see how powerful this evolution laboratory was. A prompt message suddenly appeared on the God's domain interface. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: the aura of your believer race, larvae, is weak. Tip: the larvae are dead. Failed. Yuan shook his head. It seemed that this so-called evolutionary laboratory also had a certain probability. Just as he was about to leave the divine space. Sudden! There was only a muffled sound, and a strange-looking larva crawled out from another laboratory. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: your believer race has advanced. Tip: you have obtained a brand new Zerg, the Floating King Zerg. What? Floating King insect? Yuan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that in just the second test, he could actually create a brand new Zerg unit. Name: Floating King insect. Category: Zerg. Stage: Level 2. Ability: Mutate abdominal sac, discharge fungus carpet, main. Life: 15, total blood volume of 3 adults. Strength: 10, compete with adult human warriors. Agility: 3, the speed in level 2 is too slow. Intelligence: 10, normal level. Evaluation: it takes a certain amount of time to grow. The juvenile king insect will turn into a huge floating king insect with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Its two huge appendages are like bridges connecting the earth. Mutated abdominal pouch: the mutated abdominal pouch will create a large space, which can be used as a house to live in. Discharge fungus carpet: once released, wherever the floating king insect passes, it will leave a large area of fungus secrets. Ba bang bang! Seeing the information about the floating king insect, Yuan couldn't help but applaud. He never expected that the first successful evolution of the evolution laboratory would actually bring about the Air Force unit he had dreamed of. Although the opponent is not lethal in frontal attacks, its huge size and silent characteristics after adulthood will make it difficult for many soldiers to guard against it. Yuan glanced slightly and found that the king insect at this moment, in addition to its carapace, had two huge appendages that were most conspicuous. Above the huge appendages that look like crabs, there is a mutated abdominal sac that inflates like a balloon, allowing the floating king insect to float there quietly. It can also adjust its height if you wish. Only, the current floating king insect is still in its infancy and needs to absorb a lot of nutrients to continue to grow. It is hard to imagine that the floating king, which is less than half a meter in size, could eventually grow into a huge hot air balloon. A single floating king insect doesn't mean much. Yuan became thoughtful. Can the Zerg mother nest evolve specifically in the direction of the king insect? He suddenly passed on his oracle. In an instant, a response was received from the Zerg mother list. Great Master, this kind of evolution can be inclined, but it cannot be completely controlled. You can just lean towards it. Yuan didn't expect too much. Evolve as many floating king insects as possible for me. Great Lord, your faithful servant, hereby read your oracle. Withdrawing his gaze, Yuan just glanced at it and left the world of God's domain. Everything is ready now. All is ready except for the opportunity. Next, you need to use this high school exchange competition to test your results. In just 4 days, Yuan attended classes during the day and entered his own divine space at night to view the evolutionary status of the entire Zerg race. At the same time, some ideas about combining factors to generate new units are also being tried. Almost most attempts are less than ideal. In this regard, Yuan was not too nervous. Finally, early the next morning, Yuan, who was still in class, was called away by the sudden arrival of the principal, Hong Qinghe. Yuan knew that the exchange match he was waiting for was coming. Principal, where will our exchange competition be held this time? Yuan asked doubtfully. In number 3 middle school, after all, it is still the number 1 high school. Hong Qinghe smiled slightly, but don't worry, you are not the only one participating in the high school exchange competition. Come on, let me take you to meet your senior first. Soon, under the leadership of Hong Qinghe. 0. The two came to an empty classroom. In the classroom, in addition to the teacher in charge of leading the team, Yuan also saw 4 classmates. All men. Seeing Yuan appear, these 4 people couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Then I heard the principal say, come on, I'll give you. Let me introduce, this is Yuan, the last team member to participate in the high school exchange competition. Come to Yuan and say hello to everyone. After hearing this, Yuan stepped forward and bowed slightly to the 4 seniors. Hello teacher, hello seniors, my name is Yuan, please take care of me. It was originally a friendly question, but it turned out. Except for the teacher, all 4 seniors waved their hands indifferently. He looked quite hostile to himself. Hey? What's going on? Yuan subconsciously looked at the principal next to him and found that the smile on his face was still there, as if he had not seen this scene at all. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get to know each other first and select a captain today. Hong Qinghe explained, everyone is welcome to nominate themselves. After all, the position of captain is related to the command and deployment of the entire team competition and is very important. And this time, the school decided that students who serve as captains will receive 15% more team competition rewards than others. What? 15% more? The 4 seniors who heard this couldn't help but their expressions changed and they exclaimed. Even if Yuan was nearby, his eyes narrowed and he was a little surprised. He had already inquired before he came. The entire exchange competition is divided into two parts, team competition and individual competition. Among them, the individual competition is the most important, followed by the team competition. Although the team competition is not as important as the individual competition. However, the rewards are not ambiguous at all. The total championship prize is as high as 500 million universal points although it is owned by the team. But if he is the captain, he will have an income of up to 150 million. In this way, it would be more than 70 million more than others. This is no small sum. Hong Qinghe obviously deliberately gave the 5 people time to react. Moment. He just said with a smile. Okay, now, which student wants to be the captain? After the words fell, 3 of the seniors invariably cast their eyes on the gentle-looking young man with glasses next to him. We recommend Lin Yu to be the captain. That's right, with Lin Yu's strength, we have all seen that he is the most suitable captain. I second the motion. Oh? It looks like it's what everyone expected. Hong Qinghe smiled after hearing this. In this case, we will confirm that Lin Yu is. At this moment. Beside. Lu Yuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly said. Principal, I object. Chapter 70. Oh. I don't know why, but the principal didn't seem surprised after hearing Lu Yuan's objection. He looked at Lu Yuan with interest. Lu Yuan, what is the reason for your objection? The reason is simple. Lu Yuan said flatly, I want to be the captain. What? You think so? The 3 seniors who heard this stopped immediately. Why are you? Lu Yuan, don't think that you can dominate in your first year of high school and start to be self-righteous. Zhu Yongkong, who was slightly chubby, couldn't help it immediately. If it weren't for you, how could the factor be assigned to you? The short Wu Yuan also spoke. Actually, as early as they knew that Lu Yuan was going to participate in this high school exchange competition, everyone's hostility towards him was already very obvious. Birds of a feather flock together. Throughout the entire senior year of high school, those who could dominate number 1 middle school naturally gathered together. The 4 people in front of them had already agreed with Li Lu to participate in the high school exchange competition together. At that time, after receiving the reward, you can start preparing to light the sacred fire and prepare for the college entrance examination. Now, my friend has been squeezed out of his place by a freshman in high school. It would be strange not to be angry. While everyone was talking, Lin Yu, who had always been respected as a chef, suddenly pushed up his glasses. Calmly. You want to be the captain, you can, but you have to show your skills. Lin Yu seemed more direct. As long as you can defeat me in the battle of gods, we will naturally have nothing to say. Yet, Lu Yuan was not too surprised by the reactions of several people. If it were me, I might also be dissatisfied with 660. But there is nothing fair in this world. Now that I am here, I cannot let go of any opportunity. The jungle is the law of the jungle. The same applies here. So. A faint smile appeared on his face. Spoke. Don't bother. If I beat you, they will definitely have objections. I will challenge the 4 of you directly. You can discuss the deployment of troops now and start quickly. I don't want to waste too much time. W. These calm words immediately made everyone completely angry. What? 1 against 4? That's so arrogant. You are so young, but you don't know what the world is like. Aren't you afraid of stumbles in the future? No need at all, I can defeat you by myself. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and did not speak, but he could not hide the anger in his eyes. Because Lu Yuan's words were simply contempt for them. No one can endure it. At this time, Principal Hong Qinghe, who had been smiling at the angry few people, suddenly said, Okay, I know you are a little uncomfortable with Li Liu's quota being taken away, and this just happens to be an opportunity. You can take revenge together." When the principal said this, the four people's eyes suddenly lit up. Revenge, yes, fighting injustice for brothers. And if Lu Yuan was really beaten to a pulp, how could he have the nerve to continue to stay here? By the time, without them having to tell him, Lu Yuan might have applied to leave the team himself. Wu Yuan, Zhu Yongkong, and Li Xiaotian immediately nodded in unison. Okay, we agreed to his challenge. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan and others arrived at the examination center. I randomly found a vacant exam room. The principal said directly. Okay, you can each find your own room and log in. The mode is to simulate the invasion of God's domain. You can discuss the specific tactics yourself. Clear. The four people nodded repeatedly after hearing this, their eyes already eager to try. Enter the login cabin and connect to the server. Soon, the four people had entered the divine space and initiated a joint call application on the God's domain interface. Let me talk about the tactical deployment. Once inside, Lin Yu spoke first. Hey, Boss Lin, what else are you planning? Can't the four of us defeat him as a freshman? Wu Yuan couldn't help but speak. Yes, even if we pile up all the believers, it will be enough to completely destroy him. The tactics are very simple, just crush them. No. Just when the three of them were disapproving, Lin Yu suddenly shook his head and said, "You can't be careless. You must know that the principal can actually choose him to participate in the high school exchange competition. He must have his own strength. Moreover, he just took the initiative to challenge the four of us. Make sure you have something to rely on." Lin Yu's words suddenly made the three of them sober up. As far as I know, this Zerg mutant believer used by Lu Yuan, and the characteristics of Zerg believers are large numbers, fast reproduction, and low individual strength. Lin Yu raised his hand and pulled it, and a data table appeared in front of him. I have found footage of Lu Yuan's competition before. In that test, he always won with an absolute numerical advantage. So, Zhu Yongkong, this time you choose your 20,000 Centaur shield soldiers to stand in the front row. Clear. On weekdays, Lin Yu is obviously quite prestigious among everyone. So, as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhu Yongkong nodded directly. Not the slightest objection. Wu Yuan, send out 10,000 of your troll spear throwers and another 10,000 Noel warriors to support them on both wings. Okay. Xiaotian, how many human mages are there in your group? Lin Yu suddenly asked Li Xiaotian next to him. There are 700 second-level mages and 100 third-level mages. Li Xiaotian said directly. Okay, send them all up, prepare spell suppression in the middle and rear areas, and bring some of the priests who are responsible for dispersing, and use archers to make up the rest to 20,000. Okay. After the three of them listened, Li Xiaotian suddenly couldn't help but look at Lin Yuedao. Boss Lin, how many troops do you plan to send? Lin Yu's eyes flashed after hearing this, and he suddenly said. I'll just use a team of elephant warriors in the front row, paired with 20,000 wolf cavalry. You can make up for the other units, so I won't add them. What? Boss Lin, you even used your trump card. Surprise appeared on the faces of the three people. He looked at Lin Yuedao in disbelief. The 10 Orphan giant elephant warriors up to level 5 are Lin Yu's strongest trump card. He spent a lot of money to discover this from a microplane in the outer realm. Haha, the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, and besides, we are in a virtual battle between gods, so we won't lose our followers. Lin Yu laughed. Haha, with the boss of the giant elephant warrior, this wave is stable. Crush, crush, I want to see that kid's face when he fails. After the discussion, the four people returned directly to their own divine space. The simulated divine war was launched from Lin Yu's divine space. Just like the previous battles on battle.net. Start laying out your own divine terrain 10 minutes in advance. In order to facilitate the charge of nearly 100,000 soldiers, Lin Yu directly chose a large plain. Soon, the terrain was set up and everyone entered the divine space. Tip: Virtual God War has been linked. Tip: Scene countdown ends. Prompt: The War of Gods begins. Tisk. Just hearing a soft sound, a huge space crack emerged at the edge of the two divine realms. On the other side of the rift, 100,000 troops were already on the battlefield, ready to go. In the middle, 20,000 level 2 centaur warriors armed with huge shields and spears, wearing iron helmets and armor, stood in the front row with fierce faces. In the rear, the same level 2 human archers split the two sides, and in the middle was a group of nearly 1,000 powerful mages of level 2 to 3. In the surroundings, 20,000 troll spear throwers of 80% to 20% to 20% to 3rd level were already preparing to launch their spears. With their outstanding natural strength, one throw with all their strength is enough to penetrate the defense of a level 2 warrior. The ferocious jackal let out a restless roar, and the long knife and battle axe in his hand were ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. At the very back, on top of 20,000 2-meter-long giant wolves, sat one after another figures of wolf-headed men holding broadswords. They only wore lightweight armor to reduce their mass. Unlike other demigods, Lin Yu specifically positioned the wolf cavalry as highly exciting and highly lethal. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. Except for the giant elephant warriors of Orphan, they are their own trump cards. Among the centaur shield soldiers in the front row, 10 giant orphan elephant warriors, nearly 4 meters tall and strong, had their eyes shining with calmness. They exuded a powerful aura that made even centaurs fear them. Looking at the 4-meter-long sword, one sweep could harvest a large area of life. In mid-air, 4 demigods had gathered together. Looking at such a powerful and luxurious true appearance in front of me, 0. Wu Yuan couldn't help but admire. Boss Lin's giant elephant warrior is really too powerful. I guess this time, he will definitely be able to get into the top 5. Yes, it is very rare to be able to cultivate 5th level soldiers in the 3rd year of high school, even in the entire Kaiun city. I wonder if the guys over there will be so scared that they wet their pants when they see our strong lineup, ha ha ha. Several people burst into laughter, while Lin Yu next to him narrowed his eyes and launched an oracle on his followers. All charges! Boom! In a matter of seconds, all the demigod legions had received instructions. The earth shook, and 100,000 troops marched toward Lu Yuan's divine space with arrogant fighting intent. According to their guess, the best way for Lu Yuan is to stay within his own divine space. Take advantage of your own terrain to fight guerrilla warfare. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to gradually wear away the powerful power of the 4 people. However, just as the 4-person army was just setting off, sudden, outside the space crack, there was a shaking sound. Buzz! The earth trembled, as if there was the sound of thousands of horses galloping. Immediately afterwards, the pupils of Lin Yu and the others suddenly shrank. Surprisingly, he saw a Zerg with 3 meters of special armor covered with sharp thorns all over his body, rushing toward the crack. This aura? 4th level, actually 4th level. Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the race of Lu Yuan believers. What? Level 4? He is only in the 1st year of high school, but he has actually trained a level 4 soldier. It's impossible. Even if there are, there won't be too many. Before the 3 people's words could dissipate, I saw that the Hydra heavy-armed tearing worms, which were as high as level 4, had turned into a torrent and rushed through the crack. Come! 200,000, a full 200,000 advanced Hydra heavily equipped with tearing springtails, rushing through the cracks at the lead. Above them, Lu Yuan's figure also appeared. Hey? Is this the strength you need? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that the opponent only had an army of 100,000. What's more, I didn't expect that some of them are actually two types of arms. The level 3 troops are actually less than 30%. For a time, he was actually a little disappointed. It feels like these people are not high school seniors at all, not even high school freshmen. Actually, how did he know that among all the senior high school students, those who could cultivate large-scale Tier 2 troops were considered pretty good? Having 3 levels of troops is considered to be at the forefront. A Tier 3 unit that can scale up is already among the best. And someone like Lin Yu, who has several 5th level troops, can simply dominate the senior high school students. There are few people who can have as powerful troops as Blade. Seeing these lineups of 1.9 Lu Yuan, he shook his head slightly. Okay, Yagdra, there is no need for long-range troops. He looked at the army waiting in the distance and waved casually. Charge and fight quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 200,000 heavily armed Hydra-tearing Springtails let out a ferocious roar, turning into a torrent and drowning the opponent's army. How is this possible? 200,000, level 4. Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack all. The 4 university principals were completely confused. Even the strongest Lin Yu couldn't hide his surprise. Horrible. Originally, he thought that the elite corps he had mobilized from each demigod's elite could crush the opponent's Zerg army. However, when he saw the opponent's strength, the lineup he was proud of actually looked so shabby. An army of 100,000, mostly level 2, faced 200,000 level 4 job transferees. There is no suspense at all. Massacre, complete massacre. Even the Orphan giant elephant warriors were completely surrounded by countless Hydra-tearing Springtails before they could wave the swords in their hands. A charge is launched, followed by an iron hoof attack that briefly stuns the opponent. Then the armor stabbed suddenly, instantly piercing the defense of the giant elephant warrior without heavy armor. Next, with his sickle-sharp forelimbs, he instantly dismembered the opponent. In less than 10 minutes, the entire battlefield was completely slaughtered by the 200,000 Zerg army. For a moment, the 4 seniors were completely silent. Chapter 71. Hint: your believers won this war with an overwhelming victory. Tip: the virtual God War has ended. Tip: you have gained 160,000 faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 160,000 faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Lu Yuan listened to the system prompts and automatically ignored the rewards. Because there isn't much of value. Compared to before, these rewards are of little use to him. But better than nothing. The principal and leading teacher standing outside the examination room suddenly saw the door of the room open. The 4 seniors headed by Lin Yu walked out of it one by one with sad faces. Seeing this scene, Hong Qinghe's cheek muscles trembled twice, and finally he couldn't help laughing. Haha, how's it going? How does it feel to be completely tortured by that kid? Hong Qinghe's voice made the 4 of them blush immediately. They were extremely embarrassed. Actually, long before Hong Qinghe arrived, he had already asked about Lu Yuan's situation. At that time, Lu Yuan only said one thing: if nothing else happens, the championship should be his. Hong Qinghe didn't know much about Lu Yuan, but he knew that he was not someone who liked to exaggerate. So, only then did he have such confidence in Lu Yuan's strength. Really? He also connected to the divine space just now and watched the battle between the 5 people. When he saw the 200,000 level 4 Zerg army appearing, he almost screamed in surprise. It seems that I still underestimated Lu Yuan's potential. Hong Qinghe whispered to himself. Just at this time, Lu Yuan walked out of the room on the other side. I saw him walking straight up to the 4 of them. Smile slightly. Thank you to the 4 seniors for your humility. Lu Yuan did not ridicule the other party arrogantly from the beginning. On the contrary, not only did he not ridicule, but he was very considerate and told the other party to be humble. This time, the four people's impression of him changed even more. No, junior brother Lu is too humble. With your strength, even if we recruit all the troops, it will be useless. Lin Yu spoke with an embarrassed look. Senior Lin is so polite. Your Orphan elephant warriors are indeed very strong, but I just have the numerical advantage. Lu Yuan smiled modestly. I'm just telling the truth. In the face of absolute numbers, anything else is false. After this challenge, no one had any objection to Lu Yuan's position as captain. With such a strong captain, they have a greater chance of winning the team competition. Okay, since there are no objections, let's set off. Principal honking he led everyone to the parking lot. The competition venue this time is number 3 middle school. Sitting in the car, Lu Yuan gradually became familiar with the four people. A strong person is respected wherever he goes. Especially Lu Yuan's strength has surpassed them by a lot. He will definitely grow into a powerful god in the future. If you can establish a good relationship with the gods in advance, you will naturally be happy to see the results. I heard that this time there are very powerful demigods participating in events 3, 6, and 9. Wu Yuan couldn't help but speak. The top seed among the 6 has not even been ignited yet, but it has already been competed by several universities in the Emerald Alliance. Oh? I heard that number 3 middle school is not bad, right? There are also people who may be admitted in advance without taking the college entrance examination. So scary? Alas, while we were still worrying about lighting the sacred fire, others were already thinking about which university to go to. Is this the gap? Hey, what's the difference? Lu Yuan's talent is no worse than theirs. He's only a freshman in high school now. When he gets to senior high school in the future, he may be admitted in advance. Li Xiaoshan's words stunned the other 3 people. Then he couldn't help but nodded. Yes, it seems that there is indeed a monster beside me. Damn it, it's only been more than 2 months since the first year of high school, and this guy can actually have tier 4 troops. Do you dare to believe it? Lu Yuan shook his head, he didn't want to listen to their flattery. So he changed the topic. By the way, do you know how strong the other middle schools are? Well, we really don't know much about this. Wu Yuan said, every year, those who participate in the exchange competition are students who are about to light the fire. Once they finish the competition, they will most likely light the fire and then directly take the college entrance examination and enter university. So the students are different every year. However, I heard that the top seed in 3 this time is a guy named Su Yu. It is said that he seems to own a red dragon. What? Red dragon? When Li Xiaotian heard this, he opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god, red dragon, what kind of bad luck did he have? To be able to have a red dragon follower. What kind of bullshit luck? It is said that his father spent a lot of money to get it back from the outer plane. Although he is still in his infancy, he is at least a 6th level existence. Wu Yuan couldn't help but retort. Bah, you can't rely on him. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows, his background was also part of his strength. It seems that everyone is very attentive to this high school exchange competition. Moreover, Kaiun City is indeed a place where dragons and tigers are hidden. Even the red dragon has come out, and maybe other stronger races will appear. It's all for that faith gem. Lu Yuan thought in his mind that such rewards were given to stimulate the fighting spirit of all participating students. However, he is also very interested in this faith gem. Soon, the vehicles from number 1 middle school have appeared at the gate of number 3 middle school. At the school gate, faculty and staff from many schools are welcoming the participating teams. Seeing Hong Qinghe coming down, Chen Jinayu, the principal of number 3 middle school, immediately walked up with a smile on his face. Haha, hello Teacher Hong, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hey, Principal Chen doesn't have to be like this. You are the principal of number 3 middle school, not the student I once taught. Hong Qinghe waved his hands quickly. Hey, once you are a teacher, you will always be a teacher, you still have to have the proper etiquette. Chen Jinayu shook his head and smiled. Let's go, the teams from other schools have already arrived, we're just missing you. As he spoke, Chen Jinayu pulled Hong Qinghe inside. However, his eyes inadvertently fell on Lu Yuan behind him. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. This must be classmate Lu Yuan, the genius of number 1 middle school. I've heard of his name for a long time. Haha. Haha, Lu Yuan is indeed the genius of our number 1 middle school, and he is well deserved. When Hong Qinghe heard the compliment, he immediately laughed. Lu Yuan, this is Principal Chen Jinayu. I've met Principal Chen. Lu Yuan bowed slightly, but the figure of the childlike girl Chen Lingshan suddenly appeared in his mind. Not bad, good performance, I'm very optimistic about you. Under the leadership of Chen Jinayu, everyone came to a spacious and luxurious hall. In the hall, teams from more than a dozen high schools across Kaiun City have all arrived. Hong Qinghe has been in Kaiun City for many years. As soon as he came in, he saw many principals and teachers greeting him. Lao Hong, I heard that you are well prepared this time. How many people are you planning to attack? Hong Qinghe couldn't help but joke after hearing this. Of course it's the first place. If you don't take the first place, why are you here? Ha ha ha. His words caused a lot of laughter in the hall. Many teachers and principals could not help but express their blessings. But at this moment, a voice that was neither salty nor bland came from the direction of 6th middle school. Hong Qinghe, you are very ambitious. An old voice sounded, we are all in the 3rd, 6th, and 9th middle schools. When will it be your turn to be the first middle school? Everyone who heard this was stunned and subconsciously looked towards the speaker. Only saw. An old man with grey hair and casual clothes was sitting motionless on the sofa. He looked at Hong Qinghe with a sarcastic expression on his face. Lao Lu, don't talk too much, didn't you have a genius in your 6th middle school? Hong Qinghe knew who was speaking without looking. It's not certain who will make it to the end. Ha ha ha, old man Hong, I will tell you this time. The principal of number 6 middle school couldn't help laughing, raised his hand and pointed at a tall figure behind him with long ice blue hair and a beautiful face and said. First place in the individual competition, I'm going to be in the top 6. Seeing the suddenly tense atmosphere in the entire hall, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask Lin Yu next to him. Senior Lin Yu, it seems that the principal and this old man have some issues. Lin Yu nodded and said, yes, as far as I know, Principal Hong and Principal Lu Chengfeng were in the same class when they were in school, but Principal Hong's grades and strength have always been higher than his. Even now. Therefore, Principal Lu has always been at odds with Principal Hong. Bagwawu couldn't help but whispered, that's right, that's right. Since Lu became the principal, he has worked hard to train many students. In every exchange competition, he targets us in number 1 middle school. It's because he can't do it. Does he want his students to regain their place? Lu Yuan looked at the tall blue-haired beauty standing behind him. Do you know that person? We know her. She is the monster we call 6th middle school, Lu Ruyan, the granddaughter of Principal Lu. This time, it is said that the university enrolling students in advance is here just for her. Oh. Lu Yuan nodded suddenly. No wonder Principal Lu is so confident. The other principals were already a little surprised when they saw the quarrel between Hong and Lu. In the end, Chen Jinayu, who was still in the 3rd category, spoke a few words of persuasion before calming down. Okay, now that everyone is here, our exchange game has officially begun. Chen Jinayu smiled. The rules are the same as in previous years, there are still two parts, team competition and individual competition. However, in addition to calculating the team's total score ranking, the top 32 students with individual scores will directly enter the individual competition. Everyone knows this, right? Everyone nodded. These are old rules, and there aren't many objections. The reward is in the end. Chen Jinayu continued, although there have been rumors on the internet before, we still need to confirm it. Because this time the leaders of University 187 came to watch the game. In order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm, the rewards for the team competition have been doubled. The champion group's 500 million universal points become 1 billion, and so on for the rest. What? A billion? Suddenly, countless shocked gasps sounded from the entire hall. Many students' eyes turned red. Not only that, the reward for the individual competition champion has also been adjusted. In addition to one faith gem, an additional one will be added. For hatching black dragon eggs. Hiss! The entire hall was completely filled with the sound of gasping air. That's a black dragon egg. It can give birth to extremely powerful black dragon believers. Even in their infancy, they are comparable to level 6 beings, and have great potential to grow into demigod level beings. Its value is no less than the gem of faith, and even more precious. It seems that Kaiun City is also bleeding a lot this time in order to impress the higher UPS of the university. Lin Yu's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but say, "What's the meaning?" Lu Yuan asked. "They want to use higher rewards to stimulate our fighting enthusiasm. Maybe when the other party recruits students in advance, besides Lu Ruyan, they will also like other students. The more students enroll in advance, it will be of great help to the development of all high schools in Kaiun City." Lu Yuan nodded secretly after hearing this. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. If he seizes this opportunity, maybe he can be admitted in advance. By then, the resources allocated by the university will definitely be more than that. After the crowd cheered, Chen Jinayu announced that his respective teams were ready to enter their own battle rooms. The first round, the team competition is about to begin. At the same time, in the sports center of the entire number 3 middle school, many students from various high schools gathered together. In the center, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, everyone is paying attention to the various players on the big screen. I want to see which high school student is stronger in the team competition. This time, I think the overall strength of the third team is strong enough, and they should win the first place in the team competition. Impossible, 6th middle school has my ice and snow goddess, senior sister Lu Ruyan. With her on the team, she can definitely win the championship strongly. Humph, our 9th middle school is not bad either. The team competition tests everyone's total score, not just one person. While everyone was talking, Lu Yuan had already entered the login cabin. He already understands the format of the team competition. To be precise, it is a survival game. Chapter 72. To put it simply, the so-called survival game of team battle actually depends on the individual's strength level. All students participating in the competition will be individually transported to a virtual time and space channel. The width of the passage is only 2,000 meters, and there are many checkpoints inside. Participating students stand in the space-time channel and can link to their own divine space at any time. Summon your own units from it to fight. Each level passed earns 1 point. After passing the level, students have a short period of time to revise and then must go to the next level. If you stay for a long time, a death barrier will appear behind you. The barrier will gradually shrink, and once it covers your own unit, it will be instantly killed. According to Lu Yuan, it feels like a poisonous circle. Shrinking over time. It forces students to continuously rush towards the next level. Until all available believers have died, or are completely overtaken by the poisonous circle. Then they will be eliminated directly. The points owned by the students themselves will be determined. At that time, the sum of the clearance points of the 5 members of the entire team can be calculated as the final points of the entire team competition. On the big screen, scenes of clearance from different colleges will be played randomly. There will also be a personal scoreboard refreshed at any time. Tip: the subspace domain has been linked. Tip: the exchange team competition survival game is about to begin. Tip: scene transmission is enabled. Yuan felt like his eyes were blurred, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at a 2-kilometer wide space-time passage. There are no buildings, mountains, or flowing water in the entire space-time passage. It seems like a passage with no end in sight. Behind it, it was pitch black, with no end in sight. Tip: the timer starts and the death barrier will start in 5 minutes. Tip: participants are asked to go to the first level as soon as possible. Yuan did not hesitate after hearing the prompt, and flew towards the depths of the space-time channel with a thought. In less than a minute, he saw it from a distance. In the space-time channel, a large number of dense skeleton soldiers appeared. Skeleton soldiers? Undead creatures. Yuan raised his eyebrows. These skeleton soldiers were just a first-order race. Each of them held old weapons, and a ball of green soul fire danced in their eyes. After a rough scan, there are only about 1,000 or so. Hiss! Yuan's figure was just a few hundred meters away from the skeleton soldiers. He saw those skeleton soldiers roaring, raising the long sword in their hands, and Kun rushed towards him leisurely. According to the rules, skeleton soldiers naturally cannot attack demigod students. Once they rush through the passage, even if one of them is missed, it will be regarded as a direct failure. Seeing this scene, Yuan thought, and a summoning door appeared below. Just then, 1,000 ordinary level 2 Hydra Tearling Springtails rushed out of them. This is just a game, there is no need for Yuan to give everything he has right away. Ouch! 1,000 level 2 Tearling Springtails versus 1,000 level 1 skeleton soldiers, you don't need to think at all to know what the result will be. The lineup of Tearling Springtails charged at once, completely smashing all the skeleton soldiers to pieces. At this time, a prompt message from the God's Domain interface appeared in front of Yuan. Hint: you have killed all the creatures in the first level. Tip: if you pass the first level, your points will be +1. After passing the first level, Yuan raised his hand and walked towards the next level. At the same time, the standings on the big screen outside instantly started to refresh. Lu Ruyan, this girl is still very fast www. Many principals, staff, and teachers sitting in the front row of the auditorium couldn't help but smile. That's right. Although they both only have 1 point, it's still about who can pass faster. Lu Ruyan and Su Yu are considered the top seeds, and they have gained a point so quickly. After hearing this, Principal Liu's face was filled with pride. Don't worry, we don't know who will have the last laugh. 100 levels have just begun. Principal Hong couldn't help but speak. Hey? Mr. Hong, please stop giving me such weird looks. When Principal Lu heard this, he opened his eyes and shouted. Even if my granddaughter can't get first place, your Yuan can't get it either. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said, don't think that you can't see his strength with just 1 point. Did you see that there were a total of 60 students, and he only ranked 23rd? If it can even defeat skeleton soldiers so slowly, what potential does it have? Ah, sneeze. In the time and space channel, Yuan couldn't help but sneeze. It's strange, there is no wind here, how can you sneeze? Shaking his head, he looked at a translucent light curtain behind him slowly approaching towards him. Then he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He had just done it on a whim. He had never seen this death barrier before, so he deliberately stood there and waited for a while. Let's go, it's time for the next level. Yuan waved his hand, and 1,000 Hydra Tearling Springtails below roared towards the front. In the second level, there are still skeleton soldiers. However, the number has changed from 1000 to 5000. 1000 versus 5000. Without Lu Yuan's explanation, 1,000 Tearling Springtails rushed over and quickly tore apart all the skeleton soldiers in this level. Points increased again. Next, in the third level, Lu Yuan discovered that there were still skeleton soldiers, but the number had become 10,000. He also solved the battle with 1,000 Ren Zerglings. By the fourth level, the skeleton soldiers disappeared and turned into level 2 zombies. The physical strength and power of zombies are much greater than that of skeletons. Except for the stiffness of the body, everything else is much better. It seems that the arms are changed every 3 levels, and the maximum number of arms is only 10,000, right? Wait until his Tearling Springtails have eliminated these level 2 zombies. Lu Yuan seems to have a certain understanding of the entire level setting. If the maximum is only 10,000, then there is no need to bother arranging any tactics. Lu Yuan knew that the big screen outside would switch to his own screen from time to time. In order to prevent those principals from seeing their trump cards prematurely and becoming wary. So, if these levels can be solved, Lu Yuan does not intend to reveal too many real trump cards. In order not to expose his trump card, Lu Yuan thought for a while and directly opened the door of summoning. Just take 50,000 level 4 heavy Hydra Tearling Springtails, plus 50,000 level 4 poisonous banelings, plus 50,000 flame stingers, we should be able to charge for a while. It's quite troublesome to always open the door of summons. While muttering softly to himself, a mighty 150,000 strong army began to surge out of the summoning door. Lu Yuan feels that such a lineup should not reveal his trump card. Just as the 150,000 strong army began to surge forward along the passage of time and space, most of the big screen in the entire sports center was completely occupied by the figures of the 2 students. Oh my god, classmate Lu Ruyan's heavy-armed fighting bear is really too strong. Even the third-level fanatical ghoul can't stop it. On the stand, a classmate who was responsible for the explanation said excitedly. Suyu is not bad either. Although his heavily armored tiger cavalry is a little slower, it is still devastating. It is now ranked second in the standings with 15 points. The other female commentary partner next to her was not to be outdone. In my opinion, the final points ranking should be between these 2 people. I very much agree with this, but now I am very curious, how many connections can the 2 of them have? According to the records of previous exchange competitions, the highest level has reached level 56, which is a terrifying existence of up to 10,000 5th level Death Knights. Thinking about it makes people's scalp numb. What? Level 56 is so terrifying. Are there going to be 9th level or even 10th level undead in the 100th level? Of course not. This is a high school exchange competition, not a gods exchange competition. One commentator couldn't help but laugh. As far as I know, when the 50-50 level begins, the number will further increase, and the upper limit will be raised to as many as 100,000. When the time comes, facing an army of 100,000 necromancers, no one will be able to resist it, right? As the 2 commentators explained, everyone had a clearer understanding of the rules of the entire survival game. Now we have to see who can go further. Haha, she's 30. My granddaughter is already 30. Principal Lu couldn't help but smile proudly when he saw that the points behind Lu Ruyan's name changed from 29 to 30. Suyu below has only 28 points. Old man Hong, you should look at your side. So far, you are still outside the top 10. I really don't understand if your brain is broken. You actually let a freshman in high school be the captain. Snort. Hong King he snorted coldly and said nothing. In fact, he was also a little confused at the moment. Although only a few minutes have passed in the outside world, it is under the influence of different time flow rates. According to his estimate of Lu Yuan, he should break through at least 20 levels. But the opponent is still lingering at the 3rd level. If this continues, there will be no further improvement. It may be eliminated by the death barrier. As for the other team members, except Lin Yu, he persisted at level 23. The rest have long been fixed at around level 15. The difference in total score is 73 points, ranking last among all schools. However, just when Hong Qinghe was confused, Lu Yuan's score suddenly jumped. It jumped from 3 minutes to 4 minutes. Before Hong Qinghe could speak, Principal Lu, who had been staring at the rankings, couldn't help but laugh. It moved, it finally moved. Haha, old man Hong, I think you, the top seed, might have to face a stalemate in the 4th level for a long time. VR. Hong Qinghe was about to refute, but as he spoke, he suddenly saw Lu Yuan's score jump suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he started going crazy like he was riding a rocket. 5, 6, 7, 10, 20. It didn't even take a minute, but it had already reached as many as 20 levels. Such a change instantly attracted everyone's attention. Principal Lu, who had just made a mockery, changed his expression even more. Wow, move! Lu Yuan, the top seed from number 1 middle school, has naturally achieved so much in such a short period of time. The commentator was excited by this unexpected turn of events. It's tied, my god, it actually tied Suyu's 23rd level. The female commentator felt that the tone of her voice had changed. This sudden change has never been seen in the entire history of high school exchange competitions. Ah, more than 25, no, 26, first, now Lu Yuan. My classmate actually came first. As the commentator screamed, the big screen in the entire sports center instantly switched to Lu Yuan's perspective. This moment. Good Zhao, no matter the principal, teachers, or all the students, they were all staring at the screen for a moment. They wanted to see how Lu Yuan could achieve such a high score in such a short period of time. However, the moment the scene cuts to the past. The moment everyone saw the picture, they were completely shocked and their mouths opened wide. Because they saw in the picture that the 150,000 Zerg army was like a rushing torrent that completely blocked the entire space-time channel. All the armies were moving across the space-time passage like a bulldozer. Wherever it passes, no matter the ghouls, zombies, abominations, or even death knights, they are of no use at all. What kind of believer is this? 4th level, they are all 4th level, how is that possible? My god, not only are they at level 4, but they are all professionals. What are those burning flames? Ball rogues? How can they be so terrifying? All the principals, including Principal Lu, were completely shocked by Lu Yuan's Zerg army. Principal Lu, who was originally extremely arrogant, suddenly changed his expression. I wonder if his granddaughter would be able to withstand such a terrifying army of 150,000 men. Ha ha ha, old man Lu, didn't you say that the seeds from our number 1 middle school are no longer good? Hong Qinghe laughed, feeling extremely happy inside. In my opinion, your granddaughter is just so-so. You. Amid everyone's discussion, Lu Yuan, who was standing in the space-time channel at this moment, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I remember that the historical record seems to be 56 levels. In this case, if it reaches 90 levels, the team's first place should be stable, right? Chapter 73. For Lu Yuan, this championship is a must-win in the team competition. 1 billion universal points, he got 300 million. For him, a large general-purpose shop owner, it is also a huge amount of income. So, Lu Yuan looked at the seemingly endless space-time passage in front of him, his thoughts moving slightly. Ouch! The 150,000 Zerg army roared up to the sky and rushed towards the space-time channel again. Hiss, the great god of the undead, give us the power to tear these hateful creatures in front of us into pieces. Level 49. 5,000 4th-level necromancers raised their staffs high. I saw countless power fluctuations pulsed from their staffs. Next moment. Click. The ground in the space-time channel suddenly cracked. Countless skeletons, zombies, and even huge abominations crawled out of the ground. 5,000 mages, the army of undead summoned is more than 50,000? Just relying on the advantage of numbers, it can crush all the beings that attack this level. Ouch! The terrifying undead army began to gather, completely blocking the entire space-time channel in the blink of an eye. However, just as their figures condensed, they suddenly froze. Because in front of them, a dark red torrent rushed towards them without any pause. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Sudden. The sharp voice from Abathur suddenly sounded from the rear of the Hydra, heavy armor tearing apart the Springtail. Iron hoof attack. Boom. With a loud noise, the heavy-armed tearing worms in the front row instantly smashed the fragile skeleton soldiers in front of them into pieces, and rushed in for several meters. It didn't stop until it staggered over 3 meters of hatred. At this time, the dizzy effect of the railway's rushing ants appeared. Armored stab. Puff. Countless sharp thorns pierced out from their armor and instantly penetrated into the fat body of hatred. Spine of fire. Swish, swish, swish. Spine filled with burning flames fell from mid-air, turning the undead into a sea of fire. If this series of attacks continues, most of the entire undead have been destroyed. Before the necromancer chanted 007 again and sang his commander's magic, I saw the terrifying army rushing over with heavy steps. Wherever you go, all the undead turned into ashes. Oh, Yuan is awesome, number 1 middle school is awesome. In the stands, Zhenjian, who saw this scene, roared without any image. Suddenly, hundreds of students from number 1 middle school nearby began to shout for Yuan. Here, this little guy is Zhuangzi. One of the staff teachers in number 3 couldn't help but exclaimed in wonder. As soon as he opened his mouth, it immediately aroused discussion around him. Yet, I didn't expect that number 1 middle school has been dormant for many years, and now it finally breaks out. There are too many believers, right? They are indeed a Zerg race that is good at breeding. We in Kaiun City have never seen the Zerg mutated to such an extent. Awesome, awesome. If it's an individual battle, I'm afraid only the seeded players in 369 can suppress it. The average high school student's combat power before igniting the divine fire is only around 100,000. I feel that Yuan's military strength is not weak at all in terms of rank, and even has an absolute advantage in numbers. Even if you win the individual championship, there is still a chance. Nonsense. The glaring Principal Lu couldn't help shouting. Can level 4 power make you invincible? Humph, there are 10,000 level 5 Death Knights in the next level. I want to see how he can defeat it. Just as he was talking, the picture on the screen showed that Yuan had reached the previous record. Level 56. Boom, boom, boom. Wearing heavy armor, the tall Death Knight was riding an undead war horse, charging towards Yuan's Zerg army in unison. It looks like an iron wall. However, Yuan just glanced at it and raised his hand. Suddenly, the 50,000 Hydra heavy-armed tearing worms in the front began to retreat toward the rear, and behind them, green poisonous baneling insects that were like spheres turned around. Charge! For the great god of natural disasters! Abathur roared. Immediately, 10,000 poisonous baneling insects started attacking and rushed towards the Death Knights. The purpose of the Death Knight is to kill the DAB students, so naturally they will not know how to back down. At the moment when the poisonous baneling insects collided, a series of loud noises suddenly sounded throughout the space-time channel. Countless corrosive venom erupted on the bodies of the Death Knight and the commander's horse. How powerful is the simultaneous explosion of 10,000 level 4 poisonous banelings? And it's still in a closed space only 2 kilometers wide. This is equivalent to the fact that the power of the poisonous baneling explosion originally aimed at one target becomes more terrifying when superimposed on each other. I saw. The Death Knight in the front row was silently melted by the corrosive acid. Before he could take action, he had already completely fallen. Lu Yuan's army rushed over the 5th level Death Knight in a mighty manner. It couldn't be simpler. Self-destruction attack. All the viewers have been shocked by Lu Yuan's novel attack method. This terrifying power cannot be resisted even by the Death Knight. You can imagine how powerful this wave of self-destruction would be if you encountered a real battle between gods. Humph, I don't believe how many of them he can have if he's going to die together. Principal Lu couldn't help but want to refute. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Yuan raise his hand and wave. A summoning gate emerged from beneath his feet. Next moment, the 10,000 poisonous banelings that had just exploded were actually replenished again. As Principal Lu sat there, he seemed to hear a snapping sound next to his ears. Half of his cheeks turned red, as if he had been slapped hard. Next, everyone only saw that the group explosion began to become the history of the battle. As soon as he reached the first level, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and 10,000 poisonous banelings rushed forward and exploded. Blast the enemy to pieces, and then let Hydra's heavily armed Tearling Zergling warriors rush in to finish. Coupled with the Flamethorn demon army at the rear, it was simply devastating. All the way to the 90th level, there was an army of 100,000 level 4 violent ghouls. Under the explosion of Lu Yuan's 50,000 poisonous banelings, most of them were wiped out. Finally, after losing less than 20,000 flame-stabbing demons, he successfully passed 90 levels. This is too. The commentator in charge of the explanation no longer knew what to say. In the entire history of the exchange competition, no one has been able to pass level 90. Now, Lu Yuan has not only set a new record, but also made history. And it seems that Lu Yuan's Zerg army still has some strength left. Dear viewers, it seems that Lu Yuan still has a chance to hit the 91st level. The commentator shouted with great excitement. Let's see, can this classmate Lu Yuan, who has created the entire history of the Kaiun City Exchange competition, pass the 91 bonus? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the picture on the big screen suddenly change. Lu Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Tip, you have been surpassed by the death barrier. Tip, all your believer races have died. Tip, the game is over. 90 marks. Everyone looked at the eye-catching number on the big screen and couldn't help but feel shocked. Below, both Lu Ruyan and Yu happened to freeze at this moment. Their scores, one of 56, tied the previous record. The other Yu is at level 55, which is slightly inferior. Such an achievement, if not for Lu Yuan, would definitely have received countless applause. However, when they came out of the landing bay, but I saw that all the spectators in the entire sports center were looking towards the other login cabin. Lu Ruyan, who had long ice blue hair and an extremely voluptuous figure, looked up subconsciously when she saw this. Her frosty expression showed fluctuations for the first time. With a score of 90, someone can actually pass the 90th level. Before she could speak, she heard Subao's incredible exclamation not far away. Impossible, level 90? Is there something wrong with the server? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the leading teacher couldn't help but glare at him. Come here quickly, don't be embarrassed there. At this time, another login cabin opened, and a childlike beauty walked out of it. After Chen Lingshan struggled through the 40th level, she finally fell at the 41st level. When she saw Lu Yuan's score of 90 points on the big screen, a flash of deep frustration flashed in her eyes. Damn guy, you actually have twice as many people as me? Are you a monster? Chen Lingshan bit her little tiger teeth, and her chest couldn't help but rise and fall. But when he turned around, he saw the surprised look of Lu Ruyan next to him. Chen Lingshan felt relieved for no reason. Growing up, her father always compared himself with Lu Ruyan in front of her. This one is stronger, that one is stronger. In addition, the two of them were relatively familiar, so the most annoying figure in Chen Lingshan's mind was not Lu Yuan, but Lu Ruyan. Well now, the strongest Lu Ruyan was actually surpassed. This made Chen Lingshan's dislike of Lu Yuan lessen. Sister Ruyan. Chen Lingshan, who was feeling relieved, actually shouted to Lu Ruyan who was not far away. Lu Ruyan looked at her subconsciously. Lu Yuan, who took your first place, is my good friend. Chen Lingshan said in a strange way, how about it? My good friend is great, right? Well, very. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed, and she nodded casually. What? You don't believe it? Chen Lingshan suddenly saw Lu Yuan coming out of the login cabin. He immediately rushed to Lu Yuan at a trot. Under Lu Yuan's confused gaze, he hugged him. Well done, you didn't embarrass me. Lu Ruyan. Chen Jinayu. Audience. Not just everyone is deceived. Even Lu Yuan looked at Chen Lingshan who was holding him in front of him in confusion. I don't understand why this little girl who hated me so much before suddenly did this. It wasn't until she felt Lu Yuan's strange gaze that Chen Lingshan reacted. Did you get a little drunk just now? As a result, her cheeks turned red when she saw the eyes around her. Oh, what did I do? She whispered, turned around and ran towards the outside of the sports center. Looking at Chen Lingshan, Lu Yuan was stunned for a long time by the escaping figure. Just now he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Sure enough, if it's too big, your brain won't work very well. Just when he was slightly absent-minded, Lu Ruyan next to him suddenly spoke. Lu Yuan, I don't know how you passed the 90th level. I look forward to playing against you. After saying that, she turned around and left. The entire team competition ended like this. No one expected that Lu Ruyan or Su Yu, who were originally optimistic, did not win the championship. But it was taken away by a little-known Lu Yuan from number 1 middle school. In the end, Lu Yuan relied on his absolute advantage to lead Lin Yu and the others to win first place in the team competition. The other 4 people were overjoyed. Looking at Lu Yuan, he was filled with gratitude. If he hadn't turned the tide, I'm afraid the number 1 middle school would have only been able to get around a 5th or 6th grader at most. After all, among these 5 people, except for Lu Yuan, only Lin Yu is considered stronger. The morning competition ends here, and starting from the afternoon, there will be individual competitions. For this is the highlight of the entire exchange competition. After all, divine warfare is the mainstream of the divine space. And what's more important is that in the afternoon, several big figures from universities in the capital are coming. A total of 3 of the 5 students from the number 1 middle school entered the top 32. The playing order and opponents are determined by drawing lots. In a blink of an eye, afternoon comes. When Lu Yuan and others returned to the sports center again, they saw 3 more calm old men on the viewing platform. The short-haired old man in the middle is named Ning Kigwang, and he is the vice president of Jushan University. The leading teacher explained softly in Lu Yuan's ear. The fat old man on the left is called Qin Rumi, and he is the vice president of Zhejiang University. The one on the right is Wang Jinyang, the vice president of Blue Prison University. 9 Heavens, Giant Dragon, Blue Prison. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. These 3 universities were the 3 highest ones in the entire Emerald Alliance. There are countless gods cultivated every year. The weight of the 3 vice-chancellors is even greater. Just as Lu Yuan looked at the 3 people, sudden, Ning Kigwang, who was sitting in the middle, suddenly spoke. Are you Lu Yuan? Chapter 74. The three vice principals are usually high-ranking figures. To be able to serve as the vice president of a university is not only about your vision, but also your own strength. Even just sitting there, the other party could feel a vague and coercive aura being released towards the surroundings. This is still inadvertent. To know. Under the suppression of such terrifying rules in the main world, if you want to be able to use divine power, you must be a god with at least medium divine power. And the aura that can spread it will makes people almost suffocated. High divine power is not enough to describe it. These three are most likely terrifying beings who deceive great divine power. Just when everyone was in awe of these three bosses, one of the big guys suddenly took the initiative to talk to Lu Yuan. This situation surprised Lu Yuan. He nodded subconsciously and said calmly, I am. Even in the face of powerful gods, the vice principal from the capital. There was no flattery on Lu Yuan's face, let alone any fear. Because he knows that his strength will one day surpass them without even taking too long. This is a kind of confidence that comes from the heart. And not conceited. Same. Ning Qiguang also saw this light in Lu Yuan's eyes. So. He took a deep look at Lu Yuan and suddenly laughed. Haha, yes, no wonder Ning Yun praises you so much, you are a good young talent. Teacher Ning Yun. When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately looked at the other party with some doubts. Are you from Teacher Ning Yun? He. Ning Qiguang smiled slightly, I am Ning Yun's father. Ah? Teacher Ning Yun's father is so old. Lu Yuan said with some surprise. Ning Qiguang's lips twitched when he heard this, since he became the vice principal. This was the first time I heard someone dare to say that about him. Ahem, Lu Yuan, don't talk nonsense, Principal Ning comes from old age. Hong King he next to him coughed dryly and hurriedly smoothed things over. Haha, boy, work hard and show your strength. Ning Qiguang said nonchalantly. Must. Lu Yuan nodded as a response to the other party. Everyone took their seats. Soon, the top 32 competition will begin. According to the order of the draw, there are a total of 16 groups of battles, divided into 2 rounds. Lu Yuan is in the second group, so he can watch a battle. Among the students in the first group, there happened to be Lin Yu from number 1 middle school. Lin Yu's trump card is the 10 orphan giant elephant warriors. This kind of military unit, when used properly, can perform extraordinary feats on the battlefield. Really? The opponent Lin Yu met was a classmate from middle school. His true appearance is still a mixed army composed of orcs and wolf-headed men. At the same time, the pig-headed shaman has applied a second-level magic, bloodthirsty. The combat power was originally very good. Pity. The gap was torn open directly by 10 orphan giant elephant warriors. Killing the opponent's shaman in one fell swoop made all bonuses completely ineffective. At the same time, it also established Lin Yu's victory. With his victory, he directly entered the top 16. In addition to him, Lu Yuan also saw Su Yu appear in the first group. The other party is indeed powerful. Legend has it that he has a red dragon in its infancy. Lu Yuan didn't see it. Maybe he didn't play in order to preserve his strength. But even so, Su Yu successfully crushed the opponent with his nearly 100,000 mixed army and achieved an overwhelming victory. The first group is over and the second group is ready. Finally, with everyone's expectant eyes, preparations for the second group's battle began. In order to maintain enough suspense, everyone can only match opponents after entering the login cabin. Wait until Lu Yuan's link enters the divine realm. A reminder message suddenly appeared in front of him. Tip, your opponent this time is drawing lots. Tip, your opponent, Chen Lingshan, 3 out of 3. If I go, it won't be such a coincidence, right? Lu Yuan also didn't expect that he would meet Chen Lingshan so quickly. Last time he snatched an earth elf from someone. This time, when I met her again, I really didn't know how to start. Tip: Virtual God War has been linked. Tip: You have 10 minutes to simulate the Divine Realm and deploy your troops. Tip: Timing starts. After hearing the prompt, Lu Yuan could only take back his thoughts and prepare for this divine battle. Forget it, since we went too far with her last time, let's make it simple this time and send 200,000 heavily armed soldiers. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan decided to keep it simple. After all, he has just started and cannot reveal all his strength at once. And he has a certain understanding of Chen Lingshan's military strength. Earth Elves, paired with Centaur legions. General deity preferences do not change easily. Therefore, there is a high probability that it is also such a unit. At the same time, on the other side, when Chen Lingshan saw that her opponent was actually Lu Yuan, anger suddenly surged in his heart. Smelly BD, how can I make you look good this time? But, this guy can pass the 90th level, so maybe I'm no match for him. No, even if he is not his opponent, I can't make it easy for him. Chen Lingshan muttered as she began to deploy her troops. Very quickly, 10 minutes passed by in a blink of an eye. The countdown is over. The forces of both sides flashed at the same time and appeared in their own space. On the big screen, many pictures were switched to Lu Yuan's view. Because Lu Yuan has now become a dark horse, attracted by everyone. Apart from him, there is Lu Ruyan, the most optimistic #1 seed in the entire exchange competition. She. In the void, cracks suddenly appeared in the vast divine space. Immediately, a crack several kilometers long appeared directly. At the other end of the gap, Japan's army, which was waiting in full formation, had already formed its formation. Lu Yuan stood in midair and looked around. I saw the Centaur heavily armored warriors and the Earth Elves in the back row. Yes, there is progress. We actually turned the kobold into a clawed man. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he looked at Zhen Gren, who was much taller than before. It seemed that although Chen Lingshan was severely injured last time, she recovered much faster than he imagined. He is indeed a big dog owner. In just over 2 months, the opponent actually once again had a 3,000 strong Centaur armored force. And 5,000 Centaur archers. These are all level 2 units. At the same time, 10,000 tier 2 people served as supporting infantry. In the rear, the group of Earth Elves expanded to 3,000 people. Among them were dozens of level 3 Earth Priests. However, the aura is not as powerful as the 4th level one that Lu Yuan captured before. In total, there is a legion of nearly 30,000 soldiers. For a freshman in high school, this is already outstanding. Lu Yuan, this time, I want to make you look good. Chen Lingshan yelled angrily, grabbed her holy artifact plug-in and activated it. Rumble. On the ground, a large swamp emerged. Lu Yuan didn't do anything when he saw this scene. It seemed that he had guessed the other party's plan. At the same time as the swamp emerged, dozens of 3rd-level Earth Elf priests began to sing at the same time. The rolling magic power began to brew in their staffs. Finally, after a while, 2 huge swamps rolled over. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, Lu Dao, a quagmire puppet nearly 4 meters tall and whose entire body was made of rocks, stood up from the quagmire. Ouch! The huge roar made the entire divine space tremble. In the stands of the sports center, Level 4 quagmire puppet, this little girl has quite a talent. Principal Wang Jiniang sitting next to him couldn't help laughing. Thank you, Principal Wang, for the compliment. My little girl is still far behind. Chen Jiniyu hurriedly shook his head and smiled when he heard this. Hey, Principal Chen, your daughter is only a freshman in high school. As long as you give her some time, you might be able to cultivate a larger 5th level legion. Principal Wang said pertinently. Thank you, Principal Wang, for reminding me. I will definitely tell her. Chen Jinayu nodded. The quagmire puppet's own defense is very powerful, and it is highly resistant to spells. I wonder what Lu Yuan is going to use to resist it. Suddenly, Ning Qigwang next to him spoke. Well, it seems like we haven't seen his army yet. Qin Rumi next to him spoke with some confusion. At this time, Chen Lingshan, who already had the quagmire puppet, said that the oracle was driving all the troops to invade Lu Yuan's side. 0 Please give me flowers. Actually, this already shows that her experience is shallow. When the two armies are fighting, remember not to be impatient. If there is not much difference in military strength and one party becomes impatient, it will fall behind and lose the opportunity. Rumble. Everyone only saw the mighty army passing through the crack in space and rushing towards Lu Yuan's god. This time, Lu Yuan did not simulate the environment of the creep land. Because he doesn't feel needed. Dong dong dong. He watched Chen Lingshan's army rush over. But there was no movement at all. Lu Yuan, come on, let's fight head on. Chen Lingshan felt that she was so powerful that she challenged Lu Yuan. Well, can we discuss something? Lu Yuan suddenly looked at Chen Lingshan and said. What's the matter? Chen Lingshan's pretty face changed and she looked at Lu Yuan suspiciously. Let me tell you, it is impossible for you to want me to let you go at this time. How come? Lu Yuan shook his head, I just sent some troops. I want to discuss it with you. If you lose, don't cry. What? I won't cry. Bah, I won't lose. Chen Lingshan's face turned red, her chest heaved, and she looked like she couldn't bear it. Okay, I've told you, don't cry if you lose. Lu Yuan shook his head and then waved his hand. Okay, let's fight quickly. Humph, even if you can pass level 90, it's not easy. Chen Lingshan snorted and was about to speak. But before she could finish her words, she suddenly paused. Because, behind the towering hillside, figures wearing heavy armor and ferocious appearance swooped down from the mountain peak. Hydra's heavily armed Ripper, a terrifying existence up to the 4th level. Exist. Now. It is turning into a tide, surging out from the top of the mountain. The 200,000 strong army is vast and majestic. And on the other side, Chen Lingshan was completely stunned by the army in front of her. Ah, is this the little force you were talking about? God, what a little force! Your total strength is 200,000 level 4 heavy-armed warriors. Outside the field, everyone was completely shocked when they saw Lu Yuan's 200,000 heavily armed warriors. What? 200,000 level 4 heavy-armed warriors? How is that possible? Nima, am I dreaming? 200,000 professionals? Or level 4? How to fight? How to fight? Hit me on the head. Su Yu, who was sitting below and was eager to test Lu Yuan, changed his expression, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He has 200,000 professionals, even though he spent countless resources to cultivate 100,000 main battle races. If you don't consider the restraint of arms, these 200,000 alone are enough to push yourself. Humph, no matter how large the number of a single unit is, it may not be able to sweep everything. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that this child has such great potential. He actually has so many level 4 believers. Ning Qigwang couldn't help but clasp his hands and laugh when he saw this scene. Yes, it is indeed good. It looks like it is a variant of the Zerg race. It can be cultivated to such an extent that the fields cannot be divided. I didn't expect that we would get something unexpected this time. While everyone was talking, Lu Yuan's Hydra heavy-armed Tearling zombie warriors had completely overwhelmed the opponent's army. Chen Lingshan wanted to resist. But Lu Yuan's army is too numerous. Even the 4th level quagmire puppet was knocked over directly by the opponent's charge. At last, it turned into countless pieces and was completely torn into pieces. As for the rest, not even a single living creature was left alive, and all became food for the Zerg. Number. Chen Lingshan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But I don't know what to say. Despair, my heart is full of despair. If this was not a virtual battle between gods, she might really be unable to control herself and burst into tears. No one expected that such a divine battle would be ended by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you can rest for half an hour and start the top 8 in half an hour. The referee in charge of monitoring said to Lu Yuan, who came out of the login cabin. Chapter 75. Entering the divine space through the login cabin itself is a consumption of mental power. Continuous divine battles will have a certain impact on the gods. In fact, for Lu Yuan, the race of Chen Lingshan's followers did not have much impact on him. Anyway, it's just mindless speculation. It's equivalent to just passing A directly. Chi. The login cabin next to it also opened at this time. Lu Yuan saw Chen Lingshan, wearing hot pants and a small vest, walking out. There was a trace of frustration at failure on her face. However, when she subconsciously turned around and saw Lu Yuan standing there, suddenly, an indescribable feeling of loss came to my mind. As the rookie king of middle school 3, she was defeated so easily. So, wow! Unable to control herself, Chen Lingshan burst into tears. The painful cry directly attracted the attention of the audience. Even the referee teacher next to him was stunned. For a moment, I didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Yuan was a little speechless when he saw Chen Lingshan crying so hard. After all, no matter last time or this time, he was the culprit. Now, she was crying, and she was standing next to others. If she did nothing, isn't it good for your own character? So, out of politeness, Lu Yuan walked up to the other party. He stretched out his palm to pat her shoulder gently and say a few words of comfort. At least, he doesn't seem so heartless. However, 1, 2, 7. Just when his palm was raised, it had not yet fallen. Chen Lingshan, who was crying, suddenly grabbed his hand. Immediately, she rushed into his arms. Woo, ow, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Chen Lingshan was crying and seemed to be complaining to Lu Yuan. Who knows? At this time, someone took out his mobile phone and took a video of the two of them. It's all your fault. Without any prospect introduction, such a short video instantly detonated the entire Kaiun City High School circle at a later time. Lu Yuan also didn't expect that his unconscious actions would actually turn him into a scumbag. Damn it, your sister is a scumbag. I just want to comfort her. Of course, this is all for later. Lu Yuan stood there with a stiff face, and even his raised arms were frozen in the air. Not far away, Chen Jinayu, who was sitting there, turned dark when he saw this scene. My dad is still sitting here. He actually saw his daughter holding another boy in public. What was even more speechless was that Hong Qinghe next to him said with a smile. The child is older, it's normal, it's normal. Your sister is normal. Chen Jinayu's face darkened, and he couldn't help shouting at Chen Lingshan. Chen Lingshan, come back here. You just lost. Why are you crying? Hearing her father's scolding, Chen Lingshan seemed to react. He raised his tearful eyes and glanced at Lu Yuan. He didn't know why, but he felt that this guy seemed even more disgusting. Ahole, you must win the championship, otherwise I won't let you go. Chen Lingshan thought that it would not be a shame if she lost to the champion. Lu Yuan said nothing and walked back to the stage to rest. As soon as he sat down, he saw Lin Yu, Wu Yuan and the others staring at him with envy and jealousy. What's wrong? Are there flowers on my face? Lu Yuan said doubtfully. Yes, there are attractive flowers. Wu Yuan rubbed his hands. Junior, no, eldest brother, from now on you are my eldest brother. Can you teach me the skill of picking flowers with both hands? Yeah. Li Xiaotian next to him nodded repeatedly, brother, I've had enough of traditional crafts for a long time. Please help me. Help your sister. Lu Yuan's face turned dark and he resisted silently. The half-hour break is over. The top 16 have been selected, and the next step is the quarterfinals. Compared with the previous games, the gold content of the next games will be higher. Some powerful beings will gradually reveal their trump cards. Certainly. The most talked about thing now is the strength of Lu Yuan's 200,000 professionals. There's nothing we can do about it. How can we defeat a level 4 heavy-armed warrior? The front is almost a horizontal push situation, and we can only use other tactics or the help of priests. Unless those few seed players take action, they will be crushed without any brains. Humph, that's not necessarily the case. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in 369, maybe one of them can restrain him. While they were discussing, the top 8 battle also began. Lu Yuan entered his divine space again. Even though they had won a few games before, the system didn't gain much useful information. So of course he ignored it. Tip: start matching opponents. Tip: opponent matching completed. Tip: your opponent, Xiaoming Long, 9 out of 9. On the big screen, I saw that Lu Yuan's opponent was actually Xiaoming Long, the top seed in the 9th round. Suddenly the audience was completely in a state of excitement. It's great! The top seeds collide. I wonder who among them can win. Xiaoming Long's main battle race has always been the very powerful Tiger. As an adult, he has level 2 strength. I saw level 3 figures during the team competition before, but I don't know how many there are and whether he can withstand them. I guess Xiaoming Long must have a trump card. Really? Doesn't that Lu Yuan have a trump card? Nonsense, doesn't a 200,000 strong army count as a trump card? While everyone was talking, Lu Yuan couldn't help but shine when he saw his matched opponent. I didn't expect that I would meet the top seed so soon. Lu Yuan vaguely remembered that the other party seemed to be a race of believers from the Tiger clan. Tigers, leopards, and lions are indeed powerful races. Many strong men are willing to choose this as a believer. Be a little more serious. Lu Yuan secretly said to himself and began to build his own divine domain in the virtual space. This time, his terrain was different from before. Lu Yuan also has no place to release creep. Instead, a horseshoe-shaped mountain range was arranged around the space crack. The gap in the mountain range directly faces the space rift. This time, his 200,000 heavily armed Hydra Tearling Zergling warriors were in formation on the plane of the horseshoe-shaped notch. Other than that, there are no other changes. Tip: countdown is over. Tip: the game starts. In the void, the torn space cracks reappeared. A huge crack more than 2,000 meters long appeared suddenly on the vast plain. The moment the crack appears, Lu Yuan was suddenly surprised to see that the terrain on the other side was not the so-called plain. It is actually an extremely vast forest. Countless tall trees cover the entire land. At a glance, there is no end in sight. Forest landscape. Lu Yuan glanced at him in surprise and was about to speak. But I heard Xiaoming Long's voice coming from the other side. Lu Yuan, your troops are indeed powerful, but I will not launch an attack. His voice came from deep in the forest, with no visible hiding place. If you want us to wait until the time of the God War expires, we will be eliminated together by then. If you want to see such a result, I don't mind. As soon as these words came out, many people immediately started talking. Here I go, is this asking Yuan to charge? Yes, with the forest as a barrier, even if the opponent's heavily armored warriors take action, they will definitely be hindered. Yes, it seems that the terrain arranged by Yuan may have a conspiracy. If the Balrog-like Zerg breaks out from the top of the mountain, I'm afraid there will be no benefits if you rush in. Compared to the impulsive Chen Lingshan before, Zhao Minglong seems much more mature this time. Although I know the opponent's military strength, but he also directly arranged his own tactics. This is a conspiracy. Because Zhao Minglong was very sure that Yuan would not give up this competition with so many troops. In this case, he can just sit back and wait for the opponent to charge. Humph, Yuan, do you think your army is strong? Behind the vast forest, Zhao Minglong was standing in the void and talking softly to himself. Actually, I also have my own trump card. After hearing Zhao Minglong's words, the expression on Yuan's face did not waver at all. He smiled faintly. Okay, now that you have laid out the means, let me see if you can resist it, said. Yuan's palm lifted slightly and then fell. Ouch! The tearing worms of countless heavily armored warriors instantly let out ferocious roars and galloped across the ground instantly. 0. Come on, for the great god of natural disasters, rush on! The shouts and roars gathered into a wave and surged through the cracks in space. He rushed directly into the entire forest. Click click click! Trees more than 10 meters high were broken under the violent crushing force of the heavily armored soldiers. These ordinary trees, in front of the terrifying heavily armored warriors, could only slow them down slightly. Soon, the 200,000 strong army had already leveled the entire forest at once. After the forest, there is a large plain. At this time, everyone saw the many races of believers that Zhao Minglong had. This is the third-level Tiger Knight. On the ground, I saw more than 5,000 tigers riding giant black tigers. Many people exclaimed in surprise. 5,000 people, wearing heavy armor, holding steel knives, and underneath them was a 3-meter-long black tiger. It simply exudes endless majesty. But 5,000 heavily armed giant tiger knights were simply not enough to withstand an army of 200,000. Behind the heavily armored giant tiger were 20,000 tiger infantry soldiers. He is also a professional, and he is also a level 3 professional. But this is not over yet. Because behind the tiger-headed infantry warriors, 50,000 tall, level 2 trolls were roaring with bloodthirsty, carrying heavy javelins up to 3 meters long, ready for war at any time. Ha ha ha, Yuan, how are you? Is my lineup still impressive to you? Zhao Minglong suddenly laughed. My front row only needs to block you for a little while, and the power of 50,000 troll pitchers is enough to penetrate the armor of your bugs. Level 2 penetrates the armor of my heavy warrior. Yuan looked at him doubtfully. Are you kidding me? Haha, of course not. Zhao Minglong chuckled, why do you think I arranged such a large forest? Yuan raised his eyebrows, feeling that there was something in Zhao Minglong's words. But at this moment, Zhao Minglong suddenly raised his hand. Suddenly, I saw that behind the army, figures with flaming lights suddenly rose into the sky. The number of these figures is not large, only 5,000. Look carefully. They all have butterfly-like wings growing on their backs, and their upper bodies are similar to human bodies. But the abdomen in the lower body was abnormally huge and bulging. Swish! As their wings flapped, little bits of fire swayed out from their wings. It actually looks pretty good. This is the Flame Butterfly Man. When Yuan saw these figures, his eyes suddenly froze. Flame butterfly people are a special race that mutated from ordinary butterfly people. Originally, although the average 4.9 butterfly man could fly, his speed was very slow. Moreover, the butterfly people are relatively thin and have no substantial combat effectiveness. So, most people rarely choose this race as believers. At most, train a small number of them and use them as scouts. But once they mutate into flame butterflies, their speed will increase. Not only that, but also has more abilities. Yuan subconsciously opened the other party's racial information. Name: Flame Butterfly Man. Category: Sub-race. Stage: Level 2. Ability: High-speed flying, main, fraternal egg hatching, main. Life: 9, equivalent to the blood volume of 2 adults. Strength: 8, strength is not a strong point. Agility: 13, outstanding speed. Intelligence: 8, average level only. Evaluation: the thin butterfly man has a special ability after mutation. Different eggs hatch. These different eggs with flame-burning properties will be broken by external force. Produces a brief period of high temperature. Hatching from fraternal eggs. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he was using the power of fire to hurt himself? If this is the case, then Zhao Minglong will probably be greatly disappointed. Because all the Zerg under him are immune to the fire element. Just when Yuan was confused, in mid-air, those flame butterfly men suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, speeding towards Yuan's 200,000 strong army. See the situation. Yuan snorted coldly. Fire Sting Demon, shoot them down for me. Chapter 76. Ouch! Yuan gave an order, and from behind the 200,000 Hydra heavy-armed warriors, the figures of 50,000 flame-thorn demons suddenly appeared. With their whole bodies burning with flames, they looked like balrogs. Puff puff! The sharp spines burst through the air instantly with burning flames. In the blink of an eye, a hail of arrows turned into a hail of arrows and enveloped the flame butterfly man in mid-air. But although Yuan reacted quickly, he still gave the flame butterfly a chance to explode. Their figures, incited by the high speed of their wings, flew directly over the 200,000 strong army. But, at this time, the arrows are coming. Puff puff! Under countless muffled sounds, the flame butterfly man's body was instantly pierced. Screams came from their mouths. It seemed that he was killed without doing anything at all. However, Zhao Minglong in the distance didn't feel any heartache at all. It seemed that he just asked them to come and die. Boom! At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and the body of one of the flame butterfly men exploded on the way down. In the huge abdomen, countless butterfly eggs exploded. It turned into a curtain of rain, covering a large area of Hydra chess insects. This is just the beginning. Even if the 5,000 flame butterfly people died, their abdomens would burst open. Countless butterfly Yuan completely enveloped the entire army. Bang bang bang! The butterfly egg, which was only the size of a fingernail, fell from a high altitude and was torn apart as soon as it came into contact with the heavy armor of the torn Springtail. Seeing this scene, Zhao Minglong had a smile on his face. Yuan, you may still be wondering why these butterfly eggs are of no use at all, right? He seemed to feel like he had the odds in hand. I forgot to tell you, my god's name is, God of Poison and Forest. Now, you should tell me. Zhao Minglong's words rang out. Early before the game, I was wondering how I could deal with your terrifying 200,000 heavily armed army if I met you. Fight hard? Unrealistic. He shook his head, looking like he was sure of victory. So, I have now created a large jungle on the simulated terrain, and in Jungle 30, I have already used my priesthood to cast poison. By the time your army tramples the forest, it will be covered in poison. At this time, the fiery breath of the exploding flame butterfly egg will directly turn the poison into gas. Then follow your mouth and nose and inhale it into your body. After hearing what he said, everyone immediately reacted. No wonder Zhao Minglong didn't feel the slightest bit sad about the death of the flame butterfly man. Because this was originally part of his plan. Is it highly poisonous? After Lu Yuan heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although you have tried so hard, I forgot to tell you that the living environment of my Zerg is already very harsh and the resistance to toxins is very strong. Ha ha ha, who told you that my poison is going to kill you directly? Zhao Minglong laughed. My poison is called the poison of corrosion and paralysis. It will only lower the defense of your Zerg army and make it unable to move. Zhao Minglong's voice became more and more proud. The immobilized Zerg army, no matter how large the number is it still a massacre? Ha ha ha. After the words fell, his palms waved violently. Suddenly, the orc army that had been preparing to attack exploded. Whoosh! Countless javelins turned into sharp arrows and were shot out from the troll's hands. Under the influence of paralysis and corrosive poison, even the heavily armored Ripper Zergling's defense will be reduced. This reduction directly gives the opponent a chance to penetrate the defense. Puff puff. Page time. Under the first round of salvos, the heavily armored warrior who was unable to dodge was pierced by the tearing Springtail. Subsequently, the leader of the giant Tiger Knight let out an angry roar and led the army to charge. Kill them all for the sake of the great poison and forest god. For the glory of God. Ouch! Countless troops began to charge, and for a moment, the entire scene turned into a one-sided massacre. At the same time, on the viewing platform, the principal of number 9 middle school finally laughed when he saw this scene. Haha, Zhao Minglong really lived up to my expectations. This interlocking plan actually gave him a chance to win. Yeah, this Lu Yuan is good at everything, but he's too careless. It's not careless. The crack is so big. As long as he wants to charge, he has to rush through the forest. As long as you pass through, you will be contaminated by poison. It makes sense. You can't sit back and wait for death, waiting to be eliminated together, right? Zhao Minglong's paralyzing toxin is really powerful. If it could be released on a large scale on the battlefield, it would be very terrifying. While everyone was talking, Ning Qiguang, the vice president of Jushan University who had been sitting there without speaking, suddenly spoke thoughtfully. Have you ever noticed that Lu Yuan doesn't seem to be panicking? Having said that, everyone was stunned, subconsciously looking at the close-up of Lu Yuan on the big screen. Indeed, even when he saw his army being slaughtered, his face did not waver at all. Suddenly, one of the sharp-eyed classmates screamed. Look! What is that? Everyone suddenly discovered that it was at the gap in the space crack. Countless blazing flames appeared out of thin air. It was like a shot from the other end of the divine space. The width of the space crack in the virtual God War is only about 2,000 meters, but the height is almost infinite. So, this gave Lu Yuan an opportunity. At the other end of the crack, behind the 50,000 flame-thorn demon, the army of more than 200,000 flame-stabbing demons all burst out with their own attacks at this moment. Several rounds of spines burning with terrifying flames flew through the space cracks in waves. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Minglong didn't even notice the huge army behind him. Oh my god, why does he still have so many balrogs? Nat, it turns out that 200,000 heavily armed warriors are not enough. Are these long-range attacks his trump card? Boo-hoo! Countless ridges of burning flames pierced the sky. In the distance, Zhao Minglong, who thought he had an absolute advantage, was completely shocked. How is that possible? How can you have so many troops? Nothing is impossible. Lu Yuan smiled softly, feeling that it felt good to crush his opponents with numbers. Puff puff. Countless spines fell indiscriminately into the rushing army. It was a virtual battle of gods anyway, so Lu Yuan didn't have to worry about the death of his Zerg. At first, when he faced the blade, he relied on this method to lure the enemy deeper and completely crush the opponent. But this is also based on the huge numerical advantage. Otherwise, it will be of no use at all. Puff puff. Blood and miserable howls resounded on the battlefield. 3 consecutive rounds of volleys had wiped out 80% of the opponent's 100,000 troops. Retreat, retreat. Retreat quickly. The 4th level troll witch doctor in charge shouted loudly from behind. The staff in his hand had just been raised, and he was about to release a healing voodoo spell. At this moment, a low roar sounded. Above his head, a flame mark instantly appeared. Burning embers. Then, the troll witch doctor suddenly saw the ground rolling and a huge figure rushing out from the ground. It's none other than the flame tyrant, Agdra. Go to hell! Breathing flames. Boom! A long pillar of fire spurted out from Yagdra's mouth. Instantly burns the troll witch doctor to ashes. Also emerging from the ground, more than 10,000 Hydra-infected wines emerged. Germs breed and nerves become paralyzed. The surrounding witch doctor army that wanted to organize a counterattack was instantly controlled before they could react. Then he was completely beheaded. Tip: your believer race has annihilated the opponent with absolute superiority. Tip: you won this game. Tip: you have gained 360,000 faith points. Ding! The host gets an additional reward for victory, Wings of Flame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 300,000 faith points. Hey! Wings of Fire. Yuan raised his eyebrows and suddenly became interested in a reward prompted by the system. Be casual. Wings of Flame, a pair of wings from the flame butterfly. After fusion, it will increase the target's agility attribute and fire bonus. Note: just because you have wings doesn't mean you can fly. Good. Yuan smiled slightly. Finally there was a reward that interested him. The flame-tearing demon in his hand had been fused with the power of the Balrog before, but its own speed was not enough. Yuan made them into lightly armored warriors. The goal is to become a highly mobile team on the battlefield. You can attack when you advance, and you can wait when you retreat. The only flaw is that it's not fast enough. Moreover, they could not install the night demon wings they obtained before. So, now this Wings of Fire is extremely suitable for them. Take advantage of the break to win the game. Yuan returned directly to his divine space. System: fuse the flame wings with the flame-tearing demon for me. Ding! Start merging. In an instant, the entire miracle appeared in the divine space. Because of time constraints, Yuan did not pay too much attention. After he finished giving instructions to the system, he left the divine space directly. When he exited the login cabin, he happened to see Zhao Minglong standing there not far away. You are very strong. I am convinced that you lost. Zhao Minglong took a deep look at Yuan and said seriously. I agree, your strength is not bad either. Yuan smiled slightly. A student with such a talent must have a good temperament. I won't feel jealous because of this failure. In comparison, the former Luo Ziming was very different. It's a pity that he has become history now. Haha, Yuan, I didn't expect that you actually have so many followers. Yuan came back, and Wu Yuan and others next to him all smiled and spoke. That's right, I just realized now that you didn't use all your strength when you fought the 4 of us before. Lin Yu shrugged, completely speechless at Yuan's monster. When such genius has reached heights beyond their reach, any jealousy had evaporated. All they have is looking up. Can you tell me how many main combat arms you have now? 340, Li Xiaotian asked curiously. This. It's not much, maybe more than 1,000,000. Yuan thought for a while and said very low-key. Hiss. The 4 of them gasped in shock. Damn, there are more than 1,000,000 troops, but there are still not many? Even after they lit the divine fire, they didn't dare to say they had so many troops. Yuan and the four of them chatted with each other. Above, the three vice principals sitting in the auditorium cast their eyes on Yuan from time to time. This scene fell in the eyes of Principal Lu not far away, and it suddenly seemed a little ugly. He found that since the start of the Yuan competition, the three vice principals had looked at their granddaughter Lu Ruin much less. Humph, I don't believe that a kid like you with no background can fight against our Yin. Principal Lu snorted secretly. Also a half-hour break. During this half-hour, Yuan laughed and chatted casually with Lin Yu and others beside him. But in other schools, no one was as relaxed as him at this time. Because everyone saw Yuan's current troop deployment. They are all thinking about it once they meet him as an opponent. How to resist. That's all. After half an hour passed. The quarterfinals are about to begin. Tip: opponent is matching. Tip: complete the match with your opponent, Karasawa, 2 out of 2. Tip: virtual god realm has been opened. Tip: users are requested to create a virtual divine domain as soon as possible, and the countdown begins. Karasawa. Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the name. This number 2 seeded player did not attract much attention before. The limelight is far less than that of Lu Ruin of number 6 middle school and Su Yu of number 3 middle school. As long as he can get to this point, Yuan has no intention of underestimating the enemy. There are also 200,000 Hydra heavily armed Tearling zombie warriors for melee combat, and 200,000 flame stingers for long-range combat. There are 100,000 poisonous banelings buried underground. Another 50,000 infected insects are also buried underground. Only this. Yuan thought for a while, and suddenly with a thought, he directly brought the 10,000 flame-tearing demons that he had just evolved. By the way, there are also these floating king insects, let's take them up and give them a try. Have a try mentality. Yuan chose his own unit. At this moment, the countdown ends. With a flash of light, he and his followers appeared in the virtual divine realm. The crack opened, and the divine realm on the opposite side suddenly emerged. Only when Yuan saw the other party's divine realm, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chapter 77. What surprised Yuan was that the opponent's divine space was actually a large lake. Lake? System, display information. With a thought, Yuan directly displayed the opponent's God's domain interface. User, Tang Zi. God's name, God of Lakes and Violent Wines. Faith value, 5.71 million. Rank, Demigod. Priest, Water Mist, Strong Wind, Waves. Sacred Fire, not lit. Godhead, none. Faith race, Crocodile Man, Naga Siren, Four-Armed Mantis Man, Swamp Lizard Man. Believers, Fanatical Believers, 50,000, Devout Believers, 150,000, Deep Believers, 500,000, Pan-Believers, 290,000. God of Lakes and Wines. Yuan's eyes flashed when he saw the other party's message. This is a deity who specializes in walking the watery route. Even believers are mainly believers in the water. The moment the crack appeared, Tang Zi on the opposite side turned into a blur of violent wind. Without saying anything, he raised his hand. Swells, strong wines. Time. In the vast and boundless lake, countless waves began to surge. Subsequently, one after another powerful waves emerged from the lake. In mid-air, a violent wind blew. Let the waves roll more and more violently. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in the lake, Naga sea monsters with snake tails and fish gills emerged from the lake. They floated on the water one by one, like elves controlling the water flow. Great God of lakes and wines, thank you for your strength. The leader, a Naga siren, has reached the 5th level. Behind her, the Naga Siren team of 500 people began to chant spells at the same time. Ho'ola ho'ola! The waves in the lake became more violent. Subsequently, in the midst of everyone's surprised gazes, a 5-meter-high wave like a wall surged out from the cracks in space like a tsunami. Oh my god, did this Karasawa classmate actually use his priesthood and Naga Siren's spell to launch a tsunami that could drown Yuan? The male host responsible for the narration couldn't help but said excitedly. This requires a large amount of faith, and at the same time, it requires a mage unit like the Naga Siren, which has a strong command of water flow, to complete it. Look! What's in the waves? The female commentator suddenly screamed, her hand pointing at the big screen trembling. At this moment, only then did everyone see the figure of a crocodile man wearing thick scales and holding a giant axe and spear among the waves. That terrifying tsunami was not just about drowning the opponent, but also a way for the powerful crocodile man to quickly approach the opponent. Come on, fighting in the water is my home court, Tang Zi. Tang Zi sneered in his heart while releasing his priesthood. He was the number 1 genius in number 2 middle school. Unexpectedly, when he came to the Kaiun City High School exchange competition, he was ignored by everyone. So, Tang Zi has been holding back, just because he wants to show his most powerful trump card when facing a powerful opponent. He wants to create a large area of water so that his aquatic troops can unleash their most powerful attacks. Certainly, this is not enough. Because Tang Zi was not sure whether Yuan's troops could survive in the water. So, he also prepared another backup move. Naga Siren, release the mist. His oracle came in an instant. Suddenly, hundreds of Naga Siren received Tang Zi's oracle and began to chant again. The strong wind blew, and in the vast lake, countless water vapor began to rise from the water surface as the waves surged. Level 3 Water Magic, Fog of War. In the sports center, the commentator instantly called out such a name. What a great trick, this Tang's is quite powerful. The male commentator immediately began to explain to the audience. The characteristic of the fog of war is to create a large amount of clouds and fog to cover the battlefield in a short period of time. Under such fog, the enemy's vision will be greatly reduced. Once the enemy's army loses sight, it can only allow its own forces in the fog to make a sneak attack. What? So powerful! The female commentator exclaimed, if we follow this configuration and add some flying troops to act like killers in the fog, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Yes, you are absolutely right. The male commentator nodded repeatedly. Look, Karasawa-san is obviously aware of this problem. So, you see. When everyone heard the commentary, they all looked along the big screen. At this glance, shockingly, he discovered that there were wings on his back, his skin was green, his head was like a mantis, but his body was that of a human body. And their arms have actually turned into green sickles. As the sickle was swung, it flashed with sharp light. Buzz! The wings as thin as cicadas' wings behind them opened up, and with a slight flap, the whole person flew up silently. I saw that the vast green army disappeared with the help of the thick fog of war. Oh my god, it really is like this. There are so many four-armed mantis people, at least more than 10,000. The female commentator's voice was trembling. These silent four-armed mantis men are simply the killers of death. The male commentator also nodded in agreement. In my opinion, they will definitely use the fog of war to cut into the back row of Firethorn demons. It seems that these level 3 four-armed mantises are Karasawa-san's biggest trump card. Everyone only saw that, wrapped in countless fogs of war, the four-armed mantis turned into a silent smoke screen in midair and quickly approached Yuan. At this time, the fog of war has become larger and larger, covering the entire battlefield area. Wow! Below, tens of thousands of crocodile men and swamp lizard men kept shuttling through the water, quickly approaching Lu Yuan's army. Close. Close. Getting closer. A rich smile appeared on Tang's face. He believed that with his unexpected fighting combination, he could definitely defeat Lu Yuan. At that time, the balance of victory will tilt to his side. Haha, so what if there are a lot of people? God's battles sometimes rely on brains. Tang Ziyi thought in his heart. His eyes penetrated the void, and he could see that in the fog of war, all the four-armed mantis men had entered the sky above the flame-thorn demon. It won't be long before the first round of harvesting begins. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan's calm words suddenly sounded in the divine space. Exquisite coordination, what a pity. Lu Yuan's words stopped abruptly here. Immediately, he raised his hand slightly, and with a thought, countless faith values began to burn. Tip, you spent 1000 faith points to cast the priesthood, Night Demon. Moment. In the void, a black sky suddenly appeared. Looks like. In the sky, the light that originally existed suddenly disappeared. The black curtain spread instantly. In less than a few seconds, the entire battlefield was covered. Hey? What kind of priesthood is this? The priesthood of the night. The moment he saw the sky turn dark, Tang Ziyi's eyes turned into subconscious doubts. However, next, he suddenly realized that his eyes could not penetrate this layer of black sky. Even, one cannot see any situation of the believer race in the entire battlefield. Even demigods are like this. Not to mention all believer races below. What's going on? Damn it! I can't see it anymore, great god of lakes and wines, please dispel this darkness. I'm so scared, no, we have to get out of here. Be careful. The four-armed mantis man, who was originally the killer weapon, screamed in mid-air. A terrifying idea emerged from their hearts, and then expanded rapidly. That feeling. It's like he is in countless dangers. It seems that I will be attacked by others at any time. So, some mantis people couldn't bear it anymore. In panic, they directly attacked the people around them. Puff! The sound of blood and screams instantly emerged. This scene completely panicked the four-armed mantis men around them. They subconsciously began to attack the surroundings, regardless of whether their swords struck their companions. This moment, they forgot everything and only had fear in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. The power of this night seems to be working well. And below, those flame-thorn demons have already taken advantage of this opportunity. Shoot the flame spines high into the air. Time. The screams gathered together. What a powerful priesthood! On the viewing platform, seeing the black sky above the screen, Ning Qiguang couldn't help but speak. That's right, this is no longer the basic Dark Night, it seems to have been upgraded to a night nightmare. Night Stalker. Qin Rumi raised his eyebrows, how old is this child? He can actually have the night demon priesthood. Could it be that the ancient bloodline has awakened in the body? Wang Jinyang couldn't help but speak. As soon as these words came out, the three vice principals couldn't help but look at each other. Although the era of ancient gods' rule has come to an end, it is undeniable that in that era, there were indeed many incomparable gods. Including many people in the main world now, more or less have the blood of ancient gods passed down. Once the bloodline is awakened, its talent and potential instantly surpass others. Damn it, this damn priesthood! Seeing this scene in mid-air, Tang Ziyi jumped up angrily and cursed. He couldn't wait any longer. Lu Yuan's priesthood must be solved, otherwise, his four-armed mantis man may suffer heavy losses. Blow me the strong wind. He no longer cares about the consumption of faith points. At this time, he directly used his powerful wind priesthood, hoping to blow away the black power of the sky. However, What he didn't know was that Yuan's priestly night dire was not a mist, but a rule of the night. So, even if he was raging in the wind, it would be of no use. It lasted for 10 minutes. Yuan felt that it was almost done. With a wave of his hand, the darkness in the sky faded away, and clarity returned again. This moment, all viewers can finally see clearly what is happening on the battlefield. Hiss. Having seen the situation, for a moment, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. Because all the four-armed mantis men in the sky have been wiped out. All the corpses have fallen to the ground. Some of them are still being eaten by the flame-sting demon as if they are food. That kind of scene is simply mind-numbing. Wow! At this time, the underwater perspective. Suddenly, the Hydra heavy-armed Tearling zombie warrior who had been motionless suddenly took action. Whoosh! Their bodies suddenly stretched out, and they actually burst into terrifying swimming speeds in the waves. Even under their necks, organs similar to fish gills can be seen. Is this an amphibious Zerg? Everyone exclaimed at the same time. Nima, isn't this too outrageous? The land is so violent, but the water is even more ferocious than the land. What the hell is this Zerg? Is this a monster? Awesome, this Yuan is so awesome. He's so handsome and awesome. I wonder if he has any female, no-nos, friends. Go away, he is mine one. In the divine space, I saw that Yuan's Zerg army was so ferocious even with its water nature. Tangs was completely speechless. Too strong, too strong. He really couldn't find a chance to counterattack. Regardless of quantity, quality, or restraint, they have all been crushed by the opponent. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he looked at the last Naga Siren Mage group. Release the Siren's song to me, quickly. Tang Zi directly issued an oracle. Suddenly, all the Naga Siren's eyes actually flashed with a look of determination. Strange rhythms and roars sounded from their mouths. Siren's song, legend has it that when the Naga Siren's life ends, he sings the most beautiful song. This kind of singing can make people fall into a state of trance. Moreover, they will also be controlled by the Kraken. What's even more terrifying is that it's actually a group attack spell. Anyway, this is a virtual battle between gods. Even if the Naga Siren burns his own life force to sing the song of the Siren, he will not really die. So, Tangs wants to control Yuan's army at the last moment with the sacrifice of Naga Siren. When the time comes, they will kill each other. Okay, good idea. The Siren's song of nearly 1,000 people can influence at least 300,000 troops. At this time, the principal of middle school 2 almost burst into laughter. Originally, he thought Yuan had won this time. But Tangs actually used such power at the last moment to turn the situation around. However, at the moment when the Siren's song started to sound, a joking voice sounded from Yuan's mouth. Chapter 78. I think you should ask them to look up. The moment Yuan's voice sounded, Tang Zi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked towards his own sky. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that he was deep in the fog of war. 10 figures as huge as hot air balloons actually appeared in mid-air. The shapes of these figures are very strange. It looks like an insect with huge front pincers. On the insect's body, a huge air bag swelled. If Yuan hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known when the other party floated behind him. What is this? Tangs couldn't help but exclaimed. Yuan suddenly smiled when he heard this. I call it the king insect. And they will give you a big gift. Wow! At the same time, a passage below the king insect suddenly opened. Subsequently, a series of Zerg figures burning with flames jumped down from mid-air. They have an appearance similar to that of a Tearling Springtail, but their entire bodies seem to be closer to humanoid shapes. A pair of wings burning with flames flashed behind him. Let them fly toward the Naga siren below like lightning. Their name is Flame Tear Demon. Ouch! A total of 1,000 flame-tearing demons are stored in the sealed space of the 10 king insects. Yuan also didn't expect that the airdrop idea he just had on a whim would actually work wonders. Puff! The falling flame-tearing demon was wearing light armor, and as soon as its two scythe-like forelimbs fell, they turned into swords and swept towards the surroundings. Immediately, 2 Naga sirens were directly beheaded. Protect the Nagas! Behind them, the swamp lizard and crocodile man who were still nearby roared. Go to hell! The swamp lizardman raised the spear in his hand and stabbed the flame ripper demon from behind. However, just when he thought he was about to be stabbed, the flame-tearing demon's figure dwarfed slightly, and he waved the sickle in his hand at an extremely tricky angle. He blocked the spear forcefully. Hey? Blocked? This is impossible. 090. The swamp lizardman who took action had a look of surprise on his face. But before he finished speaking, he saw that the sickle had passed over his neck. Puff! Blood and heads flew high into the sky. The flame-tearing demon didn't even look at it at all, and continued to pounce towards the Naga siren next to it. Hee hee! A smile appeared on Yuan's lips, and his investment in the flame tear tong was indeed not in vain. Swordsmanship specialization card, assassination specialization card. These themselves are fighting techniques learned by human martial arts masters. After spending more time and effort getting the Fire Tear Magic Society, as expected, more horrific killings broke out. There is a saying. The Zerg know martial arts and no one can stop them. Maybe, that's it. The Naga Siren, who has no melee ability, has no way to resist the attack of 1,000 flame-tearing demons who know martial arts. In less than a minute, he died completely. The complete death of Naga Siren. This marks that the dominance of the entire battlefield has fallen into Yuan's hands. Finally, before Yuan had killed all the believers, Tang Zi had already sadly admitted defeat. Tip: your believer race defeats the opponent with absolute advantage. Hint: you win this game. Tip: you have gained 270,000 faith points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, 270,000 faith points. OJ. The entire sports center is now silent. Everyone looked at the victorious Yuan on the big screen and couldn't calm down for a long time. Too strong. Both in quantity and quality. They have all successfully crushed Tang Zi. How many mutant races does this kid have? Hong Qinghe's face was filled with smiles. Using the Night Demon Priesthood to create enough time for those king insects to airdrop, this guy's combat intuition is really sharp. Qin Ruhuo said with eyes shining. His temperament is that of a fighting maniac. I really appreciate Yuan's operation. Haha, we, Blue Prison University, need such outstanding students. Wang Jiniang said with a stronger smile on his face. What? You want it? What a beautiful idea! Ning Qiguang retorted unceremoniously. This boy has been mine for 9 days. Why do you say what's yours is yours? Below. Many principals who listened to the three people's argument could not help but look at Hong Qinghe with envy. This is the seedling of number 1 middle school. If you are really admitted to 3 universities in advance, then his high school must be rewarded. Humph, we haven't reached the end yet. I don't know who is more powerful. Principal Liu's face couldn't help but turn red, and finally he could only open his mouth and say this. Yuan, you have half an hour to rest, and then it's the semi-finals. The referee teacher saw Yuan coming out and reminded him again. Okay, teacher, but, teacher, can I just stay here and not go out? Yuan nodded and said suddenly. Okay, anyway, this is your login cabin. You will use it during the competition. The referee teacher nodded. Okay, thank you very much. Yuan nodded. Then he turned around and walked back again. Tip, the subspace domain has been linked. Tip, you have entered the exclusive divine space. Yuan returned to his divine space again. The entire divine space has not changed much. Only, he came back this time not to check on the believers. Rather, he feels that he is likely to encounter a stronger opponent in the semi-finals that will be held later. After all, neither Siyu nor Lu Ruyan encountered them. And although he just won this victory, but the four-armed mantis man possessed by Tang Zi made him understand a problem. That is, we lack a powerful air force. Even if there are flame-tearing demons, they can't really fly. The speed of the floating king insect is too slow, and its role is not in attacking. Just in case he encounters some air force with a longer range, it could very well be a big problem. Have you gained another 250 million faith points? Yuan saw the accumulation of faith values in the God's domain interface. Directly. System, spend 10 million faith points to draw a lottery. Ding. Faith points are consumed and the lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting brood nutrition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting super giant brain consumable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the first level Zerg alien dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the second level Zerg alien dragon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gene chain of the third level Zerg alien dragon. A series of beeps dazzled Yuan. But soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he actually got a lot of good things from it. Among them, there were two that excited him the most. Supergiant Brain, Alien Dragon Gene. Needless to say, the supergiant brain is exactly the kind of consumable that was used to evolve Abathur before. Yuan knew that this was something exclusive to Abathur. As for the Allosaurus gene, it's like giving him a pillow when he feels sleepy. Also Dragon, a kind of screaming mantis from ancient time and space, the product of evolution after genetic modification. They have extremely strong speed and maneuverability, and they will spit blade insects from their long tails to attack. Note, as a violent symbiote, the blade insect will burst into several pieces and splash towards the enemy. Under a very large number of volleys, it will produce a very powerful effect. After reading the introduction to the Allosaurus gene, Yuan knew that he had an extremely powerful aerial unit. Immediately, his eyes looked toward his own divine space. Directly command the system. System, fuse Abathur with a super brain. Ding. Fusion begins. As the sound of the system disappeared, Abathur, who was still working diligently to promote the evolution of the brood, suddenly looked up. Because he has felt the call of the Great Master. He was shaking a little. He knew that the day for his evolution had come. Otherwise, his rank would be inferior to the fire-breathing Yagdra. Ouch! For a moment, Abathur felt that his brain began to hurt violently, as if a brain had been forcibly inserted. And his body also began to grow and expand while twisting. The carapace becomes thicker, and the upper body begins to resemble a humanoid. It looks like a half-human Zerg with a huge head. The body below became even larger, with tiny tentacles extending from underneath him to support his huge body. Tip, your believer race is mutating. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Tip, your believer race has advanced. Abathur, after constant efforts, finally broke through 2 levels with the help of the super brain. Name, Psychopath Abathur. Category Zerg. Stage 5 TH level. Ability, Enhanced Tier, Charge, Main, Claw Slash, Fire Resistance, Bacterial Infection, Underwater Breathing, Swimming Proficiency, Armored Thrust, Main, Brood Pulse, Main, Psychic Wave, main, Spiritual Scream, main, Hydra Heavy Armor Scales, Enhanced Regeneration, Dragon Bloodline, Demonic Wings, Larval Symbiosis, main, Rotten Locust Swarm, main. Life, 26, Vitality is getting stronger. Strength, 24, the strength bonus is not high. Agility, 20, weaker in comparison. Intelligence, 38, low-level spells can also explode with powerful power. Evaluation, Abathur, who has broken through the shackles, has taken a step closer in spirit, and at the same time, he has more means of attack. Juvenile Symbiosis, quickly hatch a young symbiote and attach it to the target or building. After a period of penetration, it can obtain all the abilities of the target or invalidate the original power of the building. Rotten Locust Swarm, throws an insect nest towards the target area. The insect nest quickly hatches into hundreds of highly infectious and aggressive locusts, attacking all nearby targets. Seeing these two abilities, Yuan couldn't help but sigh that Abathur's advanced effect was really powerful. No matter which one is used well, it can play a huge role. Great Lord, Abathur offers you the most devout faith. It is you who gave Abathur. Evolution. Abathur, who had fully evolved, crept down on the creep ground and uttered a sincere prayer. However, Yuan just glanced at it and then looked away. He looked towards the system space and said directly, "System, select 500,000 larvae for me to fuse with Allosaurus genes." Ding! Start merging. Time. Countless dust particles appeared in the void again. This time, Yuan directly selected the larvae to start the fusion. This complete gene chain must start from the larvae. Because only the larval gene chain possesses strong plasticity. Ouch! Ouch! Hiss! Countless roars and howls emerged throughout the divine space. 500,000 larvae began their own metamorphosis and evolution. Only saw. Their bodies began to lengthen and stretch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! There was a soft sound, and two bat-like wings stretched out from their backs. The wings were covered with thick mucus, as if they had just been born. Their heads became more and more ferocious. Rows of sharp teeth form a ferocious mouthparts. But below, under Chang's abdomen, a blade insect as sharp as an arrow emerged. He held it in his mouth without speaking, as if he could rush out at any time and deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. The moment when the First Order alien dragon completes its transformation, Yuan discovered that they were only over half a meter in size. But then, the second-level gene chain struck again. Their transformation begins. The body shape becomes larger. Wait until the third-order gene chain is completely integrated. The wingspan of all alien dragons has exceeded 2 meters. It looks hideous and terrifying. Ouch! Poof! Poof! Their wings flapped together, and then they turned into a sea of alien dragons and flew into the air. Less than an hour. A powerful army of alien dragons was formed at once. Chapter 79. Tip: your believer race is mutating. Tip: you have obtained a new race, alien dragon. Tip: your mutant dragon has advanced. Tip: your mutant dragon has advanced. Tip: your believer race has witnessed the power of divine grace, and their faith has deepened. Tip: you have gained 7.89 million faith points. Yuan did not expect that this wave would actually gain so many faith points. Not only does it have a powerful air force, but it can also harvest faith points. It's a huge profit. Yuan clicked on the Alien Dragon interface. Name: Alien Dragon. Category: Zerg. Stage 3 RD level. Ability: Blade Insect Attack. Main: Dragon Wing Regeneration. Life: 13, the blood volume is not high. Strength: 12, strength is not a strong point. Agility: 21, this is not the speed that level 3 should have. Intelligence: 10. Barely considered smart. Evaluation: with their light body and fast flying ability, blade insect attack is their only means of attack. When the number is large enough, the effect will be even more terrifying. After reading it, Yuan basically had a clearer understanding of the alien dragon. The characteristics of the alien dragon are its small size, fast speed, and low star rating. Simply put, the attack power is not strong enough in a single state. They need to be in groups to be able to unleash powerful attack power. If under the spiritual guidance of Abathur, a volley would be extremely lethal to some powerful races with higher levels. After a brief try, Yuan found out. If more than 100 mutant dragons volleyed, it would only take one round to break through the defense of Hydra's heavily armored Tearling Springtails. 2 volleys can injure it. After 3 rounds, death is inevitable. This. Just 100 of them. This is true for dealing with heavy equipment, but naturally it is not a problem when dealing with air troops. Yuan can also see that this kind of alien dragon is not without its shortcomings. Once the opponent's defense is high enough and the mobility is strong enough, it is completely possible to counterattack after withstanding 1 round of attacks from the alien dragon. By the time, the crispy-skinned alien dragon might be killed instantly before it could react. But Yuan doesn't care about this. The Zerg, as one of the natural disasters, has an overwhelming advantage in numbers. 500,000 alien dragons, no matter who they are enough to kill each other. Next, Yuan once again selected suitable abilities for his alien dragon army from the system space to fuse. He has not yet fused with Hydra or the Abyssal Flame Demon factor. Neither of these 2 types are good at flying. Yuan wants to wait and fuse them if there is a chance to obtain some flying race factors in the future. After some fusion, Yuan looked at the time, and it should not be far from half an hour in the main world. At this moment, a message suddenly came from his God's domain interface. Tip: the top 4 competition is about to begin, please enter the virtual God realm as soon as possible. When Yuan saw this, he immediately left his divine space with a thought. Entered the virtual divine realm. Tip: your opponent is matching. Tip: matching completed, your opponent, Zerg, 3 types. Knew it. Yuan smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, he met Zerg, the top seed among the 3, in the semi-finals. The opponent's strength was second only to Lu Ruyan in the entire exchange competition. He is even more grateful now that his lottery draw just now was so correct. This time, let's choose the forest as the terrain. Yuan's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, he laid out a vast and boundless forest area. Around the forest, a series of mountains still appeared. Only, this time, he also added a lot of forests to the mountains. Actually, Yuan did this to hide his alien dragon army. It's like keeping a trump card. Tip: the countdown is over and the virtual battle of gods begins. Tisk. The space of the entire virtual divine realm was torn apart again. At this moment, everyone looked at the big screen in unison. They want to see who can have the last laugh between Yuan and Zerg. As for the other Lu Ruyan who was competing, there was no suspense. So, the battle between Yuan and Zerg became the focus of the audience. On Zerg's side, the divine space is a fairly satisfactory combination of plains and mountains. Only, on Zerg's side, Yuan saw a powerful combination of half-dragon, mad lion, and tauren. The number alone has actually exceeded 100,000. 3,000 level 3 half-dragon warriors. 20,000 heavily armored lion knights. 10,000 heavily armored tauren infantry. Especially the tauren, each of them is actually as high as the 4th level. In their hands, each one is more than 3 meters tall. At the same time, a totem pole made of giant wood was carried on his shoulders. Just standing there is enough to see how powerful they are. At the rear, Yuan saw more than 30,000 centaur archers. There are also clawed men, wolf-headed men, and troll spear throwers. This is a mixed army composed entirely of orc races. A strong lineup of more than 100,000 people, just standing there is enough to show their strength. But this isn't over yet. The moment the battle between gods began, in mid-air, Zerg, who had short hair and a tall figure, raised his hand to hold a gemstone on his body. A halo of war immediately shrouded it. The god of wilderness and war, this is Zerg's name. And almost all of his clergy are bonuses to war. Ouch! The aura of war enveloped them, and all the troops roared with heart-shaking roars. At the same time, Zerg raised his hand in mid-air and waved again. Another halo fell. The aura of courage gives your army a brave heart, increased spell resistance, and immunity to panic spells. This halo is completely aimed at Yuan's night demon power. This isn't over yet. Zerg fell again with a halo of light. It is a night vision halo, which is also a power against the dark night. This was also the countermeasure he came up with after seeing Yuan's battle situation. 3 halos of light fell. There was no need for Zerg to speak. Behind the army, a 5th-level shaman shouted loudly. Charge, because of Balian. Boom boom boom. The cavalry infantry regiment, headed by the Tauren and dominated by the Mad Lion Knights, began to charge. The earth shook. It was filled with smoke and dust. An army of 100,000 people marched towards Yuan's forest in a mighty manner. Yuan, stop hiding, let us fight openly and openly. Zerg's voice resounded in the void. He is the number 1 seed out of 3 and has his own arrogance. So he won't back down. Same. He also didn't want Yuan to back down. Conspiracies and tricks are just tricks for the weak. Come on, let's fight head on. Are you scared? Yuan suddenly shook his head and smiled. He naturally knew that the reason why Zerg said this was just because he was worried about what kind of trap he had laid in the forest. That's why he was provoked. In a duel between masters, every word may have its own profound meaning. But the light in Yuan's eyes was completely different from Zerg's caution. Because at this moment, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. So forget it. Since you want to see it, let's do it for you. The voice fell. Only saw. Large tracts of forest began to shake, and Hydra-tearing springtails wearing heavy armor emerged from the forest. Boom! Boom! The ground began to shake. At this moment, the iron hooves of the 200,000 strong army resounded throughout the forest. Ouch, for the great god of natural disasters! The roar rang out, turning into a wave and overlapping with the figure of the tearing Springtail, and rushed towards the opponent's army. The pupils in Zerg's eyes shrank. Those who have not faced Yuan's army will never know how terrifying it is to be attacked head-on by such a powerful force. But he had no retreat and wanted to win this exchange match. We must cross this mountain range. Shadow Shaman! His voice roared. The rolling oracle sounded instantly at the rear of the army. At this moment, hidden behind the tall orc figure, a large group of orcs wearing ancient jewelry, holding animal bone staffs, and carrying a powerful wave of magic power emerged from behind. Shadow Shaman is a rare shaman from the ancient beast tribe. They master the mysterious totems among the ancient orc shamans and can release the extremely powerful emperor. 0 request flowers. Ah, the power of ancient civilization, please revive it at this moment. At this moment, the Shadow Shaman elder spoke in ancient, obscure, and difficult to pronounce animal language. Subsequently, everyone saw that dark clouds began to gather above the void. Crack! Waves of lightning were brewing in it, as if lightning would appear at any time. Crack! Sudden! Among the clouds, a terrifying bolt of lightning broke through the air and fell towards the Zerg army below. There was only a loud noise, and the terrifying lightning instantly turned into a beating electric snake, exploding on Hydra's torn Springtail body. Not only that, it is also twisted and transmitted to the surroundings. This is an ancient orc magic, a 5th level magic, chain lightning. In the entire sports center, the principals who saw this scene suddenly spoke. That kind of powerful thunder spell that can continuously bounce among the crowd? Unexpectedly, this Zerg actually cultivated such an ancient shadow shaman. Yes, although there are only 300 people, the damage caused is not bad. Terrifying lightning began to explode above the clouds. Wherever the lightning passes, even the heavily armored Tearling Springtails cannot withstand it. Many of the heavy armors that tore through the outer layer of Springtails were not damaged at all, but the insides were scorched by electricity. But Yuan's eyes did not waver at all. Although chain lightning is powerful, it is not enough to cause horrific damage in the face of his massive army. 0. And Zerg in midair obviously realized this. Now, the Tauran warriors in the front row who had already charged had lowered the huge totem pole on their shoulders. Subsequently, they shouted loudly and slammed the totem pole into the ground. A thorn. The light of purpose shines from the totem pole. Thousands of rays of light spread across the city, turning into a halo and splashing towards Yuan's Zerg army. Yuan, look at the power of my level 4 magic, slowness aura. Zerg's laughter rang out. I saw. In the place shrouded in halo, all the Zerg were stunned and their speed suddenly dropped. Even his own movements became stiff. Charge! Seeing this scene, the Tauran leader let out a low roar and rushed into the opponent's camp with his army. Did you forcibly seal the 5th level magic in the totem pole with the sacred object plug-in? Yuan looked at the Tauran warrior who rushed into his army of Zerglings without fear and spoke calmly. It seems like you really put a lot of effort into it. Haha, even I have to pay attention to your strength. Zerg stood in the void, the faith value around him still burning. To be honest, I started to pay attention to you when you participated in the top 32 competition. If my guess is correct, your strength is mainly concentrated in 3 points. First, the front row of heavily armored warriors can withstand any frontal charge from any force. Second, the back row has Balrog-like Zerg with powerful long-range fire damage. Oh, by the way, I only recently learned their name, called Flamethorn Demons. Zerg's eyes were filled with amusement, as if he had already taken control of the overall situation. As for the third one, there are your king insects that can be dropped from mid-air. Those professionals who are light-armored warriors are very good in terms of speed and fire damage. Speaking of this, Zerg paused and seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, I forgot that your race of believers can also have the ability to bury themselves in the ground. I'm not too worried about this. Because as long as I don't rush into the position you arranged, that's fine. The light in Zerg's eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky hundreds of meters away. There. 10 king insects have drifted over quietly. Its purpose is clearly the shadow shaman army below that is releasing chain lightning. Everyone in the stands could not help but be a little surprised when they saw this scene. Because Zerg's words had completely anticipated all Yuan's steps. With all power being restrained, they couldn't think of any chance for Yuan to counterattack. Only, they did not see that Yuan's eyes did not fluctuate at all from beginning to end. Even there are also some taunts. Chapter 80. War Halo, Night Vision Halo, Slowness Halo, plus Chain Lightning. Ning Kigwang had a smile on his face. This Zerg has a very thorough analysis of Yuan's military strength. Indeed, although this situation consumes a lot of faith points, as long as the halo covers the area, Zerg has a great advantage. Qin Rumi also nodded. The only possibility now is that Yuan's king insects, although Zerg guessed that he would do this, how to break the situation. A break? Look, that's not coming. Wang Jiniang suddenly raised his finger and pointed. At this time, on Siryu's side, behind the rolling mountains, a series of sharp neighing sounds sounded. Next moment, I saw, one after another, batmen holding spears and having fangs rose into the sky from behind the mountains. Under them, huge bats with wingspans of more than 3 meters emerged. Densely packed and in groups. This is Bat Knight. Oh my god, Siryu has never used it before. I didn't expect that he would have such a trump card. Isn't it a legend that he owns a 6th level red dragon cub? Hidden too deeply. There are probably more than 10,000 Bat Knights. Watching the dense army of Bat Knights take off into the sky, all the viewers were deeply shocked at this moment. The Air Force itself is an extremely difficult unit to cultivate in the entire God realm. Because those birds that can be successfully used as mounts are often full of ferocity, and it takes many generations of efforts to tame them. Only then can it be done. Normally, you have to wait until you become a true god before you have enough time to develop. But now, 760. Siryu actually took out 10,000 Bat Knights. The lowest ones are all at level 2 strength. This power can simply make any demigod tremble with fear. Haha, I'm afraid this guy is planning to use this trump card to fight Lu Ruyan head-on. In the stands, Chen Jinayu of number 3 middle school had a smile on his face and couldn't help but speak. 10,000 Bat Riders. Principal Lu whispered to himself softly, but his eyes were not too surprised. His granddaughter is also here for the championship. Naturally, we also need to consider ways to deal with the Air Force. But now, before meeting Lu Ruyan, Siryu has been exposed. Lu Yuan, originally I left it as a means to compete for the championship. In the virtual divine realm, I watched the mighty army of Bat Knights rising into the sky. Siryu spoke in a deep voice. It's just that, after much thought, I decided to expose myself in order to defeat you. Anyway, if I can't pass, there will be no talk of the finals. Lu Yuan spoke with a normal expression after hearing this. I heard rumors that your trump card is a 6th level red dragon hatchling. Is this false news that you deliberately released? Ha ha ha, fake news. Siryu suddenly laughed. How is it possible? Siryu's news has never been false. Xiaohong, come out to meet the guests. He shouted lowly, and suddenly, a loud roar of dragons resounded from behind the Bat Knight army. Roar! Everyone saw a giant dragon with 2 wings and red scales flying up from the mountains. A red dragon, even if it is only a young dragon. The wingspan also exceeds 5 meters. As soon as he appeared, he carried the unique aura of the dragon clan and shocked the entire audience. Ouch! The young red dragon roared. Suddenly, the numerous Bat Knight armies began to accelerate. He rushed towards the 10 king insects in the distance. Attack! Attack! Tear them apart for me! The leader of the Bat Knight raised the spear in his hand and threw it towards the king insect in the distance. Boo-hoo! The densely packed spears cut through the void and stabbed heavily into the king insect's body. The floating king insect itself has no offensive power. So, being huge targets, they can only afford it. If 10,000 Bat Knights attack at the same time, not to mention 10 king insects, even 100 of them would be impossible to resist. So, under the Bat Knight's volley, 10 king insects were directly destroyed at once. Boom boom boom. Their bodies exploded and turned into large pieces of debris, falling down. However, Siryu couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Something doesn't feel right. Because among the broken king insects, he didn't see a light-armored war king covered in flames. A trace of doubt emerged from my mind. But he didn't notice anything strange, and then, with just a wave of his hand, the Bat Knight army, led by the Red Dragon Cub, approached Lu Yuan's army. Below, The army of powerful melee troops such as the Tauren, the Wild Lion Knight, and the Jiao have already started fighting with the Hydra's melee tearing Springtails. Under the blessing of several halos, an army of only 50,000 people was evenly matched with an army of 200,000 people. At the same time, the long-range troops in the rear also began to exert force, aiming directly at the Flamethorn demon behind. Fight back, tear them apart with fire for the sake of the Great Master. From behind, Yahala roared angrily. He was commanding his army of flame-stabbing demons to launch a volley. But the opponent's long-range soldiers obviously expected this scene, so they did not approach the range of the Flamethorn demon at all. The remaining units fighting in close combat have no way to withstand the dense coverage of the Flamethorn demon. This is very embarrassing. And, above the sky, the Bat Knight army has begun to approach the Thorn demon in the rear. A condescending attack requires no thought at all. No matter how large the Fire Thorn demon army is, it is useless. I can only watch my army being consumed bit by bit. Boom! Sudden! In the sky, the clouds were rolling, and countless dark clouds began to gather. Among the dark clouds, streaks of lightning began to brew. Hey? What's going on? Shadow Shaman's mana is so high? Can he actually cast more chain lightning? Suyu couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. In his impression, his Shadow Shaman couldn't do this at all. Just when Suyu was confused. Crack! The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly burst out with a terrifying thunder light. This lightning pierced the void. Not only did it not attack Lu Yuan's army. Instead, it exploded directly towards the Shadow Shaman army in Suyu's back row. Just a loud noise was heard, and huge chain lightning began to ricochet among the Shadow Shaman army. The first target hit was the leader of the Shadow Shaman. This is the magic of thunder and lightning. Up to level 5. Once it is unleashed, how can these weak shamans resist it? Just once. 4 or 5 shamans, including the Shadow Shaman leader, had already died and turned into charcoal. And the lightning in the sky continues, falling wildly. What's going on? Are you crazy? Cut yourselves off! Suyu couldn't help roaring angrily. He couldn't figure out how his own race of believers could do such a stupid thing. However, his roar fell. The Shadow Shaman below, whose own magic had been interrupted by lightning, screamed in horror. The great god of wilderness and war, this is not the magic we unleash. Help! Help! You didn't release it. Then who released it? Suyu was completely confused. At this time, Lu Yuan's faint words suddenly sounded. I released it. What? Impossible. You are not the god of thunder and lightning, how can you release chain lightning? Suyu became excited. Lu Yuan did not speak, his eyes fell towards the rear of the Zerg army. There, Abathur, who had entered the 5th level, was using his powerful spiritual power to release chain lightning. How is that possible? That is a divine spell that only Shadow Shaman can release. How can your believer race do it? Suyu shouted in disbelief. It's not just him. Even all the spectators outside were completely shocked. Who would have thought that Suyu's side, which had already completely gained the upper hand, would experience such a change? This guy's methods are a bit mysterious. Even Ning Kiguang, who was sitting there, suddenly sounded solemn. This kind of method has never been heard of by them. Haha, do you think my king insect died in vain? Lu Yuan shook his head and smiled. As early as when he saw the opponent's race interface, he already had a plan. The airdrop ability of King Insect has been exposed in the last game. So, this time, Lu Yuan airdropped in blatantly. Only, what was inside was not a flame-tearing demon, but a symbiotic larvae born from Abathur. The moment the King Insect exploded, the larvae hidden in it fell directly. It fell on the Shadow Shaman. In this way, it only takes a certain amount of time to successfully obtain the opponent's ability. Abathur directly chose to obtain the opponent's most powerful chain lightning. So, that's why this scene happened now. Certainly. In addition to the fallen larvae, there are also an insect nest. Rotten locust swarm, activate. Hundreds of extremely ferocious locusts with ferocious teeth rushed out of the insect nest. Subsequently, it brought up a rotten and disgusting wind and rushed towards the Shadow Shaman army. The so-called Divine War still requires direct targeting of the opponent's mage troops. Once all the mages are wiped out, the balance of the battlefield will tilt. Ah! Blood and screams emerged, and the Shadow Shaman army was instantly in chaos. And in mid-air, the chain lightning that was still brewing suddenly disappeared. At this time, Abathur's mental power surged, and he directly directed countless lightning strikes to hit the Tauren's totem pole. His purpose is clear. That is to destroy the opponent's aura of indolence. Ka. Totem poles exploded one after another, and the originally strong halo of slowness began to weaken at this moment. Before the orc army could react, sudden, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and Wuzi's spherical green poisonous banelings burst out of the ground. Then he launched a charge and rushed towards them. Boom boom boom. The corrosive acid and the power of the terrifying explosion instantly sounded on the battlefield. The long-range troops who originally opened fire on the Flamethorn demon were blown to pieces without any precautions. With the power of 200,000 poisonous banelings, even if you are a 4th-level existence, and you will completely perish. Impossible, how did your bug get to me? Suyu was so shocked by this scene that he lost his composure. However, Yuan only had a sneer in his eyes. Burrowing not only allows the Zerg to burrow underground, it also allows the Zerg to move forward underground. It's just that the speed is slower. Just right. The successive battles gave the banelings time to crawl over. This was the scene in front of him. Hiss. Many faculty members and principals couldn't help but take a breath of air. Their vision and strength are much higher than those of students. Naturally, he guessed this possibility in an instant. The Zerg that can move underground may be a nightmare for any race they face if they are unprepared. Suyu, with most of the long-range troops already damaged, could only watch helplessly as countless ripworm armies charged towards them. 200,000, 500,000, 800,000. The mighty and tidal Zerg army would annihilate all his ground troops in no time. No, I didn't lose, Yuan, my Bat Rider can restrain you, and the Red Dragon. Suyu pointed with one hand, and the spear in the Bat Knight's hand shot wildly towards the insect C2.5 below. Suyu believed that with the Bat Knight's range, he could slowly consume all the opponent's troops. No matter how much, it's useless. Xiaohong, breathe fire on me and burn them to death. Ouch! In mid-air, the young red dragon flying in the void opened his mouth wide, and countless flames began to gather in his mouth. This is an extremely powerful fire spell. Blessed by the dragon clan's own bloodline power, it is even more powerful. However, before it could open its mouth and spit out, suddenly, behind Yuan, in the continuous mountains and forests, a harsh scream emerged. Va! Va! At this moment, both the audience and Suyu looked at the forest in the distance. There, a strange Zerg that was more than 2 meters tall rose up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a dense torrent. Covering the sky and the sun, like a world-destroying black cloud, it rushed towards the battlefield. What is this? Someone exclaimed. Air Force, Yuan actually has an Air Force, my god, so many. 200,000? No, at least 30 million. The voice of the commentator was already trembling. On the big screen, there is a dense, dark group of alien dragons soaring in the sky with no end in sight. They look ferocious, and emit ear-piercing screams. The army of 10,000 Bat Knights was stunned in mid-air. They watched as hundreds of thousands of alien dragons approached them. For the great god of natural disasters, attack! Swish, swish, swish. The densely packed blade insects were like black raindrops, cutting through the void and covering the whole place. Chapter 81. Attack! Attack! Don't let them get close. Above the sky, the leader of the Bat Knight was completely frightened when he saw so many alien dragon troops. He shouted and called on his subordinates to start taking action. Suddenly, sharp spears began to shoot through the air. However, compared with the blade insect attack of the alien dragon army, it is really not worth mentioning. The spear he had just taken was directly submerged by the torrent of blade insects. Subsequently, under Abathur's precise command, every 100 mutalisks fired a salvo of Batriders at the same time. In just one move, he directly penetrated the opponent's defense and completely killed all the bats. Under a single salvo, half of the 10,000 Bat Knight army was killed. The reason why? It's because the remaining 5,000 survived because of the obstruction of the companions in front. Run away, run away! The 5,000 Bat Knights, who still had the fighting spirit to fight again, fled in all directions. Pity! The second salvo came again. This time, they didn't even have time to react before they were directly tied into a sieve and fell from mid-air. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene. No one expected that Yuan would suddenly have an army of hundreds of thousands of alien dragons. Everyone thought this time it was over. But in mid-air, the red dragon young dragon was not like this. It wants to use its anger to give these nasty bugs a good look. Ouch! The blazing flame brewed in his mouth again. With a roar, the terrifying dragon flames spit out towards the alien dragon army in the air. Everyone knows that this is the dying struggle of the young dragon. Even if it reaches the 6th level, it will still fall under the force of 500,000 alien dragons. Well, it's good to vent your anger. Finally, I didn't appear in vain. Such an idea suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. However, when the flames enveloped hundreds of alien dragons, something surprising happened. Bah! All the alien dragons shrouded in flames rushed through them unscathed. 30. He let out a ferocious scream and attacked crazily. How can it be? Suyu was completely stunned. He never expected that even such a powerful attack as Longian could not harm Xianlong. Despair, an unconcealable despair surged into my heart. He could only watch helplessly as the 6th level red dragon cub was completely submerged by the opponent's terrifying alien dragon army like a sea tide, and completely perished. Are you immune to fire spells? Qin Rumi's voice was a little uncertain, but if you listen carefully, you can hear the surprise in his tone. More than 1,000,000 in number, heavy armored professionals, long-range means with the aura of fire demons, burrowing into the ground, learning the opponent's spells, a terrifying aerial army, and they are actually immune to fire spells. Wang Jiniang softly repeated each of Yuan's advantages. He couldn't believe that this was something a student who had just entered high school for more than 2 months could do. Tip: your believer race annihilates the opponent with overwhelming advantage. Tip: you have gained 1.12 million faith points. Tip: your believer's faith has deepened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the war. Ding! Additional reward, 1.12 million faith points. Ding! Additional reward, Blood of the Red Dragon, exclusively for the host. Ding! Additional reward, all attributes +5, exclusively for host. Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this series of prompts. Although this battle took a lot of time, but the rewards are also very generous. And what surprised him was that almost most of the rewards were exclusive to himself. Is the system starting to prepare for me to light the divine fire? Suppress this thought for the time being. Yuan left the login cabin directly. It is undeniable that Su Yu is indeed powerful. Compared with Lu Yuan, there is still a big gap. Classmate Lu Yuan, congratulations on entering the finals. Lu Yuan walked out, and the entire sports center burst into thunderous applause. Strong people deserve respect at all times. What happened just now between Lu Yuan and Su Yu, although it was not the final, was the strength he showed. It really shocked everyone. Hearing Chen Jinayu's compliment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile modestly. Principal Chen has given me the award. I still have many shortcomings. Ha ha ha, there is no need to be humble. With your current strength, even some demigods who have lit the divine fire are no match for you. Principal Chen said with a smile. Ahole, did you just keep your hands on me? Next to him, Chen Lingshan appeared out of nowhere and looked at Lu Yuan and couldn't help but ask. Lu Yuan's face darkened when he heard this, but at least his father was here. He could only look at Chen Lingshan and said. If I don't hold back, I'm afraid you won't have confidence. Also, don't call me ABD from now on, I have a name. Chen Lingshan pouted when she heard this. BD, BD. I will call you ABD and call you ABD for the rest of your life. Don't think I don't know, you kept your hands on me because of my appearance. Chen Lingshan glared at Lu Yuan fiercely. Remember, when you meet Lu Ruyan in the finals, you are not allowed to hold anything back from me, otherwise. Before she finished speaking, Chen Lingshan realized that she didn't seem to have any conditions that could threaten Lu Yuan. I could only open my mouth and continue. Or I'll bite you. Chen Jinayu. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan wondered whether this girl relied on her own talent to participate in the exchange competition, or whether she relied on her father's help to get to this point. Sure enough, it's so big, it's just brainless. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan walked back to his rest seat. As soon as he sat down, Wu Yuan, Li Xiaotian and the others were heard blowing wildly. Even Lin Yu, who had always been a scholar, actually started to change in the direction of being a dog licker. Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in exchange was alienation. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of a classic line from a movie in his previous life. Finally suppressed the offensive of these licking dogs. Suddenly, Lu Yuan accidentally saw Lu Ruyan, who was in the rest area not far away, looking towards him. This senior had a cold and arrogant look on her face, and her long and straight thighs were slightly smacked on the seat. Next to her, Principal Lu seemed to be still saying something to her. Only Lu Ruyan didn't seem to be listening, but kept staring at Lu Yuan. That feeling. It was as if Lu Yuan had done something sorry for her. Oh no, that look is so scary. Next to him, Wu Yuan couldn't help gossiping. I read a message from her eyes. Lu Yuan looked at him doubtfully. What did you understand? He just felt that the other party was sizing up his opponent. I really didn't feel any other information. However, Wu Yuan said seriously after careful consideration. She's telling you that if you win, she'll marry you. Puff. The sound of 3 sprays of water sounded from the side. Lu Yuan reached out and slapped Wu Yuan until he screamed in pain. I'll let you go. The break is over. Lu Yuan and Lu Ruyan stood up at the same time and walked into their login cabins. The entire sports center suddenly fell into silence at this moment. Because they knew that the next highlight was coming. The finals of the entire Kaiun City exchange competition are about to begin. At the same time, it also proves that he is the #1 high school student in Kaiun City. Hey, tell me, who can win this round? Those who did something good couldn't help but discuss it quietly. Needless to say, it must be Lu Yuan. There are so many Zerg armies, even if they were piled up, they would be dead. I guess so. Although Lu Ruyan's army is very strong, its numbers should not be comparable to those of the Zerg. That's not necessarily true. Senior Lu Ruyan is the goddess of ice and snow. I just don't know if Lu Yuan's race can exert its combat power in a severe cold environment. After some discussion, Lu Yuan had already entered the login cabin. Link to the divine space and enter the virtual space. Although Lu Yuan has his own confidence in dealing with Lu Ruyan, but he had no intention of underestimating the enemy. He also learned about the other party's information from the principal just now. The ice and snow goddess, all the races she owns are drought-tolerant races. White bears, snow werewolves, silver foxes, these are all powerful races that we have seen before. Certainly. From beginning to end, Lu Ruyan did not encounter Suyu or Lu Yuan. So, the opponents she encountered were basically of low strength. There was no way she could reveal her true trump card. Tip: you have entered the virtual divine space. Tip: countdown is over. Prompt: the War of Gods begins. Buzz. The space cracks appeared again, this time. At the moment when the cracks just appeared, suddenly, an icy cold air blew from inside. It made people shudder. In the dead of winter, all that exists is ice and snow. Lu Yuan glanced away. I saw mountains and plains covered with ice and snow emerging. In mid-air, strong winds were raging everywhere and blizzards were falling. If ordinary races don't wear cold-resistant clothing, I'm afraid they won't be able to fight for a long time in this environment. If it were me, I would probably choose guerrilla warfare. Lu Yuan couldn't help but whisper to himself softly. But obviously Lu Ruyan didn't intend to do this. Her figure was wrapped in thick wind and snow. The moment the crack appeared, she raised her hand. Activate your own priesthood, strong wind and blizzard. Woo! The biting cold wind mixed with the heavy snowstorm blew towards Lu Yuan's divine domain. The temperature of the entire god's domain actually dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do you want to use your priesthood to suppress my combat power first? Lu Yuan looked at the howling snowstorm and couldn't help but smile. Then let's see whose priesthood is stronger. Tip: you consumed 100 faith points and activated the priesthood, drought. Tip: you consumed 100 faith points and activated the priesthood, desolation. Tip: you spent 100 faith points to activate the priesthood, sandstorm. As Lu Yuan waved his hand, countless yellow people rose from the ground. The sunlight in the sky seemed to become hotter all of a sudden. 6:10 time. The wind and snow that originally fell under the sunshine. The bottom began to melt. Everyone was staring at the big screen at this time. This is a clerical confrontation between two men. It lasted for nearly 2 minutes. Sudden. Lu Ruyan on the other side suddenly stopped the spread of his priesthood. Because she found that her competition in the priesthood was not able to suppress Lu Yuan too much. Simply, she didn't test it anymore. Boom boom. A low roar sounded. I saw snow-white bears galloping up and down from the mountains wearing silver armor. The white bear knight is also a heavily armored knight. The number exceeds 30,000. This was also the main combat unit used by Lu Ruyan before. Next to the heavily armored knights, 50,000 light cavalry riding snow wolves appeared. Light cavalry, this is Lu Ruyan's second trump card. Because under the ice and snow, only creatures like snow wolves can run on the ground like flying. White bear heavily armored knights, plus snow wolf light cavalry. Lu Yuan looked at the nearly 80,000 strong army and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He believed Lu Ruyan was not a fool. With a combat strength of less than 80,000, he is by no means his opponent. However, just when he was doubting, sudden, the mountain peaks shook and the ice and snow roared. Everyone saw at once, in the wind and snow, a series of extremely tall figures running down from the mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom. A low muffled sound trampled on the ground, making an astonishing vibration. Huge footprints, thick armor covered with ice and snow. And the huge stick in his hand that is as tall as a house. It is enough to show the power of these figures. Frost Giant. A powerful race from deep in the snowy mountains. As soon as he is born, he is a level 5 soldier. The ones in front of me are already over 7 meters tall. The Frost Giant, who is between an adult and a child, has reached the 7th level. And there are actually dozens of them. With the ice and snow goddess above us, we will tear apart all enemies that stand in our way. Oh! If the Frost Giants have come out, then the Harpies should also come out, right? Yuan couldn't help but whispered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking. In the snow-capped mountains, the sun rises from the sky with white feathers in the snow. Whoosh! Their wings suddenly opened and they realized. They are actually half-human demi-humans with eagle claws. Harpies, to be precise, should be snow eagles.